going on in the league.
Oh, he's ready to just give up the game. It's over.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's on the battle, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Looking at this final HP to deliver the finishing blow, and just like that, they're Pokémon World Champion.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
He goes on the ice base! Resetting the bracket and then winning it in game number 5.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands.
Hello once again, Pokemon fans, and welcome to the beautiful city of Orlando, Florida, where things are heating up. And you know I'm not talking about the weather. Of course, our players are fighting for their competition lives here in day 2 of the Orlando Regional Championships. My name is Wancho Sultan, and I'm joined by some amazing people. Ethan, Piper, Chip. How are we feeling today?
As you said, it's a great day outside, and it's a great day inside the venue as well. We've got plenty of Pokemon action happening. These players are already through 2 Swiss rounds. They're going into the last 3. We're going to see exactly how everything plays out. These players are looking to make top cut and see if they can become a champion.
Yeah, a lot of players that had a great start yesterday, capitalizing on it in these 2 rounds, kind of putting themselves at the top for a great run into top 8, top 4, finals, and potentially our champion.
Still a lot of Pokemon to play, of course, though. We've seen it many times where these players have incredibly hot starts, but one bad matchup can lead to you just fizzling out, ending up in the top 32, top 64. Still respectable tournament runs, but every single round counts.
Absolutely. And you know what? I just want to get this on top of show. Today is going to be the last day for Gardevoir EX. Last day for Golden Go EX. So just a moment of silence for all our fallen favorite cards. Thank you.
Thank you. I needed that, Wancho.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But right now, let's get into the action. I want to check out players we have to watch out for here at the Orlando Regional Championships. Of course, just talking about Gardevoir EX. There's Henry Chow.
Yeah, Gardevoir's strongest soldier off the come up. You know, Gardevoir's been around for a long time, it feels like, and Henry Chow is the proponent of a lot of this deck's success. Got to give some credit to what seems to be Gardevoir, and then Gardevoir's opposition on the other side here, it almost feels like.
Yeah, and Henry being Gardevoir's strongest soldier, Liam being Zoric's strongest soldier, Jackson known for being Charizard's strongest soldier, not actually playing Charizard today, but still getting to the 10-1 record, putting himself in a great position to make that top cut.
Yeah, look at these updated records here heading into Swiss round 12. All 3 of these players still in top cut contention. Jackson leading the charge, though, 10-1, an incredible start. Henry and Liam are going to have a lot of pressure put on them these last few rounds. They need to win out if they want to make it to top cut.
If anyone can do it, it's our players to watch, that's for sure. With that, though, I want to check out some cool matches from yesterday, actually, from day 1. I know we had some very, very cool stream matches, and this was probably one of my favorite ones, Noah with no Zekrom.
Yeah, this was a match that we casted yesterday, and right away we started talking about Flare and Darumaka getting in there. It really was the Flame Body Cannon, and this really interesting dynamic between when Grimmsnarl wants to go double Frostlass, but they also want to protect their bench from the Darmanitan, excuse me. How does Shaman come into play? And it felt like it was maybe the wrong opportunity for that Shaman to come down in that first game.
Yeah, Grimmsnarl can really struggle with the bench space, especially with the double Frostlass, having to have a Morgrem, a Grimmsnarl, and Monkey Dories. And we saw the damage time and time again just gets too much to handle, and Noah was able to take advantage of that, taking an extra turn by locking that Shaman in the act with Itchy Pollen, and then using his own Adrenabrain to capitalize on all that damage and take a multi-prize turn to win the game.
Absolutely. And with that, we only have time to show one match from yesterday because action is starting up here in day 2. But before we throw to the match, of course, I want to remind folks at home to check out our broadcast channels. Of course, visit Pokemon.com/broadcast for all your broadcast needs. And of course, if you want to watch, if you're watching the broadcast, you can watch it at our YouTube, which is /Pokemon, or Twitch/Pokemon TCG. However you feel comfortable to watch Pokemon. With that, though, I believe we have day 2 ready to go.
This weekend, the 2026 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokemon trading card game to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California. It's a 2-day battle for glory. Trainers kick off the weekend in Swiss rounds, with each match being a best-of-3 showdown. To advance to Phase 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. In Phase 2, the pressure intensifies as the remaining trainers face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to the top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus up to 8 additional competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical top cut single elimination bracket. Win, and you move on. Lose, and your journey ends. Only one trainer will rise above the rest to claim the title of regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit championships.pokemon.com.
Hello, Pokemon fans. I am Jeremy Jalen here with Kyle Stablehouse. We are Saballin, and our first round of the day is already ready. Let's go ahead and take it down to the table and get to some Pokemon action.
Yeah, we're not skipping a beat. We're going right to it, and round 12 has some great action lined up. Why not? Ryuki Okada, Gustavo Wada, with 2 powerhouse names and 2 powerhouse decks.
Yeah, Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan up against Gardevoir EX, and both of these players, Kyle, have won EUIC in the past. Gustavo actually twice.
Yeah, he's got a lot of accomplishments to his name, and we are not skipping anything. Look at this, both players already lining up these prize cards. For Ryuki, it's been quite a road. I mean, after that EUIC victory, we've also seen the Brisbane win, the top 4 in Las Vegas, and he's now playing in Orlando. He has not faced a single Gardevoir deck just yet, and I don't think he's ready for this style. I don't think we've seen a Research and a Drifloon since LAIC.
Yeah, with Pedro winning with that incredible run, and Gustavo again borrowing some of that LATAM flair and looking to eye down another big victory. Gustavo has, of course, won EUIC twice, but also the Junior World Champion from 2011, and has finished in the top 8 of ICs in 6 different occasions.
It's just some ridiculous accomplishments, and looking to add even one more here at Orlando this year. One last go with Gardevoir, and what a hot start. Has the Garden with the Psychic Energy to discard, but not much else.
Yeah, no Ralts to be able to be benched. That means no rare candy, but wow, just Precious Trolley right off the rip here for Ryuki Okada.
What is this? You can't start this hot, okay? We just turned the stream on. Everyone's still sitting down, grabbing their drink. Ryuki's like, I got this.
Let's give a little excitement to the beginning of our day.
Oh, I mean, maybe not for Gustavo and all the other fans, but yeah, this is what you're looking for. What an opener. Has all of his bench completely filled to start the game, and going second means you still have access to your supporter. We could see Turbo energize. This could end with 3 energy on board against a no Ralts Gardevoir deck.
Yeah, that Claw of Darkness is going to be looming right away, and looking at the bench chosen for Ryuki, double Monkey Dory, that Mega Kangaskhan EX, Latias EX, and Petrant EX. Pretty stellar bench right there.
Yeah, sometimes we see players go for just the Petrant along with the Yveltal. This time we see Latias and Petrant. You're going to have to take down a lot of extra hit points if you want to get through this, but that's not what you're looking for. Hang on.
No Turbo Energize, no supporter from Ryuki. Just played that Precious Trolley. Now it's back on Gustavo. He has the Artisan, so that will be a way to grab a Ralts for this turn. And wow, Iono for both players, Kyle.
Yeah, the reset of Ryuki's hand is tough. I do love that as Gustavo sees that Iono, doesn't search out just yet with Artisan, waits a second, give yourself a chance to find a Ralts, and then search for a second copy if you want to do that. But now has plenty of options as you go for this first Artisan.
Taking a quick look through the deck for him. It's the first deck search, so really seeing those prize cards. Nothing too bad. Again, there is that one copy of Bravery Charm in there. There's only 2 copies in the list, and he is on that Drifloon, so that could come up big later on.
Yeah, we know how important it is to increase those hit points. There's Lively Stadium on the other side too, so every once in a while you get a little accidental boost to those hit points. And I also seen the Dark Energy and Monkey Dory, just 3 copies of each of those cards. It's something to be wary of, as we don't see that Dark Energy just yet.
Double Ralts now for Gustavo, thanks to that Ultra Ball along with that Artisan. This is kind of where he wanted to be going first, but he's going to take it and then able to get some damage on that Mega Kangaskhan EX with Lily's Clefairy.
Yeah, how often do you see this? It's not typical that you just go aggro with a Lily's Clefairy in this sort of matchup, but there's damage counters to play around with on Ryuki's side. Unfortunate, though, there were no energies charged up to those Monkey Dories, so can't really make much of this yet.
The hand for Ryuki doesn't seem too great. There is the penny to bring up that Mega Kangaskhan with all that damage. There is a Mist Energy to go along with that Technical Machine Turbo Energized, but that seems to be it.
Yeah, with the Mist Energy, I guess the question now is, do you feel comfortable playing this on a Pokemon that would just be a 1 prize over to a Lily's Clefairy at some point, or do you bring that Mega Kangaskhan back into the active spot with that energy and potentially take another 200 damage? Seems like he was willing to give up that prize card at this spot, and I understand that when you're playing with 3 prizes on all of your Megas.
And of course, getting these energy in play is just so important onto that Absol. This is going to give Gustavo a turn to really get just a powerful setup with Gardevoir EX if he has it available.
Yeah, this is a list that has the 3-2-2 line of Gardevoir, 2 rare candies as well. So off of one of those 3 copies of Lily's Determination, may find some assistance. 8 cards to find a rare candy Gardevoir, or at least a little more help. Doesn't seem like a turn where you want to slow down and use TM Evolution, but every once in a while, you take that break and just set up.
It is all on these 8 cards to see if Gustavo keeps pushing forward the advantage here.
What do we see?
Gardevoir EX, but no rare candy and not much of anything in the hand. There's a Lily's for next turn. Couple energy, but he can't discard them.
Not even a Curlia to go along with this, just completely skipping that beat. A little extra hit points, as you mentioned with that Bravery Charm. It's just the 1 copy with the other one in the prize cards, but this would endure that attack from the Mega Absol on the other side.
And then Psychic Energy on the Monkey Dory. That's not a Dark Energy. Just really putting it there for potential retreat, thinking this Lily's Clefairy EX might go down soon.
Man, that's, of 8 cards, I could think of many more that could have had an impact here. It's pretty rough to miss out. And it's now taking a prize card that just doesn't feel like where you want to be. The Monkey Dory Mist Energy is not very much of a threat for you, but maybe the prizes can help here. And there's 2 good ones at the bottom, Iono and Ultra Ball. Finds Iono, however.
It's not helping out the hand immediately, though, and Ryuki having that Earthen Vessel is going to keep these energy attachments flowing.
Now the question for Ryuki is, do you still feel like loading up for these Monkey Dories is the play, or do you want to set up a secondary attacker with his Mega Absol? Your opponent has not threatened you in the slightest. No routes. There's no Dark Energy for Monkey Dory, but always thinking ahead to those future turns. The Monkey Dory War is inevitable at some points. But hey, let me see that hand.
Another supportless turn, by the way, from Ryuki here. Just having the Absol already powered up. Claw of Darkness, not taking the knockout on that Lucas Clefairy, like you said, thanks to that Bravery Charm. But I guess the Iono is doing a lot of work here, just acting as a second supporter.
It's tempting because you see this hand and you go, well, wait, do I want to lose my hand? Because it's probably likely that my opponent will use this Iono. It's a bit of a bait here as your opponent starts to wonder, oh, well, do I even want to play Iono in this spot if that's the only supporter you leave me?
If Ryugi would actually draw more cards off the Iono than Gustavo. Curlia finally found off an Ultra Ball, and there is the Iono from Gustavo. Both players will shuffle their hand to the bottom of the deck and then draw cards equal to the prize cards remaining.
It's a pretty massive find off the top of the deck with that Ultra Ball for Curlia. Just leaves you in this game with more options, a Gardevoir looming on the following turn, and leaves Ryuki with a choice of, do you remove this Lily's Clefairy from play, or do you ever find that boss's orders and target down Curlia in a spot like this?
The Lily's Clefairy EX does only have 40 HP remaining, so maybe a second Monkey Dory gets into the works off of Ryuki's hand.
That's a great point. If that is found here, it's not too far-fetched with Artisan already in play. Just an energy switch, a Dark Energy could get the job done, and that leaves Gustavo wondering, is the attack even worth it at this spot?
And then, of course, we can't forget about the Monkey Dory on Gustavo's side of the board, too. So that's going to pretty much get rid of that play. 3 damage counters off the Lily's Clefairy EX to Ryuki's Mega Absol. Full Moon Rondo for 180.
All right, tons of damage to think about there. I suppose the play still is available if you have the energy switch and the additional Monkey Dory, or you maybe include a penny into that combination, but it would be a lot of resources just to get an additional Claw of Darkness into a one prize Pokemon later on.
There is the Artisan, so I can search for the Monkey Dory. There is a penny in hand, but I think the energy switch is the card that's missing from Ryuki's hand.
Okay. Still 70 hit points remaining on this Mega Absol. Preservation of those hit points seems pretty important at this stage of the game, and you have to also consider where these energies go as far as attacking purposes. If you can't make this Mega Absol last, you need to have another attacker ready to go.
And at least with how Ryuki's hand seems, it does not look like there's a way to get another Mega Absol EX in play and start charging that up. So far, just settles with the Dark Energy and the Fighting Energy off of Earthen Vessel, discarding that Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon. It's not really needed in this matchup.
Yeah, this is one matchup where you just do not want to see that Pokemon. Thankfully, didn't start with that, and finds its rightful home in the discard pile. Now you have to work with these fighting energies as well. They often find a home on a Kangaskhan or some other Pokemon to help out. Look at this. You know, it's one of my favorite cleanup Pokemon. The Pecharunt does some work, and it is quite a threat. If you ever remove the 3 prize target of Mega Absol, you have to wait for the big KO of Irritated Outburst.
It is one of those attackers that is just kind of nonchalant sitting on the bench, right? No one really is expecting it until, whoa, I just took 3 prizes all of a sudden. This is doing a lot of damage, especially something like Gardevoir EX.
Look at this. Night Stretcher and Bravery Charm. There's a Monkey Dory in the discard pile, so finds a few more Pokemon potentially to help out. I think the Night Stretcher also just works as a great way to find an additional Dark Energy next turn. And there's the Iono. Get that out of the hand. I'm holding on to this Dark Energy.
Wow.
What? Are you kidding? Just finds it?
Gardevoir EX off the top of the deck. Psychic Embrace is now available to Gustavo.
I think Ryuki is just shook at this point. The hand was completely shattered. There was no play, and instead now Gardevoir EX attacking Mega Diancie, Monkey Dory to move damage counters. This is a complete turnaround of where we expected to be, and look at the wherewithal of Gustavo. Understands that you need multiple threats in this spot, so wants to load up the energies on the Mega Diancie for a following turn if Gardevoir is targeted by that Pecharunt.
And it's only 80 damage, 50 after the Adrenabrain. And with the Diamond Coat from Mega Diancie is a tanky Pokemon.
Hanging on by a thread, but making it work.
And he moved the 30 damage to the active Mega Absol EX just because he does not want to give Ryuki a chance to Adrenabrain.
Yep, leaving the math working out at this point, and 3 prize cards added to the hand for Gustavo. What a turnaround there.
Ryuki is going to have a lot of work to do to power up a new attacker here. That Petrant EX has a Dark Energy on it already.
Well, Irritated Outburst, 10 short of a KO at this spot then. It's dealing, what, 240 and reduced by the ability of Mega Diancie. Math, well done by Gustavo.
And again, taking a look at the list, sometimes we see that Risky Ruins or another way to get some damage in play, self-inflicted. But no, this is just the basic list that Ryuki and a lot of others have just been consistent throughout this entire season playing.
Yeah, there's no poison damage that was included throughout these turns with the subjugated chains. It was always the Latios retreats, the Skyliner ability, and we'll end up a little short in that regard. But now with Gustavo down to 2 prize cards remaining, we see our first Blood Moon Ursaluna EX, and it's ready to go.
And the Bravery Charm on top of the 260 HP means it's going to be a little bit harder for Gustavo to actually take the knockout.
Still a similar problem in dealing 240. Just
yeah,
a little bit of a tricky number to work with right now, but Ryuki will put the pressure onto this Pokemon. Still 10 short of the KO, and how do you clean this up?
How about a Secret Box off the top of the
Are you
deck?
kidding? And now there's what, Turo that could happen in this spot? Like, what is happening with the top of the deck here from Gustavo?
Everything wonderful.
That's
what's happening.
crazy.
It's that pre-rotation Gardevoir buff, you know?
That's ridiculous. I mean, what do you do at this spot then? You can preserve the hit points, but still have to work through the massive ball. Yeah, there it is.
Concession from Ryuki, sees the writing on the wall, and Gustavo Wada now able to clean up game 1 with 2 back-to-back top decks.
Yeah, with the Turo, you can pick up the Mega Diancie, the energies go to the discard pile, and it looks like a Screamtail would clean up any of those 2 prize Pokemon on the bench, and that is just game-closing stuff. Gustavo surviving off the top of the deck twice in that game, and boy, howdy did it pay off.
Let's go ahead and take a look at the replay for our game 1 here between these 2 champions. It started off with a little bit of a rocky start for Gustavo. No Ralts in the bench turn 1, but turn 2 able to get 2, along with 2 energy to start putting pressure with that Full Moon Rondo from Lily's Clefairy EX. But Ryuki, after a couple turns, was able to get that Mega Absol EX powered up Claw of Darkness to strip the hand, but top deck Gardevoir EX allowed Gustavo to get this KO with Mega Diancie. And then the writing was on the wall. Just 10 short damage of knocking out the Mega Diancie, and then another top deck of that Secret Box able to help Gustavo close out.
Yeah, I mean, wild stuff. Finds the perfect answer for both situations. For Ryuki, it's heartbreaking as you finally see that hand, you Claw of Darkness and rip away the most important resource, and sure enough, there's a surprise waiting for you on the other side.
Now, both of our players are sitting at 9-2 for their record for this weekend. That means 1 more loss, and they are out of contention for top cut. Now, if both of our players walk away with this match with a draw, they still have a little bit of hope, but winning here is absolutely necessary.
Yeah, both players locked in, want to give us a great show, and Ryuki didn't want to waste a single second. As soon as the writing was on the wall, scooped things up and got moving, and this gives us a good chance to potentially see a large set here. We could see big 3 games, and maybe Ryuki gets that Claw of Darkness to stick this time around.
And Kyle, with the way Gustavo was drawn that first game, I think it just goes to show he lost round 4 and round 5 and is 6 straight set wins to get to this point.
Well, I mean, maybe this will change. That wasn't a very great opener with Psychic Energy Pass, but does have a supporter to go along with this. See Lily's determination, and I mean, it didn't get much better for Ryuki. You blink and the turn's over for both players. Oh no.
That's a lot of Pokemon for both players.
Yeah, we know that theoretically that Drifloon is a powerhouse in this matchup. With the Bravery Charm, you can just rip through the 3 prize cards of a Mega, but how are you even going to get there? No TM Evolution, one of your Ralts, a Gardevoir, and a Fez gone.
These 8 cards are going to have to be big for Gustavo. Ultra Ball at least to find a Ralts. And can we also talk about Ryuki's turn? Just attaching a Fighting Energy to that Mega Absol EX. Not even a Dark Energy, and passing the turn. No supporter yet again for the 2nd game in a row.
Yeah, just a brutal setup. No trolley this time around. It's just nothing. No cards hitting the discard pile, and leaves you wondering, what could you even have in that hand? A couple Lively Stadium, a few other unimpactful cards at this point. Just not what you want to see. And can Gustavo capitalize?
Taking a look through the deck. Again, and this is Gustavo's first search, able to figure out what is prized. He's going to see that Drifloon, the 101 Gardevoir EX, that Technical Machine Evolution. A lot of stuff.
Okay. With the Lily's Determination already used, I sort of wonder what other supporters are even available for Gustavo. Just 3 copies, the 1 research, but then Ionos are basically a no-go unless your opponent top decks the Lilies. Hold up.
We might have a game 2 here.
Woo!
Lily's Determination, 8 new cards for Ryuki after a supporterless hand.
Yeah, perked up a little bit over there for Ryuki. And, did not want to hold on to that hand for a single second longer. Rightfully so. What is in the cards? Could you imagine the trolley Turbo Energize here? Okay.
So there is a Nest Ball. There's an Earthen Vessel.
There's playable cards.
Much better than last hand.
Perhaps a Mega Kangaskhan, if that could be worked in, but it's a bit awkward with the way that this board's set up. Petron, the only way to move Pokemon here, and can't really work into the active unless you want to lose energies or leave this Mega Absol up.
Is it ever right to just take a slower approach, attach that Dark Energy? Gustavo had kind of a weak hand.
I don't dislike it. Then the only question now is, do you feel comfortable taking a poison counter damage onto your Mega Absol here? And with Mind Bend waiting for you, that actually could be kind of intimidating. Doesn't seem great to send your Absol into the fray there.
Especially with no other Dark Pokemon to reset that confusion. Gustavo does have an Arven here. That means Secret Box. It's a pretty good combo that's been in Standard for a while.
It's worked out so well for so many players, searching out that Artisan typically in these spots to find that Ralts, and we already see the Kirlia to go along with this. With TM Evolution, there would be some more routes, but unfortunately for Gustavo, he already has Kirlia and Gardevoir in the hand and a Gardevoir in the prize cards. So any cute setups there with the TM Evo kind of gone by the wayside.
Also having to discard that one of the Bravery Charms in the list. You know how important that is for a lot in this matchup.
And all monkeys are presented at this point for Gustavo now. There's one's in the active and a few in the discard.
With the Technical Machine in hand, it seems like Gustavo's opting not even to grab another tool.
And is there a better feeling for Ryuki if you can move this Pokemon here? If you can clean up this hand and take away supporters, leaving the lone Lily's Determination ripped out of the hand, maybe could have a big impact. And there is some afterthought there from Gustavo of, you know what, I may need every single card to help out. If my opponent sets up this Claw of Darkness, a Mew would be pretty helpful.
You know, Kyle, we've been talking all weekend about its Gardevoir EX's last ride, Golden Go, Charizard. It's Mew EX's last ride. This has been a card that has helped a lot of different decks, not only with the restart ability, but genome hacking as well.
Yeah, it's led to some wild combos. How often do we see the the massive copy of Screamtail, the copy of the baby Raging Balls. We've seen some unreal situations, of course, in the Dragapult matchup with the copy of the Dragapult and using Lily's Clefairy as well. Maybe Mew has a couple more tricks up its sleeve before the end of the weekend.
So Ryuki drew a boss's orders for the turn.
I don't know if the rest of the hand makes this happen. I mean, as long as there's energy with the Petrunt, you can shift this Absol into the active, but all the eggs are in that basket at that point, and there's 2 Curlias on the other side. Maybe a big draw from Gustavo could make a mess of this soon.
There is also the Mew EX to target down, which genome hacking on a Mega Absol EX is also pretty scary. Nest Ball for Ryuki. Pheasantipity EX is found. And now with that Yveltal as well, just free retreat, thanks to that subjugating change with Petrunt, you are now not having that poison damage built up on Mega Absol. And there is that boss's orders on the Mew EX. Claw of Darkness taking the big knockout.
No.
But wow.
But he has the other one.
What a hand.
So you get rid of the Gardevoir, and it makes sense. And look at this. The other one is in the prize cards for Gustavo.
What? Night Stretcher off the top of the deck.
Stop.
What is
How
going on?
is this happening?
This is the most we've used the top deck feature in forever.
The plot armor. It's unreal. Ryuki's got to go check the discard again. See, I just got rid of you. How do you keep coming back?
Insane. What a start for Gustavo these first 2 games here.
He's putting in quite some work.
Now, granted, there's only 1 Psychic Energy in the discard for Gustavo. There is the one on the Monkey Dory in the active spot, but usually this deck doesn't really start working until you start getting to the 3 to 5 number.
Yeah, with the way that this is set up, you start to wonder if this is like a early game Mega Diancie kind of moment, because you don't have Monkey Dory Dark Energies. You already lost a couple Monkey Dories to the discard pile. So spreading the damage counters, moving them back over, manipulating with a Screamtail. You need more Psychic Energies to make any of that work.
But this is exactly how you get Psychic Energy in the discard.
Okay.
Earthen Vessel, discard 1. Ultra Ball, discard the 2 you found. Ultra Ball finds the Mega Diancie. I think there's also a Dark Energy, but both of the other Monkey Dories are still in the discard, so no way to really double Adrenabrain.
And with a Night Stretcher used for that Gardevoir, it just further guarantees that Monkey Dory will be a difficult ask of this deck over and over again. There's 1 Dark Energy now and an additional Psychic to the discard pile. Plenty to work with and set up a couple threats. It may have to be a very similar turn to the previous game where you just load up 4 energies on this Pokemon, because yes, you do have a Curlia, but that Gardevoir is still very, very threatened.
And now it's Gustavo that is damage short, just 10 damage short, along with the Adrenabrain to be able to take a knockout on this Mega Absol EX.
Tricky spot now. Could load up this Pokemon, maybe just wants to go for a little
Discard 1.
chip damage, yeah.
Adrenabrain heals off the 30, moves it to the Mega Absol, and just the 1 discard from the Garland Ray. That's 120 more damage. It's up to Ryuki to find something. Bravery Charm off the top of the deck.
It's still a bit of an awkward match with the way that this is set up. There's 1 Monkey Dory in the war right now, so as the damage counters typically do, shift around left and right, does not line up, and maybe this play was a nice workaround from Gustavo to avoid the terminal period. With 1 damage counter on this Mega Diancie, seems a bit trickier to set up the math appropriately.
Pokegear for Ryuki. Now, there is still something like an energy switch play.
E-switch and only bring over a little bit of damage could certainly work out.
There is the Arvin.
Okay.
Energy switch is in the deck.
And that would be massive for Ryuki. Would go down to 1 prize card remaining in this spot.
No energy switch off the Arvin, just Earthen Vessel. Is it already in hand?
Well, there's a bit of shadows, but it could be that middle card in the hand there. If so, Ryuki's got plenty going on this turn.
Now, the one worry is Ryuki is going down to one prize card, and Iono could be thrown into the mix, but there is the energy switch off of the Mega Absol EX. Both Monkey Dory, Adrenabrain moving 50 over to that Mega Diancie. There's now 60 damage on it, and Terminal Period is able to take that one-hit KO.
Yeah, really nicely lined up from Ryuki. Gustavo tried to work around this math and make it a bit more awkward, force the second Monkey Dory into the mix, not loading up too many energies. But for Ryuki, this is a big turnaround and wants to consider some of the math here. Thinks that Bravery Charm may keep this Absol around for a bit longer.
The Bravery Charm actually helps with the math of Miracle Force and one Adrenabrain, so just a little bit off of that KO for Gustavo now.
Yep, forces the action. If you want to include a one-prize Pokemon, Ryuki would love to see that. Instead, Gustavo says, okay, it's time for Lily's Clefairy. Add a bit more hit points to this board. Maybe find a Pokemon that can withstand this shot. But with the discard pile the way it is, a Monkey Dory already waiting 2 in the discard, you can't use Psychic Embrace to get the closeout KO here. It may have to be a bigger bench with the Lily's Clefairy or even Night Stretcher for the Mega Diancie once more.
3 Psychic Energy, Ultra Ball, Dark Energy, Professor's Research off of the Iono to 6. Ultra Ball grabs the Scream Tail that Gustavo put back into the deck.
Full Moon Rondo getting a bit closer in a spot like this. Now you have an additional Pokemon that you can add to the board. Gets to that 200 mark with Monkey Dory. You have 230, which takes the KO on the Absol. And you leave a relatively clean Lily's Clefairy in the active spot against just a couple Monkey Dory.
Now the issue is on Ryuki's side of things, trying to find another attacker to close this game out. Just one prize card left, one card in hand.
Okay, what's in store? We've seen some nasty top decks, but what's there? Just the Arven and...
There is still the Pheasantipity EX on the bench.
Flip the script. Artisan takes a peek. Looks like there's not much you'd really want to add to this board as far as...
Only one copy of
Red
Energy Switch
Pokemon.
in the list.
That does limit a lot of options. With 3 prize cards remaining for Gustavo, Blood Moon Ursaluna no longer an option in this spot either. And that's not what you want to see.
Not at all. Just an Arven for the supporter.
I suppose it
Play it.
would force Gustavo to switch over to a Screamtail strategy if you did use Cornerstone, but I don't know if that's we're at that level of desperation.
Buy yourself a turn. The Yveltal is dealing at least 40 damage with Clutch to Screamtail. Turbo Energize could also be another way.
And what if Turbo Energize
Charge up Fez.
loads up Fez?
I like it. I like it.
It's a lost hero. So often, flip the script is the answer to find those cards, but every once in a while, the bird attacks, and the Cruel Arrow does some pretty good work.
You got to utilize these fighting energies somehow, Kyle.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, the fighting bird wants to go in, take down one of these Pokemon on the bench, but we'll see what the plan is. Is
it Turbo Energize to the Yveltal?
The Yveltal now the threat? Hang on a second.
Maybe split with the Petrant EX and the Yveltal?
How many gamers have dark feathered? Okay, because I don't think I'm in that select few.
Listen, you haven't played against a lot of Crustle then.
Okay, well, I've never gotten to that point. Thankfully so. All right.
It is going to be a split for Ryuki here. Dark Energy on the Yveltal and the Petrant EX.
Makes a lot of sense. You want to avoid giving a free answer to a buffed up Screamtail in a spot like this. Or even a counter catcher surprise with the Lily's Clefairy continuing to do some work.
Gustavo's hand, Iono, Professor's Research, and some energy.
Still have yet to see that counter catcher out of Gustavo at this point.
these Gardevoir lists have gotten very greedy with their Gust options. Just they usually never really played boss. We saw it a little bit where you play one boss's order sometimes.
Yep.
And it was 2 to 3 countercatcher, but this tournament, for sure, they're going down to 1.
Yep. So many decks at this point in time just either don't take that initial prize, work in the item lock, or have the Dusknoir to make sure that they go down in prize cards early and you avoid giving access to that counter catcher. Iono, we've seen it do some work for many players at this point. It drops Ryuki down to just 1 card remaining.
Ooh. A Bravery
Charm.
Does that help out with the math on Lily's Clefairy? I don't think so. It puts 240, and after this knockout, Petron is going to be dealing 240.
Now leaves you wondering, can you even afford to take this KO? Doesn't seem like the right line, and Screamtail will jump into the active.
Wow. All right. So is this Roaring Scream on the Yveltal, Kyle?
Seems like the right play. You need to force an energy attachment to the Pecharunt. You've limited Ryuki down to just 1 card, but the Fez is so scary. Just drawing back up those cards and seeing the energy. Maybe that's how we work. You can't load up 5 energies just yet. That would be something. So maybe there's a workaround.
KO on the Fez?
If you KO Fez and you still are short of a knockout from Clutch, then this works out for Gustavo. I'm not sure that can happen at this point.
Just 2 energy on the Screamtail, but the Bravery Charm is preventing it from that Clutch knockout. Oh, 3. That means this Screamtail is dealing 120.
All right.
No Adrenabrain from Gustavo, just taking the knockout on the Yveltal. It is now up to Ryuki, has the draw for turn, the 1 card in hand from the Iono, and then a flip the script to try and find a Dark Energy.
Dark Energy, Night Stretcher, a few different resources that can get there. 2 cards in hand and a Fez draw before even looking at the rest.
I think he reached to draw first, but wanted to Fez.
I think Ryuki's trying to signify that he's using Fezandipity to see these cards. And why is it a mystery? Let me see.
No.
There's nothing there?
Nothing at all.
Blood Moon, Ursaluna, Iono, boss's orders. Oh boy, Iono, could you imagine? the Iono for 1.
He's like, oh yeah, this technical machine's in there as well.
Yeah, check that out too. Oh, some questions to be had now. Mega Kangaskhan adds some additional hit points onto the board. It is Iono to 1. The Night Stretcher, the Dark Energy. What is the answer? He doesn't see it.
There wasn't a penny in that hand before, right?
I didn't see that, no.
Okay.
Oh, there's no retreat option. It's just the manual retreat into the Kangaskhan, holding on to the hit points, and it's not there.
Just like that, Ryuki concedes the game. Gustavo Wada 2-0 in this powerhouse matchup to start off our Sunday.
And Ryuki goes to the next card in the deck. It is the Dark Energy.
No.
If the Iono could have grabbed just 1 more card, maybe we'd be in game 3. Instead, Gustavo hangs on. And with some really exquisite math, we saw a great Gardevoir matchup there.
7 straight match wins for Gustavo this weekend. Can this hot streak continue into Top Cut? Eventually, maybe our Orlando Regional Champion.
So excited to get back into this matchup, see exactly what happened here. I mean, this was something else. Awkward start, to say the least, but Lily's Clefairy did some work as we saw it taking some early KOs, maybe not exactly where Gardevoir planned to be in this spot, but the Claw of Darkness was absolutely putting in work. Removes the 1 supporter, and sure enough, Gardevoir waiting on the top of the deck turns into a big attack into this Mega Absol, removes this threat, has the Diancie ready to roll, and it's not done yet. Blood Moon Ursaluna comes into play, and there's a little more help too, as he continues through and takes the game 1 win. sees this off of the Claw of Darkness. There's 2 Lilies and a Gardevoir, but as soon as you throw that away, a Night Stretcher is waiting for you. And some really great math, but was found that E-switch. Both Monkey Dories taking the KO onto the Mega Diancie. Lily's Clefairy comes back into the mix. And there's a lot of pressure on Ryuki to make things happen here. The energies didn't line up too cleanly. Almost found the answer. And it led to this where he has to play Iono to 1 to find the Night Stretcher, or the energy does not find either, and it's just a hand extension. Just 1 card away from making this a longer game, but it was pretty lovely to see.
Yeah, I never can get mad when we have 2 players of that caliber playing each other in a matchup that is that close. And you usually think, oh, Mega Absol EX, it's a dark Pokemon. Gardevoir EX, dark weakness, all these Pokemon dark weakness. But no, the deck is just that powerful.
I mean, we say what? It's better to be lucky, rather lucky than good. But when you're lucky and good, it is some really high-level content to watch, and that was so fun. It's just when that deck works off of the top and you find every answer, you just start to question, does Gardevoir have the plot armor to make it all the way to the finals once more? Maybe just add 1 more accolade for Gardevoir and Gustavo.
And it just goes to show the size of these tournaments, the level of competition at these tournaments. We have these 2 players coming from Japan and Brazil to show off and show out this weekend. And Ryuki, unfortunate, now taking a 3rd loss, knocking him out of asymmetrical top cut potential, but Gustavo Wada still has that hope, and both players still can walk away accomplished.
Can you imagine the trophy cases on those guys? I mean, if you had to bring all of your accolades to the table with you, we'd run out of room.
We need to get a whole nother hall in the convention center.
Right? I mean, you and I just walk in with our little briefcase, but I mean, they've got a whole entourage of people holding all of their trophies as they go to the table. It's outstanding that we have that level of competition here, and we aren't even close to going into the top cut yet. We still have some additional Swiss rounds to see who will make it to our asymmetric cut in Orlando. Just so much more action to come.
Yeah, and again, just all of these great decks. These weren't the only best players that we had this round. There's so many great matchups out there on the floor. Yeah. It's going to be really exciting to see how things shape up.
You think about the records here too. I mean, this is an outstanding performance to be X and 2 at this point. Now X and 3 for Ryuki out of contention, but you're asking so much of these players to whittle down from 2,500 plus down to this point of what, 8 to 16 players that can make it into our top cut. You're asking for an outrageous run, and for Gustavo to take 2 back-to-back losses in that opening phase 1 and now chain together 7 match wins in a row. It just looks like he's primed and ready to keep this going.
Well, it also looks like he's primed and ready for the interview. Let's go ahead and take it down to that. Thank you, casters. Wancho Sadana here, and I'm joined with our last round winner, Gustavo Wada. Gustavo, how are you feeling after that last round?
Pretty good, pretty good. It's good to win the stream. Last 3 times I played, I think I lost, so...
Oh, okay, okay. It's fine. Finally, it's good to break that stream curse.
Yeah.
And what a win on stream. Not gonna lie, that's probably one of the more exciting matches we've seen on the stream, because there's a lot of top decks.
Yeah.
You want to talk about that?
I mean, lucky day.
Let's continue to be lucky, right?
Hope so.
I like even how you even drew a Lily off the prize cards so that you had 2 Lilies in hand. So not only was your top deck helping you, your prize cards helped you as well. But it was much the same too for Ryuki. I know you couldn't see his hand, but he was also top decking quite a bit, right? He didn't have any supporters in that game too, but then suddenly drew into the Lily. But yeah, anyway, let's talk about the matchup, right? You're playing Gardevoir EX. Ryuki was playing Absol. How do you feel about that matchup?
I like the matchup. When I go second, I think it's pretty favorable if I evo and do my stuff. But going first, there is a lot of pressure. There is a lot of things to do, and I don't have that many supporter time.
Yes.
So it can be dangerous.
Yeah. Again, you never went second in that matchup on stream, so you were definitely fighting an uphill battle, some would say. But yeah, I mean, in game 1, you got the early attack off with the Clefairy. Oh, you know what? the one thing I really want to ask actually is the Drifloon. Has that been helpful at all during the tournament?
Yeah, it's really helpful against Absol, against Zoroark, and Goldango too. So
Just having just having access to that big one-shot mechanic. Unfortunately, we didn't see it in that stream, in this stream. But yeah, getting the Drifloon just does so much damage, 300 damage, perfect math for Kangaskhan. And then with Monkey Dory, you can even reach the Absol, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, Ryuki was really doing a lot of counter plays though. Another cool play is we saw you set up the Mew EX, help use draw, and it's also a great attacker, right? But yeah, actually, so tell me about if things went perfectly for you, what would your game plan be against Absol bots?
Try to set up 2 Gardevoirs with Evo, then Gardevoir, and rush Mew.
Rush Mew.
Rush Mew or rush Drifloon.
Makes sense, makes sense. Oh, I found it really funny too. One of the top decks was the one that's a stretcher, because you couldn't Evo to one of the Gardevoirs because the Gardevoir was prized.
Yeah.
Very, very exciting match, Gustavo. With that though, you know, you're currently fighting for your life, right? One more loss and you're out of contention for top cut. What do you want to face now as your Gardevoir deck? Like
Dragapult. Dragapult for sure.
Dragapult. Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
I'm pretty confident with this matchup.
You're confident in Dragapult. I've started to see Dragapult start to be a little bit 50-50 against Gardevoir. What's the game plan against Dragapult?
It's hard to have a game plan against Dragapult because the eating log thing is pretty annoying, so you have to play with what you have. But I think the matchup's pretty good.
Okay, okay. Just be flexible.
And there's no like really easy matchups for Gardevoir. Maybe Crystal. I want to
Have you faced the Crystal?
No.
So you haven't gotten like an easy win just yet. You had to fight for every single one.
I have faced Typhlosion. So
Oh, okay, okay. That seems pretty doable.
yeah.
With that though, what's going through your mind now though? You know, you're one of the best players in the world. You're fighting for your life here in Orlando. What's going through your mind?
I have to win one more game and ID for ASIM, maybe. I'm not used to these big tournaments, so I'm pretty happy. I have a rough start yesterday, so pretty happy to be fighting to ASIM.
We had a rough start. What did you face against?
I lost to round 4 for Terrazard because the game didn't went well, and then I lost the next one to Grimmsnarl.
Okay.
So I started 3-2. Then all the way up.
And then yeah, you did just start winning. You did go on a hot streak. I believe they mentioned it on the stream. So hopefully we can continue that hot streak.
Oh, one more one.
Have you faced every single dark type deck then? Have you faced the Zoroark?
No, Zoroark, no.
Okay, okay. Well, do you feel confident against Zoroark?
Not that confident, but I don't think it's a bad matchup, so I can handle it.
Yeah. I mean, again, with Drifloon, with the Diancie as well. Diancie put in a lot of work in that last match.
Yeah.
I like that one play where you put 4 energy on the Diancie, just for safety, right? That means even if they target down your Gardevoir EX, you still have your Diancie to play with. Very great plays. With that, though, just a couple more questions before I let you go. You know, you're a great player. Any advice you want to give to any aspiring Pokemon player out there?
Any advice? Just to have fun. I think it's the most important part. Since I came back playing, my goal is to have fun every tournament.
I like it. You just have fun. Yeah, that's the name of the game, right? Anyone you want to shout out before I let you go?
Too many people.
The floor is yours.
Risk forgetting someone.
Okay, that's
Can I thank my sponsor?
Oh yeah, go ahead. The floor is yours. Whoever you want to thank, you can thank.
Queria agradecer a Rise Gaming por dar o apoio, por tudo, né? Aí tem muitos amigos em casa, tem a galera aqui do Sala Amigos que tá comigo sempre, minha família. E se eu esqueci de alguém, desculpa.
I like it. With that, though, thank you so much, Gustavo. It was great to hear from you. We're going to throw it back to the desk, though, for more Pokemon action.
Gustavo is all the way up, 7 wins in a row.
looking for at least one more to try to make it an ASIM, maybe even two to dodge ASIM.
How funny is it that he says, I'm not used to these big tournaments? I'm like, brother, look at those accomplishments that you have. But I get it. If you play in some of the special championships that are in South America, then maybe it starts to feel like, oh, okay, this is another level when you see these 2,000+ events as everywhere you go. But you've taken down 2 ICs. I think you know what you're doing.
Well, I think we're going to know what he was doing as well. We're going to bring in Chip to break down what happened in our last match.
Hi, Chip.
What's up, guys? Yeah, great start to the day. Can't really get much better than that. 2 IC champions facing off in Swiss round 12. Of course, wouldn't have been surprised to see that be our finals match this weekend, getting to feature it just as a Swiss round feels pretty nice. And in a matchup that has become, I'd say, iconic up to this point, right? The Mega Absol versus Gardevoir. Very much one that feels like it can go either way, but the Absol deck does feel a little bit more, you know, one-dimensional. There's not as many unique plays that it can go for compared to the Gardevoir deck, and especially a build like Gustavo's. He's got a lot of options. He's got the Mega Diancie, the Drifloon, and Screamtail all working for him as ways to potentially close out games. And I wanted to start off just from the opening board state of game number 1 here. You see the Lily's Clefairy in the active, something that you might look at and think, oh, it's kind of a bummer to start that Pokemon. It's 2 prize cards right away. Your opponent's going to jump pretty far ahead. But honestly, I think the Clefairy is not a bad starter at all, especially because he got that turn 1 energy attachment to the Pokemon, so he can start to threaten damage right away. And with the Precious Trolley Find from Ryuki right away, that's just fueling the damage output of the Lily's Clefairy. So it allows him to put on so much pressure, hitting into the first 3 prize Pokemon and really forcing Ryuki's hand. He missed the Turbo Energize on his first turn, so now he has to penny this Pokemon if he doesn't want to just lose 3 prize cards right away. And I actually do want to talk about this sequence here as well. I did think it was a little interesting. Ryuki does go for the penny to pick up this Mega Kangaskhan EX, and he had a choice here, Turbo Energize and Mist Energy in the hand. He could have retreated back into this Kangaskhan to allow it to tank a hit, but instead he goes for the Monkey Dory. And I'm looking back at it, I'm maybe wondering if this is where things went wrong for Ryuki in this game. Yes, he's putting a low 1 prize Pokemon up in the front, right? He's not risking another 3 prize Pokemon taking a big hit, you know, not forcing his hand to maybe play another penny on a future turn. But by giving Gustavo this prize card, what ends up happening is when Gustavo gets this Bravery Charm and the energies from the Turbo Energize all had to go to Mega Absol, this Clefairy is going to be able to tank a hit from the Mega Absol. It does not get knocked out super easily, and Gustavo takes his first prize. Now with 5 prize cards remaining, his prize map is really super straightforward. Ryuki's put on no pressure, and all he has to do to close out the game is knock out the Mega Absol and then KO, most likely, the Pecharunt EX with a Screamtail, which is extremely easy to do. 160 damage plus 30 more from an Adrenabrain. And he's got a lot of time to do it as well. And you can see the thing missing from Gustavo's board here. He's doing all of this without Gardevoir EX. Totally unnecessary. And it works out nicely as well because it's not a 2 prize liability for Ryuki to potentially get right back into the game.
Yeah, I'm glad that you highlighted it in that opening sequence from Ryuki. Missing out on that Turbo Energize was the real issue that I had with the setup. Is when he does finally have it, you have an answer to that Lily's Clefairy. If you put the energies onto your Monkey Dory, then attacking in with that Lily's Clefairy starts to feel a little bad at that point. You can move your Pokemon around. You're not worried about boss's orders or anything like that on the other side. And without Gardevoir access, there's no Screamtail to surprise and take away this Mega Kangaskhan. As soon as you move it to the bench, you have 180, 200 damage counters to work with for the rest of the game with Monkey Dory. Instead, had to shift over all the eggs into the Mega Absol basket, which almost worked. If the Claw of Darkness could have locked in just a little harder, it maybe would have got there. Instead, we saw a completely different match, and Gustavo really turned it around.
Yeah, absolutely. The top deck for Gustavo on this turn specifically here was, of course, huge. Able to navigate and attack. Obviously loading up the Mega Diancie, right? He's playing around to the potential of his Gardevoir getting KO'd. It's very likely for Ryuki to reach for a KO on the Gardevoir if he would like to, through a counter catcher, right? If he needs it. The problem here, though, as well, I need to kind of re-look through this as well to see if perhaps Gustavo could have left one less energy onto this Diancie so that the Scream Tail is more of a threat potentially on the next turn. But the way it works out is basically Ryuki, I mean, if he attacks with the Petron, he's 10 short, right? You guys math that out perfectly.
Same with the Blood Moon.
With the Blood Moon as well. And the Blood Moon ends up being what Ryuki just has to go for. It's the only 2 prize Pokemon he can stick in his active that can put on a lot of pressure, but also doesn't instantly just get KO'd by what Gustavo has available with the Diancie in the active spot. Diancie, of course, damage capped there. And he is able, of course, Gustavo, on the next sequence here to find the Seeker Box, which would unlock a lot of different ways. I mean, the most straightforward win condition I saw is just Turo this Diancie and then using the Scream Tail to target down that Petrarunt on the bench. Or, well, once it moves to the bench, here it is. And cleans up a pretty nice game. This game one felt pretty in control for Gustavo. Ryuki getting the turn 1 trolley feels nice. Missing out on the Turbo Energize puts him pretty far behind.
Yeah, another thing too with the play from earlier of not using the Mega Kangaskhan EX is it just accelerated the game by 1 more turn with that prize mapping, like you were saying.
Yeah, it would, you know, if Ryuki had gone for the Kangaskhan with the Turbo Energize, it does put more pressure on him to find a penny pretty quickly, and he's already expended one. I'm not quite sure if he had another one in his hand there. He maybe wanted to be able to have the flexibility to play a different supporter, so I can understand it, but just giving up the prize card in this specific spot, I think, is really, really what set him off to a losing path in this game.
Yeah, I don't mind having the Mega Kangaskhan take the damage in that spot.
Yeah.
It's for the return from Gustavo to really capitalize on that damage. It's going to take at least 2 or 3 turns with the way that he was drawing and the way the board was set up. And by then, Ryuki's moving all those damage counters over to that side of the board. I think the Mega Kangaskhan with an energy could have even been one of a cleanup attackers at some point too, if you need to.
Yeah, it's definitely something that could have been an option. Keeping those damage counters in play is great, and just wasn't quite able to piece it together as he would have liked. And another thing as well is if he does go with Kangaskhan here, Gustavo's really not threatening much in form of like Scream Tail targeting down the bench because he needs to find Rare Candy Gardevoir, right? There's no Curlia on his board, so another reason, yet again, that maybe Kangaskhan would have been the better user of Technical Machine Turbo.
And get 2 more cards. Who knows? Maybe let one last errand running, gets the job done, sees a few more resources for Ryuki. There's so much to consider with these small plays, but they're so impactful.
Yeah, well, congratulations to Gustavo on a pretty clean 2-0 win. He moves now to a record of 10-2, feeling pretty good heading into cut. Ryuki is going to be eliminated from top cut contention here with his 3rd loss, but of course can still finish in our top 32, lock up some cash on the weekend, which I'm sure he's going to be aiming to do.
Thank you yet again, Chip, for this amazing breakdown of our round 12 in Swiss. That does it for us here, but don't go anywhere. We have round 13 coming up shortly. Hello, Pokemon Pokemon fans, and welcome back to the Orlando Regional Championships. Right now, it's round 5. Well, we just finished round 5, actually, and I have Liam Halliburton with me. I watched his entire match here at round 5, and he's currently 5-0, yeah. And he has quite the interesting deck. But yeah, he played against Harrison in that last round. And Liam, how are you feeling, first of all?
I'm feeling really good. I really like my deck. I think it really brings out the best parts of my game. And so, I'm feeling pretty confident. I'm really going to try and make my mark in this event.
That's for sure. Of course, we didn't get to see that match on the stream just yet. But just to paint the picture for Liam Halliburton's round 5 match, he was up against Charizard EX. Liam is playing Zoroark. And you know what? I'm going to crown it. Not since 2018 has there been a true Zoroark control. And oh boy, were you in full control of that match. Liam here was against Charizard EX. He chose a lot of times to just honestly pass and chose not to attack, not to take prize cards against the Charizard EX deck, but also took in hits with his own Zoroark to be able to use as resource with his own Monkey Dory to try and clean out a couple of games. That's how game 1 finished anyway. He had a ton of damage on his Zoroark while spreading damage, doing 250 to Pidgeot, 250 to Charizard EX, and using the Monkey Dories to start spreading and suddenly taking like, what, 4 or 5 prize cards in one turn?
Yeah, I mean, the natural way to play against Charizard, it's a Pokemon that does more damage when you take prizes, so you want to try and take all of your prizes in one big sweep. So I was trying to use my Monkey Dories to set up for these multi-prize turns.
And then something of note as well, something I caught is you chose not to take a prize card until there were, what, 2 cards left in your deck at multiple games, at both games, I think.
Yeah. I mean, it's basically just that. It doesn't really benefit me much at all in the matchup to take prize cards early on. I can't really run my opponent off the board. The Charizard is going to like reverse sweep me sort of if I take too many prizes. So I want to just sit back and chill for a little bit. And then I have a bunch of cards in my deck to help me win these longer drawn out games where, I can sort of put my opponents in like stalemates. And then I have like these like stalemate breaker cards like the Zoroark.
I was wondering if you're going to mention it because I did see a couple of cool cards, a couple of power supporters, I'd have to say, in your deck. And you even used Palpat to try and reuse Zoroark.
Yeah. I mean, I played the Zoroark in my last event, and my list is posted online in my Discord. So, I figure it's not too much to leak. But yeah, I do have the Zoroark again. It's a card that I really like, and it really helps me feel comfortable in like games like that where I don't really want to do anything and I just want to sit there. Having the Zoroark makes like sitting there like a much stronger play.
Absolutely. And then again, let's walk through that game 2 now. Game 2, was it more of the same game plan as game 1, pretty much?
Yeah. I mean, basically the exact same thing as game 1. I think the matchup is pretty favored. It's a straight Charizard build with no Dusknoirs. So there's no real way for my opponent to sort of like attack into me in a way that is like strong for them. As soon as they put the Charizard into play, they A, lose some of their energy acceleration, B, commit their energies, C, give me a really good target. I can now like hit the Charizard and like spread a bunch of damage onto their board. When it's just Charmeleons, it's not the easiest for me to attack into their board. Although at some point I did actually shred into the Charmeleon, copying the Zekrom. But it's just really difficult for my opponent to like start the game, and then obviously they have to start the game though, or else I'm gonna get them with the Zoroark later. So it's just a pretty favored matchup.
I like it. There's a lot of threats in your deck, just like even showing that you have L-Gem, I feel like forces Charizard to attach 3 energies almost. I think your opponent did attach 3 energies to Charizard multiple times, and Charizard is not known as a deck that plays a lot of these energy cards.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, my deck is I have so many like late game power cards that I'm making a lot of threats, particularly in that matchup, right? If my opponent doesn't overload their Charizard, they're running into issues with like Counter Catcher and L-Gem, where they lose the energy on the Charizard and they can't move their active and attach the Charizard in the same turn. So like they run into a lot of issues that way. But then of course, as you can imagine, attaching 3 energies to the Charizard brings issues of its own, where attacking with a second Charizard becomes pretty difficult as it requires the Super Rod now.
Absolutely. Again, absolute control of that game. It was an absolute pleasure to watch that game, actually. I'm sure we're going to see more of you from this stream. Again, Liam Halliburton, ladies and gentlemen, one of the players to watch here at the Orlando Regional Championships. We're going to throw it back to more Pokemon action.
The Sunshine State welcomes you, everyone at home, to the regional championships here in Orlando. Things are heating up, and I'm not talking about the weather. We've got 2 Swiss rounds remaining until we make it into our asymmetrical top cut. Gardevoir, not super present at these top tables. A lot of the dark type decks here, Piper, are really performing up to the level they need to be.
Yeah, Gardevoir, Goldengo kind of missing on their last big tournament. We're hoping to see them do a bit well and give them a nice goodbye, but still a few up there in contention. A lot of great players too that we saw yesterday. A lot of interesting decks as well up there. I think there's an Alakazam somewhere around top tables, maybe getting to win it in the next round. I think last I checked, Tord was still in contention with that Zora Kangaskhan build. A lot of great decks and great players to see.
Speaking of which, we can take a look at the standings for this event so far. Swiss Round 12 has completed. Jackson Ford, a name to look out at, a regional champion with Charizard, not playing that deck, of course, on the Marnie's Grimmsnarl, as well as Noah, who is playing that End Zoroark deck, is now in a spot where both of these players, if they can find it, can double intentional draw into top cut, it seems.
Yeah, the one thing to consider, though, is do you want to get that safe top cut, or do you want to play it out and try to dodge the asymmetrical round? Because especially with these bigger events, more people can be in asymmetrical. So when you're only at the 11-2-1 or 34 match point break point, you may have to play that extra round. Or even at 11-1-2, sometimes 35 match points, you may still have to play that extra round. And players really don't want to do that. They want that guaranteed top 8. But looking down on the list, there's Gustavo Wada, who we just saw, junior world champion. And then Brent Tonneson, Tord, Karis, a lot of great players who have had great seasons and plenty of different decks. Makani Tran, who had like a 5-win streak of like caches, I believe. Top 32s and betters at these big events, top 8 at UIC.
And speaking of which, it will be our featured match for the stream here. Take a look at some of the other matches happening out in the field. Gustavo, Brent, as we mentioned before. Noah up against Jackson, so we'll have to see if they decide to play it out or intentional draw, but the matchup of feature of note here will be Karis Jones up against Makani Tran, and it is going to be Gardevoir up against Grimmsnarl, so the same way we started the day yesterday, we're running it back here in day number 2.
Yeah, really interesting matchup, having the weakness on the Gardevoir side, but also a ton of Monkey Dories to kind of cancel out the Grimmsnarl's damage placement. So we'll see what strategies Makani uses. Has a lot of different tech options. We've seen that Mega Diancie time and time again come up, especially against these decks that can't really one-shot it. And starting off the Secret Box prize, Secret Box for both players prize, really big pieces, allowing them to make big combo turns. Other than that, nothing too much.
If I can't have the Secret Box, you can't have it either. Both players unavailable to use their A-Spec during this game, as well as one of those Curlia, the top prizes, can be annoying for that Technical Machine evolution.
Yeah, when you're drawing 8 cards off of Lily, sometimes you draw that Curlia, and then with one in the prizes, you can't use that evolution to get those Curlias quickly, so we'll see if that comes up, or if Makani's able to set up normally. And then Karis, as we mentioned, Grimmsnarl uses that Secret Box a lot, but as we get into it, looks like Makani is going first.
Going first, no Secret Box at the disposal. Does have an Ultra Ball in the hand, it seems. It's just considering what to discard. It will be the Psychic Energy and Rare Candy hitting the discard pile as well. Makani's going to get the bad news that that other Rare Candy is actually in the prize card, so no access to that card as it seems for the time being. Yeah, or no, excuse me, that's the wrong prize cards. Rare Candy over on Karis' prizes, so it seems that the Rare Candy will be available, but still losing that resource on turn 1 can be a bit annoying.
And with that second Curlia prize, being down that Curlia in the prizes, the Rare Candy in the discard means it's going to be hard for Makani to reestablish those Gardevoirs after the first one potentially goes down to a boss's orders, or maybe even the Iron Bundle if Makani's board is a little too tight. This Iron Bundle is a really interesting tech in Grimmsnarl that is really good with the Pokepads, easy to search out, easy to recover with Night Stretchers, and can put your opponent into weird spots where they have to make a decision of what do they promote and give you extra damage or even a knockout on.
Yeah, really strong in the mirror.
Yeah.
Not as strong here in this matchup. It can still be annoying to move some Pokemon out of the active with that Scream Tail as well. Sort of talk us through, Piper, a little bit how Scream Tail can be impactful in this matchup.
Yeah, as we saw yesterday, Scream Tail is used a lot to knock out those Monkey Dories on the bench without giving the Grimmsnarl damage to knock out that Scream Tail in return, especially when it's on the bench with the 30 damage from Shadow Bullet. But this Iron Bundle can force it there, so you don't need the boss. So if there is too much damage on the Scream Tail and Karis wants to save those bosses for later, can then force the Scream Tail to the bench and take a 2-prize turn. Because Gardevoir tends to want to boss check Grimmsnarl in these games, and that means off of Ionos or any kind of disruption, force the Grimmsnarl to find a boss. And Makani here getting the Mew really aggressive, kind of showing Karis that his hand is not amazing, really reliant on this restart, and discards a Gardevoir and Night Stretcher, 2 really big resources.
Yeah, and starting off, Karis finds the Arven. Will, I'm sure, be looking for that secret box, but with it not being available, what will the choice be instead? Air Balloon immediately brought to the top of the deck. Does mean something like a Buddy Buddy Poffin could find Badoo and start Itchy Pollen early on, and that does seem to be what the choice is going to have to be here for Karis.
Yeah, you see Makani go for this Mew super aggressively, and if you Itchy Pollen, Makani can't play those items and thin his hand down to restart for more cards. So a really good way to try and lock him out of this game with such a weak start. And it kind of shows how Guardy, ever since Refinement Rotate, has really struggled with item lock. We see it against Poltnor, and now against Grimmsnarl, as it shifts to the double Buddy builds, really leaning into that item lock. It's a really solid strategy. You kind of scam your opponent out of game sometimes, but you really capitalize with the Frostlasses, and there's even decks built around it. Frostlass Monkey Dory with the really heavy Badoo, heavy Bravery Charm. But here we do have the Grimmsnarl option, which gives us a nice way to knock out that Gardevoir EX.
And a big choice here for Karis. The hand is lacking, it seems. Not a lot going on, and is now debating whether or not to go for this Tatsugiri to try and attract customers to find some supporter cards, or to slow things down with an Itchy Pollen. Karis has information that Makani did find a Curly on that previous turn.
Yeah, really showing the weakness of prizing that secret box. If Karis had a secret box here, could have Arven for that, use the secret box to get another supporter for the following turn, as well as that Buddy Buddy Poffin to set up the board, and use Itchy Pollen. But now, just going for that retreat, playing it safe. This Iron Bundle having the Air Balloon feels not great. I mean, Iron Bundle discards itself along with all cards attached. Big attract customers, finds a Lily's Determination for next turn, though.
It's an absolutely big find. Will mean that Karis can continue to cycle through the deck. Monkey Dory comes down as well. It doesn't pass over to the turn. So immediately Makani evolving this Ralts into a Curly at Dark Energy and a big 3 cards off restart. Can Makani find a supporter card, and does find Lily's Determination, a big draw here.
Yeah, Makani here could look for something like the Technical Machine Evolution to get immediately into a Gardevoir, or hold off on that. Just trying to establish the board as strong as possible. It did already attach to the Monkey Dory, though. But having that Monkey Dory is really big, already showing an advantage because Karis did not have an energy this turn, so had to use that Air Balloon on the Iron Bundle and didn't get an energy onto that Monkey Dory. Meaning Makani here, despite going first and having to bench that Mew, actually starting to gain some advantage.
So 8 cards drawn here from the Lily's Determination. Still looking potentially for ways to find Pokemon for the following turn. Does find Earthen Vessel Psychic Energy, and with this essential free turn of items, it's got to be feeling good to at least get some more energies in the discard pile.
And notably, I saw a Gardevoir EX for the next turn, the second one. The first one was discarded on the first turn with a Night Stretcher and 2 Ultra Balls gone already. Could have been a difficult piece to find, but Makani already having it lined up. Benches a Screamtail and passes over to Karis.
He wants to make sure Artisan can potentially find that second Monkey Dory on the following turn, so preemptively benching Screamtail, understanding its value in this matchup, and immediately we see energy committed to this Tatsugiri.
Yeah, and a Bravery Charm on this Monkey Dory, giving it a bit extra HP against the Roaring Scream threat. As we mentioned, Karis having that Iron Bundle can force the Screamtail onto the bench really easily for Shadow Bullet damage, and if this Monkey Dory has more HP, the Screamtail needs to take more damage, and makes it so that it could get knocked out from Adrenabrain, Shadow Bullet, all these pesky tricks that Grimmsnarl has.
So 8 cards in exchange for Karis for playing that Lily's Determination. Does find the Spike Myth Gym, so at minimum could see Morgrim come into play.
Yeah, and a lot of supporters for the next turn, Iono, Boss's Orders, and the Tatsugiri attract customers to try to find another option like Arven or Lily's Determination. Here, using that Spike Myth thinning before using attract customers, raise the odds of a specific supporter.
The fear here, I don't know if you can actually grab Morgrim with Screamtail as a threat on the bench.
Yeah. Knocking out that Morgrim means that there's no threat of Grimmsnarl without the candy, but a lot of lists have been going to only 1 rare candy lately, which I'm sure Makani is aware of. So understanding that knocking out the Morgrim, or knocking out those Pokemon is really good to hinder Karis' setup and attacks.
You can't go too thin here. That Iron Bundle is on the bench, kind of eating up a space right now. It could, of course, move itself, put itself into the discard pile to open a bench space up, but it's instead actually going to be the Morgrim. So going solo here with this Morgrim, how do you feel about this play, Piper?
If Karis has something like the Budu, maybe hoping that Makani isn't able to find a Gardevoir, because as mentioned, there's 2 Ultra Balls and the Gardevoir discarded, and with item lock means can't Ultra Ball under Itchy Pollen. But we do know that Makani already has the Gardevoir, so...
Just a pass over. Gardevoir immediately found Psychic Energy to the active spot, and this will actually guarantee a KO onto Morgrem this turn if there's just another way to discard a Psychic Energy. Or there's 2 in the bin that's actually already there. Can use Psychic Embrace 3 times and get this knockout, and all of a sudden, Makani taking a huge lead in this first game.
Yeah, Karis with no great response to the Screamtail, no damage on the board from Frostlass to Adrenabrain and then Itchy Pollen, no other Morgrims. Here, putting an energy on that Gardevoir, preventing Karis from doing something like countercatcher Itchy Pollen and trap that Gardevoir for a turn, using the Adrenabrain, and then Screamtail, Roaring Scream, knock out that Morgrim.
Yeah, and the 80 damage next turn from a Snipe is perfect. It can KO the next Impidimp that comes down into play. So Makani taking an absolutely huge lead here in this game. Gardevoir established, no Impidimp down, and Karis is just scratching her head thinking, what can I do in this spot?
Yeah, and Karis with that 3rd Impidimp prize and that 1 rare candy means it's going to be really hard for her to ever establish that Grimmsnarl does have a Night Stretcher in hand, but without the rare candy, an Impidimp's going to get knocked out this turn by Makani. Then even if she's able to evolve the Impidimp into a Morgrem, it's just going to get Screamtailed again. There's no threat here from Karis, and it's really showing the strength of Roaring Scream in this matchup.
Yeah, would have to essentially hope that Makani cannot discard a single Psychic Energy. That's really the only saving grace, since that Morgrem does have 100 HP, so it would survive the current Roaring Scream attack.
Yeah, but having an extra turn to do it and not being item locked here, Karis has to use the Iron Bundle to bench a Budu and item lock to prevent the Ultra Ball or Earthen Vessels, but still a lot of time for Makani to try and set up this energy on a Monkey Dory is found, but with no damage, no Frostlass.
And you can't even item lock, since you would actually put the Screamtail up to 50, so it would just be able to KO the Morgrem by itself. So we'll see attract customers still playing the turn out, but this is the question here at 10-1-1. Do you ever just pick up your cards and go next? It just feels like such a hard hill to climb back from.
Yeah, the matchup's definitely a little bit in Grimmsnarl's favor, and when you're at 10-1-1, you're really just looking for that 11th win. That tie there isn't super relevant, so you just want to have as much time as possible to try to win the set.
We'll see Boss's orders get grabbed. We'll see the Spike Myth Gym be used too, but Makani's going to get to take a free prize next turn, another prize the turn after that. And it just seems like such a hard hill to climb, but we got to put ourselves in Karis' shoes. She's been in this spot before, a very experienced player. She's going to play to her outs and see what she can do in this game.
Makani here is getting a bit of a hint that Karis prized that 3rd Impidimp, having to use Night Stretcher again, Impidimp, and then using Spike Myth to get a Morgrem this turn means that we'll probably Roaring Scream that Impidimp, and starting with an Arven, likely getting something like an Earthen Vessel, Ultra Ball, ways to get those extra energies in the discard for next turn to be able to knock out a Morgrem.
Yeah, and immediately finding Earthen Vessel. I believe Ultra Ball was actually the prize card taken on the previous turn, so that will guarantee those energies get discarded, and it was.
Yeah, can even get a second Monkey Dory into play if Makani so chooses. Earthen Vessel for a Dark Energy, Ultra Ball away, the other Psychic Energy from the Vessel, and get a Monkey Dory from that. Really just such a strong board for Makani here.
Yeah, just feels like it's almost curtains at this point, and the game is, barely begun. We're on essentially the 3rd turn of the game. Spike Myth gets discarded, Energy's brought in, Dark comes down, and if there's a way to discard this energy, or even just going to hold on to it for now, we'll just use, the Roaring Scream takes the KO. Iono found off the prizes, and if this gets knocked out here, it's almost all curtains.
Yeah, and the Screamtail just taking knockout after knockout, Karis not having a threat, shows kind of the weakness of going to 1 rare candy and Grimmsnarl. I've seen lists from anywhere 1 to 3, but super rotting to get an Impidimp back.
And I think this is the plan here. Usually Punk Up is the ability of choice to get evolved. Is there a world here where Karis can just go straight into that? Is instead gonna just try and get double Morgrem down in this spot to try and save that Punk Up ability for later. There's always a world where you can manually power up that Grimmsnarl to play around it, but Karis already using 2 of those recovery cards is just left with what, the 1 Night Stretcher remaining in the deck now, it seems.
Yeah, 1 recovery card, and Makani's up 3 prize cards with a Screamtail. Karis having no extra damage in play means it's going to be hard for her to knock out this Gardevoir and the Screamtail, meaning Makani's always going to have a threat on that board. And this spot's just getting more and more awkward each turn that goes by without a big attack.
Let's take a look and see how the rest of this game plays out. It will be the Tatsuguri using that attract customers. Not sure it found anything. We'll see the Morgrem get evolved with the Technical Machine evolution, so at least threatening a Grimmsnarl on the following turn. And the other advantage here is besides this Tatsugiri, there is nothing that can be KO'd currently with this Roaring Scream attack.
Now we do know Makani does have that Psychic Energy from the Earthen Vessel last turn. May have found a way to discard it, such as another Vessel and Ultra Ball. But here, we'll see what Makani decides to do on this turn, just taking a bit of water. You know, hydrate. Hydration is really important. These tournaments
That's aura right
are
there.
really stressful on your stamina. 2 days of lots of Pokemon, lots of thinking, especially with Gardevoir, one of the more complex decks in the format. And here, in a slightly unfavored matchup, really just evaluating all of the options.
Looks like there is just some sort of a discrepancy or judge call we were just checking with, it seems, but it looks like we are back to resuming the pace here. We're actually going to see the energy committed to Gardevoir EX. Very interesting. Is this a spot here for Makani where he wants to start to slow things down? Potentially. It will be the Iono. So maybe there was no way to discard that energy in the hand, or at least not choosing to. We'll see 4 cards drawn for Makani. 6 for Karis. This Roaring Scream is kicking a KO on the Tatsugiri, so that is a possibility.
Yeah,
With Monkey Dory already set up, just such a huge advantage still in Makani's court. And yeah, it's just going to be the Roaring Scream, pre-attaching the energy to the Gardevoir, potentially taking a bit of an insight into a counter catcher, possibly KOing it, and just wanting those energy in the discard pile for future turns.
And Karis having the Tatsugiri in the active for so many turns has built up a ton of supporters in the hand. So with that Iono, putting those to the bottom of the deck and knocking out that Tatsugiri is really going to hinder Karis' ability to continue the game while drawing cards. As we say time and time again, Grimmsnarl has no engine. It's relying on those supporter cards and the punk-up ability to try and stabilize.
So see another Monkey Dory brought to the hand thanks to Pokepad. But these Adrenaline Brain abilities, we really see Gardevoir do its best job to just not let Grimmsnarl take advantage of this ability. There may be a potential for no Adrenaline Brains on Karis' side to even exist. We'll see the punk up. It will accelerate energy onto Grimmsnarl EX. So finally here, Piper, Karis will be able to fire off a Shadow Ball this turn.
And Karis, considering getting some extra energies, thinning out that deck, the Pokepad thin the deck, this punk up thin the deck of so many energies, which, as mentioned, these Monkey Doors aren't really doing much, so you don't need them like in a lot of other matchups. So just getting them into play, thinning, because I don't think I saw a supporter card in there. Prepping for the future turns.
If there's a Technical Machine Devolution, that's not going to do much. Monkey Dory will come down, and yeah, it's just going to be the retreat. And we're actually going to see Corkscrew Punch get in there, take a KO onto this Screamtail. But now, all of a sudden here, Makani's going to be able to go down to 2 prize cards. Kara's only taking 1. And there's going to now be 4 energy potentially in the discard pile at the end of this turn.
This Morcom being in the active with the 2 energies and Karis already being down an Ice Treasure and Super Odd means Makani is happy to take this knockout, putting himself at 2 prize cards with that Grimmsnarl on the bench for the last 2. A lot of resources will be down for Karis. We'll see Makani drew his secret box off the prizes last turn, so has basically every option available to him.
Just double checking to see if there's enough cards to burn from the hand. Could burn everything but Super Rod Rare Candy, and if there's enough things to search out like stadiums and tool cards, could actually grab an Ultra Ball here to just guarantee that Rare Candy Gardevoir as well.
And this Artisan with the Super Rod can put the second Gardevoir back into the deck, the Screamtail back in the deck. The Artisan will get the Screamtail back out if that's the attack that Makani wants to use to knock out this Morgrem, as it seems to be one of the more efficient ways. Could also use the Mega Diancie, as that is not in range of getting knocked out by the Grimmsnarl. So we'll see what Makani goes for. Here's the Super Rod.
So Monkey Dory, Screamtail, Gardevoir EX all coming back into the deck, and there is the Ultra Ball. And we'll see with that Rare Candy, it just feels like Gardevoir number 2 is going to come down into play. Usually got to be careful about putting these Dark Week Pokemon in play. Mew EX, Gardevoir, and now another Gardevoir EX is there, but just such a huge prize lead for Makani. He's going to go to a 3 prize card lead at the end of this turn.
Makani understands here that he's just so far ahead that getting the second Gardevoir into play, especially with the second Curlia prize and already down to Rare Candy, is just super important so that he doesn't get a bad Iono hand and is unable to respond to a Grimmsnarl attack and lose this game. Finds the Lilies off that secret box, reset the hand, 6 new cards.
Yeah, hasn't even used that Artisan, so that does feel like because that Artisan was not used before Lily, that maybe it is that Mega Diancie that wants to be found here off of these 6 cards.
With the Artisan in play, Makani can always get that Screamtail, so just leaving the option open for that Mega Diancie, not committing before the Lilies. We'll see what he ends up drawing if he's able to get that Mega Diancie attack. I see an Ultra Ball and some Psychic Energies.
Wow.
Fantastic hand for Makani. The Fezandipity for future turns if something gets knocked out.
Hey, even just considering using that flip to script, so we'll actually just bench out that space. Finds Dark Energy for next turn as well. What Pokemon now is Makani going to want to go in and attack with?
He can attack with everything to knock out this Morgrem with the double Monkey Dory. Looks like going to be using a Miracle Force here, attaching an energy to the Fez, preventing a Counter Catcher plus Itchy Pollen or a Shadow Bullet to just stall a turn with the Fezandipity in the active. Makani here just playing around everything, it feels like. Having the draw on board, the energy on the Fez, the second Gardevoir, even playing around the TM Devolution in the future by attacking with the Gardevoir without the Kirlia in play.
Wow. Protecting everything, it seems like, at this spot. Iron Bundle does come into the active spot. As we are almost 20 minutes through this round here, Piper, Karis tries to navigate some sort of an endgame, but even being on odd prizes means it will be a minimum of 3 turns if she wants to win this game.
Karis here just not having the board presence or the resources to try to close out this game. Has this one Grimmsnarl, but yeah, like you said, 3 turns where Makani is at 2 prizes. If he ever knocks out this Grimmsnarl, just wins the game. And with 2 Monkey Dories, it's not that difficult. That's 60 damage already.
Is there a world, Piper, in this spot where you try and just ignore the easy 2 prizes in the active and go after the monkey with the Dark Energy here?
It feels a little too slow, but maybe at 5 prizes, you need to get to even prizes at some point. So could potentially work out. See what Karis decides to knock out.
The bench is pretty clogged outside of, you know, the Monkey Dories, and the one Gardevoir needs to be there. But no, it's just going to be the KO. Shadow Bullet, 30 damage onto Fezandipity. And now here for Makani, if he could just use Roaring Scream twice, this game is essentially just locked up. We saw a Night Stretcher in the discard pile on turn 1. We saw a Super Rod just get played. So there's just one way to recover this. But if he can find the Screamtail this turn, which is guaranteed with Artisan, or actually something else here, if there's the way to attack with Mega Diancie, do we see something like Professor Turo? If there's a Turo and a Dark Energy, that would also win the game here.
And I think he might have discarded the Turo off the Secret Box. Not 100% sure. A lot of resources in that last hand. But has to be really careful of giving Karis damage. But here, Artisaning for the Monkey Dory may have the Turo in hand.
Let's take a look and see. It's just going to finish shuffling up the deck. Now triple Monkey Dory in play, and it actually seems like this is finally a spot where Karis is going to get to use these Adrenabrain abilities on this turn.
Yeah, but at the same time, Makani could just Mind Bend and put it all on a coin flip. Could also just be content waiting a turn.
Yeah, this has actually opened an opportunity. If something were to happen in terms of damage counters, if Gardevoir EX goes down this turn, with a boss's orders and a heads flip, this game is actually over here, Piper, because of triple Monkey Dory. If there's another Dark Energy, this game is completely flipped upside down just on this turn.
Yeah, maybe bringing in the question, should Makani have copied Shadow Bullet with Genome Hacking and 3 Monkey Dories to knock out one of Karis' Monkey Dories and prevented the triple Adrenabrain? Here, Makani just maybe being careful with his damage can make it so Karis can't move enough damage, but I think
if Makani wants to, he can actually KO the Impidimp this turn on the bench and just leave 60 damage here. So Makani will actually take the proactive play, takes the KO on the bench Pokemon. The only downside is being bench locked in this spot, but it will just be the Mind Bend for 60. So as things stand right now, Karis cannot win the game this turn. She can, however, put on a lot of disruption if she flips heads and can KO this bench Gardevoir EX.
But it seems like Makani just has the game on board. 3 Monkey Dories, 90 damage on board, and this Genome Hacking to copy Shadow Bullet can knock out one of those bench Monkey Dories. And if Karis knocks out the Mew, has Artisan for Screamtail to knock anything out off the bench.
Wow, almost a checkmate here set up for Makani. We don't see Mew EX get involved often, but this is a card that I know you can speak for, Piper, really allows you to make some creative plays with Gardevoir EX.
Sometimes it bails you out in the early game, giving you a couple extra cards. Sometimes you use against Dragapult, wipe their board, but a lot of options for this Mew. You can use it against every deck and just turn their own attacks against them. Here, Marnie's Grimmsnarl gives a lot of spread damage, an extra 30 damage to that Monkey Dory on the bench with the 3 Adrenabrains. Would be a knockout, so we'll see what Karis decides to knock out, what supporter she uses, likely trying to Iono, but I don't know if I see one in the hand.
Yeah, it just feels like no matter what Pokemon you KO, it's pretty much just locked up and guaranteed. I guess you can bump the stadium with a Spike Myth, play Iono, and hope your opponent doesn't have Scream Tail. That may just be the best case, but you're still going to need to flip Heads Off Confusion for all of that to work.
Yeah, Monkey Dory is absurd, throwing the damage across the board and the confusion, but here Karis just picks it up, understanding that the game is too far gone, and heads to game 2, hoping for a bit better of a start, not having that secret box early, forcing her to go into the Tatsugiri, giving Makani items turn after turn. Gave him a lot of advantage, just use the Roaring Scream from Screamtail and take away those key pieces.
Seemed like there was some potential to possibly come back in that game. Want to bring Chip in to talk a little bit about how things played out from this first game here. Chip, I mean, it seemed like there were some opportunities for comebacks, but just this early secret box being prized, the huge difference maker right away.
Yeah, that was a big deal for sure. And not only the secret box, but also the rare candy, the one of as well, in Karis's list being in the prize cards really limited her potential here. This opening turn, deciding between the Tatsugiri and the Badoo. She knew Makani didn't do that much, had to go for the Mew. Honestly, she finds herself in a pretty tough spot, and in this matchup, if you fall behind as the Grimmsnarl player, it feels really, really difficult to come back. So she does lean into the Tatsugiri, does get herself a supporter, but I do have to wonder, should she have relied on the Badoo to try to slow Makani down just a little?
Thanks so much, Chip. Totally understand, both sides of the argument. You got nothing going on in your hand, but your opponent's not doing much, and that back and forth is a very interesting dynamic. We're already getting into things here, so let's go ahead and throw it down to the action, see what's going on. It looks like just an attached pass here from Makani as Karis does start Snow Run. We've talked a little bit about Frostlass in this matchup, and with the slow start on Makani's side, could see Frostlass come into play and have a little bit of value here in the second game.
If Karis is able to establish a Monkey Dory on her first turn, and Makani was such a weak board, the Frostlass could really prove to be advantageous for Karis. Extra Monkey Dories and the damage to use them, and opens the secret box. Grimmsnarl feels like they always have that secret box or Poffin in their opening hand so often. And here just off to the races with such a strong start, getting another Spike Myth replacement. You see that resource management secret box discards a card, but also finds you Spike Myths, so you can discard one to replace it and not have to worry about discarding something more important. And looking at the prizes, nothing too crazy. That Technical Machine Devolution can come up sometimes, but is not something you rely on the matchup, and is pretty easy to find at the bottom of those prize cards.
Complete 180 flip here on this first turn, almost picture perfect. We'll see the Night Stretcher be used as well. It will bring the Impidimp back, and this is pretty much as you write it up. We haven't even seen a supporter card played yet. Okay, Karis, I see you.
Karis here looking for the Dark Energy for the Monkey Dory, potentially a Frostlass for next turn, but is going to end the turn with Itchy Pollen. We talked about it last game, how Makani going first, not having the ability to play items, or supporters turn 1, and then items on the next turns means his board can be really weak, not able to find evolutions for the Ralts, Monkey Dories with Dark Energies, kind of has to choose one of the two. Karis here still has the Spike Myth for next turn.
So playing that early just to grab this Impidimp out, and actually grabbing Grimmsnarl to threaten that rare candy on the following turn. Karis having access to a bunch of resources. Monkey Dory number 2 comes down. Badoo comes into the active spot, and it is getting itchy in here, Piper. 10 damage, no items. What can Makani find? Does have the Technical Machine Evolution off of what appears to be from the top of the deck. Is there anything else to go along? It's just going to be the Iono. So under item lock, is there a way to find another basic Pokemon? One to evolve? Does not. And with just the Curlia here, may have to actually retreat out of this Ralts in order to avoid danger of this being KO'd.
At the same time, Makani's hand is so weak, may just call sign, and yep, here we see the call sign, probably getting Gardevoir, maybe even that Mew EX again. But also, just prize checking here, sorting the deck. One of the easiest ways to prize check in the Pokemon TCG. And looking at Makani's prizes, a lot of energies, nothing too bad.
If this Curlia falls, the other Curlia being prized could be a big deal. The Gardevoir at the top of the prizes, also annoying under Itchy Pollen to find one of those, but can just search it out of the deck right now. And it really does feel like the scale of this game is going to tip heavily in Karis's favor if she can find rare candy on this turn.
Rare candy to get the Grimmsnarl to play, knock out this Curlia, take away Makani's only real threat. Makani understanding that, getting the Pheasantipity in case that happens, and a Ralts to replace it. But may just lose too much advantage. Almost a complete reversal of the last game where Karis was only able to have that one Morgrem that got knocked out. Makani only has this one Curlia that could get knocked out, but Karis here with a Lily's, not guaranteed that rare candy, but has 8 cards to try and find it.
Yeah, it was difficult with 2 of those Arvid being in the prize card, so a bit of a sigh of relief for now for Makani. You know, it's never over till it's over. We've seen plenty of 1-0s be drawn early in this game, and that Spike Myth has not been used yet, so here we go. Big 8 cards. Do we see that rare candy? We find it! Wow! What a rip off the top 8 here for Karis, and that's going to mean Curlia goes down this turn.
Makani here with no Ralts, just wasn't able to find that extra basic off the Iono with Itchy Pollen. Now has to decide, do we continue playing this game or maybe look to a game 3 scenario with only 25 minutes left?
Wow.
This is a win it into asymmetrical cut. Really important match. See what Makani opts to do.
And can even go in with the corkscrew punch this turn if she so chooses to, to take a KO onto this Curlia since it is weak to dark. That way you play around the confusion potential down the line, and it's going to be that exact line. Corkscrew punch getting in there. Curlia falls. How can Makani come back from this spot?
Well, he has to rely on this Pheasantipity he searched last turn, not having any support in this hand besides Professor Turo scenario. Has a Nest Ball here to get a Ralts. Searched out a Ralts last turn, so slowly rebuilding that board, but really relying on that Pheasantipity 3 cards to try to get him out of this situation.
And even burn that Technical Machine Evolution on the previous turn, and with the Curlia being prized, it's just going to be so hard to get Gardevoir EX into play. It's going to really have to be relying on one of those 2 rare candy cards.
Connie here really struggling to find a board presence. Karis with a Morgrem, a Grimmsnarl, and a Monkey Dory powered up. This Snow Run potentially getting involved into and becoming a Frostlass at some point. Makani finds an Iono though, so not out of it yet.
Finds an Iono. There's another Ralts in the hand. We'll have to see how risky Makani wants to play with this board. It is going to be the second Ralts being benched. Counter Catcher, Monkey Dory, just to try and buy some time here.
Karis does have a lot of energies in play, 5 in play, and that Air Balloon already committed, so may not be able to move this Monkey Dory as easily as she would like.
Does find Earthen Vessel and a Psychic Energy, so can start to put some energy in the discard pile and find some for future turns. But once again, it feels like the tempo is in Karis's court. If she can find a way to move Monkey Dory and continue to apply pressure and take some prize cards.
Makani here has a really strong board from the Screamtail Curlia board last turn, but is it enough? Karis has the Dark Energy to move the Monkey Dory. Deciding if she wants to remove this Artisan for her last Spike Myth. Discarded 1 on the first turn off the Secret Box, and Makani just bumped the second one with the Artisan. Here just debating it.
Yeah, it would probably mean evolving this Morgrem into Grimmsnarl, since you would really limit the ways you can search it out. I don't think there's any Ultra Ball on this list, and that's really the only way to get Grimmsnarl EX into play.
A couple different supporters. I think I see Lily's Determination and an Arven. So we'll see what Karis opts to do.
Will be the Spike Myth coming down. And it will be Lily being played first. So we'll get to see 6 additional cards from the deck. We have been seeing 2 different sides of the narrative here in Game 1 and Game 2.
Karis looking for Boss's Orders for the future turns. Maybe a Frostlass now. Just Makani does have a Monkey Dory though, so have to be a little careful with giving him that damage. There's a Boss's Orders for next turn and a Pokepad to either thin out of the deck or maybe get the Frostlass involved this turn. We'll see what Karis opts to go for. Eyeing up the Frostlass at the front of the deck, evolves it immediately.
So this Monkey Dory will lose its Dark Energy from retreating, which does mean that Makani will potentially have the Monkey Dory advantage going into this next turn. That is really the biggest saving grace right now, and it's actually going to be an Itchy Pollen here just to prevent Gardevoir EX from coming into play, strengthened by the fact that Karis is holding on to one of those Boss's Orders supporter cards.
Knocking out the Screamtail is good since it forces a Night Stretcher later, but Makani has a second Dark. The big idea of this Itchy Pollen was to try to stop Makani from finding another Dark Energy, but he just immediately has it and an Iono to disrupt that boss to the bottom of the deck. So maybe playing it a bit more passive with this Itchy Pollen could bite Karis. And Makani here starting to reestablish the board, but we know that second Curly is prized. 1 is in the discard.
Karis finds another Boss's Orders off that Iono, and that's going to change a huge tempo depending on what Pokemon she wants to chase after on the bench. And the Dark Energy too, wow! Huge finds here from this Iono.
Karis will be able to knock out both Ralts this turn using 2 Adrenabrains, putting 40 on 1 Ralts. Boss's Orders up another Ralts, and use Shadow Bullet.
Wow.
We'll see.
Yeah, it's going to be exactly that play. Double Ralts KO. Karis will go down to 3 prize cards, and sure, while Monkey Dories are in play for Makani, he's got nothing else to support this.
He can Mind Bend, but Karis here has 2 Grimmsnarls in play, can even accelerate some extra energies, or has the threat of a second Grimmsnarl, can accelerate extra energies to retreat through the confusion and not even have to risk the flip. But even if she wants to risk the flip, Makani has all 3 Ralts in the discard pile, I believe.
Yeah, and remember, this damage is still building up on the board passively thanks to Frostlass, so even if you're not doing much, you're still slowly building up pressure on Monkey Dories on your opponent's side.
Karis does have to watch out for that Technical Machine Devolution from Makani. I don't know if she knows that he has it, but using that Wonder Candy already, has to consider evolving this Morgrim soon as this Grimmsnarl takes more and more damage. Makani could even go for it this turn to try and buy some time and alleviate some pressure.
It could play something like the Night Stretcher to bring back one of these Ralts. Instead, it is going to be the Secret Box for the time being, so it doesn't necessarily shut out the option of the Technical Machine Devolution. We'll have to see if Makani wants to play this powerful A-Spec this turn. It will be the choice. Ultra Ball, Psychic Energy, and Technical Machine Evolution hitting the discard pile. And what will be the choices here from the trainer cards? The Secret Box just allows these plays to be stringed together very easily. Bravery Charm, actually, as well as the Counter Catcher, so continuing to try and maybe go after some Pokemon here.
Could knock out the Morgrim with a Mind Bend and a couple of Adrenabrains. Could just Mind Bend the active, but getting that Iona for the next turn really big. I believe Makani has played 2 already, so one of the advantages of Gardevoir is you just slowly pick apart your opponent's board while going Iono, 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 but Makani with only 2 left, a little difficult to find them.
So we'll see double Ralts hit the board again. Makani doing his best to make sure Gardevoir EX at least comes up next turn. And now the big question for me, Piper, is what is the plan with this Counter Catcher that was grabbed?
Could maybe knock out the Morgrim, like I mentioned, the Frostlass, if that's a little scary, or even one of these Monkey Dories can get knocked out from the extra damage.
You would essentially just be trading Monkey for Monkey, which doesn't feel that great in this spot, as you're pretty behind on the prizes here. It's now a 3-prize deficit on the other end, so we're actually just going to see the Morgrim get chased after. There's the Adrenabrain number 1. Pheasantipity loses its 3 damage counters, potentially. It's actually going to keep those 30 damage. We'll put 4 onto this Morgrim, Mind Bend for the KO, so Makani finally takes that first prize card, but these Pokemon will tick up. Karis, has the Monkey Dory even lead here, and will take it actually after this turn, especially if Karis can find yet another Monkey Dory on this turn. Did top deck Super Rod for the turn, and that Artisan is in play now, so if Karis can just find one of those 2 Dark Energy that were discarded, it would allow her to take another 2 prize cards this turn.
And those 2 prize cards could be on both of Makani's Monkey Dories.
Yeah.
And with just 2 Ralts left, Makani has to find Rare Candy Gardevoir and no Monkey Dories on board. What will he even be able to do if Karis is able to find that play?
Yeah, the only advantage here is that Grimmsnarl has been evolved via Rare Candy, so if you can use that Devolution on the following turn, you would guaranteed buy yourself a turn from Shadow Bullet.
It's going to be hard to do without any Monkey Dories to add damage. Karis here with potentially 3 Monkey Dories can heal all of this damage off the Grimmsnarl and get super far ahead.
Just going to potentially be only the 2 Dark Energies, so it seems here that Karis is fully investing into this 1 Grimmsnarl to get her across the finish line.
Potentially leaving a Dark Energy in the discard for Night Stretcher if she has one still. But with a full bench, you don't really have the ability to get another Impidimp down and evolve that up in the time allowed, especially with that Rare Candy gone already.
Yeah, so
here's
we'll
an
see
Arven.
the Arven, and that can actually grab the Night Stretcher if she so chooses to get this guaranteed attachment, and that is going to be the play. So Karis will go down to just 1 prize card here. The big question, though, can this Grimmsnarl get it done, or will something like Devolution or Mind Bend throw a wrench in Karis's plans?
Even if this Grimmsnarl goes down, this Budew now has a Bravery Charm, so it's not prone to an Adrenabrain. And with triple Monkey Dory, Karis only going to 1 prize potentially this turn.
Yeah, Karis could actually do this with a Badew's Itchy Pollen and actually prevent Gardevoir EX from guaranteed coming into play this turn. Is that the better route here?
I think it seems really strong. You're taking away a Monkey Dory. You're preventing a Gardevoir EX from coming into play. And Item Lock is just so powerful. We see so many decks playing it. Gardevoir has Frillish. So many different decks have Budew. Grimmsnarl has even been going to 2 Budew.
Yeah, it's so close. There's 3 Adrenabrains. If there was just 1 more damage counter on the board here for Karis, could actually use 9 damage counters from her side to Makani's side and KO this, but is just going to be short. So this Monkey Dory will go to 80 damage on it after this turn. actually going to decide to go for the Shadow Bolt. So just wants to remove both Monkey Dory. Okay with Gardevoir coming into play. And Karis goes down to just one prize card remaining in game 2. 15 minutes left on the clock.
And Makani here just having those 2 Ralts, no more Monkey Dories, no Curlias, needing to find Rare Candy, Gardevoir, and some combination of cards just to stay in the game, but not even threatening.
And as it stands, you know, if both of these Pokemon on the bench don't evolve, even with the Bravery Charm, Triple Monkey just takes the KO and wins the game on the following turn for Karis.
Connie here, Bravery Charming that Screamtail, as you noted, both could get knocked out if there's no evolutions. With a Curlia, could prevent that play.
It's just tough, right? The Curly is in the prize cards as well, so would have to burn one of those recovery cards, and Makani cannot get it done. Picks the cards up. Opposite narratives in both games. We're going to a game number 3 here, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, both players have struggled in a game, and then the kind of gets back into it, but both players ending up losing to the one who takes the advantage early. So we'll see how this game 3 goes. It's going to be Makani's first chance to go second if he chooses, which Gardevoir typically wants. We saw both those games, Karis trying to item lock and capitalize on slightly weaker starts.
Big advantage, as you mentioned, that Badu really providing value here in this second game as we'll look back on how things played out. It was just this perfect turn 1. Was able to secret box raw from the hand without having any assistance and just had the perfect setup. Found the rare candy on turn 2, and it was just too much pressure. Makani was not able to get Gardevoir EX into play until that last turn where he just conceded and picked up his cards.
Makani not really able to keep his board as strong as he'd like. Both Ralts being knocked out one turn, and then both Monkey Dories being knocked out meant that couldn't put anything together on that last turn and just ended up conceding that game pretty shortly after. Had the Candy Gardevoir, but just no good attacker to use.
We're getting right into things, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go, game number 3. The Tatsugiri start here for Karis, and the Buddy Buddy Poffin as good as it gets here for going first.
It gets better. I saw the secret box in Karis' hand yet again.
My.
An amazing start if she wants to play it. Could also hold it for later. We saw how big Arven for secret box can be. Looking at the prizes though, 2 Monkey Dories and 2 Darks could make it a little awkward to establish those. But at the same time, we do see a lot of games where Grimmsnarl versus Gardevoir doesn't have the damage to move with those Monkey Dories.
And lots of recovery as well for Monkey Dory, so it should be okay here for Karis. Can start things off with this attract customers as well to find a supporter card, top 6 cards of the deck. Any friends there? Looks like there is an Arven, as well as an Iono. The Arven will be the selection, and just immediately gonna ditch it from the hand for Secret Box. Now just considering if this last card is gonna be this Iron Bundle or Spike Myth, and the Iron Bundle will be the one to hit the discard pile.
Karis here having a Grimmsnarl and Spike Myth in hand, has a lot of options, could get the rare candy for next turn and the Lily's Determination, try and get this game over with as quickly as possible. Only 11 minutes remaining. This matchup can take a lot of time sometimes, where both players are just taking one prize after one prize knockout. Gets a Poképad.
Stadium being grabbed. Just as fear of this hitting the bottom of the deck thanks to an Iono, it seems. So we're just confirming everything has happened here. We'll see the Poképad get played, it feels like. That can grab a second Impidimp. So we're actually just going to see the Stadium played from the hand. And that Spike Myth will grab the Impidimp, and then I'm sure we'll see that Poképad get played for something this turn. Something like a Monkey Dory feels more than right. Is there a Dark Energy in the hand as well? There could be. I can't quite tell here.
Grabbing Monkey Dory here. Discarding Snort off the Secret Box means we're probably not going to see Frostlass this game. Just Pokepadding, getting a Monkey Dory ready. Bravery Charm on the Budu. Really strong to prevent an Adrenabrain from knocking it out at any point.
No energy, but the rest of the hand super solid. Artisan gets slammed down right away here for Makani.
I'm looking at Makani's hand. I think I saw Earthen Vessel and Ultra Ball, but I don't know if I saw a supporter, so we may see something like that Mew EX restart coming into play to try to bail him out. Looking at the prizes, I think he's only playing 1 copy of the Bravery Charm. Could be pretty big, preventing the Screamtail from taking big knockouts and also preventing you from upping the HP on some of those frail basics.
It's actually going to be the Ultra Ball discarded from this Earthen Vessel. So what can Makani put together this turn? We'll see double energy put to hand. There's the Darkness energy. And actually nothing else. It's just going to be a pass over of the turn here. Can Karis find a way to KO this Pokemon top deck rare candy? Okay, Karis, that card is coming in clutch whenever you need it.
Yeah, I mean, that one rare candy in the deck seems to just find its way to the hand every time it's needed. Karis here having the Secret Box and Buddy Buddy Pop in turn 1, and now the rare candy turn 2. Just needs to move this Tatsugiri into the Grimmsnarl, and it's just going to be so far ahead already.
Yeah, already has the Grimmsnarl in hand. Actually going to use this Tatsugiri's first. Behind boss's orders, is there a way to get an energy or an air balloon in the hand? No, just going to fail it.
Already had a boss's orders, maybe looking for an Arven to get that air balloon to move that Tatsugiri guaranteed, but now going to have to hope to find it off the Lily's Determination. Using Punk Up will take 2 energies out of the deck, but can also use a Spike Myth to thin a Morgrim out of the deck.
It's interesting. There's maybe a world where Karis is set on using Ichipal on this turn, followed up by a boss's orders, but no. We'll see Rare Candy be played. Grimmsnarl accelerates those energies. Spike Myth Gym used to find Morgrim, and this is going to be a big 8 cards here for Karis to try and find a way for Tatsugiri to move out of the active spot. Don't let it be a fish out of water.
With only 10 minutes remaining, going for this more aggressive play means Karis will hopefully have time to complete this game. We saw yesterday with Henry Chow playing this passive Frillish line against Rowan, was unable to close out the game in time, even though he was in such a dominant spot. But no energy, no air balloon.
Wow, a huge break for Makani. No way for Tatsugiri to move out of the active spot, and it will be a turn bot here for Makani.
But Karis does have a boss's orders for the next turn, so she can find a Dark Energy or an Air Balloon, but Makani here has his second Artisan to bump the Spike Myth again. Getting another Ralts.
This comes down. There's a Curlia in the hand as well as an Ultra Ball for the following turn and Fezzidipity, so it seems that Makani is just going to try and preserve this Monkey Dory, play a bit of Ring Around the Rosie, and see what Karis can put together. And it was the next card. Absolutely heartbreaking for Karis.
Would have loved to see it last turn, but has the boss's orders in hand this turn, so not upset to see it this turn either. Fails this attract customers, but has a really strong play lined up this turn, knocking out this Curlia, and then Makani is going to be living off this Fezzidipity in the hand. Could have maybe been a bit more aggressive with the Ultra Ball for the Mew EX and restart, but just relying on the flip the script. Finally found the energy boss of the Curlia.
And here we go. It's playing out just as you mentioned, Piper. Shadow Bullet will take the KO, 30 damage on one of these Pokemon, and it will be off of Fezzendipity's back. It feels like something we say time and time again. Flip the script. We'll need to find Makani a supporter card, a rare candy, something in this spot. There's the Mew EX, and Makani will start things out slow. Use this Artisan, find another Ralts for a bit of safety and protection, but it's still going to be flip the script, now or never, do or die.
And Makani has a few things to consider. If he uses Mind Bend, gives Karis damage to potentially get another Grimmsnarl into play, a Monkey Dory, and if he is unable to evolve this Ralts up or find a Bravery Charm, could get knocked out later, but has the Adrenaline to heal it a bit. Find Secret
Box and Ultra Ball in the hand here.
Does he have enough cards?
Just gonna play this Lily, just no time to think about Secret Box. I don't think there was enough cards to guarantee Rare Candy Gardevoir in this spot.
With both stadiums down, Secret Box and Ultra Ball, you have to discard so many cards. Probably not enough to be able to do that and play your supporter for turn. So just hoping to find the Secret Box again off this Lilies. Finds a Curlia. No rare
candy can evolve this up to protect it. But with this damage being moved back into play, there's actually no way to clear out both Pokemon, but it's still going to be a big mind bend. We may finally be in Confusion City here, Piper.
And both players playing really quickly here. Karis grabbing this Arven to potentially get the Air Balloon out.
Yeah.
Maybe retreating back into the Budew or has another Grimmsnarl.
Night Stretcher, that would guarantee the Dark Energy for a Mind, or excuse me, for an Adrenabrain. Is there another Grimmsnarl in the hand? There is. Doesn't even need the Stadium. Big time find for Karis here.
A lot of damage going to be put onto Makani's board, and this only Monkey Dory with the Dark Energy is going to get knocked out. Karis not even losing the energies off this active Grimmsnarl with the Air Balloon. When you don't have to commit that Air Balloon early, it can be really useful for these Confusion scenarios. We'll see where Karis decides to move this damage, starting to put pressure on that Ralts, play for finding another boss's orders later and knocking out Gardevoir and the Ralts, taking away all of Makani's options in the future.
Lots of cards needing to be moved. It's tough when Grimmsnarl is just such a big boy. There it goes. Shadow Bullet, KO on Monkey Dory. Ralts now at 6 damage counters on it. Karis has taken the first 2 prizes, but Makani can finally get Gardevoir EX into play, which is a big thing that was missing from the second game.
And both players playing so quickly. They understand the importance of this game. A win it into top cut. Really just trying to complete the set in the 50 minutes plus 3 turns.
And we're at 5 minutes remaining. It's going to be very difficult, so we'll try and keep you as up to date with the action as possible. These players are going to be flying through their actions these next few turns.
Connie here getting that Gardevoir EX ready, has the Curly to evolve, needs to remove some of the damage for this Ralts or evolve it up and find a good attacker this turn. Has a counter catcher, could be strong, a lot of energies in play, and the air balloon committed already.
It's going to be the Grimmsnarl with the air balloon on it yet again.
Maybe looking for a Mega Diancie attack with one Adrenabrain.
Yeah.
It will get knocked out.
It
Here, just
would.
making sure support hasn't been played yet. Oh,
Uh-oh.
the deck needed to be cut.
Uh-oh. Hold on.
Yeah, looks like Makani was speeding through a little bit and
think
forgot to
somebody-
offer the deck to be cut. And
I
put the cards
think
to the bottom of
cards
the deck.
went on the
Yeah.
top of the deck
Oh, on
instead,
top?
potentially, yeah. I think we are confirming exactly what happened here. Oh, it looks like no offer to cut before the Iona was played. Oh, no. All right, so we'll have to make sure everything is getting cards off the bottom of the deck. Okay, so it looks like we are able to revert this situation. Just the deck was shuffled and then shortcut. This is kind of just how things play out. So we'll make sure that the appropriate time extension is given and all is reverted. Sometimes these situations can get a bit stressful when the time is down to especially under 5 minutes remaining. So the deck will be reshuffled. It will be offered to be cut. The Iona will be played. And like you mentioned, Piper, if there's a Dark Energy and a Diancie off of these 6 cards, it would allow Makani to take a KO with that Mega Diancie. Can we find it?
Secret Box and Dark Energy, and still has flipped the script. Finds a Mega Diancie and Dark Energy
Wow.
anyway. Gets to keep the Secret Box if he wants, or can use it to get a Bravery Charm, although I think it's prize, but could find a Curly potentially to evolve this Ralts and protect it.
So we'll see the Iona on both sides. There is the Earthen Vessel, so more Psychic Energy hitting the discard pile. That's the question, though, here for Makani. Can he find a way to evolve Ralts?
And after such a slow start, Makani has got himself back into this game with this Mega Diancie attack. 240 damage plus 30 from the Adrenabrain, and the 60 already on the Grimmsnarl from the Mind Bend last turn. Gets knocked out, and both players now even on prize cards. Karis down a whole Grimmsnarl line with 2 energies and that air balloon.
Yeah, and
A lot of
leaving no
resources.
damage on the board, so this Ralts is actually completely safe this turn from being KO'd.
Amazing turn from Makani. It's crazy to see such a powerful turn after what we had seen earlier, just what seemed like draw, attach, pass, draw, evolve, pass. But Karis here finds the boss's orders.
Yeah, and Makani actually didn't do something that I expected him to do, which is to prepare extra energy onto this Mega Diancie in case Gardevoir EX gets knocked out in this spot. Now with this boss's orders being found, if Karis decides to go after Gardevoir, Makani will have to find another rare candy in order to take his KO and put more energies into play.
And this is Karis' second boss. She is playing 3, though, so has one more later. Makani does have that Secret Box, though, in hand that we saw, so will likely be able to put together the Gardevoir. But Karis now going to 2 prizes. Has Technical Machine Devolution as a play with so much damage on this Ralts.
Yeah,
See what Makani opts to attack with this turn, promoting the Monkey Dory. Not sure if we'll see a Mind Bend this turn, but could be a possibility. Already has Gardevoir EX in hand, it looks like, and the Secret Box. So looking to use the Secret Box, get the rare candy.
Yeah.
Probably an Iono to disrupt Karis' hand down to 2 cards.
Yeah, there's still 4 prize cards remaining here for Makani, so he's got to figure out how to get through these next couple of Pokemon. It will be Rare Candy, Technical Machine Evolution, and the Iono. So like you mentioned, reestablishing Gardevoir EX, disrupting, and potentially getting in there with another Mind Bend flip can confuse this Pokemon and force potential coin flips out here on Karis' side.
Yeah, and Makani here getting the Technical Machine Evolution, maybe just some fodder for an Ultra Ball or Earthen Vessel, or just thinking out of the deck for after this Iono. Has a Nest Ball, getting another Monkey Dory. He did Earthen Vessel for a Dark Energy last turn. And now still has Flip the Script active.
Yeah, burning everything. Gonna use this Iono first. Shuffle the deck up. We'll make sure everything is randomized. Karis getting just 2 cards left. And potential confusion. That's the big question here, Piper. What attack do you go for in this spot?
Karis finds the boss's orders, and Makani goes for that Mega Diancie attack. Karis will win the game, but could also just Mind Bend, try to put it on a coin flip on top of that all. But with the Spike Myth in play and this Impidimp on the bench, Karis may be able to put together another Grimmsnarl. So Makani may be looking for some type of...
It looks like it is going to be the
just
Mind Bend. So Mind Bend here, confusing this Grimmsnarl. What are the 3 cards? Finds Night Stretcher and the Lily's Determination. Is going to search the deck first with the Spike Myth, see if there's anything available.
Makani here could also be setting up for a Technical Machine Devolution play. I mean, Karis is down that 1 rare candy. There's 120 damage on this active Grimmsnarl.
And I believe Karis didn't actually use the Spike Myth when putting it into play the previous turn. Could have actually grabbed this Morgrim on that previous turn.
I think bench the Impidimp last turn instead.
Bench the Impidimp last turn. Okay, well, regardless, Morgrim's going to come down into play. Night Stretcher and Lily being played. So a bit of a sigh of relief here for Makani. The question now for Karis becomes, what is your play if you're going to just retreat out this Grimmsnarl? Do you Itchy Pollen? Do you take the coin flip? What do you go for?
I may need to take the coin flip with that Air Balloon already down and a couple recovery cards. Treating this Grimmsnarl feels really puts a lot of pressure on the energies, and that's something Guardy loves to do against Grimmsnarl. This confusion, really, we haven't seen it happen much, but in this game, it's really taken the center stage, forcing that Air Balloon early. Here's a coin flip.
Big coin flip. Is it a heads?
Tails.
No! It's a tails. This Grimmsnarl takes 3 damage counters. If Makani can find another Monkey Dory plus Dark Energy, he can actually Devolution and KO both of these Grimmsnarls.
Yeah, and Karis here forgot to use the Adrenabrains to heal this Grimmsnarl, allowing this play to happen. Otherwise, the Grimmsnarl would have been at 90 and couldn't have been Devolutioned to knock out both the Morgrim and the Impidimp that way.
Let's see if this play is here. He's going to search through the deck for an S-Ball, but Makani, does he have all the pieces available?
I see the Dark Energy in hand. I don't see the Monkey Dory in the prize cards.
There's a Night Stretcher in hand. That would guarantee it here. Doesn't even need the Nest Ball. Can fail this Nest Ball off the hand. And then a Monkey Dory plus Dark. Is there enough Psychic Energy? I believe there is. Oh, it's in the deck. Doesn't even need it. It's not in the discard pile. It's in the deck for Makani. He needs to put all these pieces together. Can move 3 off the Diancie, 2 off the active, and then another 3 off of one of these Pokemon here. And then Devolution will wipe the entire board and leave Karis with nothing but supporting friends and a supporting cast.
And Makani here, so much damage on the board, can retreat this energy, kind of shuffle around where the damage is, going into that Diancie, being a little bit safe of the Blood Moon Ursaluna. We know that Karis doesn't have it, but it is something a lot of Grimmsnarl lists play.
Wow. And saving this card, not showing the Devolution at any point during the set, may have completely caught Karis off guard. We're going to see a full Devolution into effect as time has actually been called here, though. Can Makani now not only wipe out this board, but can he take 2 prize cards here in this final turn?
With this Budu and Tatsugiri on board and 3 Monkey Dories for Makani, would be able to knock one of those out and then use Miracle Force or Diancie to knock out that last prize card.
Wow.
So there is a line for Makani to win here. After such a weak start, he's able to take it back with that Technical Machine, Devolution, a tech we've seen come in and out of Gardevoir. And here, taking away all of the Marnie's Pokemon from Karis's board, what will she be able to do to respond?
This game has been completely back and forth. What looked like a scrap fest for Makani has completely shifted into an incredible board state. Triple Monkey Dory, the Diancie fully powered up, and now with just 1 turn remaining for him, can he find a way to close things out? And now it becomes the question here for Karis, can she not lose this second game here, this third game rather?
Makani here, even playing around Karis using Technical Machine Devolution to get the Gardevoir out of play, having 7 damage in play already to knock out that Tatsugiri, and the Mega Diancie ready to do 240 damage to whatever ends up on the board. Really, Makani just showing how well he's practiced with Gardevoir, playing around everything every game, it feels.
Just feels like there's no line here where Karis just avoids a Miracle Force. It would have to be a boss's order stall onto this Pheasantipity and hoping that there's not an energy in play.
And
so here we go, big big Tatsugiri here. There is how many bosses orders in deck? Just one boss.
Played 2 already.
So it's going to need to attract customers into this boss. If there's no bosses orders, there's just game on board here for Makani.
Karis here finds herself in a really precarious position. Big 6 cards.
Big 6. Do we see the boss's orders? We do. So there's the boss. So this is Karis's best chance to try and win this game. If there's a Dark Energy, can even use something like Itchy Pollen to try and shut down the ability to bring back Psychic Energies. There's the boss. It's flying to grab this Pheasantipity. Actually going to find the Gardevoir EX instead. And just the pass of the turn, how many energies are in the discard pile here for Makani? That's the question.
Makani here needs enough energies to retreat or Professor Turo scenario to just move this Gardevoir. Has an Earthen Vessel. I don't think that's enough with how slowly he's playing this turn.
There's 2 energy plus an Ultra Ball in the deck. So it can attach an energy and then sort of, you know, spin the wheel here with a Lily's Determination to try and find Ultra Ball, that 1 copy it seems, and that Psychic Energy too.
Then a couple cards like this Bravery Charm, but A lot of cards in deck. Karis may have found the way to sneak a tie here.
So Gardevoir EX, the choice of promotion from Boss's orders, slightly better than that Pheasantipity. And here we go, Piper. It's going to be a Lily's Determination. Makani is going to see almost all of the deck. Needs to find that one copy of Ultra Ball and the one copy of Psychic Energy. If it's not found, then these players are going to draw this 13th Swiss round.
One thing to remember, though, Makani still has his last Psychic Energy. There's one in deck, but there's also one in the prize cards, and he has the triple Monkey Dory. Could knock out the Tatsugiri, so if he just finds the Ultra Ball, could try to find it off the prizes there.
Needs to find Ultra Ball, though, for... Wow!
2 cards!
Rips it off the 6 cards. Are you kidding me here? Makani comes back in this game and wins Swiss round number 13.
Yeah, finds it off the last 2 cards of that Lily's Determination and has the triple Monkey Dory to knock out the Tatsugiri and then the DNC, the Mega DNC to knock out whatever Karis promotes there.
Wow, are you kidding me here? Makani is going to go through the actions here. Triple Psychic Embrace. It's just going to showcase everything. So this Gardevoir EX was in the active spot. So the Gardevoir EX needs to move. It goes into the DNC. 7 damage counters are moved off of this board, which was on the board already. And then Mega DNC can destroy anything in the active spot.
Yeah, here...
So we're just going through the motions here. So we Psychic Embrace. The Gardevoir has 2 on it. We move 7 damage counters to the Tatsugiri.
Yeah, Makani here got a little ahead of himself. Looks like the damage might have gotten messed up a bit. Not sure.
Pretty sure there was 3 onto one of these Pokemon.
I think there was 3 on the DNC.
There should have been 30 damage on the DNC. I think we may have to rewind the board a little bit. I'm almost certain that was the game, though.
Yeah, hey, I thought the Ultra Ball plus Psychic Energy to move the Gardevoir was all that was left.
I think we need to check how much damage is on the board, because I'm almost certain there was 3 damage counters on this DNC. The issue becomes, though, that Makani fully popped off and took his headset off. This is absolutely devolving into chaos. We saw the perfect draw here off the 6, and now we're just kind of trying to pick up the pieces, but if everything is reverted correctly, Makani should just have the game on board.
Yeah, with the triple Monkey Dory and the DNC can take the last 2 prizes on this last turn of the game, or turn 2, Makani's last turn. Karis would still have one more turn, but doesn't have any impotence in play to take any knockouts.
We'll have to reward. So yeah, there were 3 damage counters on the DNC. So now with this being the case, we'll see Adrenabrain number 1 move 2 counters off Monkey. Adrenabrain number 2 move 2 counters off the Monkey Dory. And Adrenabrain number 3 would knock out Tatsugiri. And that Garland Ray would knock out anything in the active spot. We're just going to get confirmation from the judges that all is correct, all is in order, and that Makani will be able to win this game.
A bit of a pause, but we see the strength of Gardevoir having 3 Monkey Dories in play. Seems to just be an instant win anytime they're able to get it. And yep, here Makani showing the win here, knocking out that Tatsugiri with the Adrenabrains, and then the Garland Ray for 240, taking the last prize and winning the game on his last possible turn. Got a little ahead of himself there, but was able to close it out. After such a weak start, too.
Yeah.
Draw Attach past turn 1, draw Evolve into Kirlia. I think Attach retreated into a Ralts and passed again. Karis having the Rare Candy Grimmsnarl, but with that one turn to be able to move the Tatsugiri into it. Really back and forth game after 2 pretty one-sided games before it.
What a finish here in this game. Absolutely back and forth game number 3. The narratives completely shifted for both games. And it ended in absolute fireworks here. I'm shocked, absolutely astounded. Like you mentioned, Makani did have the 50-50 to use the Adrenabrains first, and then with the Psychic Energy being prized, but needed to find the Ultra Ball, and it was literally the final card off of that Lily's Determination. The actual final 2 cards were
Psychic Energy,
Ultra Ball, found it, discarded it. You've got to give it up for Karis. Had essentially a 50-50 on the previous turn to find the boss's orders, found it. So you can really see in Pokemon, when we get down to these final 5 minutes, cards just start flying all over the place. And we ended with an absolutely fireworks ending. Makani Tran advancing to 11-1-1 and locking up a spot here in their asymmetrical top cut.
Yeah, incredibly impressive gameplay from both players that game. Both of them realized that this game was so important, and they both had really solid winning odds, so picking up their pace of play to be able to finish in only about 10 minutes for that game 3. And we really got down to the wire. Makani winning on turn 2 of time, his final turn to play the game. And really such a fun way to end the game. Lily's Determination, finding the Psychic Energy as the 5th card, and then Ultra Ball as the 6th card. And he was able to take the victory there.
One of the pop-offs for the ages as well. Full pop-off. Cards went everywhere. At least the Monkey Dory didn't get lost like it was in a Bonds game, so we could look on the bright side for that one. But absolutely, extremely well fought from both players. Want to bring Chip in to talk a little bit about how that third game played down. We saw in game 1, the narrative was completely in Makani's side.
Yep.
Game 2, Karis, complete domination, found the rare candy when it was needed. And game 3, the rare candy, like a magnet, showed up again on that second turn. But Makani was just able to run us through a complete comeback. Talk us through those last couple turns, because that was really where those triple monkeys got established and the narrative fully flipped.
Yeah, I mean, it was really, really well played by both players, to be honest, but Makani especially down at the very end of that one, getting to the board state where he was able to get that third Monkey Dory into play. A big play as well, though. Part of what enabled everything from Makani was the fact that Karis, like Piper pointed out, she forgot to use the Adrenabrains to heal this Grimmsnarl, so it made it so that Makani could clear both of these Pokemon out of play. It wouldn't have allowed Karis to attack that turn, but she at least would have access to an Impidimp that she could evolve into Morgrim that turn to threaten the Grimmsnarl on her next turn. Instead, she was left really only playing for the potential of closing out a 1 match point tie as things were shaping up at the very, very end of it. And the huge flip there as well. We talked about it a little bit yesterday. It feels like so often these Gardevoir versus Grimmsnarl matchups come down to coin flips. I've actually watched Karis's games specifically where she has lost these Monkey Dory coin flips. I believe it was against Ian Robb at like Milwaukee Regionals that she lost a winning into a coin flip situation. So got to feel for her in that spot, just not going her way. But then, I mean, the pop-off for Makani, of course, needing to find the Ultra Ball and the energy. Listen, I respect the excitement. I would have been excited too, but we gotta sit at the table and play the cards and make sure we go through the motions there. A little bit of a step ahead of himself there, but wow, congratulations to Makani. You can tell how much it means to these players to be in this position. Makani locking up a spot now in top cut. Karis not eliminated. Does need to win this last round, though, to get into the asymmetrical cut.
Yeah, and this was all enabled by that devolution. And one thing that was sort of pointed out is I don't know if there was a spot throughout that set where the devolution was shown, and it's usually not accompanied by just the lone Frillish in a deck list like this. Talk us through how important preserving those techs can be in a set like this.
It definitely can be. I do think Makani, Piper may know better than me, has been playing the devolution, has played it at previous tournaments, so I'm sure that's probably something Karis, you know, give a quick little check of the Limitless page as you're walking up to the stage and make sure you know exactly what your opponent has played most recently. So I think he played it more recently, so it maybe has been something she was thinking about, but like you said, Ethan, he didn't show it at all for the first 2 games, so maybe that thought creeps into her mind. Maybe he doesn't have it this weekend. It ends up being the game-winning play for him to set Karis back and lock himself up a spot in top cut.
We'll be seeing more of Makani and potentially more of Karis. She's got to lock in and win that last round. Thank you as always, Chip, for coming in and sharing some wisdom and tips for all of us at home. But wow, wow, wow. We're going to need to take a little bit of a simmer down after that round. Big-time pop-offs and big-time plays here in Orlando. We've got more of that coming up. Round number 14, the last Swiss round, where dreams will be made and dreams will be broken. Don't you go anywhere. We'll be right back after a short break.
everybody. Gabby here with Declan and Miles, and it is their first ever Pokemon event. Declan, are you having fun?
Yes.
Miles, are you having fun?
Yes.
All right, well, Declan and Miles are huge Pokemon fans. They've seen every episode of the animation. They like to play the Pokemon games, and they like Pokemon Go. So let's talk about the animation first. What is your favorite series of the animation and why?
XY and XYZ, maybe even one of the newest ones, which would be, how do I already forget its name? Horizons. Yeah, Horizons.
I love the Horizons theme song. I listen to it all the time. Miles, how about you?
I like XY and XYZ, mainly because of the Mega factor.
So then, did you really like playing ZA with all the Mega Pokemon?
Yeah.
Who's your favorite Mega?
Lucario.
How about you, Declan? Who's your favorite Mega?
That is such a hard question. Maybe Altaria, or I can't say it. Altaria.
Altaria? Well, you mentioned you have a Swablu in Pokemon Go, so that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
My favorite Mega Pokemon, I think, would be Mega Metagross. So let's talk about Pokemon Go. So you've mentioned that you still have your Charmander from when you first started?
Yeah. We both chose Charmander.
Is Charmander your favorite first partner Pokemon?
Out of the 3 that I could choose, yes, but not in general.
Well, what about in general?
I really like Mudkip.
Mudkip's a good one. How about you, Declan?
First of all, brother, what happened to Torchic being your favorite? And second of all, my favorite out of the ones I had to choose was Charmander, but in general, it would have to be, Froakie, maybe.
I mean, Froakie's a lot of fun.
Oh, yeah.
So
They're tied, okay.
So Froakie is tied with Sprigatito. Very nice. What's your favorite Pokemon game?
We haven't had many, so...
You haven't had many?
But I really liked having Shield, because that's when I caught my Zygarde, my Tapu Koko. Yeah, I still don't know how you got a Zygarde and Tapu Koko from Shield. I told you, the caves. One of my favorites would have to be ZA.
I really love the music in ZA, and I love being able to run around with my Pokemon alongside of me. Was that your favorite part too?
Yes, I really love just running around with my Greninja beside me. My least favorite part is being able to be knocked out by wild Pokemon.
Yeah, they're so mean, right?
Yeah, very mean. I don't like how the rogue Megas just constantly attack me and not my Pokemon. And when they do attack my Pokemon, it's when I have Mega Evolved my Lucario, which makes it even worse. Only then when they attack.
It's like they know, right? They know when you're just not expecting it, and then they just attack you, and you end up at the Pokemon Center. Yeah.
Everything goes black, and I'm just like, why?
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 All right, well, to wrap things up, I want to ask you both, who is your favorite Pokemon?
Mimikyu. No question. That's a hard one.
My favorite's Bidoof, so it has to be stronger than Bidoof.
Like Scizor.
You really like Scizor?
Yeah.
Why are you holding Aegislash like that?
Attack.
All right, well, we might...
Doing that all day.
Well, we might be getting into some rogue mega battles out here with Aegislash, so I'm going to make sure these trainers make it home safely. Declan and Miles, thank you so much for joining me. Do you want to say hello to anybody who might be watching?
No.
All right?
No.
All right, easy enough. Thank you both so much for your time. I hope you enjoy your first Pokemon event, and we'll be back with more Pokemon action from here real soon.
I think you should emulate Ash Ketchum. He is so inspiring, having his goal of being the best like no one ever was. And it's actually inspired me to try to become the best. But yeah, just going to show that just believing in yourself and going for your goals.
The trainer I think people should look up to and emulate would be Tord Rekliv. Ever since he lost the World Championship, he still competes and he still wins. It's showing that even after a tough loss, you don't give up and just continue playing.
I think it's an interesting question because there were multiple names that came to my head immediately, both in terms of the competitors and the competitive skill and in the professional integrity and just it being a great community. I think you can look at Wolf, you can look at any other top player. I just love the community. We got too many good players to try and emulate.
there are a lot of good ones to choose from, and I think you can probably try to find one that fits the style you want to have and kind of go after that, right? You have everybody from Rise to Nighttime to Elam to Pocket. They all have different playstyles, but they all show up super consistently, right? They almost always make day 2s, and there are certain things that they all do in common. Look at the technicals that these guys have bent down pat and really like hammer in on those.
So I say everyone should become like Azul GG. I mean, he goes to regionals and day 2s, gets the invites to Worlds. He's an amazing player. And I think watching his streams and watching his videos, someone could learn anything from him. Like he's just so good. So I say Azul GG is probably the best player in this game, and everyone should try to at least be like him and play like him.
Orlando Magic, Orlando Madness is concluding here as our Swiss rounds finish up. We've got one more left, and then Top Cut begins. Hopefully y'all are staying warm as the summer begins here in Orlando or wherever you are abroad. My name's Ethan Heggie. Piper Lapine has joined me for our last Swiss round of the day. We've got an absolute treat. 2 absolutely great players and 2 absolutely great decks. Well, great depending on how you look at it. One of these decks might be on fraud watch.
Yeah, Goldengo has been struggling to do well lately, it feels. But we'll see if that deck is able to make it to the top cut later today. And 2 great players, like you mentioned, on that last round, trying to make it to the asymmetrical top cut so they have that chance to win the event, play some more Pokemon as well. Always a treat.
Let's take a look at the standings from our last Swiss round, round number 13, and see where everyone is placed at. Jackson, Ford, and Makani have both locked up a spot for asymmetrical top cut, both at 34 match points. Noah Sakajian at 33 match points, as well as Joseph and Camden. So both of these players at 33 match points, as well as Gustavo. We'll have to see the match. The pairings actually worked out so that they all played against each other. So Camden hit Noah and Gustavo hit Joseph. We'll have to see if they decide to intentionally draw to try and make it into asymmetrical top cut, or if they want to play it out and see if they can avoid that asym.
A lot of these players had strong starts and may want to play it out because they may be locked for top 16 anyway and hit a good matchup and want to win now and dodge that asymmetrical, as you mentioned. But looking at these notable matches, we are watching John Eng versus Chris Franco, 2 great players. John, Portland Regional Champion a few years ago, and Chris, also a great player in many games. Makani versus Jackson, as mentioned, likely going to see an ID there, but could play it out for some higher seeds. And Lucas Zing there on the win it in. Made asymmetrical cut at the European International Championships this year. Los Angeles Regional Champion and great player. A lot of other great matches on the win it in, so we'll see who makes it into our top cut.
Yeah, so much on the line here. As the math usually works out, it is going to be hopefully 35 match points for these players. So as it stands right now, they will need to win this last round to make it into the asymmetrical top cut, which means they'll probably have to keep playing some more rounds. 34 match points, 34 points will hopefully be safe. Chris Franco on the left. He's been playing the Pokemon TCG for a while. No super strong finishes, no top cuts as of recent, but is 1 match away and switched things up. Played Gardevoir for most of this season.
Yeah, now on Goldengo, and on the other side, Dragapult. One of the big matchups from the 2025 World Championships, Dragapult versus Goldengo. Here we're still seeing it. Goldengo with the Lunatone and Solrock engine, and Dragapult having the new Pokepad card. A couple new additions here and there, but the decks still play pretty similarly. The aggression from Goldengo, really strong against Dragapult Dusknoir, but as we've seen time and time again on stream, Dragapult Dusknoir, if anything can come back from Dengo's aggression, it is Dragapult Dusknoir.
See the coin flip at who goes first or second. A huge advantage to this matchup is going second. You can either shut down your opponent with items on Dragapult's side, or that turn 1 Solrock Cosmic Beam is just so powerful.
Yeah, and knocking out that Budew, then if John goes into another Budew to not want to break that lock, can get knocked out again and get a high prize advantage. But looking at these prizes, nothing too bad on either side. 2 Luminous is a little annoying for John, and then the Turo and Boss could make it hard for Chris to find those when he needs them. But overall, nothing that should be too impactful like we've seen in some games this event.
I think things are panning out to be a good set between both of these players. So much on the stake, so much on the line. Who will advance into our top cut? Time will tell, ladies and gentlemen. But who start here for John, as Chris does start and go first with this Gimme Ghoul. Does have a pair of those Fighting Gong in the hand.
Yeah, has a lot of Pokemon search. I believe I saw a Nest Ball, Artisan, and 2 Fighting Gongs, so we'll be able to get that Lunatone and Solrock online, use a Lunar Cycle if he wants, and potentially get an energy on that Solrock to prep for Cosmic Beam onto this Budew next turn. And a really strong opening from Chris here. Really what you want to see as Gholdengo going first. You want to have those basic search so you don't get scammed by an early Itchy Pollen to shut you out of those.
So Fighting Gong used first. Here's the Nest Ball. Lunatone comes down into play. So that powerful duo, both the draw power and the early aggression that this pair provides can just be so overwhelming.
And one of those interesting techs that you see in Chris's hand is the Mega Lopunny EX could get a really efficient knockout on something like a Fezandipity, a Latias, one of those frail EX Pokemon that Poltnor sometimes has to bench. Could come up, but may not see it this game. It is a 3-prize liability, but it's just an efficient attack at the end of the day. And here, grabbing the Fighting Energy, getting ready to Lunar Cycle, see some more cards. Already has a Gholdengo in hand for the next turn. Really great opening hand from Chris.
See these 3 cards, what they do find. Does find Pokepad, and that's immediately going to be slammed down to find another Gimme Ghoul.
Having all this Pokemon search already means that Chris isn't going to have to use this Artisan if he doesn't want, and doesn't have to give John that free Pokemon search at any point.
Yeah, immediately actually just going to get rid of this Mega Lopunny, so not valuing it here in this set, it seems.
And interestingly enough, we've seen a lot of different A-specs in Gholdengo, from Energy Search Pro to Prime Catcher to Secret Box, but here Chris is playing the Legacy Energy, a build that did win the Curitiba Regional Championships down in Brazil a couple weeks ago. So we'll see how it pans out. It's a really interesting A-spec choice, really disrupting your opponent's prize map in a lot of games, and helps Gholdengo kind of keep that prize advantage. The deck just takes a lot of prizes aggressively, so when your opponent's able to go 2-2-2 prize map, you want to disrupt that with the Legacy Energy, kind of similar to what Ceruledge does, but you're a little bit stronger of a deck and a bit faster. Now passes the turn to John.
A solid turn 1 here for Chris. We'll see what John can put together. Does start off with a Pokepad, and that Budew already in the active spot means Itchy Pollen is online to be used. Chris, like you mentioned, already played a lot of those powerful item cards. So can John maybe disrupt the hand with an Iono? Can he get a whole bunch of Dreepy into play? Still questions to be answered on this first turn.
John here just prize checking, but looks like he's also going to have a strong turn with this Pokepad and a Lily's Determination already in hand to see 8 new cards. Looking for some energies to attach to Dreepy, a Buddy Poffin to get a Duskull and another Dreepy, and just filling that board with basics and prepping to get stage 1s for the following turns. Maybe even benching a second Budew, anticipating this one to get knocked out.
We'll of course do that first deck search, just organizing the deck, seeing what Pokemon are available. We'll take note one of those Dusclops are in the prize cards as well as that Tricloak. There's a couple Pokemon in the hand currently. Latias, Hawlucha, but I'm actually not sure there's a supporter card in the hand.
I thought I saw Lilies, but may have been something else. May also consider benching that Latias, because if this Budew gets knocked out, you're going to want to go back into the Itchy Pollen. So you don't want to retreat the energy, so something like the Latias or a second Budew could be the way to get another Itchy Pollen. The scare of benching a second Budew, however, is that if Chris has a boss's orders, could potentially knock out one of the Dreepies, and then you just have 2 Budews on your board. And here benches that Latias. And, yep, Lily's Determination, 8 new cards.
So we'll just go back into the deck with Lily's Determination, 8 cards. Already essentially hitting the benchmark for this turn, which is get a Dreepy down and Itchy Pollen. We'll see if more cards like Buddy Poffin can be found.
And always prepping for those future turns, trying to find some stage 1s as well. Use some recon directives, some energies. Gholdengo can take a lot of aggressive knockouts, so having as many energies in play to allow you to use as many Phantom Dives throughout a game is really, really important for this matchup.
8 cards at the top of the deck.
Let's find
the Buddy Poffin, but no energy cards here. Could be a sign of those 2 Luminous Energy being prized, a lot less in the deck.
Yeah, some Dragapult Dusknoir lists have been going down to 7 energy total, including that Neo Upper. Not sure what John is playing. Looks like it is only 7 energies, so only 5 in deck. Can be difficult to find them. Looking to get that Duskull, pressure that Curse Blast ability, such a strong ability, forcing your opponent down prizes, giving you extra damage, really activating Counter Catcher, Iono, making Iono more threatening, and letting you hit these big knockouts on 260 HP Pokemon like Gholdengo. This Itchy Pollen 10 plus a Curse Blast from Dusclops 50 means 200 from a Phantom Dive can knock out a Gholdengo in the future.
So solid turns for both of these competitors. Going into turn number 2, we'll have to see how they can capitalize off of this. Bunch of Pokemon down, Itchy Pollen being used, but Chris is sitting on a really solid hand to respond to this. Guaranteed KO. Goldengo already in the active spot.
Now Lunatone set up to draw so many cards. Has the Artisan if he wants another Gimme Gold. Draws another Goldengo.
Wow.
Amazing turn 2 lined up here for Chris.
And just uses that and actually finds
the Lilies.
Lily's Determination. I'm not sure that card's even necessarily needed in this spot. We'll see this Metal Energy get put onto this bench Goldengo. We haven't seen that coin bonus be used just yet. Considering using this Lunar Cycle as well, you've always got to be careful about how many energies you're putting in the discard pile in this matchup.
Now your opponent can sometimes just Itchy Pollen you out of the game, but here doesn't even use another coin bonus. Just takes the knockout here, limiting the hand size to prevent Iono from being too effective. Oh, signal to the Goldengo, so maybe just forgot to use that one.
Sure.
But as you mentioned, holding off on that Lunar Cycle, just trying to keep as many energies in the deck as possible and playing for the future. But John already having 2 stage 1s and deciding if he wants to play this Lily's Determination to try to set up further. I think had a Night Stretcher.
Yeah, does need to find a second Dracloak this turn, as there is a boss's orders pressure to KO the only one in play. But it's going to see plenty of cards. 8 from the deck, and then another 2 from the top of the deck to choose one of those. So still plenty of options in order to find something. We'll see what these cards do warrant. And looking at this here, it's actually not super strong. There is an Ultra Ball in those last couple of cards, so we'll be able to find that Dracloak necessarily.
And finds a Night Stretcher to get the Budu back. If he doesn't find it out to the Budu off this Recon Directive, I think he may need to use this Ultra Ball to find that Dracloak. Could also get the Pheasantipity, draw 3 more cards if he wants to keep drawing those cards throughout the game. But getting that guaranteed Dracloak seems really important here because if Chris does have the boss and 2 energies, which just gets so far ahead.
So there it is, Dracloak number 2 coming into the hand. Recon Directive online, and did find that energy attachment notably, so will not have to rely off of the Neo Upper Energy as well as a Night Stretcher. So now the question becomes, how valuable is using Itchy Pollen this turn, Piper?
It does make it hard for Chris to find those energies. Can't use Earthen Vessel, Fighting Gong, Superior Energy Retrieval, any of these options. But we know that Chris has the energies in hand to boss knock out a Dracloak, but John doesn't know that and really just wants to limit it here. Gets the Buddy Poffin to get potentially another Dreepy or another Duskull and that Budu, which he has the Latios to retreat into and Itchy Pollen this turn.
It's just debating which 2 Pokemon to put into play.
Yeah, it can be really scary to get that second Duskull, as when your opponent's taking 2 prizes off your Budu, if you use 2 Curse Blast, that puts your opponent back onto even prizes, meaning they only have to knock out 1 Dragapult EX this game to win, and you really want to force them through at least 2.
So will be Dreepy and Budu coming into play. Both hitting the board. We'll see Itchy Pollen again, doing 0 damage thanks to Goldengo EX's resistance. Energy dropped down onto Dracloak. Chris already has this knockout lined up. Can now use these coin bonus abilities to draw even more cards to build up the hand. It's really interesting how this deck is built. There's a lot of copies of Lily's Determination in this deck, it seems. You usually just see this deck originally built to use a bunch of Arvins, other pieces like Cypher Maniacs, Code Breaking, but it's really a high reliance here off of these sort of off supporter cards, the Lily, the Hilda, things like that. We are going to just see Boss's Orders take down this Dracloak, or excuse me, this Duskclops. So Chris going down to 4 prize cards, and now that Cursed Blast pressure is off the board.
Cursed Blast is super strong at making comebacks, and when in doubt, my personal mantra is just knock out the Duskclops.
Blast
when your
it out.
When your opponent has multiple Dracloaks, it's kind of difficult to want to knock out the one with the energy because they all play Neo Upper Energy now, so they can get a Dragapult out of nowhere anyway. So knocking out that Cursed Blast ability really limits their options on the turn, because now Chris's Dengo is safe without that Cursed Blast threat.
See the first Recon Directive be used. Does already have Dragapult EX in hand. It will get evolved up, so Dragapult EX has hit the board. There is a Jamming Tower in hand. No stadiums have been used yet. And is holding on to that Iono, and I think it's time to apply some disruptive pressure. Iono plus Phantom Dive, not a bad combo in the TCG.
Interestingly, Chris's build, as you mentioned, has a lot of weird supporters. No Arvins and only 1 Air Balloon, so this Jamming Tower not going to be as strong as John may hope, as the deck is not reliant on that Air Balloon to move stuff like the Genesect EX.
No energy card in this hand for John yet. It's going to be relying off this Recon Directive. And I think we may have to go fishing for another Dracloak to try and hit this last energy.
really...
Oh, has it in hand. Okay, so here we go. This is a big recon directive. If there's no energy, there's no Phantom Dive on this board.
And John would just have to Itchy Pollen again. Chris just needs 1 energy to knock out the Budew. And looking at how slowly he used that recon, I don't know if he found that energy. Just a counter catcher. I guess you can counter catcher the Lunatone and force Chris to have another energy.
Or an air balloon, right? No air balloons played yet.
Yeah, but with the Jamming Tower in play, would also need a Stadium Bump. So just forcing those extra pieces to try to prevent Chris from taking a prize so John can get back into this game. Really showing how Chris's build of Goldango just focused on that consistency and setting up. Works really well against Dragapult, which tries to slow you down as much as possible and come back from there. Yeah, counter catcher up that Lunatone, and just an Itchy Pollen. We'll see what Chris is able to put together this turn. Has 2 coin bonuses.
And finds the Hilda. That's guaranteed energy. Just needs to find 1 more to KO this Budew now.
I can also get a Fighting Energy and Lunar Cycle to try to draw 2 energies. Here using the first coin bonus. Considering that Hilda or the second coin bonus, it does feel a little awkward to use the coin bonus for 1 energy, or for 1 card, but then you know whether or not you have the energy. But you could also Hilda, retreat the Lunatone, and coin bonus for 2, or Lunar Cycle and see 3 cards. A lot of options here for Chris, really showing how important understanding sequencing is for Goldango. Just understanding what order to play your cards so that you can maximize your odds of drawing the combination you need.
We'll check and see how many energy are left in the deck. There's 3 fighting in the discard pile, 1 in the prizes, 4 fighting in the discard pile, 1 in the prizes, and a total of 9 in the deck. So we'll do some quick math here. It does seem like there are 3 energy remaining, or excuse me, 4 energy remaining here. Since there is that 1 prize, is actually going to find the legacy energy here. So very interesting decision on how he wants to go about this.
Showing off the legacy energy to John means that now he doesn't have to play around Prime Catcher or Secret Box combinations. And a lot of free info for John here. We'll see what Chris opts to do.
Maybe just considering taking it slow yet again. Using this coin bonus ability, drawing another card, but you really can't retreat that energy, and you can't use Make It Rain to discard that energy either.
It feels bad to retreat that energy, but you can always do it. And then you lose the ace spec, but maybe it's fine. Maybe looking to attach it to the Gimme Ghoul this turn. Not a lot going on in Chris's hand, just passing to John. It feels bad to pass after such a strong start, but you are at 4 prizes. You can just knock out 2 Dragapults to end the game, but if you had knocked out this Budew, it would have made it hard for John to justify using the Curse Blast, putting Chris to 2 prizes. Just knocking out this Latios or Dragapult would win Chris the game. And here, another Iono, showing just how Dragapult, turn after turn, uses Iono, disrupts the hand, and takes key knockouts. But Chris here has some good options in the hand. John still looking for that Psychic Energy, has 2 Luminous prized.
Did find the Neo Upper, so at worst, it can get attached to another Dracloak that could evolve into Dragapult. Does find the Luminous Energy, though, so big time fight here for John.
Still has 1 Recon Directive left to find some more cards. Counter Catcher, Dusclops, a lot of strong cards.
There's that Night Stretcher, which can find the Dusclops.
Yeah, could potentially knock out the Solrock and the Lunatone this turn, taking away a big source of Chris's draw. Chris does have another Solrock prize, but is playing 3 Solrocks in this list, so would be able to still establish another Solrock Lunatone without any recovery.
Yeah, and the ordering is kind of weird. You just put your opponent to 4 cards. They would then get 5 cards because of using that Cursed Blast. It's still going to be played regardless, so Dusclops does come back into play. Question now becomes, do you use this ability? And then also, where do you want to put damage counters from Phantom Dive?
John does have the Dusknoir for next turn, so may opt to keep the Dusclops in play, but it could also get bossed by Chris again. We saw it happen last turn, but that would also put him on odd prizes. So a lot of things to consider here for both players.
So the first Phantom Dive of the game being used here for John.
Yeah, turn later than he would have liked. Not able to find a Psychic Energy or Luminous last turn, but...
See how many damage counters get to be placed on the Solrock? Is it just a full 6?
May also start to soften up those Goldengos. Yep, 6 onto the other Goldengo so that it gets knocked out from Phantom Dive. Thinking about it a little bit, maybe considering stuff like the Blood Moon Ursaluna, only needing 20 damage on those Goldengos to knock it out. Here, Chris just promotes the Goldengo, has Pheasantipity in hand, and draws a Superior Energy Retrieval. It seems like he's going to be able to put together a knockout with just a few more pieces needed.
Has Lily's Determination as well, but just going to fully invest into using this here. Finds Boss's Orders Nest Ball. That can find the other Lunatone out of the deck.
lot of draw here from Goldengo, and it just shows how the deck cycles so quickly, and you get to these points where it feels like Goldengo can never whiff what it needs to win the game with such few cards in deck, having Pheasantipity, Flip the Script draw, Lunar Cycle draw, and then multiple coin bonuses. Chris could even get a third Goldengo this turn if he draws into it.
Yeah, and it's just so scary with that Badoo being on the board, since that could just be an easy last prize card for Chris if that Dusknoir gets popped.
John here may have to go in, just having this Dusclops in play, not able to use it for a while, maybe only to close out the game. Has the Neo Upper though, luckily.
Finds the second Superior Energy Retrieval. That will pretty much lock up a guaranteed KO onto Dragapult EX this turn.
Depends if there's enough energies in the discard pile. There may only be 4 there right now, and with only 2 in hand, that's only 300 damage. May need to find 1 more, but does have the boss's orders onto the Latios as a worst case scenario.
Can actually retreat off this Goldengo, and that would guarantee it potentially, but instead just finds the Earthen Vessel, and now can only just use one of these Superior Energy Retrievals to take a KO.
Great draw from Chris here, finding all those energies. Retreating the active Goldengo would mean you don't have that Metal Energy on board, and you're putting that Goldengo with 6 damage counters in the active, so really just opening the ability to whiff off an Iono later. And here, doesn't have 2 energies in deck, only able to grab 1, but will still have plenty to knock out. Has to be really careful of John's Badoo though, and making sure that it cannot win the game through Ichipollen locking those energies in the discard pile. We saw it happen yesterday where Ichipollen just locks those resources into the discard pile. It's always something to be wary of, especially with Goldengo, where the Badoo does no damage to your Goldengo and you can just get decked out.
All right, so here we go. Superior Energy Retrieval brings back 4 energy. Now, how many are in the hand right now? There are enough to take a KO. 7 energy needed and 7 energy are found. Make it rain, 7 energy KO onto Dragapult EX. Chris Franco now down to just 2 prize cards remaining, and importantly does find that fighting energy off the prizes.
And what will John do to respond? He has the Neo Upper Energy for the Dragapult. He may not have the Dragapult yet though, but has these Recon Directives, the ability to use Pheasantipity, has the potential for a Curse Blast if he doesn't find a countercatcher on whatever he wants to use. May try to countercatcher that Pheasantipity, only doing 200 and spread some damage, but here evolves into Dusknoir. Puts that Neo Upper Energy.
I'd love to take a look at the discard pile for Chris and see how many energy cards he's down. As if there's a way to just use Ichipollen 2 times. If there's less than 2 energy remaining, that would actually be a specific way to be able to win the game out. It looks like there's 8 energy in the discard pile, 2 metal energy in the deck. So if John can actually sniff this out, I believe there's a way to just use Ichipollen twice and win this game.
At the same time, that Solrock can just attack for one of those that legacy energy that still hasn't been played yet, and having Professor Turo Scenario and Air Balloon to move the Goldengos can just knock out the 2 Badoos. So John, I don't think can risk that play, but
yeah, the
maybe
legacy energy being shown may actually give him the confidence to avoid doing that. It's a bit of an odd inclusion, it feels sometimes in this deck.
The extra energy, a lot of lists are only playing 11 energies, but Chris here with 12, something that you have to keep thinking about how many energies your opponent has. Can you Ichipollen? Just goes for a Curse Blast on the second Lunatone, trying to limit the draw and putting John back on even prizes. Maybe going to knock out this Lunatone and potentially the Pheasantipity or a Goldengo. But here, just in Iono, looking for Countercatcher to get rid of some more of that draw and limit what Chris is able to put together on the next
Still
turn.
needs to find Dragapult EX. Is only going to see 4 cards here. Does not find Dragapult.
Has the Countercatcher though, and 2 Recon Directives, can find Night Stretcher, Ultra Ball, Dragapult. There's an Ultra Ball. I think we saw another Dragapult in deck earlier. A lot of lists are playing 3 now. Sometimes they play 2 though. So always something to watch out for.
Does find Night Stretcher as well. Just going to take the Dragapult EX instead.
I can use that Ultra Ball to get Pheasantipity now for the next turns, or just save those resources in the hand.
And now John is threatening game on the following turn with that Pheasantipity being down. Can use this Phantom Dive and just place a single damage counter on that to threaten another KO. So now all of a sudden, Chris Franco on a 1-turn clock to win this game. And really the big question is, was there an opportunity to use Legacy Energy somewhere along the lines to prevent an extra prize card from being taken?
The trouble with using Legacy Energy is if you put on the Dengo on the bench, John could use Hawlucha and Gust the Pheasantipity and knock that out this turn, which I think he was considering eyeing up. I saw him moving some cards to the front with Ultra Ball, but here just going for that Goldengo. But also Chris at 1 prize and that Badoo on board means he's just an energy and a boss's orders away. And with 4 boss, only 1 being played thus far, lot of outs to win.
Yeah, would need the Soul Rock too. Sometimes you kind of forget about that effect. The Soul Rock does need the Lunatone in play to attack.
Well, you could also make it rain for 150 damage,
True.
knocking out that Budu. So a lot of ways for Chris to end up winning this turn, but also not much draw with John taking out one of the Goldengos and that Lunatone this turn and putting him to only 1 card. Gets the Hawlucha in the hand, maybe considering knocking out the Gimme Ghoul, really just limiting the draw for Chris, meaning only 1 Goldengo, 1 Flip the Script, and maybe 1 Lunar Cycle.
This is coming down to the wire, ladies and gentlemen. So Hawlucha grabbed. We'll have to see if it does come into play with the Flying Entry ability, and it does. 10 damage on the Gimme Ghoul, 10 damage on what I assume will be the Pheasantipity EX.
Have to consider you can boss the Pheasantipity, but you could also put it on the Goldengo EX and use Blood Moon or Ursaluna later to just knock it out in 1 attack. So it's just putting yourself on, do you think you'll have boss on the next turn? And I think John's last card may be a boss, so yep, just putting it on the Pheasantipity.
So here we go, Phantom Dive taking a double KO. Chris Franco, 1 card in hand and a dream. Can he put together a KO on this active or find boss's orders and win? What's the 1 card for turn? It is Legacy Energy.
Art is on a great draw here. No Lunatones in deck to get out, but it shuffles the deck, and I believe there is a Superior and 2 boss's orders at the bottom. Yeah. You can also take a card out of the deck to try to maximize your odds of drawing what you need. But Chris's deck here, actually a lot of cards in it, especially for Goldengo. Just missed some Lunar Cycles on some turns, getting guaranteed knockouts instead, and was not able to put it together to get to that thin deck that Goldengo always wants.
Yeah, and a clarification, you cannot discard Legacy Energy from your hand with Make It Rain, so Chris still needs to find a basic energy with this boss's orders.
And John here smartly going into 1 prize means that even with the Legacy Energy on the Pheasantipity, John will still be able to win. So seeing that Legacy Energy earlier and playing around it now, really heads up play from John.
So we'll find Gimme Ghoul from this Artisan. We've got a big 5-card draw coming up. If Chris can find that last Fighting Energy or a Superior Energy Retrieval plus boss's orders or some sort of double Superior Energy Retrieval combo, he will win the game. So here we go. Big 2 cards. Finds boss's orders, and that's going to guarantee it here. Boss's orders, Superior Energy Retrieval, KO on Budu, and John Ang is going to fall after such a close game number 1.
We keep seeing these perfect 2 cards being drawn last round, and now this round, coin bonus or 2 into Boss Superior, just giving Chris the game 1. After such a strong start, then kind of falling off in the mid-game, having to pass with that Lunatone active, and then John taking full advantage of it. It really came down to John whiffing that energy that 1 turn. If he had attacked with Phantom Dive a turn earlier, could have had a bit more damage on Chris's board and taken a bit more advantage of any whiffed turns. Chris was still able to close it out, only needing 1 more prize after that Curse Blast.
Just perfect card draw right in the window. No sweat off Pheasantipity. Rips the boss's orders, rips the Superior Energy Retrieval. These players are on fire today when it comes to drawing on the stream.
So many cards to draw, especially with Goldengo. As you mentioned, Flip the Script, Coin Bonus, and Lunar Cycle. So many ways to draw cards, plus your drop return. And Chris was able to find it. Having so many resources left, it felt 3 boss, 3 superiors. Could have just found so many different ways to close out that game. And John just kind of off to a rough start, not having that energy to attack with the Dragapult, as we mentioned, 2 prize, but Chris here mulligans. John, I think, started a Budu again. Great starter, especially going second, I'm assuming.
Yeah, I don't know if we mentioned this already. These 2 players are actually locals to each other, both from the same area. So they play at Cups all the time and now have to play against each other on the biggest stage at one of the biggest tournaments of the year. So there is definitely some player history between these 2. We'll see another mulligan card. So valuable time off the clock in this important match, and John is going to get additional bonuses for his troubles.
Chris here with not as many basics as Goldengo typically plays, not actually playing that Genesect EX, instead having those Hildas that we saw to get those Goldengos into play and playing 4 Goldengo. We saw some people cut to 3 for a while there, which was a little bit suspicious, but now we're back to 4, can find them pretty easily, and Chris finally finds a basic. John getting 2 extra cards, be able to get together a better board with energies next time.
All right, looks like we are starting things off again. Chris will be going first. Budu start for John, a 2nd game in a row as Pokepad immediately gets played. So Chris will be able to get some more Pokemon into play. I believe I see one of the 2 rocks in the hand, so we're going to see even more come down. There's Gimme Ghoul number 2. And yeah, Nest Ball, Fighting Energy, Lunatone even has the Fighting Gong. So another solid start here for Chris on turn number 1.
Chris here playing a bunch of Nest Balls, a bunch of Fighting Gongs, and the Pokepads on top of it. Has so much Pokemon Search, and we see him going first these games. Goldango typically wanting to go second, use Arven to set up, but here going first, having all of his basics, both these games, showing the power of this build, playing those extra consistency options instead of the Arven build.
And 3 excellent cards drawn into Goldango EX plus Earthen Vessel Boss's Orders. Hasn't even used that Fighting Gong in the hand. Can now use it to just grab even more energies into play, or use Earthen Vessels, even considering just discarding the Fighting Gong because there's just an abundance of energies, but I think I like maybe playing it just to grab some out. We'll see what he decides to do.
Yeah, Chris's hand here is a little awkward. Has the boss that he wants to keep and the Hilda that he wants to keep, because both can help him set up his board. He can either disrupt John's strongest Pokemon or get that second Goldango into play. So here, just using the Earthen Vessel, discarding that Fighting Gong, getting the Metal Energy on the Gimme Ghoul like last game, just to make it so that you have the attacks ready to go. And the prizes, nothing too impactful. That 1 Air Balloon and the Baniri. The second basic Metal Energy could be big, but with the Legacy Energy, shouldn't be too impactful. And John here with an Buddy Poffin to start off.
No supporter card, though, so we're just going to see Pokemon get benched and an Ichipollen be used. Not really what you want to see. You want to see, especially after those 2 Mulligan cards, Iono, Lily's Determination, just some way to draw into more cards, but it's just not present in John's hand currently.
And you see your opponent Vessel away a Fighting Gong, such a strong card. So you know there's some great cards in Chris's hand. This Budew or these Dreepies maybe not surviving the turn. Gets a 3rd Dreepy, though, has a Dracloak and a Pokepad for next turn, but no supporters still. Really rough draws here for John, it feels.
It's just luck of the draw sometimes. It's just how things go. You've got to play to your outs. So still just doing his best to make sure he's not out of this second game. Pokepad used, Dreepy benched. We'll see an Ichipollen deal 10 damage to this active. From there now, Chris, with a plethora of supporters in hand, has to decide what he wants to do. Does he want to start to chase these Dreepy down, or does he want to start to just continuously KO Budew?
With John not attaching an energy, though, knocking out this Budew means you might be able to break the item lock. He saw no supporter, no energy, so John would have to promote one of these Dreepies, and if he finds an energy, likely have to retreat it or bench a Latios for you to use the boss on the later turns and take a knockout. And Chris here just slamming the Hilda, really prioritizing getting your board set up, especially against a deck like Dragapult Dusknoir, which tries to take the advantage of the weaknesses in your board. And as you mentioned, John on the back foot, Dragapult always has a win condition with Iono and Countercatcher. And Chris here grabbing the Legacy Energy, just like last game, setting up both the Goldengos with an energy so they don't get trapped from Countercatcher Iono Jamming Tower.
We'll just draw the 1 card, Legacy Energy, onto the other Goldango and make it rain. Gonna take the 1 prize card. All of a sudden, John's gonna need to find some sort of help off these Dracloak's Recon Directives. Finds 1 in hand. I think you're supposed to use this Recon Directive before you play Pokepad.
I agree. Having 3 Dreepies means you can use 3 Recon Directives potentially. Finds a Hilda. It's an okay draw. Can get you another Dracloak and maybe a Neo Upper for the future turn, or an energy to get back into the Budew, but still going to use another Recon before that. Really looking for a Lily's Determination or an Iono to reset this hand.
Yeah, and if you use the energy to retreat, then all of a sudden your Neo Upper energy just has so much strain placed on it, and you're not going to be able to use consecutive Phantom Dives if that Dragapult EX does fall.
Especially if you have to use the Hilda to get that energy, then you won't have that easy access that a lot of decks play the Hilda for. Finds a Lily's, though.
It's a big find. I feel like you've got to spin the wheel and just play a little bit more aggressively. I mean, you could realistically chance it or not chance it and play safe, but here we go for John. Big 8 cards is going to have to find an energy card if he realistically wants to stay in this game a lot closer.
Looking for Latios and that energy so he doesn't have to discard it to retreat and can start to establish that board presence that he's been lacking in both these games. Just not finds an energy and the Neo Upper for next turn. So if he doesn't find that Latios, another Dracloak and an Ultra Ball, so has basically every option available to him. Can Ultra Ball get the Latios and retreat the Dreepy into the Budew, attach to one of your Dracloaks, and also evolve that Dreepy into Dracloak after your retreat to get another Recon Directive for this and next turn.
It's just debating what last card to get rid of, if that Hawlucha or that Dragapult is just a little bit more valuable. And with that Hilda in hand, it might be okay, but it feels like there's not really going to be a great opportunity to use the Hilda. Wonder if that discard could possibly have been a little bit better than the Dragapult EX.
Yeah, with the Neo Upper already in the hand, the big idea of the Hilda is getting that Neo Upper, but John has an energy for this turn and the Neo Upper for next turn, so doesn't need that Hilda. now may whiff the Dragapult on the following turn by discarding that or not be able to play a supporter like Iono.
So we'll see the retreat first, then the evolve. One more recon directive being used. It is a Duskull. That's probably as good of a card as it gets, but the Iono being the other card, you want that one too.
Yeah, and here's where discarding that Dragapult kind of gets punished. Could have had the Dragapult ready and the Iono ready, and John here almost took the Iono, but switches last minute to the Duskull, realizing that he may not even have a Dragapult next turn because of keeping that Hilda.
So here it is, Itchy Pollen, 0 damage. Another fighting energy found from the top of the deck. Chris is going to have even more draw here. Coin bonus is going to draw 3 cards from the deck and can decide now if he wants to play that boss's orders because he's got that second energy in hand.
It has 2 energies, can either knock out the Duskull or the Dracloak with an energy. We saw Chris knock out a Dusclops last game, but we'll see if he would rather go for the Duskull or the Dracloak, as when it's only a Duskull, it's not as threatening as that Dusclops. So maybe the Dracloak's a little more threatening here.
Yeah, and it would, again, put strain on that Neo upper energy. If you could just knock out that Dragapult the turn after, it just would be so much stress. And pretty much shutting Phantom Dive off for a majority of the rest of the game.
And just going for that Dracloak with the energy, targeting the energy is one of the big stress points of the Dragapult deck, and prepping an energy onto the Solrock just for the future to be able to knock out something like a Badoo. We saw last game, the Goldengo got knocked out, I believe.
Yep.
And then Chris could have promoted that Solrock and just found boss. So kind of leaving those options open, especially if John chooses to use the Curse Blast, putting Chris on odd prizes.
Here we go. Big recon directive. There's really not a lot going on in this hand at all. Do we see an Iono? No Iono at all.
Just the Lilies.
Can find Dragapult EX with that Hilda, but there's just a large hand that has been accrued for Chris over the previous turns.
Yeah, Chris here with such a strong board and likely not being item locked this turn. Maybe John just Itchy Pawns another turn, but then Chris goes to 3 prizes, and Curse Blast would put Chris just 1 Dragapult EX or Latios EX knockout away from winning the game. Attaching this Neo upper energy kind of signifies that John is going to be trying to attack this turn, or at least evolve into Dragapult, but goes for that Lily's Determination, not guaranteeing the Dragapult attack quite yet.
Will have to be 8 cards drawn thanks to that extra 2 for John, yet to have taken a prize card so far. Can he find Dragapult EX? Is there a counter catcher to maybe try and play around something? Here we go. 4, 5. Does find Ultra Ball and counter catcher, so a little bit more options at his disposal now. Does also have 2 Ultra Ball in hand, so could even grab Dusclops if he so chooses to.
Could knock out this active Goldengo, but then you're giving Chris Pheasantipity for the rest of the game, most likely, assuming you're trying to take as many knockouts as possible. And that's just so much extra draw. Having this Goldengo active is 2 cards drawn, but having that Pheasantipity in play after a knockout is 3 cards drawn. So a little bit extra card advantage. We'll see what John opts to do. Eyeing up the Pheasantipity to maybe see some extra cards.
It's just a tough spot in both Game 1 and Game 2. These early opportunities to use Phantom Dive feel like they've just not been capitalized on, just at the disposal of poor draws and just missed pieces.
Yeah, John last turn made that big decision to discard that Dragapult EX and then not take that Iono off the Recon Directive. Could have been a completely different turn if he had kept that Dragapult and then taken that Iono and disrupted Chris's turn. It feels like with so many cards in hand and such a strong board that Chris is going to be able to find this knockout almost no matter what.
Yeah, and once again, with the Neo Upper Energy already being expanded and with there being no way to accelerate energy into the board, no Crispin, no Sparkling Crystal, of course, it just feels like one Phantom Dive is probably not going to do the trick. We'll see a potential stall play here. The Lunatone brought up into the active spot. John now debating whether or not he wants to shut off this Recon Directive to protect Dracloak. And with there being, I guess, a couple of Iono in hand, it's probably okay to do that. And he does do that, in fact, evolving up Itchy Pollen for 20 damage, putting pressure on Chris to find an energy card to move out of active, and finds Picnic Basket. That's a tech card we haven't talked about yet in this matchup.
Yeah, it could come up a lot with Dragapult spreading a lot of damage, but can't be used this turn due to that Itchy Pollen. One of the weaknesses of Picnic Basket is all the decks that spread damage play Badoo and can shut it off when they want, but Dragapult sometimes is attacking with Phantom Dive, and you can disrupt all their math. Chris here using Hilda, likely getting an energy to retreat that Lunatone, and then use Cosmic Beam on Solrock to knock out this Badoo. Only has that 1 energy from the Hilda, no more to use Make It Rain, and really just trying to conserve resources at this point and make it so that if John does finally get to Iono and Phantom Dive, Chris is able to respond with a knockout.
Yeah, and puts pressure on that Dusclops from ever being used, because being at 2 prizes is just an absolute nightmare situation for Dragapult EX. So it looks like we're leaning a little bit more into Dragapult itself to close the game out, even considering benching Baniri in this spot as an efficient attacker.
Yeah, could knock out that Latios at any point, doing 230 damage. Little awkward to move into sometimes with only 1 air balloon. Could definitely be an option, and yeah, benches that Baniri. Really threatening the Latios, just dissuading John from ever evolving this Duskull, as the Dusclops or Dusknoir probably won't be getting used, and if Chris ever goes to 1 prize, it could be bossed up and stalled for a couple turns while he tries to find the energies to win the game.
Now the debate for John is there ever a world where you want to use Dusclops here, or are you content just going in with double Dragapult EX to try and win the game?
Using Dusclops is so scary here. You can knock out that Goldengo EX and put Chris to 1 less card off Iono, but that's just 1 knockout away. And John isn't even threatening game on the next turn, so Chris has multiple turns to find that 2 prize KO to win.
So 1 onto the Baniri. Thinking about where to put the second damage counter.
Yeah, having 2 on a Goldengo means it is in range of being knocked out by a Blood Moon or Saluna, but at the same time, Chris at 3 prizes means John can't use Blood Moon this turn unless he uses that Curse Blast, which we keep saying just seems a little too weak and accelerates the game for Chris a little too much.
So abstaining from using that, we'll see Iono shuffling both hands to the bottom of the deck, drawing 6 prize cards for John. 6 cards, excuse me, and then 3 cards for Chris. Haven't talked about Monkey Dory yet. It is on the list, hasn't come up quite yet. Does find another Duskull. Now there is the potential, if this Dragapult doesn't get knocked out, for you to use double Cursed Blast to apply a lot of pressure on the following turn. It looks like considering taking this Night Stretcher, it would guarantee an attachment onto your Cloak, which is the 1 piece still missing.
John here no energy in hand. Just trying to have back-to-back Phantom Dives. The one way he can kind of stay in this game is using attack, 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 and hoping that Chris whiffs a turn. So, yep, just going into that Phantom Dive. We'll see where he places the damage. Did not find a counter catcher to put damage onto a Dengo, but will still knock out the Solrock, maybe knock out that Baniri, putting John to 4 prizes. That Legacy Energy on that Goldengo starting to show that it could end up making this game really awkward for John. He can't go knockout Goldengo, because one of them has the Legacy Energy. He'd have to weave in some Phantom Dive damage, but that, as we mentioned, can get griefed by that Picnic Basket.
So here we go. Phantom Dive, KO. Solrock and Baniri both fall. Can Chris put together a KO here? Does find the Artisan off the top and a Lily's Determination, so can actually play this Lily first and try and draw into as many cards as possible, and also still has that Solrock in the deck.
Yeah, showing the power of that Lily's Determination. Goldengos typically don't play it, but here off these Ionos to low cards, you can just reset your hand to 6, raise your odds of finding those energies, superior energy retrievals. Yeah, it looks like 6 energies in this card, so looking for double superior energy retrieval this turn most likely.
Plus an attachment as well.
Yeah.
Or plus an energy from hand as well. Hasn't played any superior energy retrievals yet. None prized.
And there's 2 off the first 3 cards and a Vessel.
Vessel. We've
hasn't
seen
even used coin bonuses
yet.
And a Pheasantipity if he wants to see 3 more cards and just try to prepare his board if John is able to get that knockout on the Goldengo. But then you have a 2 prizer in play without the Legacy Energy, so John could go knockout potentially. That could be a way to close out the game. And
just
more
energy cards.
Could even use Lunar Cycle because there's 6 fighting energies in discard. So with 2 superiors, you want to maximize your value off the superiors. Could discard a fighting off the first one and then use Lunar Cycle and then get 4 off of both with no energies in discard. Really just a lot of efficiencies that can be done with the Goldengo deck, especially with sequencing and your discards.
So Chris finding an abundance of energy here in game number 2. Dragapult EX primed to fall thanks to that Make It Rain attack on Goldengo. Just going to use a potential Lunar Cycle here. I think it's just debating. Looks like Lopunny will be the one that gets discarded.
Yeah, grabbing all these energies out of the deck into the hand means if he has any extra, they could get sent to the bottom with an Iono, which is a little awkward.
Yeah, I think the only consideration to be careful about at this point is the fact that Itchy Pollen could shut you out of the game if you're unable to find that air balloon that is prized still. We'll see flip the script to draw 3 cards. It's just kind of a bunch of fodder, it seems.
Chris here, 4 energies in hand.
Looks like with potential Lunar Cycle is considering it. You can also use a superior energy retrieval to discard an energy and then bring that energy back again.
Yeah, it depends if he just wants to thin those cards out of the deck, because something like the Fighting On could have been played to thin anyway. So maybe he's not planning on using that second Superior this turn. Attaching to the Soul Rock, so Professor Turo scenario would prevent that Itchy Pollen. Just double checking the energies, making sure you have enough.
Yeah.
I've seen time and time again, people are 1 energy short, and you don't want to do that, especially when you're up a game, in a super advantageous position in game 2 of your win it in to top cut at the Orlando Regional Championship.
And importantly, finds that air balloon, right? That was a scary option. If there was no air balloon, I believe there's no energy cards left in the deck. Just all of them put into play outside of that superior energy retrieval. So needed to find that card. We'll keep note of that air balloon that is now in the deck as John is on the back foot. Facing down Chris is just 1 prize card remaining. Whether it's a huge KO, I think we're just thinking about what's happening here.
Just making sure everything is...
Maybe something with the stream audio, unfortunately, something along those lines. I believe everything was done left. We'll double check and make sure everything is looking good.
Yeah, it seemed like everything was done correctly.
I did hear a loud noise in the crowd for what it's worth, so it could have been something along that. It looks like we're just getting a confirmation about Legacy Energy. Crowd, I hear you. Don't worry, guys. Your support is noted. Of course, we've got people watching out in the hall, not just at home. It seems that we are all good with confirmations on everything that's happening.
Yeah, and
so here's the energy, and is there a Dragapult EX? It looks like there's an Iono, but no Dragapult EX just yet. I think it's going to have to be an Iono to 1 and pray, something that we've said time and time again, and may be coming to an end at this weekend. This is Iono's last stand.
Iono, one of the most powerful supporters in the format. Early game consistency, late game disruption. We'll see if Iono is a lie. Finds a Pheasantipity. 3 more cards for John and the Recon Directive. Really looking for a Dragapult EX. Finds the Dragapult.
Finds it. That's
and a Countercatcher.
Countercatcher as well.
Could Countercatcher that Pheasantipity. Try to stall the Pheasantipity active. 200 on the Pheasantipity. 6 onto that Goldango. Then next turn, boss that Goldango on the bench. And knock out both the Goldango and Pheasantipity to take his last 4 prize cards.
Okay, so there is a route to win this game in 2 turns.
All kind of goes down to Chris benching that Pheasantipity when he already had knockout.
Yeah.
Could have completely prevented that line from happening.
Big time find here for John. We'll see the retreat into Dragapult EX. And I assume that Countercatcher will get played. It's just checking through the discards to make sure there's enough resources down. Yeah, looks here. 3, 6, 7 fighting energy, it seems. Plus the metal energy.
8 energy in discard, 3 in play. Chris still has 1 energy left. 1 more fighting energy, playing 12 total.
Is there 8 in the discard or 7 in the discard pile? If there's 8, then that's actually all of them, because there's energy on the Lunatone right there.
Yeah, 12 energy's gone. But can't Itchy Pollen because there is that energy on the Soul Rock.
Yeah, and there hasn't been an air balloon played yet, so here we go. This is a big-time play. John has potentially found a way back into this game after the perfect Iono found Dragapult EX and the Countercatcher.
And John already has the boss's orders for next turn, so this is Chris's last turn if John puts the energies, or puts the damage onto the Goldango and can't find something to heal like that Picnic Basket or a Professor Turo scenario.
Goldango going to 6, 8 damage counters on it. What can Chris find? It is a superior energy retrieval. Okay, so can use this first card to draw 1.
Yeah, superior.
It is a Fighting Gong. There is no energy left in the deck, so can start things off with superior energy retrieval and actually retreat out to get this coin bonus, or even just use Lunar Cycle to start things off.
Probably going to start with the Lunar Cycle, because if you find boss, you can attach retreat to the Pheasantipity, boss up a Duskull or Dreepy, and use Soul Rock to win the game there.
All right, here we go. Big 3 cards. Do we see boss's orders? 1, 2, 3.
No boss, but a superior energy retrieval.
Superior. Is that enough here?
I think it's 1 energy short right now. May need to coin bonus into another superior energy retrieval.
Can thin out a Gimmighoul from the deck with Pokepad.
Looking to attach.
He's going to actually attach retreat into this Goldango first.
Needs to find Night Stretcher or superior energy retrieval, I believe, with all those energies in the discard pile, hand or in play.
Considering using this first? Just thinking about thinning out the deck or not. Is there a Pokemon in the deck to be thinned with this Pokepad? There is a Gimmighoul.
And a superior at the bottom of the deck. But it looked like there was a boss at the top of the deck, because Chris can still find the boss's orders and just make it rain to knock out any of these frail Pokemon. So many outs for Chris here. And also, Professor Turo scenario would stop John from winning the game.
True. It would pick up that Pheasantipity, healing essentially all of the damage from John's last turn. So here we go. Big 2 cards from Coin Bonus. Boss's Orders, Energy cards, so many cards. Turo.
No game this turn.
Does find the Turo, which can pick up Pheasantipity EX. So we're going to keep things going, it seems. And now the question for Chris is, do you just play this Superior to bring energies back? Do you hold it in hand? It's probably better to hold it because you've got so many now.
Yeah, you have a couple energies from that first Superior, but considering just discarding those cards from the deck, I think John is down 3 Ionos now, so may not even be able to find an Iono to disrupt. Pinching another Gimme Ghoul to threaten another draw, another source of draw, but John here is a little bit happy to not see Chris win the game, but also seeing that Turo means that John isn't going to be able to win the game on this coming turn.
I think it's just really debating what the play is. Hasn't shown Monkey Dory yet. That is a potential scare factor. It's going to be the Superior Energy Retrieval, discarding those 2 cards from the hand.
I could maybe just do 250 to this Dragapult, setting it up for a Cosmic Beam because John does have a full bench and can't bench that Monkey Dory.
That's true. There's no Professor Turo in this deck. No way to bring up any Pokemon, so here it goes. Make it rain,
damage.
And John is bench locked in this spot. So as things stand right now, can't announce Phantom Dive again because then a single energy card means Soul Rock will actually take the game.
Yeah, and John should know that Chris has an energy in hand from using those 2 Superior Energy Retrievals, retreating 1, discarding 5, and using Lunar Cycle. That's only 7 of them. There's still 1 left in the hand, so if he finds an Iono though, so has the disruption to put Chris back down to 1 card. Still a lot of draw. Really awkward spot for John. Chris here finding a way to try to maximize his odds of winning.
Time is winding down. We're at just over 5 minutes remaining in this round. What can John do? It may have to be an Iono and pray for a second time. Chris didn't find the way to win, but he also found the way to avoid defeat.
Yeah, it almost worked last time. Not quite enough for John to win last turn. We'll see if this Iono is enough. Chris was able to put so much pressure onto John's board. John here shaking his head, just playing the Iono to 1. Chris needs so little to win, but at the same time, there is only that 1 energy. 2 Superiors down already.
Let's find another counter catcher. Is there a way to get fancy with that card?
I don't know what you bring up. Everything is, you can bring up the Gimme Ghoul, which needs to retreat, but then you're not attacking this turn. And that seems like, it feels like you need to attack this turn. Get 200 on this Goldengo, and then Boss's Orders to bench Goldengo next turn, and knocking out the Legacy Energy with Phantom Dive damage would get around that -1 prize effect.
Looks like it may be Iono and Pray time here for John. He's just really considering if it's worth playing something else here, considering the Ultra Ball as well.
Maybe
will be played.
Just thinning the deck, prepping to maybe try to find a Boss's Orders on the following turn.
And find the Blood Moon, but that's not going to do anything. There's no way to move any of these Pokemon off the board.
John's board is locked for the rest of the game. If anything gets knocked out, he loses. If he uses Curse Blast, he loses. So just thinning these Pokemon out. Has a counter catcher. May just save it for next turn to be the game-winning piece. Now just a Phantom Dive. We'll see if Chris can find an energy to win the game.
Where does he want to put the 6 damage counters?
May just try to set it up so he can knock out 2 1-prizers. Also, if Chris finds another Professor Turo scenario.
Could play around the Picnic Basket, and it looks like that is going to be the option here. I couldn't quite see what that 1 card is for Chris.
Now, maybe he just has the game in hand. Maybe he needs to rely on these coin bonuses to find the energy.
He's coming down to the wire, ladies and gentlemen. And shows the Night Stretcher. That's going to guarantee the energy to retreat Goldengo EX. And wow, Chris Franco takes it 2-0 and is advancing into the top cut.
Really interesting Goldengo build with that Legacy Energy, kind of making John's board and game plan in that second game really awkward. And John just having really rough draws there, meaning that Chris taking those aggressive KOs turn after turn, John was unable to put together anything strong throughout the game.
Goldengo EX may be off broad watch, ladies and gentlemen. We're still going to have to keep a close eye. There's still plenty more Pokemon to play, but Chris Franco may be the coin bonus's strongest soldier.
I think Josh Frink, one of the newest coin bonus soldiers, has been defeated earlier out of top cut contention, but Chris here showing just how strong his deck is, getting all these Pokemon turn 1 and taking knockout after knockout. without these Arvins clogging the deck, so many great cards to draw and just finding every piece whenever he wanted it. John here was unable to find an energy with 2 Luminous Prize to make a big fan of dive attack, and did eventually get there, but Chris had just drawn too many cards and was able to put together a knockout here. Not much for John to do.
It felt like this deck almost was built to go first.
Yeah.
Every single game going first, it was just so strong. And, you know, while John fought valiantly, it was just a little bit of missteps early in the game, being unable to find the Disruptive Iono plus the Cursed Blast. And also Chris, notably, being able to, in this first game, finally find that Superior Energy Retrieval allowed him to close out this first game. And in game number 2, the Legacy Energy really kind of put in a little bit of work here, it felt.
Yeah, really made John adapt to what he had to do, because you can't go 2-2 as easily by knocking out both these Goldengos. And John here made a weird play where he discarded the Dragapult instead of the Hilda and missed a disruption later on in the game, and kind of Chris was able to get so far ahead because of that. And then Chris just able to find the pieces, stop John from winning the game, and eventually put a lot of damage on, take a knockout on the Dragapult, then eventually 250 to another, so that Solrock would win the game.
Just showing in that final Night Stretcher, able to confirm the KO, retreat into the Solrock, and Chris Franco showcasing the skills of Goldango EX, making it into the top cut where he'll be fighting to become a regional champion.
Goldango EX has so much sequencing involved and a lot of draw, different things to consider. Your energy management, especially against a deck like Dragapult Dusknoir, which can buddy you a lot. You have to make sure you don't lose that. That's what you've seen happen sometimes. Really impressive play from Chris, and really interesting build. The Legacy Energy, like we keep mentioning, typically they play Secret Box or Prime Catcher, so really cool build. Hope to see it a bit more in the top cut.
Yeah, and it was a risk, ladies and gentlemen, for Chris to go for that play. If John played a copy of Professor Turo, it could have messed up the entire strategy. If you Professor Turo, and then you maybe try and buy a turn with Ichipal and then go back into a fresh Dragapult, then, you know, you force your opponent to have a boss's orders on top of everything to do that. So it was a calculated risk. It ended up paying off, and yet not having that Professor Turo meant that that board at the end of the game was just so awkward for John. You had a Duskull you couldn't use, the Hawlucha that was already used, Latias and Fezidipity, all Pokemon that are just not getting value. It can be really tough with board managing this Dragapult deck.
And cards like Professor Terracenaria have been getting cut for those Pokepads, a really strong consistency option, but also taking away those power cards like Professor Terracenaria, extra Hildas, and other consistency options like Third Night Stretcher. So really just balancing the new cards and consistency with those powerful options like Turo has been something that Dragapult Dusknoir has been trying to deal with, but sometimes it doesn't, you don't have it, and then you end up losing because of that.
Well, someone who did have it that set was Chris Franco. Absolutely found what he needed, and I'm interested to hear from our newest member in the top cut here at Orlando. Let's throw it down to Wancho for an interview.
Thank you, casters. Wancho Sandana here, and I'm joined by our last round winner, Chris Franco. Chris, how are you feeling? You're in top cut.
I'm feeling pretty good. I mean, like I don't know. I feel like I don't know. I gave him so many mulligans. I just drew so well. So I'm just like I'm really hyped that like I was able to like, I don't know, play the game in this like, I don't know. I'm very elated. I'm very excited right now. Yeah.
We're all excited for you, and again, that was such an exciting match to watch. I think that might have been the first time we've had Goldango on stream, and it's Goldango's last time in a tournament. How does that make you feel?
So I have actually been like one of the biggest Goldango haters. Like the past 5 events, I've actually been playing Gardevoir, and this time I was just like, I really didn't want to play Gardevoir. I felt like it was a really bad play, so I was just like, I'm gonna play Goldango, and I mean, it's been going pretty well. So yeah, I mean, I want it to go away.
All right. Was not expecting that, but hey, again, you're currently in top cut. A very interesting list as well. Can we talk about that Legacy Energy real quick? Has that helped you a lot within the tournament?
No, not really. Honestly, I think it helped me like one game to like offset a prize trade, but like, I don't know. I saw a lot of lists that were playing it, and I think the majority of the lists that were doing really well with Goldango were all playing Legacy, and I don't know. The reason I wanted to play it was because I felt like the deck had a better chance going first than like the other ones that played Arvin, so I don't know, I've gotten a good advantage out of being able to go first in a lot of my games, but like not really because of the Legacy Energy.
Just the power of going first and going for a Solrock?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like, if I go second, unless I open the Solrock, it's so unlikely for me to do anything. So like, I don't know, just being able to go first, get an extra Lunar Cycle to hit a boss or something like that, you know? Just like the extra consistency of being able to go first and getting another Lunar Cycle is just super helpful.
I like it. I mean, there is a power when within the coin flip, you're 100% happy, right?
Exactly. I mean, like, every single time my opponent win the coin flip, it'd be like, I'll go second. I'll be like, yeah, sure, whatever. I don't care.
Absolutely love it. With that now, again, playing Golden Go EX, what matches do you want to see going into Top Cut, or in Top Cut?
Personally, I don't really mind. I saw like a lot of like, I don't know, like the Dragapult. I like the Dragapult matchup. I'll take like Frost Story. It's kind of scary. I saw some Mega Absols that weren't playing Corner Pawn. I like those. I actually lost to one earlier today, but that's just because like I prized double Turo in game 3, and yeah, I just lose from there. Like they just trap my guy up, I lose. But like, I'm like cool seeing anything, honestly. Grimmskirl's like kind of scary.
Fair enough. Sounds like you're ready for everything. With that, you so much success within this tournament. Before I let you go, what advice would you give someone who wants to get their first Top Cut?
Well, I mean, I don't have my Top Cut yet. I'm technically an ASIM right now, and this would be my first, so I actually don't really have any advice for you. Just get lucky. I don't know.
Get lucky. I like it. With that, anyone you want to shout out before I do let you go?
No, not really. I'd like to go.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Well, I'm going to go ahead and let you go, but we're going to throw it to the analyst desk with Chip.
Thanks a bunch, Juancho. Joined here with Kyle Sablehouse as we're going to take a look at an interesting situation in that game. Yeah, Chris, a player who knows what he wants. He wants to get out of here and get a little bit of a break before Top Cut. I respect it.
My social bar goes down after enough of it, so I respect that. You got to get ready for ASIM.
Yeah, well, congratulations. I mean, Chris played very, very well. The first Golden Go I think we've seen on stream all weekend, and a unique build as well. We've seen this build have success in other regions. I think this is maybe the first time with this Legacy Energy Lily's Determination build, but we've seen it really have a deep run here in North America. But let's hop in and take a look at an interesting situation at the very end of that first game, where John's got a few things to consider here with the 5-2 prize card deficit, as Chris has just taken a 2-prize KO. He's got his Neo Upper, he's got his Dragapult. He'll be able to get off and attack this turn. He's definitely a bit far behind. What are you seeing here, Kyle, as he's looking at this last sequence?
Yeah, there's just a lot that stands out in this spot where as a Dragapult player, typically taking those prize cards at the tail end of the game can lead you into some trouble where you're staring down Pheasantipity, Coin Bonus, Lunastone Soul Rock package drawing extra resources as well. So sometimes you see the players start to shift over to set up a big board state with a bunch of damage all over it, maybe line up a triple, quadruple knockout if you can with the damage on the Golden Go, and maybe place some extra counters elsewhere. But we see John lean into the Dusknoir play here, a little more concerned about the size of the hand instead of going down to Iona to 2 and avoiding Pheasantipity altogether.
Yeah, really kind of two things John can try to do here. One, which is what he does, is he uses this Dusknoir in hand and KOs the Lunatone. Gets rid of that. I think the other Lunatone was in the discard pile for Chris, so it makes sense that that's the target versus going after the Soul Rock. So he can take that out, take a prize, Iona Chris down to 1, and then take a KO through Counter Catcher onto a Golden Go, clearing out a lot of potential card draw, right? Gets rid of a 2-card coin bonus, potentially gets rid of a 3-card Lunar Cycle. Does, of course, open up the Pheasantipity to be able to attack, but you're giving Chris that 1-turn clock. Even with the potential of Legacy Energy coming into play, John would send himself down to just 2 prize cards, with this play, so we'll be able to set up for that Pheasantipity to be able to be KO'd with some of those extra damage counters. And that is the play that he ultimately goes for, but we were kind of wondering maybe if there was a play where he could not give access to this Pheasantipity draw, play Iono down to 2. Sure, Chris now still has access to use a Lunar Cycle, but often Iono to 2 needs to draw into Fighting Energy. We already know there's a ton in the discard pile.
Yep.
And then set up for a board wipe sort of game plan with the Dusknoir on the next turn.
And you think about what are some things that could mess that up for you on that side. Picnic Basket, one of those. Turo, another problem. Turo, he doesn't know, but Chris just drew Turo off the prize cards. It goes to the bottom of the deck with the Iono.
Right.
So after you draw those 2 cards, if you don't see the energy and the coin bonus doesn't get you there, there's a great chance that you don't see the recovery of any of those damage counters, and you can clean this board up next turn.
And it becomes a little bit of math as well, because I do believe the casters mentioned that Chris was only down 1 Boss's Orders. Most Golden Go lists will be playing the full 4 copies of Boss's Orders. And some lists will just play the 1 Turo, but most of the time nowadays we are seeing the 2 Turo in lists. So There's 3 boss hanging around, 2 Turo. Is there a way to kind of cut off as much draw power as possible? Of course, by not clearing any golden goes as well, you do leave off the opportunity for some movement, right, to get double coin bonuses on this turn. So all things John is considering. Does not end up working out for him, though. Chris able to get out of the 1-card Iono. It is so crazy how many cards these Golden Go decks can draw.
It's just built into it, and you see this time and time again. You flip the script, and you're drawing with your Soul Rock Lunatone package. Eventually, the coin bonuses can get you there too, and you're not asking for that much. But because by this time in the game, you've thinned down so deeply that what of those 20 cards, what 6, 7 are hits that can probably get
How
you
many?
over the edge. 12.
6 or 7, right? Yeah, John does go for this play, and I think it seems like if you re-roll that situation a bunch of times, it probably does work out for him in a decent amount of them. Just doesn't quite come together for him there, and Chris is able to take a pretty solid game 1. And then John missing the energy attachment early in game number 2 was really kind of the detriment for him. It forced him to play it slow, use that itchy paw in mid-game to just get another energy established into play, and was not able to fight back, unfortunately for him. But Chris locking up a top cut spot with the Golden Go, very cool to see.
Yeah, I mean, it lined up so well for him. He played really smooth, too. We didn't see any of that mid-game Badoo lock that can happen at times where you overcommit your energies.
It seems like he was always very aware of the potential of that.
Yes, you do not want to end up like Justin Templar did that one time around, just stuck for 30 turns. It can happen, and it's at the blink of an eye, too. So really cognizant of that and was able to lock up a really great spot here. Now in first asymmetric cut.
Congratulations.
See what that looks like.
Very exciting indeed. Well, thanks, Kyle, for walking through this game with me. Hope you all enjoyed the Swiss action, but that has concluded Top Cut on the horizon. We're going to kick it off with our Top Cut pre-show very, very soon. Don't go anywhere.
Hey there, Pokemon trainers. Gabby Snyder here at the Orlando Regional Championships with Jangles and Andy here to represent the lovely Pokemon Go. How are you both doing today?
Very good. How are you?
I'm doing good. Andy, how are you?
Pretty good. Great way to spend a birthday.
Yeah, happy birthday for sure. Make sure to wish Andy a happy birthday this weekend if you see them in the hall. So, Pokemon Go is, of course, celebrating their 10th anniversary this year, and a big focus has been on Pokemon Go memories. So, Andy, since you're going to be our lovely artiste of this segment, I want you to think of a Pokemon from Pokemon Go that you have a memory with, and you're going to try and draw that Pokemon. It can be related to competitive. It can be just, the Mew that you caught one day because you thought it was neat. And then whenever you're ready, you're going to start drawing that Pokemon. And Jangles, I want you to try and guess it. All right. You feel ready?
We'll see.
All right. And Jangles, if you want to take a step forward. And then, all right. So Jangles, tell me what you're thinking while you're guessing.
I just hope that I don't guess like 30 things wrong first, or just look like I don't know anything about Pokemon. So.
Well, we have 2 circles. We have 3 circles now.
I don't know. getting stuck. Word circles.
That's a great question if you're close to where the feet go. So why don't you just take your best guess?
Or a little lower for the feet, unless it's sideways. I'm really bad at this. This is going horrible. Now I don't know shapes. Is it a Caterpie? Wurmple? Weedle? No. Is it Weedle? No, it's not Weedle. It would probably have a horn.
Is it a wormy guy?
Is it a bug type? Are we allowed to ask questions? Earlier ones. Okay. I'm not cooking right now. My brain is cooked, but I'm not doing great.
It's got a.
But it's not a bug.
Is this a Pokemon that is known to be a rock and then a shell? That's a really weird way of asking that question.
A rock and then a shell?
Maybe you find it in a cave and you take it to a scientist and revive it from its fossilized state?
Is it... Wait, Ammonite?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. I just wanted the segment to go a little longer. I was going to guess it earlier, but I just, yeah. Okay, yeah, it looks exactly like it. I don't know how I didn't figure it out earlier, so.
All right, Jangles, I'm going to switch spots with you for a moment here. All right, Andy, so why don't you tell me why you picked Ammonite?
Out of the fossil Pokemon, my mom was a huge Pokemon Go player. She loved Pokemon, the original 151, and that was her favorite fossil. She loved little Ammonite. And she even had the like the shells, like the real fossils you can get that resemble them at home. And then we had the whole Twitch Plays Pokemon with Lord Helix, so I just thought it would be funny to do a little Ammonite.
Well, he is a really cute little guy, so thank you for sharing that with us. And now, Jangles, if you want to step closer, which Pokemon would you have drawn for your Pokemon Go memory?
I can't draw, so I would have probably drawn like Onix or Gyarados or something that just is like a straight line and just hope for the best. Or maybe like a Weedle or something. Something that doesn't have a lot of twists and turns and a lot of characteristics. So that would have been what I would have gone with.
Optimizing for the drawing experience.
To cover your own weaknesses. So that's an important part in Pokemon, is covering weaknesses.
For sure. Well, thank you both for your time. I really appreciate it. Best of luck competing, and best of luck to you competing as well. I really appreciate it, and I appreciate you all watching at home, but please stay tuned as we have more action coming here from the Orlando Regional Championships real soon.
My name is Giovanni. I'm from São Paulo, Brazil. I think I will be a psychic Pokemon.
Now Giovanni with a chance to make this happen.
I started collecting Pokemon when I was like 7. I just started playing with a local shop and has like a very good player. His name was Alessandro. I always lose to him and my parents just buy me a cards to beat them. When I was younger, I just cry a lot when I lose. So after that, just trying to get better, and I'm here now. To get better in this game, you need to learn with better people than you. I have good mentors like Pedro Pertucci, Gabriel Semedo, Lucas Mateus, who teach me the theory and how I need to play, how I need to build a deck, how I need to play faster, play slow, like all this stuff. These guys teach me. Jelly Sand Gardevoir, it's kinda hard to play. Games in the day 1 and day 2 was like too close. One card, one touch, one thing different gave you a game. In the first stream I played, I was like too nervous. If you do a misplay in the stream, everybody want to see, everybody want to talk about it. In the top 4, I could be playing better. When I won the top 4, I just realized, okay, this is my time.
Lock in, this is everything. We will crown our Toronto Regional Champion soon. Will it be Giovanni?
In the last game, I opened with a broken hand. I just realized, okay, I win now.
It's just gonna extend the hand, Kyle. That's it.
Some people saying like, Giovanni only knows to play with Terrapagos. That's not true. I won with a deck with not Terrapagos. I am pretty happy
there is a bright shining star in Brazil. It was Giovanni for a time, and it is Giovanni again.
I just really excited for playing World this year. I start to watch every single Worlds because I really like to watch retro formats. When I go to the Worlds, my whole family goes too. We have like a good moment. I have a lot of friends in Pokemon cheering for me, like practice with me. This is incredible. I love this community. Pokemon may take a big part of my life because I love this game.
Welcome back, Pokemon fans, to the beautiful city of Orlando, Florida. We're just a couple of minutes away for deciding Top Cut, waiting for a couple more matches to finish up. But I cannot wait. My name is Juancho Saldana. This is Ethan. This is Piper. How are we feeling?
Feeling good. We just wrapped up our last Swiss round. We saw Goldango, a fraud watch contestant, potentially make it through. So, you know, Goldango fans have one last ride, one last support maybe in Chris. But it's shaping out to be a great Top Cut. The asymmetrical system we've had for the last couple of years have been so great at allowing players, you know, to not bubble out and more what-ifs to be answered.
And a lot of great players, like Ethan mentioned, and a couple last stands. I mean, Makani with Gardevoir EX in the Top Cut. A lot of Grimmsnarls and Zorix as well, trying to stop Gardevoir from getting one last win. As we saw yesterday, over $1 million earned, countless tournaments won. Gardevoir will truly be missed.
Over $1 million indeed, and hey, maybe looking to add 10,000 more at the very least, right? Now, but real quick, I want to talk about our caster predictions, actually. I haven't had the opportunity to do that just yet, but a lot of Gardevoir.
Just a little bit. Just a couple, you know, Gardevoir supporters out here. I mean, how can you not support Gardevoir for this tournament? It's its last ride. You want to see it go out with a spark. It is, you know, over $1.5 million earned. Huge deck, and will be remembered, you know, as the dominant force it was. And even to go kind of breaking it down, it's gone through so many different evolutions and changes. Finally, this last iteration, I think, is a great culmination of everything that Gardevoir has been and what it once was.
Gardevoir, just such a strong deck. I know I've played my fair share of it, from Shining Arcana to just Drifloon spam into the Monkey Dory kind of control builds, and now without refinement, a lot of different ways it's been built recently, Jellicent, but now kind of just that Technical Machine evolution build with a couple different techs, the Mega Diancie, one of the newest inclusions, so many different builds, continuing to dominate. It's sad to see it go, as we keep saying.
Yeah, I feel like it's one of those decks that have there's just so many ways to play it. I enjoyed seeing Henry Chow yesterday literally play every TM evolution, just refuse to attack with its own Pokemon's attack.
Yeah, and the technical machines are really what have allowed this deck to keep up after losing refinements. And even with refinement, just skipping that stage of evolution, allowing these stage 2 decks to be present. You don't have a built-in engine like Dragapult does, right? You don't have a built-in engine like Zoroark does. But as a stage 2, you know, getting up to Gardevoir is the goal, and the evolution technical machines are really the glue that has kept Gardevoir together. You've got to wonder the what-ifs. If Gardevoir just didn't have the technical machine evolution, would it be as strong of a deck as it was? With Budu coming out, who knows?
We did see Brent for a while there last season playing that no Evo list, just 4 research, 4 Iono, and now with Lilies, could have just played so many different supporters to try and aggressively get out that Gardevoir EX with Rare Candy.
Next thing I do want to bring up, I know we all picked Gardevoir, so now let's focus on the second line of our caster picks. And something I noticed actually is all of us picked cards that can draw 2 cards, except Piper.
I like
Grimmsnarl.
Well, I played Grimmsnarl a lot and worked on it a lot. A lot of my friends are playing it, so just supporting them a bit with picking Grimmsnarl. I'm really believing in the deck ever since it got Pokepad. I think before Pokepad, the deck was a little too weak, relying too much on the evolution against decks like Goldango, which were a little too fast. But now with Pokepad, we can play better supporters than Arven, like Lilies, Iono, sometimes Professor Research. I mean, you saw at Houston, Andrew Hedrick not playing any Arvens, no Technical Machine Devolution, just those 4 Professor Researches to really dig through the deck and close out the game, playing a bit more like a Frostless Monkey Dory deck at times.
No, I like it. I like it. Sometimes if you could thin your deck just enough, right, then maybe you don't need an engine at times, and Pokepad is absolutely powerful. I love the feeling of not having to discard 2 cards to find Frostlass. What about you, Ethan? Tell us about Dragapult.
I mean, it's just the GOAT, you know. It's honestly one of the best Pokemon of all time. Phantom Dive is one of the best attacks of all time. And it's, you know, one of the cards out of this list, I think Grimmsnarl along with it too, that probably does the best when we come into, you know, the perfect order format coming out soon. You know, it's still got a lot of the major pieces, but it loses a lot of that supporting cast. And that's going to be a big question, you know, come the next tournament. You know, how do these decks sort of, you know, revolve around the loss of Iono, the loss of Countercatcher, cards that a lot of people take for granted, and we'll have to kind of relearn some of the theory behind the game when we lose those cards, you know, come the next couple weeks.
I like it. Ethan, I just want to pose like a hypothetical for you, Ethan.
Okay.
We lost Refinement when Gardevoir, and we all thought we were done, right? But then Gardevoir still ended up being good. Is there a world that Dragapult is good if we didn't have the Dracloak?
Yeah, unironically, a lot of lists from my experience in Japan are just playing heavy Rare Candy and Crispin.
Oh.
You're just trying to go Rare Candy, Dragapult, and play Crispin thanks to that Meowth, Last Ditch Catch. You're just trying to get into Phantom Dive as fast as possible. So unironically, there definitely could be a world where you just are playing 4 Rare Candy, you're just going all gas, no brakes, and trying to Phantom Dive. And it's scary to say that, but there is a world, Wancho, where Phantom Dive is that good, you can build a deck around it.
Thanks for answering. Again, hypothetical. Luckily, they were printed at the same time.
Of course,
so that's never going to be the world. But right now, I'm curious now, though. Let's bring it back to the tournament. I believe we have our metagame to review.
Okay.
You know, let's see what people chose to bring to the Orlando Regional Championships.
Right back there.
Oh, it's right there.
Yeah.
And a lot of Dragapults.
For phase 1. Yeah, a lot of Dragapult, a lot of Zoroark as well. You know, that's the really big change. And it's interesting to see Goldango, you know, after having its fall off the last couple events, it's still got a really large crowd that brings it. And I think, you know, Piper, you can jump on this too, but it's just the ease of playing the deck and the ability for those small sequencing decisions to just be so important.
Yeah, I like to think Goldango has a really low skill floor, but a pretty high skill ceiling. So you can get into the deck and see success with it pretty easily. But as you get better and better with the deck, you still have a lot of room to grow with sequencing and really optimizing those decisions so that you find all those combination pieces you need to close out games with big make it rains for a lot of damage. But besides Goldango, 8% Gardevoir, I think that's one of the highest it's been lately. Just its last event, people bringing it out for one last time, one last win to add to that over $1.5 million earnings.
No, yeah, I have to agree. I feel like it's the same thing for the Goldango players, right? One last time. And there's nothing more comforting to me than all I need for my turn is to attach to a Solrock and attack, right? And then later down the line, eventually I'm going to get Iono'd, but I have draws. It's just too comforting and just plays around so many things. So I don't blame Goldango for being the 3rd most played. Again, just drawing cards is really good.
100%. The Solrock Lunatone engine is one of the best engines we've seen, and we're going to continue to see how strong it is come some of the new friends it will make. No spoilers ahead, but it's got some cool friends in this H regulation, rather.
That's for sure. A deck I think we haven't talked about yet is just the Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan archetype. I want to talk about Tord's list. What did you guys think about that?
I'll let Piper answer this one. You're the Zoroark connoisseur, not me, so you have more thoughts than I do.
Well, I think the 2 decks, Zoroark and Mega Absol box, play pretty similarly at times. You have that draw engine backbone, and you're taking not one-hit KOs a lot of the time, just using your opponent's resources and having long games, disrupting your opponent through Iono, Claw of Darkness. So combining the two, having trade to help you sustain, because sometimes the Run Errand and Pheasantipede, it isn't enough draw to find those combinations. So you have the Zoroark, which not only thins your deck a lot, sees you extra cards, but it also provides 250 damage, which the deck can kind of struggle to do a lot of damage early. Sometimes you rely on those Kangaskhan flips, but those are a little inconsistent. And Tord's deck, really interesting to see him shift from that list that Yoshiyuki just won Houston with, that Tord also won Vegas with so long ago. They'd been playing that list forever, so seeing him switch at the last event he could have played it, definitely interesting, but a super cool list, and I'm excited to see how he did.
I don't think he unfortunately made cut, but still had a pretty good run. And he really, when I talked to him yesterday, he really convinced me on it. He was just like, oh, I TM Evo, and suddenly I'm drawing 6 cards a turn. That's a good point. But right now, we have the best of the rest, though, here for Phase 1. And the big shining thing for me is the Frostlass Monkey Dory. I feel like we've seen that really rise into popularity but not quite into our top 6, top 6 in the metagame anyway. What do you guys think about that?
It had a really good conversion rate into day 2, and a lot of good players playing that deck. I believe I saw 1 or 2 up towards the top cut, so we'll take a closer look there. But yeah, I mean, all of these decks that you see right here are at about 100 or more representatives, and that's a good showcase for when a metagame feels balanced. Say what you will about the top decks, say what you will about Gardevoir being broken, about Gholdengo gatekeeping, blah, 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 but this is a true statistic right here. Wide metagames statistically feel good to play because you don't run into the same decks, and that is refreshing to play and experience that, firsthand.
I agree. And with that, let's compare the data from Phase 1, and I believe we have the data for Phase 2. But yeah.
Yeah, they're point in case, right? Look at that Frostlass Monkey Dory just jumped all the way, to that 5th slot right there. And Grimmsnarl's jumped too. Wow, that's a huge jump for Grimmsnarl as well.
Yeah, these Frostlass decks have a lot of agency and a lot of great players playing them. We've seen them time and time again on stream. And because of that, they're just having such great conversions. You see Dragapult staying around the same percentage. Gardevoir saw a bit of a jump, but these Frostlass decks really showing how impressive they are at converting into the day 2, allowing the skill of the players to shine. We've seen a lot of great players. I know Joseph Bjerg from, from North America got top 4 at Worlds last year, top 4 at the Puerto Rico SP, and top 8 at Houston recently with Frostlass Monkey Dory. Alex Schmansky also got top 4 at Houston with the deck. Really just impressive to see.
We're talking about how strong this Frostlass is, but to be honest, it's all Monkey Dory, right?
Yeah. We talk about this time and time again. This card is broken. I don't care how you put it. Mind Bend by itself is broken. Who knows if we would even play this without Adrenabrain. The card is absolutely ridiculous. I mean, you can look down this list at the top decks. Pulp plays it sometimes. Grimmsnarl plays it. Gardevoir plays it. Zoroark plays it. There was a time when Gholdengo played the card as well. This card is everywhere. It's so good, and you see how the meta warps and bends around Monkey Dory's will almost.
I think just the power of being able to take those prizes in between turns or almost set up checkmate scenarios just really show the power of Monkey Dory. And yeah, it helps when your back's against the wall. And you know what? I'm going to make my opponent flip for it.
Yeah.
Very, very painful indeed. But yeah, again, a lot of shift, again, in this Phase 2 metagame. Gholdengo dropping all the way down to 5, though. I mean, maybe struggled a little bit against all these different spread decks. Do you think that could be the reason?
Yeah, it really depends on how prepared you are to face against Grimmsnarl, and also some of the other decks as well. I mean, Gholdengo can do very good against some of the top decks, but it can really struggle against some of the best of the rest decks. A deck like Crustle, you can play things like the Mega Lopunny for it, but it can still be difficult even with that Charizard. If they have that Chi-Yu card, it can be difficult to navigate through. There's just some of the weirder decks that it can really struggle against. But yet again, a lot of wider decks. A big jump up is, some new interesting inclusions. The Raging Bolt deck coming up a little bit more. And also seeing Joltik Box is really interesting. And, it's a deck that kind of jumps in and out of the metagame. I think it really does like a lot of those darker decks doing well at the top, though.
No, Joltik very powerful, being able to just put energy on the field. And oh, actually, Iron Hands is leaving us too, isn't it?
He is saying a farewell. As a Gardevoir player, I'm happy he's gone. I think Gardevoir's taking him down with him to the Shadow Realm almost at this point. But, it is what it is. Iron Hands ruled the format in several different decks throughout its course, so it's had another great run. But yeah, I mean, as of recent, you're really not seeing him at the top tables. It's kind of interesting how he's, fallen out of favor, for other, more powerful strategies.
Yeah, it used to be very, very scary as a single prize deck, or just getting Iron Hands out of nowhere and your opponent just taking 2 prizes 3 times, especially when you're a Gardevoir player, just bricking. You're just trying to evolve. How are you taking prize cards? But yeah, again, a lot of decks we're going to lose. Charizard is something we're going to lose as well. Charizard and Pidgeot, actually. Pidgeot might be a big one. I remember the times of Pidgeot Control. Such a unique deck. And but I'm sure we're going to get something like that eventually.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to always have new strategies, new cards come out, and that's what makes Pokemon so interesting, because while we're losing cards, we're gaining new cards. While Iono comes out, we have other disruption that's, going to come to the forefront of the meta. So seeing how players adjust for that first tournament, yes, there are results in Japan, yes, there are results abroad that give a nice backbone, a nice foundation for, what decks and strategies should sort of look like. It's really on players to innovate, and that's the most exciting time. And also for viewers at home, the best time to join in and start. I know I can talk for personal experience. I'm sure Piper can as well. It's so easy to start playing when this rotation happens because you know exactly what cards come out, and that card pool is nice and condensed.
I know we're already thinking about the future, but oh man, we still have what? A couple more games in this format. And we have the best of the best to really show us what this format has in store. I want to take a look at a couple of, players who have been doing pretty well in this tournament here in Orlando. I mean, yeah, so people like Noah, who we've seen on stream, and honestly, probably one of the more unforgettable games on the stream. What was it? What was the quote? No Zekrom, no a problem.
Something like that. We like to get a little bit hip with it. But yeah, I mean, I'll leave Piper to talk about this point because, Piper, you play a lot with Noah. I mean, he put in prep. I mean, you were talking about it yesterday.
Yeah, Noah's been playing the game for ages. He's been one of my premier testing partners for ages and had a really great run last year with Dragapult Dusknoir, but at the start of the season kind of struggled with the deck and finally took the shackles off, now playing Zoroark instead of Dragapult, and top 16 at the Seattle with Mega Kangaskhan. Absol, as I mentioned, pretty similar to Zoroark, and now played a similar list at Houston, had a bit of a rough run because he was sick, but now all the way into top 8, I believe 11-03, so 36 match points, likely dodging that asymmetrical cut straight into top 8. Incredibly dominant performance with his own Zoroark list.
That is great to see. Fingers crossed again that he doesn't prize Zekroms this time, but even if he does, Noah's the one who can get it done. And yeah, just adding one more thing to his resume. It might be, well, technically his highest regional finish besides the special event, top 4. But very, very big for Noah. Again, it was such a pleasure to watch him on the stream.
Yeah, Zoroark is a complicated deck for sure, and so is Grimmsnarl. As we take a look at Karis, her performance so far, of course, that iconic Badoo, Itchy Pollen back and forth from Toronto that I know got a little viral. Yeah, it's in top cut and off to a super, super solid start this season. Top 4 at a regional is already a difficult accomplishment. I know she's looking and is hungry for a stronger placement to make it into a finals. That's her best performance yet, but I know she thinks she can do better. And this Grimmsnarl deck, it really does feel like Poképad was the key that unlocked all the doors and all the issues. I mean, the deck still has problems. Don't get me wrong. I still think it's on Fraud Watch slightly. It's got no engine. It's got no engine. But when Poképad kind of starts to glue together some of the things, it's working for now. Let's just say that.
Yeah, I mean, Grimmsnarl with the Poképad, as I mentioned, allows you to play stronger supporters than Arven, so you get to see more cards put together those combos, which is something Grimmsnarl can struggle with. Sometimes you can Arven for the secret box to get those combos, but once your secret box is gone, Arven is just really mid throughout the game until you're getting those big technical machine devolution plays at the end of the game. Yeah, I expect to see more Grimmsnarls in top cut. The deck has been performing really well, been at the top of both days. And we'll see if it's able to convert and get that big win. I feel like it's always been in the top cut or asymmetrical, top 8, top 4, but hasn't really gotten that big win except in Merida a couple months ago.
And if anyone can do it, surely Karis Jones, again, with 1,200 CP. That's quite a lot. So definitely very accomplished. They're a very accomplished player. And maybe we will see Grimmsnarl finally take a regional win. But again, yeah, Grimmsnarl, very terrifying deck, especially when I feel like it's a good pick to bring to this tournament when everyone is just so nostalgic about Gardevoir. I feel like any dark deck really has its day. And again, just being able to, the thing it has with it, I know we talk about how it has no engine. The fact that it accelerates to itself, that kind of thins the deck as well, right?
Yeah.
And I think we've seen that time and time on the stream where, okay, yeah, my hand is not that great. Let me evolve into Grimmsnarl and actually accelerate 5 energy. That's 5 less cards I don't want to top deck.
The way I view this deck is it's literally just a Monkey Dory deck. That's all it is. It's just a Monkey Dory deck that allows you to attach energies to Monkey Dory every turn while attacking. On paper, Shadow Bullet is really underwhelming. It's crazy how Night Spear has been 2x essentially and power crept to being okay in the format. For those who know. At this point, it's just like you just get to put energies onto Monkey Dories every turn. You get the Frostlass when you need it, but a lot of times you don't even need to put the Frostlass into play. Your Grimmsnarl's tanky, it's got 320 HP, and like you mentioned, it's just an efficient attacker. It just does damage, you heal off of it, and you just rinse and repeat and rinse and repeat. It's a successful strategy. If these players can draw their setups, consistently do well, can consistently get those pieces going, avoiding the grass decks, they're posed to have a really good tournament here.
I feel like that's the hallmark of a great deck, right? It can be, how do you say, it's just very fluid, right? Sometimes you can go tall with your Grimmsnarl just be like a big threat, do 180 and spread 30 to the bench. Then sometimes you're like, okay, maybe you took down my Grimmsnarl. Let me slow things down. Let's go to Badoo. Let's play some Frostlass action. Or you can just stick with the entire Frostlass action. I'm winning the Monkey War. What are you going to do?
Yeah, just such a good deck. Really hard to put it elsewhere. It really does feel like PokePad was the piece for this deck. Having to rely a lot of technical machine evolution, not needing that as much anymore, means you can start to play these 2 copies of Badoo. You can start to become that hybrid deck, because the big sort of factor for this Monkey Dory Frostlass deck that scares a lot of people and is a weakness is how it really deals in that mid to end game, right? It doesn't have a great finishing attack. It can only really, deal lots of damage with the Monkey Dory. The Grimmsnarl is a nice way to kind of find a middle ground, and why it feels like more people gravitate towards that deck rather than going straight towards Frostlass Monkey Dory.
Yeah, and seeing that flexibility also with Grimmsnarl, you see how important that is in a lot of decks people bring to events. Zoroark now having Ends Zekrom, Ends Reshiram, and Ends Darmanitan as different attacks, and sometimes the Mega Absol, Okidogi EX, a lot of different options there. Gardevoir, Mega Diancie, Frillish, Jellicent, Screamtail, Mew EX, Drifloon, so many different options that Gardevoir can use, and it really shows why top players go to these decks. The flexibility lets them show why they are top players. They get to play better than their opponents a lot of times and use these options to their advantage.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to miss Mew EX, just being able to copy your opponent's attack. Oh, those turns when you get to hit into Dragapult while you have your own Clefairy and they have a Duskull in play. Oh, I'm going to miss it. With that, though, just to get you folks excited, I believe we do have the bracket that we can show off in a bit. I mean, these are going to be the players that are going to be playing in our top cut. And that's a big list.
Yeah, I'm leaning it a little bit because it looks like there are only 3 players that are advancing into straightaway top cut. It's going to be Noah, it looks like Paolo, and Karis. So those are the 3 players that don't have to play top 8. Everybody else has to play an asymmetrical top cut. That means there's going to be 5 matches happening out in the field. So a 13-player top cut is absolutely massive here.
Very, very big. And very big names as well. I mean, Gustavo Wada versus Makani Tran. That's something if we don't show that on stream, I might just have to walk out there and watch that game.
Gardevoir Mirror is always a treat, and 2 great players. Makani has been one of the best players in the post-COVID era, and Gustavo, the 2011 Juniors World Champion. And on the other side of the bracket, Jackson Ford, our Milwaukee Regional Champion, top 8 at the European International Championships this year. The premier Charizard player, now playing Grimmsnarl in the asymmetrical cut. Had a really good start, but ID'd the last round to 11-1-2, and now has to play that asymmetrical cut. Could have maybe played it out instead. We'll see how he feels about it, but may have hit a better matchup now against Carson Washer, a new age-up master this year who I believe made asymmetrical cut at Las Vegas.
Definitely, and again, with this many people in Top Cut, I'm so curious to... I didn't get to study everyone's deck just yet, so I'm sure it's a good mix of Gardevoir, a lot of dark decks that we... Definitely some Goldengo, at least one Goldengo.
yeah, we know Chris Franco is in this cut somewhere if we look and see where he's at. Yeah,
he's down there in the bottom.
Yeah,
he's
he
going to
is
be
all
up
the way at
against
the bottom
Eric
there. So we'll just have to see how everything plays out. He will be waiting for Karis. Will be waiting for him potentially if he can win that matchup out. And one thing that we did note in that match is playing the Picnic Basket. And that is a card that can be very useful against Grimmsnarl when they want to use more of those Frostlass. However, one mechanic that's really interesting in Top Cut now is that it's open deck lists from here on out. So it's kind of a mind game. Now, well, I play this card for you, but now that you know that I play this card, I can play around the Picnic Basket, and it does sort of lose a lot of its factor when, you really have to hard commit to that devolution strategy. Karis now may have to find a different route in that matchup if it does come down to that.
Yeah, an asymmetrical cut, having those open lists means that simpler decks are a little bit advantaged because now they don't have to worry about the surprise factor, they just have that consistency. So if there are any Dragapult Dusknoirs, which I think Carson might be playing, he's been playing it a lot this season, not sure. The deck has been pretty standardized to 58 cards of a list, so just could sweep through all of these decks with a lot of options, and just having that consistency of Dragapult and Dusknoir, that kind of gatekeeps those less normal decks.
Yeah, who needs tech cards when you're just the best deck in format, right? I'm just gonna Badoo until I have everything set up and then wipe your entire board. Very, very scary, but again, so many good players, so much Pokemon is gonna be played in the Masters bracket. If only we could show every single game, right?
Yeah, I wish there was like 20 cameras ahead of every single match, and then we could just have like 50 commentators on every match too. That would be awesome. But unfortunately, our capabilities are a bit limited currently. You'll of course have to stay tuned, and if you miss any action, you can of course go back and watch it. But yeah, we've got top cut, top 8, top 4, and we're crowning a champion all today. This is why Championship Sundays are the best Sundays.
And of course, I just want to remind folks at home what these players are playing for here. What you get when you become a regional champion. And it's quite a bit. $10,000 if you're a master regional champion. Junior and senior get $2,500. And hey, 108 booster packs as well. That's not too bad.
Yeah, $1,000 money match right now for these players on the asymmetrical top cut. So they're already locked up for $2,000 and those championship points. But if they want more, they've got to win this next match. A lot on the line here. And it doesn't even show the championship point jump, which is also really, really big for the top 16 and the top 8.
Yeah, speaking of those championship points, how about we check out how much these players can earn here. And yeah, again, first 350, but you know, if you're first, you're also getting your Worlds invite, so maybe you have to worry about the points a little less.
Yeah, and a lot of these players having so many points. You saw Karis with about 1,200. I know Jackson is up there too with that Milwaukee regional wins. They're not really caring about that Worlds invitation anymore. They're looking for those travel stipends and travel awards where they get some extra money to go to these events and also show that they are the best in the region.
Yes, and speaking of the travel awards, I mean, here it is, the travel prizing. This is what you can earn just by being the best of the best, right? Not too bad there. Just having an extra $3,500 if you're traveling out of region, $2,000 if you're traveling within region. That's pretty good pocket money just to play some Pokemon.
Yeah, it allows these players to be supported for following their dreams and trying to be the very best. It's an awesome system that's been put in place. I know, Piper, you've used it. A lot of other players have used this system. It is a great system in place. And also, not to mention that priority registration. It is tough to register for these events. You can be on time and still struggle to make it in. So having that priority registration just allows you to have that calm sense of relief that you'll be playing on the biggest stage in Pokemon, no matter where it is in the world.
Not gonna lie, I might be fighting a little bit harder for that priority registration, that's for sure. I don't know how many times I missed it just off a couple of minutes. No, but yes, again, absolutely amazing to have this this system. And of course, if you want to get in, if you want to start playing some Pokemon, here's a QR code. You can scan it, find some events, find any local game store near you. Honestly, it's one of the best ways to just, you know, meet people in the area. Some of the best friends I've ever made have been through Pokemon, the Pokemon trading card game, and I'm sure you guys as well.
Yeah, I mean, my friend Noah is in Top Cut now, so that's amazing to see. Also, Jackson, another great friend in the local Toronto area, both in Top Cut. Jackson playing ASIM and Noah already in top 8. Hopefully, I get to see them go far today.
Yeah, imagine popping into a local and just seeing like all these regional champions, all these IC champions, and you know, they do really play in the cups, right? Cups are very, very big. Sometimes you need to bolster your points a little bit. But yeah, again, if you want to join in on the fun, scan the QR code. Let's play some Pokemon.
Yeah, and don't be overwhelmed as well. I know Wancher's making it to seem that you're going to walk in and find champions on champions wherever your local store is, but there's event levels for everybody. There's pre-release events, there's local leagues, there's premier events, there's all sorts of things for you to start your Pokemon journey. Use that QR code, sign up. It's the best decision you're ever going to make, signing up to play Pokemon. I know we're here like salespeople, but it's true. Pokemon's a great community. You're going to love joining and playing the game, 100%.
Oh, abs. I love you brought up the pre-releases. Those are always so much fun. And I like the new draft, the draft thing that a lot of the local card shops are going to get. That's always so much fun, too. I love drafting some cards. Oh, Ethan, man, I want to play some Pokemon, but more importantly, I want to watch some good Pokemon. So we actually have Top Cut coming up next, but we're going to go in for a quick break, so don't go anywhere.
Hey there, Pokemon trainers. Gabby Snyder here with Eric and Maddox, two of our incredible competitors in the trading card game this weekend. How y'all doing?
I'm feeling pretty good. I'm ready for the weekend.
Excited to be at the hometown regional here in Orlando and excited for a good time.
All right, well, we're going to have a good time here with a little game I like to call Eyes Closed Drawing. Now, Eric, I don't know if you're going to be able to draw with those iron hands.
I don't think that the marker would fit in these hands, but I'm going to be amping very much this weekend.
For sure. So are you ready, Maddox, to get drawing?
No, but we're rolling, so I guess I got to draw.
All right. Well, I believe in you. I believe in you. Now, I know it's not legal this weekend, but the TCG set Perfect Order was just released recently, and it will be legal for the next event. So I want you to think of a Pokemon that was released as a part of that set. And what Pokemon do you think will be the most successful from that set coming into the new format? So take a moment to think, and then whenever you're ready, if you want to start drawing, go for it. And Eric, I'm going to have you take a step forward here and just tell me what you're thinking.
Okay, I mean, obviously I'm thinking Iron Hands because, thank you very much. It's gotta be Starmie though. Not Starmie. Goodness, from Perfect Order is so tough.
I mean, it's looking like it has a few things going on there.
I don't know what's going on here. I mean, I see Iron Hands. I mean, I see the hand at the top, right? So it's gotta be Iron Hands.
Maybe it's like a whisker or something, or multiple arms of some sort.
Oh, it's gonna be Meowth, maybe? Yeah, Meowth. Okay, Meowth, okay.
All right, so is that? All right, let me switch spots with you real quick. You just said that's not too bad. What were you thinking, honestly?
Well, I was thinking like Meowth is like by far the best card to come out of Perfect Order. So I was like, I need to go and get the little like coin on top of his head, plus some ears and some whiskers. And honestly, for not looking at it, I feel like I'm pretty good for a non-artist. I mean, Meowth and Last Ditch Catch is going to be like game defining for the next like 3 years. So I figured no other choice than Meowth, really.
For sure. I mean, like you said, we have the coin, we have the whiskers, and we have some Iron Hands over here. Now, Eric, if you had to pick a card that would be successful from Perfect Order, or Pokemon specifically, what would you have picked?
I think I'm gonna pick Starmie, and the reason why I went with Starmie first is because it's more of an archetype, a whole deck. Meowth is like a support card that's gonna be in every deck across the board, and Starmie's a new archetype that can put so much damage onto your opponent's bench and the active at the same time, which is really strong in the history of the Pokemon TCG.
All right, well, I would be remiss if I didn't tell you both, thank you very much for joining me here today. And we'll be back with more Pokemon action soon from Orlando, so please stay tuned.
I played the video games when I was young, and then after a little while, my mom taught me the card game. We played at home for many years, and then eventually I figured out that people play this competitively. I went to my first league, figured out there was a whole tournament setting, and play Pokemon and everything, and from there, I just started playing more and more and eventually traveled the world and got to do all this. My favorite Pokemon is Celebi. It's been my favorite since childhood. It's just small, cute. I really like the fourth movie, which Celebi was in, and yeah, it's kind of been like my lucky mascot ever since. I always go to the bathroom before games just so I don't have additional distractions at the very least. Try to drink a lot of water and keep myself energized throughout the day. But the most important prep is probably the day before when I go to sleep early. I think that's the most important part. I play Pokemon because it's so much fun. And the game itself is a lot of fun. So I enjoy the technical aspect of it. And I also enjoy the travel, hanging with friends, and meeting new people. That's all amazing. My best talent is definitely Pokemon, but I have other things I like to do as well. I have recently picked up chess a little bit. That's been actually quite fun. And then I also play a decent amount of tennis as well, which I also enjoy quite a lot. If I could be the designer of a card, I would probably like it to have some sort of consistency ability. So something that draws cards or something that allows you to come back into games that you're far behind in. So some sort of comeback card I think would be very cool. I think my favorite Pokemon events are probably the World Championships in Hawaii and Japan. It's really hard to choose between them for me, but I'll definitely go with one of those. I actually listen to some of the Pokemon music as well, which is kind of fun. But I like a lot of fast-paced music. I listen to a little bit of everything. I'm Team Blastoise. I always pick the water starter whenever I play the Pokemon games, regardless of which one it is. So then I would have to go with Squirtle, and then that's Blastoise. So I'm Team Blastoise.
The Houston Regional Championships brought with them a torrent of excited competitors and the advent of Ascended Heroes. This new set brought many highly anticipated cards, chief among them being Poképad. Thanks to its added consistency, Dragapult EX became even more of a meta menace, and piloted by Miguel Marin, faced Mega Absol EX, played by Yoshiyuki Yamaguchi. This match would be defined by both decks' ability to get set up, and Yoshiyuki's clutch Psyduck tech to deny Cursed Blast and hamper Dragapult EX's damage output. After an intense back-and-forth set, Absol dealt a major blow by knocking out Miguel's Dracloak along with its Neo Upper Energy. Thanks to this swing in the tempo of the match, Yoshiyuki dictated the pace with Claw of Darkness and Monkey Dory's Adrenabrain to claim his eventual victory.
Woo! Boss's order. That's boss, boss, boss. Yoshiyuki, the ultimate boss here at the Houston Regional Championships.
There's always more Pokemon action to be had, so go to Pokemon.com/compete and join in.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers and fans around the globe. It is now time for our asymmetrical top cut here at the Orlando Regional Championships. And it is going to be a top cut for the ages. I am Jeremy Jallin here with Kyle Sablehouse. We are Saballin, and I think we're ready, Kyle.
I think so too.
Yeah.
We got a lot of players that are ready, and my goodness, there's an interesting array of decks that have made the top cut here. We will feature one of the more popular archetypes by Jackson Ford with this Marnie's Grimmsnarl Frostlass, and oh boy, does he have some accomplishments to go along with it.
Milwaukee regional champion just this season, and of course, a bunch of other accomplishments, top 8 at a couple ICs, and up against Carson Washer, a recently aged up senior in first year in Masters and off to a great start, a top 16 at that same Milwaukee regional that Jackson won.
The strongest soldier of Dragapult this weekend, the one representative here in the top cut, and this has been his deck. We've seen it throughout the entirety of the year with some great finishes, some top 64s, a 9th place in Milwaukee. And he's gone undefeated through asymmetrical, or all the way up to asymmetrical cut here in phase 2. 6-0, yet to face Marnie's Grimmsnarl somehow in the whole tournament.
Which is crazy. There is 5 of those in our top cut today, and that is by far the most represented deck.
Doesn't make sense, but you will definitely have to pay the price. They are all over this top cut. Jackson, a great representative of this deck, is 7th in global championship points, already a regional championship win with Charizard earlier on in Milwaukee, and a 1-0 against the Dragapult Dusknoir deck so far this tournament. The last game that he lost was round 5.
Wow. I mean, that's how you do it when you expect to win the tournament, and both of these players have a chance to do just that, battling it out in our asymmetrical top cut.
Yeah, great to see Carson back at one of these big tables. Featured him earlier on and gave us a great show once more. Jackson, we'll always see him at these tables. It's been at the international level, of course, the regional stage, and once again, back at it. So many of the juniors and seniors take his coaching, and you can see that not only does he do a great job of teaching the younger generation, but also showing them how it's done by getting to the table back to back.
Yeah, there's really no other way you should do it and then the way Jackson is doing it. Again, sitting up at the top of the leaderboards for a lot of the regions, and doing it with multiple decks too. Has been the biggest Charizard supporter in a while, but these past few tournaments has switched to this Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX deck, and honestly, it seems like he's coaching the rest of the Masters as well with how popular this deck has been this weekend.
As long as it's a stage 2 dark type, he's got a chance. Maybe he's just waiting for some alternate arts to be released for Grimmsnarl. It wasn't as flashy as he likes to typically be, you know? Here's the flash. He's back at it with some gold and a couple of those dark energies in the prize cards.
Dark energies, countercatcher for both of the players. Granted, there is a few copies of those in each of these lists. Nothing too bad, Kyle.
For Carson, I really like those prize cards. I don't think that's going to be much of a bother.
The one of Monkey Dory maybe is the biggest thing in this matchup.
But hey, look at it where it's at. Bottom of the prize cards along with a Lily's Termination. We are underway here in asymmetric cut in Orlando.
Double Dreepy start for Carson. Meanwhile, Jackson starting that ever-important Budu that has really kind of found its way to be a bigger inclusion into this Marnie's Grimmsnarl deck, Kyle.
Truly is. It's the best of both worlds. Either you can go aggressive, nice and tall with the Marnie's Grimmsnarl, or you go wide with this board. Use the Badoo's Itchy Pollen and incorporate more of that Snorunt Frostlass later on to start to build up that damage with your Monkey Dory. Win the Monkey Dory war in some matchups, and you don't have to worry about much.
Pokepad has been a great addition for this deck as well from Ascended Heroes, but honestly, one that hasn't really been talked about a lot is that 70 HP Snorunt.
Oh yeah, it gets in there nice and chilly for the Snorunts. It's just been difficult for this Pokemon to find the board every once in a while, but now you have so much consistency built into this deck. And we see now Jackson with an ideal setup. Not only these 4 Pokemon on the bench, but the Lilies to boot.
8 brand new cards for Jackson. Has that Dark Energy on the Monkey Dory already to go along with the Badoo in the active spot. Itchy Pollen is going to start wrecking havoc on Carson's setup, especially with nothing being played. No items from Carson's side of the board.
Yeah, you can only imagine what cards are waiting for Carson throughout the next few turns. That's when you typically will find all of those items if you didn't see them on the opening turn, and that is a beefy Badoo with the Bravery Charm Edition.
50 extra HP. That means 80 HP and taking away your opponent's items. It's pretty good if I don't say so. And wow, Buddy popping off the top of the deck. Carson cannot use that now.
Yep.
It's turned too late.
We've affectionately coined the Badoo the Big Do as soon as it has the Bravery Charm, and it's not worried about Dragon Headbutt, which could be a problem in this matchup. You see there's already a Dracloak on the bench, Dracloak now in the active, and just an energy away from what would have been a knockout in this sense, and all these items would have been right back in play.
It seems like it has not been the best recon directive for Carson to start things off for his turn 2, and yeah, this hand only has a Hilda.
Hang on a second. I found a jamming tower, so you actually could get through Badoo right now if you want to. Or is this just a fire energy Hilda?
That's crazy to think about, but you are right, Kyle. Jamming tower will shut off that Bravery Charm. Badoo only having 30 HP, and that Dragon Headbutt, like you said, being able to take the knockout now. That's so much to commit, though.
Imagine, you find Hilda, the one card that searches out the best energy in existence of Neo Upper Energy, and it's time to just grab a fire energy because Dracloak needs to get busy. Yeah, there's some considerations here from Carson now of which is the right choice, and we'll slow things down with the Neo.
Take the turn off maybe and hope for a big Dragapult turn next turn with maybe a boss's orders off the 2 recon directives.
Yeah, it's tempting both ways. I can see if it just depends on how much that item means to you. But you can imagine a Buddy Poffin for next turn. If there's not a follow-up Badoo, it just puts a lot of pressure on your opponent.
And again, this is Carson's first deck search with that Hilda. So just taking a peek at what's prized. He's going to see that Monkey Dory in the prize cards along with 2 Lily's Determination.
And the hand's pretty much on the table at this point from Carson. When Jackson sees you search out a Dusknoir with a Hilda, pretty much guarantees you're holding on to the Dragapult. So you can start to see how Jackson could map out this hand and likely identify no other supporter here if this was truly your best turn with a Hilda.
Even something like an Iono from Jackson can put those Dragapult on the bottom of the deck and just make it a little bit harder for Carson to find that play next turn. Carson did opt for that Neo Upper Energy, though, so playing it a little slow. We're not going to see the cool Jamming Tower, Dragon Headbutt play.
Yeah, it does run into some issues if your opponent does happen to have that secret box, search out that rare candy, even an Arven. Just walking into the Marnie's Grimmsnarl from your opponent here would be devastating. So decides to split things up. 2 threats on board. And hey, good choice. There's the box.
Such a powerful ace spec for not only Grimmsnarl, but a lot of decks in this format, and it feels like it's been the top ace spec for a while now.
Yeah, it's just what it can do for a multitude of decks right now is you could skimp down on so many of these different lines and take advantage of these resources. Spike Myth Gym, it can be tricky. We saw players have to include 3 copies of this in the original build. Now you can limit those lists, go down to this 1 to 2 rare candies that we typically see, and as soon as you find that answer, you have a perfectly strong threat here with the Marnie's Grimmsnarl, and this is exactly why Carson had to slow things down.
Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX uses the Punk Up ability to be able to attach Dark Energy from the deck to any of your Marnie's Pokemon, and then Dark Energy for the turn on the second Monkey Dory, and the boss's orders found from that secret box. This is a great turn, Kyle.
Yeah, and this is speaking to mapping the hand from Jackson. If you are worried about the Dragapult, sure, use Iono. You could search that out with the secret box and you're not worried. But he read that this hand was going nowhere fast. There's not even an energy this turn, and the Recon Directive has to pull a lot of weight here. It finds Iono. Okay.
Carson's going to be able to play the game now.
Well, let's see. Still a little nervous about how this could go, but Buddy Buddy Poffin thins out a little more, helps potentially rebuild this board state, but Counter Stadium, Dragapult, Prey.
There's the Hawlucha as well. Could take an extra prize off something like that Impidimp on the bench. Carson is going to start off with Buddy Buddy Poffin, though. A couple more Dreepy hitting the bench.
Rightfully so. The lifeline of this deck is Dracloak. Need that opening stage to get things rolling. And you're losing out on 1 Dracloak immediately as you evolve, but rightfully so. You have to move into the attack phase, get ready to go to battle with this Marnie's Grimmsnarl. Still just that 1 energy off. Iono has to definitely make things happen.
And of course, it can't just be any energy. If you find a luminous energy, that's not going to work. You won't be able to use both of them. And so that means just the 2 Psychic and Fire are left for this Dragapult to try and attack.
Right, and that's why this deck plays cards like Hilda. You need to find the right energy at the right time, and this is just a draw 6, hoping to see the answer. Only 3 available copies, and there wasn't anything from Night Stretcher, I don't think.
Yep, just the Neo Upper in the discard.
Man. Fez
for 3.
Any help here? Last card?
No. Just a Jet Headbutt from the Dragapult EX maybe, but then you're just putting damage counters on your opponent's side of the board for Adrenabrain to start moving around.
Yeah, at some point past turn almost looks better.
I guess there's Counter Catcher.
Yeah. You would like to take a knockout on a Pokemon that maybe something like the Impidimp, so just so that you leave the damage counters off the board, just remove something. Just doesn't seem like a super viable option here.
Counter Catcher, Carson choosing the Frostlass, maybe. Again, this is one of the ways people try to slow down Grimmsnarl, is just bringing up Frostlass and hoping that there's not an energy to retreat. Maybe no Air Balloon thanks to that Jamming Tower.
And I'm pretty sure we saw the Air Balloon at some point, right?
Well, the Iono, put it to the bottom if it was in the hand from the secret box.
Okay.
But energy in the hand for Jackson.
Wow.
Pokepad to find that Morgrim to set up another Grimmsnarl on the following turn, and a Lily's Determination for 6. Pretty good Iono.
Doesn't get much better than that. The energy, it is hard to stick your opponent in the active spot with just an Iono to 5, but this is a nightmare situation for Carson now. Did not stick very much damage. Actually bolstering the attack power with these Monkey Dories now can shift that damage back over. And you have to imagine that this is going to be an uphill climb for Dragapult now.
Never where you want to be with no Dracloak in play and just down a few energies. Retreat for Jackson, brings up that Grimmsnarl EX.
Right back to work now. And now, are you worried about Frostlass at any point? You want to keep that out of range of a Phantom Dive? Or is preservation of Monkey Dory at some point going to be more impactful?
Jackson has the opportunity to take a knockout on a Dreepy this turn if he wants to.
I don't mind this here. It's any time that your opponent's going to take out this Frostlass, there will be additional damage counters on board. Either the longevity of 320 hit points in the active spot there to start moving around with Monkey Dory. And then that also would just lead to more space for an additional Monkey Dory Dark Energy. Once you're moving 90 damage a turn, I don't think Dragapult figures it out.
This is also setting up just damage spreading across all those Dreebeat for potential devolution play from Jackson in the following turns.
Right, you have a chance to switch up the strategy and go wide if your opponent doesn't remove that threat like the Frostlass, or if you continue to build up with these Monkey Dory. And for Carson, what's the comeback mechanism here? Do you commit an energy to a Pokemon that's already heavily damaged in the active? Or do you switch gears and start to attach energy to one of these damaged Cloak or Dreepy? It's a lose-lose situation.
And his Neo Upper is already gone, so you lose that kind of emergency energy that normally Dragapult is relying on.
We're talking about energy like there even is one. Still yet to be seen in this hand.
Couple Pokepad, but they're not doing too much here. Carson can find another Dracloak. Keep it rolling. Again, that Pheasantipity cannot use Flip the Script. There was no knockout last turn. Duskull found off the second Pokepad. Is it too late to kind of work in a Dusclops, Dusknoir line, or does Carson still have time?
It certainly could. The problem is when you're taking a look at where your opponent's already committed all of this damage, it seems like you're not going to have time without stalling a little longer. And with your opponent not removing the damage off of the Frostlass, if you did stall with Countercatcher Badoo, you only have one more turn of that before the Frostlass is knocked out, and you can't buy any more turns than that because every other Pokemon can move freely with either a retreat or the fact that Morgrem just evolves and accelerates more energies.
And after thinning out the deck a little bit of Pokemon with the Pokepad, Carson finds Dragapult Dracloak off this Recon Directive. Not what he wants to see.
A lot to worry about here on Carson's side.
And look at that Luminous Energy in hand.
No. The decision has been made for you.
This is where that Monkey Dory would come in handy, but it's still stuck in the prize cards. Iono, Boss's Orders are the two decisions for Carson in the hand.
Yep, checks the hand count. Jackson reveals pretty low hand size on the other side, but we've seen what he can do, especially after an Iono. And with all the damage on the board, it's not like Jackson jumped ahead in prize cards very much. There's still 5 cards to be drawn here off Iono now.
Where is the energy? Nothing found for Carson off this Iono yet again.
This is not a game you win with Jet Headbutt, I'll tell you that much.
There's not many games.
No, very rarely is it the right call, but now we see that Night Stretcher just mocking him once more. Still, there is no basic energy in this discard pile.
And that's the evolution that Dragapult EX Dusknoir has taken. It's all really kind of started with a bunch of basic energies, Crispins and all that stuff, but then everyone's like Luminous Energy just makes your mapping out so much better. You're able to use less energies and fit more stuff in the deck, but this is the one time where it's pretty detrimental.
Yeah, it really asks you to take a risk that you don't love to take. Here it is. For Jackson, plenty of options now. You can remove the only threat on board, guaranteed no Phantom Dive coming on the future turns as long as this Pokemon's removed. But there's enough damage on the board to work in this TM Devolution. If you get that, you just win. Would be, what, 10 short if without an additional Monkey Dory? So, but could get very close and definitely would have no threat on board if that Pokemon were just a Dreepy with 6 damage counters on it. I think it's still a very viable option.
I think Jackson's only thing to really play around now is that Blood Moon Ursaluna EX. Seems like the only attacker Carson has left.
I mean, even in this situation, with another Monkey Dory push, you can just clear both Pokemon in the active and the Dracloak and not worry about any devolution. You can just knock them all out.
It's a pretty good way to win the game.
And even in the perfect world where this Blood Moon Ursaluna comes into the active, KOs this Marnie's Grim, it's stuck in the active spot, it's not attacking the following turn, and Carson still has 4 more prize cards to take with this Pokemon. I think that is something that Jackson is okay with.
And again, players at home might be thinking, why not just concede, go to the next game? But this is Top Cut. We have a little bit more time for our players. And it's just under 60 minutes to go. Carson has the Ultra Ball. We'll be able to find Blood Moon Ursaluna EX.
That keeps you in this, but still a lot to worry about.
Seems like it's Blood Moon attached to energy to retreat and Iono. Jackson down to 1.
And just a simple Night Stretcher or Marnie's Grimmsnarl would seal the deal. Enough damage on the board with that Frostlass, a tick of that with the seasoned skill ability, along with 2 Monkey Dory and an attack from 180 from Marnie's Grimmsnarl. We would see Blood Moon Ursaluna KO'd in between turns.
Oh, no energy for Carson on that Pheasantipity, but wow, there's some basic energies finally found.
Ah, just in time to use them to retreat. Yeah, that's not how you drew things up, but still hanging in here.
Now Carson's just flushed with energy. 2 Luminous, 2 Psychic energy.
Still a copy of that Latios if you want to work that in. Maybe these energies can go to a different spot. But what other attacker is there at this stage of the game?
Yeah, look at that discard, Kyle. A 4-3-2 Dragapult.
That's basically it. I mean, you're not getting very far. Is this Duskull as an attacker at some point? I mean, this is wild stuff. Yeah, dump it all. Probably just Latios, and you have all these energies to work with, but nowhere to put them. Wait, Latios is an attacker. Come on.
I mean, there is 2 Psychics.
There's 2 Psychics. Come on.
Looking at the list, too, there's no way to kind of reset the Blood Moon attack from Blood Moon Ursaluna. Usually we see something like Turo or not even in this deck, but like Switch just to be able to reset. And something like Curse Blast is able to do that. But with Jackson, just that 1 prize card.
Yeah. It's a
Eon Blade, 200 damage.
Oh, sneaky Fez.
There is the Blood Moon for the knockout. Carson finally able to start taking prizes in this first game of Top Cut.
Big do, making its way to the front. Damage already on board, and where is this Marnie's Grimmsnarl? If it's to be found, that would close things out. Jackson doesn't look like he has much else going for him.
And at a certain point, does Adrenabrain just take over the game?
You'd think so. I mean, this is an item lock. There's no additional attacker to really incorporate at this spot. And the one big card that would save you in this instance would be a Professor Turo scenario. It is not played in this list. And Jackson knows this. They got to take a look at the deck list before we were started here.
Yeah, and that's, again, a big thing that we've seen in these changes for Top Cut is that open deck list where there is no hiding what is in your deck or what is not in your deck.
Well, Carson still take his time, but 4 prizes remaining. What's the big threat at this stage? The Frostlass is building up the damage. Monkey Dories are shifting that damage back over.
Just
what, and you even
2 more
pressure
turns?
Monkey Dories at this stage.
Yeah, I don't think Carson's able to take 4 prizes before Jackson can win, let alone 2 prizes.
Just too much pressure. Even Monkey Dory Dark Energy here would get the job done, but the inevitable seems in place with 130 damage on that Pheasantipity. Shifting 60 over. Frostlass places it 10 damage away from a KO next turn, and Carson may just announce his own fate as he passes the turn.
First Adrenabrain moving that 30 over to the Pheasantipity EX on the bench. Second Adrenabrain from Jackson. almost for sure going to the same place.
Yeah, you have all of the information. This Pokemon cannot save itself. 190 right now. There's the Monkey Dory, but the Dark Energy not to be found. I don't think it'll matter too much. Need to see that additional tick of damage to the other side of the board, and 10 HP away from a KO. Can Fez take one more knockout, a cruel arrow, just for the memes?
Would a cruel arrow be better, or just the Blood Moon on this Big Do?
I want to see Fez do something. It worked so hard to get to this point.
Again, players are just making sure everything is good with the damage from Frostlass, the damage from Itchy Pollen.
Yeah, I don't think the damage is correct on that Fez right now. That needs to be bumped up one more tick. Very impactful 10 damage to be considered.
200 damage on that Pheasantipity EX. If the Frostlass is not taken care of in between turns, Jackson will win.
Monkey Dory does have a say in this with the Luminous Energy now. You could shift over some of that damage on the Pheasantipity, stick around. But where does
Carson's fighting 2, potentially 3 Monkey Dory on the following turn.
Where does this damage go to where it doesn't fling right back over to this Pheasantipity? I don't see it. Jamming Tower with the Bravery Charm means you could place that damage on the active, and then your opponent would have to be very foolish to send up a Monkey Dory with a Dark Energy. Even then, I think Jackson would still just get there.
Carson is deep in the think tank, trying to figure out if there's a way to try to steal this game 1 out from Jackson's pretty stellar, like, just entire game 1.
Yeah, it's a really clean setup. Saw him go tall at the beginning, and we're nice and wide here. Bosses orders onto the Monkey Dory.
It is the one with the most damage.
So there is not a Pokemon that has 3 damage counters at the end of the turn this time around. You see the KO on that Bidoof thanks to Jamming Tower.
Granted,
and this removes the Monkey Dory, so still a Dark Energy away from taking the KO onto the Pheasantipity.
Jackson promotes.
Yeah, this is an end of the turn. Yeah, the Frostlass tick just gets there.
Oh,
no,
yeah, that's right.
No worries. As Carson tried to make the impossible happen, but Jackson waiting at the door, trying to slam it shut and make his way towards top 8.
And honestly, that's the power of Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX. We saw the Grimmsnarl get knocked out, but then it was just Monkey Dory Frostlass able to carry the game through the finish line.
It's the same as Tord's strategy. Just throw 2 decks together and see what happens. Marnie's Grimmsnarl feels like a deck in itself, and then you have the backup plan of Frostlass Monkey Dory that gets you the rest of the way. Let's take a look at how we got here to our game 1 victor.
It was a quick pass of the turn from Carson after just attaching a Luminous, and then Jackson having a pretty stellar start with that Itchy Pollen. Then it went into a quick Barney's Grimmsnarl EX, taking the knockout on that Neo Upper Energy Cloak. Carson then unable to find an energy for multiple turns until we saw this crazy 4-prize turn with double Adrenabrain and that Barney's Grimmsnarl being able to Shadow Bullet for the knockout on all of the Dragapult and Dracloaks. And it was just Carson with a hope and a prayer, finally finding energy, having that Blood Moon Ursaluna, but it was a little too late. There was just enough damage built up on everything, and these Monkey Dory and Frostlass were able to seal the game.
Too many Luminous Energy in the early, too many basic energy in the late. Carson, I don't know if your deck is very friendly with you right now, but we've seen you get this far so many times with Dragapult. Maybe one more set is in the books for you here. Looking for a good start. Not seeing it just yet. That's a mulligan.
Both players mulligan, actually. And again, Carson is 6-0 in Phase 2. Has been riding a hot streak all the way up until meeting up against Jackson Ford, one of the best players in the game right now.
Yeah, this is a great end boss to see on the other side of the table, and with no matches against Marnie's Grimmsnarl this tournament, it only seems fitting that you'd have to work through one here to make it to the top 8. Carson has a lot to consider as this matchup goes, and we saw it in that opening game. Thought to go slow, not take that KO onto Badoo, and saw the rare candy play from Jackson on the other side. Knew that was a possibility. Do you take that consideration once more, or do you have to be a little more aggressive?
It was due to that secret box just being able to find everything for Jackson, that rare candy, spike move, and the boss's orders.
We'll see if the prize cards have anything to say about that throughout this game. We have the fist bump. We are underway here. Jackson will start things off.
Snowrun in the active up against Duskull for Carson. That is one thing we didn't really see in the first game from Carson, is that Duskull Dusknoir line being able to impact the game. It was just way too quick for him.
Well, I know there's a lot of shiny cards in this deck, but on the opening search, you look for that pink one. It won't be there this time. It's trickier to find with the way that this is built now. You only see those 2 copies of Arven, so searching out the secret box is typically not the way this works, but still seeing it in the prize cards doesn't make you feel great.
The secret box, along with that technical machine Devolution, 2 one-of copies that are pretty impactful in this matchup. The Marnie's Morgrim as well, that could come in to play, but having a Monkey Dory and Badoo, there's a lot of Pokemon in the prize cards for Jackson.
I'd argue that the TM Divo is in a pretty great spot. That's
true.
Typically, you'll find at least a prize or 2. Your opponent using Curse Blast or working through some of these smaller Pokemon like a Badoo on the other side. You may find that at the right time. But for Jackson, it is a slower setup. Just a Pokepad to Badoo and Snowrun Energy go.
Do like just not retreating, making sure anything is possible. You're able to retreat on the next turn to that Badoo and start itchy pawing. Carson, Ultra Ball, discards Dragapult and Duskull. Taking a look at the prize cards, got a Luminous in there and a 1/1 for Cloak.
Yeah, misses out on that at the top, but the real issue is if you see 2 of either of those copies in the prizes, so certainly manageable. But this hand doesn't seem very friendly for Carson. The Ultra Balls lead to a lot of discards that you're not super comfortable with, and I think there's considerations to not even use this second one at this point.
I think Carson agreed with you, because Lily's Determination, shuffling back that Ultra Ball, I think there was a Fez and an Iono as well. 2 cards that are pretty important as the game gets late.
Already committing to that Latias means you don't want to play down Fezandipity at any time soon. And this is so important to setting up the item lock. Your opponent played this one item and set up a very weak board. If you have a chance to play down Badoo, use Itchy Pollen, you need to capitalize on that play, and looks like that should be an option now with the Buddy Puffin found, but
it's the only thing that Carson drew off those 8 cards.
Yeah, I mean, missed Energy, missed Cloak, missed it all. There's not even a supporter for next turn other than Boss. A real supporter for next turn.
Buddy Puffin is going to find a single Dreepy and Badoo for Carson. And thanks to that Latias EX search before the Lily's Determination, Carson does have that retreat to Itchy Pollen. I guess the one benefit is Jackson did not bench any Monkey Dory, any Impidimp, really is just relying on that Badoo himself.
There is no additional damage to come down anytime soon. Just 10 from this Itchy Pollen, and Jackson does find some help, but Carson's probably going, you know what, thanks, because my hand was trash.
Yeah, the good old triple Iono hand for Jackson there. Not really much of a choice in that supporter for the turn.
Oh, boy. Did you see Carson's hand to go along with this?
Yeah, I think he wants the other... Oh, wait, Carson's no.
Well, Carson's got a pile of items, and that's a Badoo, a big do, with a Bravery Charm ready to go.
Frostlass evolved to the active spot as well to start ticking up that damage. Look, I was looking at Jackson's hand, and it wasn't that great either.
We're in for a theme deck war at this point. Unless this top deck has something to say for it, I didn't see a Dracloak or anything to go along with this just yet. Jamming Tower, all right, the Badoos are on even footing. I don't think that's really what matters here. This hand goes nowhere.
There is a Dusclops in the hand for Carson, and at least an energy for the turn with that Luminous on Dreepy. Jamming Tower will turn off that Bravery Charm, which means Curse Blast could take a knockout on Badoo if Carson
You can
wants.
go fishing for the Iono with a 1 in 6. Are you feeling lucky, Carson? It's actually closer than we think. Does he find it?
Oh, taking away the prizes, keeping us in suspense.
I don't know.
It was the
Luminous. And what does Jackson see on the other side? The TM Devo.
Is it at the right time now, Kyle?
I take it back. The great part about this for Carson is he removed Big Do. There is no Badoo for next turn. Maybe the items come back into play. And if you are item locking and your opponent does not, certainly the advantage leans your way.
One thing that was missing from Jackson's hand last turn was an energy attachment. Already had the one on that Frost Last to be able to retreat from the first turn. And something like this Arven would normally help getting that Night Stretcher to find that dark energy, but Itchy Pollen has something to say about it.
Insult to injury as you search out a few more cards that aren't impactful to this board, and Carson just does not want to see an energy at this point. A Mind Bend or an Adrenabrain right here would really slow things down, and it's not there. This hand goes nowhere. Wow.
Passing the turn back. At this point, Jackson's own Frostlass is helping out Carson.
Yeah, this is how Carson built the deck, right? you just let your opponent start doing the work for you. Itchy Pollen right back the other way. And look at these resources with the Ultra Ball, Buddy Buddy Puffin, and Pokepad. Expect to see at least one Dracloak and a few more waiting in the wings.
Carson starting off with the Pokepad, being able to get as much information as possible, get that Dracloak out so you can recon Directive.
Such a dangerous Pokemon. I know you keep a couple on your shoulders at all times, but Badoo, just dominating.
It's a powerhouse. I've been saying it.
He's just a little guy, but he does so much work.
Item lock is that good, Kyle.
See now for Carson, what are the other considerations here? That's the early Duskull discard now with the Cursed Blast means you don't have that avenue to go down. It's just one Dreepy to work with here. And this is not typical of your Dragapult player to see a
I think
thin
there's a
board.
Dreepy in hand.
Ah, there it is. Okay, so that helps a little bit.
Recon Directive, Boss's Orders, Fire Energy.
And this sets up for some game-closing plays, as the energy was not there just yet. Now the Dracloak, eventual Dragapult, has access to a Phantom Dive, but maybe you need to
dodge one more turn of anything from Jackson.
Yep. Will take the fire this time around. And there's just so many good draws for Carson in these future turns that could close this out.
So many good draws, but none of them in hand, other than that Ultra Ball for the Dragapult. Itchy Pollen, Frost Last damage, makes 60 damage on that Munkidori. For Jackson.
Oh, hang on. We're not done yet. And even though the TM Devo doesn't feel like a great play, it does slow things down and buy you one additional turn. Is that really all Jackson needs now with that top deck Diono?
Well, no, he's going to need a Spike Mooth gym as well to bump that jamming tower.
Yeah, you're right. Okay.
And no Stadium found, but a Dark Energy was. Still no item cards available for Jackson, but can at least start doing something with Adrenabrain.
If the play were to remove Badoo, go fishing in those prize cards, but we know the answer is not waiting there.
And honestly, this Iono probably helped Carson as well. Oh, no. Seems like the judges are stopping the game.
Ah, 6 off Iono. Didn't see who it was, but seems like it didn't feel like the prize card was taken for one of our players, as you didn't really earn it. It's the Dusclops using Curse Blast, and then just got ahead of himself here for Carson.
Thankfully, it is easily rewindable, but would end up with a double prize card penalty.
Yeah, it's unfortunate seeing that additional card. It affects where we're at in the game right now. Both players see the card revealed. Blood Moon Ursaluna, super impactful card right now. I'm trolling. And that is the DPL here. Jackson only needs a few more prize cards to move to the top 8. And this is definitely the time where you need that.
Yeah, I don't know if it affects the game as much, especially if there's something like a Dragapult with maybe like a boss's orders, but Adrenabrain taking a knockout on the Badoo for Jackson, heals up that Monkey Dory to just 80 damage left now, but Marnie's Morgrim found a first Impidimp of the game for Jackson.
If that Latios is ever KO'd, this game ends. Jackson, just 2 prize cards remaining to seal the deal. Pressure back on. No Badoo in play, but items available for both players. Carson has got a good Pokemon in the active spot to work with. Can certainly turn this into Dragapult attacking through, but maybe a Hawlucha in combination with this could really put some pressure on.
Pokepad can find Hawlucha, but Carson is opting for the extra draw power in a third Dracloak. Neo Upper Energy as well. And a Lily's Determination to go on top. So 6 cards for Carson.
Not 8.
Plus a couple, 2 recon directives. Is that one used already, or
no? There's two directives, so it will get to 8. But yeah, just the
9 even
with the prize card. Oh yeah, well, he evolved it, but didn't use the ability yet. Yeah, plenty of resources to be seen now. Even potential for Pheasantipity if you really need to dig deep.
Hawlucha.
Okay.
But no Dragapult or way to get it found. Recon Directive number 1, Iono or Monkey Dory. Iono for next turn. Another Recon Directive, 2 supporters that cannot be played.
Oh no, yeah. Really would want to see capitalize here.
Ultra Ball.
Oh, okay.
Carson is now able to go into that Dragapult EX thanks to the very last card found off of the very last chance of Recon Directive.
Yeah, the hopes were high when you see Pheasantipity, and then the next card is Ultra Ball, even better. Just the guarantee. Throws away some pretty useless cards here in what is the Dusknoir line. I don't think you have time for that anymore after seeing those 2 prize cards handed over to Jackson, and it will have to be on the back of this Dragapult to get things done.
I think the important part is also finding the Hawlucha to be able to take out that Marnie's Impidimp on the bench.
It was the next card?
Oh, the Dragapult?
The Hawlucha.
No, it's in the hand.
Oh, okay, good. I was
yeah.
Wait a second. Well, thankfully, has that resource ready to go now. And, I mean, that's the real pressure points, is if you do not let your opponent go wide.
Oh, just counter catcher, bring up that Impidimp.
This allows you to save the Hawlucha for the next round of Impidimp. And the Monkey Dory would be cleared by the Frostlass.
That is true.
Sneaky, sneaky.
It is also putting low HP Pokemon with an ability into play.
And this air balloon is not active. Frostlass is stuck because of Jamming Tower. Jackson needs some help here.
How about a Spike move?
That is some help.
But, ooh, this hand is not helping at all.
That is not helpful. This goes nowhere. And that is a Dragapult EX on the other side. It doesn't matter how many prize cards you don't have to take if you can't set up.
Again, looking at when I got a glimpse of Jackson's hand, it looked like 2 Marnie's Grimmsnarl and then, yeah, counter catcher. Bringing up that Dracloak, hoping to buy a turn.
Wow, the energy and the Hawlucha seals the deal. And Carson makes his way through that awkward game number 2 and finds himself here with 1 more game to potentially get into the top 8, take down Jackson 4, take down his first Marnie's Grimmsnarl of the tournament. Is it in the cards for him?
Well, I'll tell you one thing, Kyle. Carson's going to definitely count how many cards he's drawing for this game 3.
Yep. Yeah, it's counterintuitive to look over to that side of the table and check your prize cards, as typically they're in eyesight for you. That eye line of being on the other side of the table, it's a little different when you're playing at this big stage, and sometimes it just catches you off guard. Don't remember you took that prize.
Let's go ahead and take a look at the replay for our second game here in Asymmetrical Top Cut. Now, it started off just with a quick Badoo back and forth for both players, but then able to take the control of the game. Carson just item locking the hand of Jackson Ford. There was the Iono extra card drawn, but it did not matter as Dragapult EX was able to clear the board time and time again, like it normally does with Phantom Dive, and then Jackson last-ditch effort to be able to counter-capture that Dracloak, but the Energy and Hawlucha able to close things out for Carson in game 2.
Plenty of time here for a great match.
And that's what I'm hoping for.
Jackson wants to go second, and rightfully so. We've seen how important that Badoo can be, and that one big turn of items with your supporter as well. Can Jackson capitalize on this opportunity?
Well, Kyle, we have a game 3 here for our top cut in Orlando, and Carson starting off with a Badoo, Dreepy Duskull, but no items, has to pass the turn. The hand has a Hilda and not much else. Meanwhile, Jackson, Monkey Dory in the active, Dark Energy with a Badoo, and is going to help out Carson with that Iono.
Carson did have access to Dracloak with that Hilda, but there's always a chance you find something a little better or something terribly worse. Oh boy. Well, these prize cards are kind of scary for Jackson, at least, to see all those energies.
There is 9 total in the list, so still having a few darks to work with, but
oh my
scary.
gosh,
and discarding one with the secret box. But this will allow Jackson to fully set up these Impidimps, which he was sorely missing game 2.
I mean, quite the discard to see, but this leads to preservation of that Dark Energy on the Monkey Dory, so not too worried about that for Jackson. He still will have Punk up at a later stage of the game to find some energies, but as far as other Monkey Dories seeing Dark Energies, yeah, that could be very tricky.
Buddy Poffin grabs Snowrunt and that Impidimp. Jackson has Spike Move, but with the jamming towers available for Carson, maybe even trying to conserve it this turn just to guarantee the Grimmsnarl next turn.
I mean, I want to get into the semantics of what could happen here, but have you seen Carson's hand?
No, I have not.
It's truly unplayable.
Oh, no.
There's nothing to work with. The item lock could be so dismantling. I think he saw a pile of energies. And look at where you can place these energies. It's not pretty.
I mean, unless they're like nice looking energy.
They are pretty. Yeah. There is a Neo upper energy there, but it won't translate well. And that is item lock on turn 1. Jackson doing exactly what he wants to see. And that Pokemon doesn't help. Go ahead, make something of that.
You are completely right. Double Buddy Poffin. 3 energies, another Badoo, and a Dragapult EX. Not even a Dracloak to try and draw out of this.
Nightmare scenario. There's nowhere to go with this. That Hilda would have been so helpful. Instead, this Iono completely ruined this for Carson. And the one benefit is you don't yet see a way to add additional damage counters. No Frostlass, but if that Pokemon's found here off this Lily's determination, I think we're going to be packing it away for Carson here pretty shortly.
8 cards for Jackson. Frostlass would be amazing with these Monkey Dories on the bench.
And still, just time, a big factor here for Jackson, because he will buy so many turns now. The Spikemouth Gym can slowly piece together a Marnie's Grimmsnarl, and that one Pokemon could easily clear this board away. Already finding those pieces, finds the Dark Energy, which we thought could be impossible, and there's just so much working for him here. Jackson has the answers built into his hand now.
Is there that Frostlass?
Did not see that piece. So for Carson, that buys you a little more time, but it is ticking.
Thankfully, there's 32 minutes left in this match.
Talking about turn time.
Adrenabrain, 10 damage over to that Dreepy, and another Itchy Pollen for Jackson. Carson, what can you do for us?
Or yourself. Not much. It's a Duskull.
Oh, no.
And for Jackson, you could always just take that prize card, but then you walk into issues with Pheasantipity or other Pokemon. You just can't risk anything here. Wise to place that damage counter onto the Dreepy and bide your time.
Well, Jackson's saying, welcome to Masters, Carson. This is how it's done.
Oh, brutal stuff here, Spikemuth Gym. This is the evolution. Marnie's Grimmsnarl searching out what? The last energies of the deck now? They're all gone at this stage. But he's got enough with the energy in hand, too. Can even throw down one more. It's kind of risky. If a Frostlass ever gets stuck in the active, I think he'd still win with Monkey Dory damage. But Item Lock would be broken.
A second Lily's Determination for Jackson. 8 more cards. Just an embarrassment of riches for Jackson. Meanwhile, Carson can't even buy a good card off the top of the deck.
Yeah, honestly, probably need to use Spikemuth Gym and shuffle so that Hilda could go to the top of the deck or something. You just need to do something here.
That's the thing, though. The Hilda was the only good card in that hand that was put to the bottom as well.
Maybe just a change of fate, something. Because it doesn't seem like the top of the deck wants to help out now.
10 damage going over to the Duskull now on the bench. Jackson had the opportunity to take the knockout on the Badoo with the Adrenabrain, but why not just take a knockout with Itchy Pollen?
Finds the dark energy out of the
Iono off the top of the deck for Carson. Are we going to have a game here, Kyle?
Still asking a lot, but the lack of Frostlass really changes things. With no damage on those Monkey Dory, there's a chance that a Dracloak here could survive an additional turn.
How about a bunch of item cards for Carson?
That is gross.
What is going on here?
Just put the hand down at this point.
Maybe the Spikemuth needed to shuffle the deck because this is awful.
Yeah, you cannot do anything with this hand. And Jackson preemptively placing the damage. Says, please just use Itchy Pollen. Don't set up anything. And wow, there's the Frostlass. All right. Is there anything else?
Second Marnie's Grimmsnarl. And finding that energy that was found off the prize cards now. Everything is fully powered up.
I mean, game closing cards at this point would be see a boss's orders onto that Dreepy. Don't see that just yet, but still so much pressure here with this board. And Badoo doing its job.
Dragapult EX, that does not do it, Kyle.
No, and you see boss's orders. You can bring up that Frostlass. All the energies are gone. This Pokemon is technically locked in the active. Item lock will be broken, but Jackson doesn't care. The damage that can be placed now from these Monkey Dory is enough to really put some pressure on.
Is still, what, 10 damage short from taking the knockout on the Dreepy on the bench with just Adrenabrain?
Yeah, and this does break item lock, so it's certainly the correct call.
Oh, there's Night Stretcher in the hand, Kyle.
Oh, boy.
There's a dark energy in the discard.
Well, there's a Badoo that used item Itchy Pollen.
Oh, that's
right. Well, a prize card taken, fishing for one of those energies. What, 40% chance to steal that and continue the Itchy Pollen lock, but maybe a little preemptive with that second Marnie's Grimmsnarl and energy. We'll see the pressure put onto the Dreepy, and rightfully so. If this Pokemon evolves at any stage, it will be KO'd instantly.
All right, Carson, your hand of 6 items will now be available to you.
The turn is bought. What can you do with it?
It's a scary board to sit against.
This doesn't feel like something you can come back from, but if you could make it happen, Badoo, Itchy Pollen, locking out Night Stretcher, a Monkey Dory of your own, pushing damage over. Maybe at some point you find enough damage to pressure something, but you're losing the Monkey Dory war. How do you make this happen? question that Carson continues to try to answer time and time again.
Dracloak found off the Pokepad. This will unlock at least one recon directive. There's another Pokepad and a couple Buddy Buddy Poffin in that hand at least.
You could start to build a board with this. But what's the avenue to victory? The moment that Frostlass is moved from the active spot, you're either facing the full force of Marnie's Grimmsnarl or right back into Itchy Pollen Lock.
And this Dracloak is just getting KO'd next turn with double Adrenabrain.
Even single Adrenabrain with
true.
Frostlass. The game's almost closed out here without some additional Pokemon placed down. Marnie's Grimmsnarl would call game if Itchy Pollen isn't played this turn.
Debating on that recon directive. Countercatcher was the card found.
Yeah, which Pokemon do you bring up here?
The Frostlass again?
Well, there's not a great answer. Yeah. Doesn't all line up.
This has to find Monkey Dory. There's a Luminous Energy in hand. Just Carson needs some way to keep that Dracloak sticking around for at least one more turn.
Even then, you remove 3 damage counters. Frostlass ticks that back up to 2. 2 Monkey Dories brings that to 8, and you are KO'd between turns from Frostlass.
I mean, you got to play to your outs. Maybe Adrenabrain just doesn't happen, you know?
Maybe Jackson is tempted to use Adrenabrain on Duskull. Yes.
Yeah, maybe.
You have to see what could happen here. Carson will try his best to stick around here, save these energies that Neo Upper. We know how crucial that can be. It was played early in both the impactful games, and if you lose that card, it is so easy for Jackson to just hunt down whatever Pokemon takes energies throughout the rest of the game with the help of this Monkey Dory.
Three damage going to the Monkey Dory with the air balloon on the bench. It's going to put it to 4. Does Carson have a way to continue the item lock? Already attached an energy for a turn that would require Latias EX to get worked into the mix.
Yeah, and, I don't see Ultra Ball right now. That Pokemon is sitting in the deck. You just see it on Carson's face at this point. Continual head shaking, just wondering, how did we get here? How do you have the best board I've ever seen? And why are there 4 more of you waiting in top cut?
It really is a crazy top cut with 5 Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX. It just goes to show the power of Badoo, Frostlass, Monkey Dory. We saw it in Houston with our top cut being a few of the just Frostlass, Monkey Dory, Badoo, and Grimmsnarl's really just taking it and running with it.
Yeah, just gives this deck a whole new element, the energy acceleration, the amount of hit points. Yes, Mega Frostlass can do some different strategies, but it can be played around. This is just a massive spot here. There's no item lock. Night Stretcher, energy. This Frostlass is mobile once more. There's no pressure on you. If you want to take the knockout on the Dracloak and use the Marnie's Grimmsnarl, you can. You could go right back into Itchy Pollen, lock up this Duskull, and just move 6 damage counters onto Dracloak. And I think that has to be the strategy at this point. It's just so easy to rely on Badoo here.
Another Monkey Dory found for Jackson off that Pokepad. The bench is a little full, though.
I don't think that works, yeah. But just still needs to reflect this Pokemon. It's going to the hand. All right. Oh, feeling greedy? Hang on a second, Jackson.
Shadow Bullet time?
This Pokemon can work in. I mean, there is no rare candy on the other side. What items are you really afraid of, I suppose?
Yeah. First Adrenabrain 30 onto the Dracloak. With 50 left and that Frostlass, Shadow Bullet will be enough to take the knockout in between turns.
Love this here. You can just throw the rest of the damage onto the Dracloak, and then if you don't want to leave additional damage counters for Monkey Dory, you could attack into the Dracloak, but does not mind seeing some damage counters on the board. Will give Monkey Dory a little more fodder with the damage onto the Dreepy, it looked like.
But again, at what point does this matter for Carson?
Yeah, I mean, the pressure will continue to stay on the Dracloak. Anytime this Pokemon's in play, Monkey Dory, and Marnie's Grimmsnarl will find at least 90 damage to place at any point in time.
Card for Carson. Wow. Boss's orders off the top.
Now, Jackson is a little susceptible to a Mind Bend in a spot like this. We don't see the energy right now, and I swear if we see that luminous energy, I'm going to scream. But it's not there.
Recon Directive. Yeah, looking at just more Pokemon for Carson. This has not been the way he has wanted this Game 3 to go. The Lucha found Boss's orders, but no item lock yet again.
And this is wild on the other side, as Jackson took those prize cards, but 2 energies still remain. If item lock were available, this could have really locked it up, but no, you see the energy in the Night Stretcher, and we now have Jackson Ford moving towards the top 8 once more.
And just like that, still proving that he is at the top of the game this season, hoping for another big regional win. Meanwhile, Carson still great, making it to another asymmetrical top cut. Got 9th in that Milwaukee regional that Jackson won. Are we set for a repeat again with Jackson winning?
Yeah, he was a player to watch for good reason, and the way that deck worked, he is a scary adversary to see on the other side. Let's take one more look at how we got here. A full 3-game set, and Ichipollen had something to say for quite some time.
It was just a kind of dominance from Jackson for this Game 1. Carson was unable to really get stuff powered up, and then just knockouts after knockouts. The big 4-prize turn, taking knockouts on to Dracloak and Dragapult. Then Blood Moon. Ursaluna trying to deal some amount of damage, but it just was a little too late. Even Carson trying to power up that Pheasantipity EX as another attacker, but then Game 2 started.
Yeah, I mean, it was an interesting set as we saw both players really have moments of struggling. For Carson, did have that bit of an issue here. Jackson didn't need to take very many prize cards in order to close this out, but you also need a board if you want to play Pokemon, and there was not that. Carson did make quick work of that game and bring us to Game 3, where we saw a whole lot of Marnie's Grimmsnarl. My goodness, what a setup here as Jackson set up the perfect board.
It really just goes to show the consistency of this Marnie's Grimmsnarl deck in the format right now. Even with 3 Dark Energy down, Jackson was still able to get 2 Monkey Dory powered up and able to take the game in a matchup where it seems kind of favored now for Grimmsnarl.
I would say so, yeah. There's just so many cards that impact you, and knowing the list of your opponent, knowing that they aren't going to surprise you with a rare candy, and even if they try to, Badoo just does work. The players have shifted over to more Pokepad and less Hilda, and now you don't have some of that built-in consistency that we saw previously with Brock scouting and Hilda trying to assist through Ichipollen. You are so susceptible, and those hands proved it. I mean, Carson could not play Pokemon for, what, 70% of the game that we watched? He just sat there and tried to make something happen.
I mean, that's item lock for you, right?
Yeah.
It really goes to show, and it's how this deck has been built. It usually didn't include Badoo. We just saw Grimmsnarl, Frostlass, Monkey Dory. It was doing okay, but the Badoo inclusion in these past few events has really piloted or helped pilot this deck to the top of the metagame.
I blame you.
Oh, yeah. Him.
You. our third silent caster. He's definitely made an impact here on the tournament. There's a 4th
Yeah.
Well, I guess both players did have Itchy Ball and going, so fair enough. Yeah, it's you're a problem, pal. I'm watching you.
It's not his fault, all right?
That he was blessed with so much talent.
He's just the baby Pokemon, okay?
Well, Badoo certainly making an impact once more. We see Jackson Ford moving to the top 8, and what will join him? As we already have 3 other players that have locked in those spots. A few players that don't have to work through the asymmetric cut, but there were some other great matches that were going on as well.
Well, it's not a great match that we're going to, but it is a great interview that we're going to. Let's take it away.
Thanks, Kyle and Jeremy. I am here with Jackson Ford. Look at you, Jackson, on a roll again. Not with Charizard this time. What happened? How did Grimmothy win you over, man?
Oh, that is a good question, but I think that Top Cut game might have described it pretty accurately. I think this format is pretty dishonest, where a lot of decks need to have some sort of like very toxic strategy to beat their opponent, and Charizard is a little bit too honest, I think, for the format. So I went with a Grimmsnarl deck that maybe was a little bit less dishonest, but way more powerful, and I mean, it's been going well so far, so hopefully I can take it home.
And who is the star of the show? Is it Monkey Dory or is it Badoo? I think many people would say those are probably the 2 most powerful cards in your deck. Grimmsnarl is kind of just, he's there, he's Shadow Bullets, but it's really the supporting cast that really shines with this deck. Who do you think?
Yeah, I think this is a Monkey Dory deck for sure, but the Badoo definitely is more so like the unfair part, as it were. Like the standard Grimmsnarl game plan without Badoo is I don't think as strong as it used to be, but now when you can kind of take advantage of that Badoo, Pokepad being legal is a huge buff for this deck because you used to need to Evo, so you couldn't use Badoo. But now that we have Pokepad, we can actually search out Frostlass or Morgrem and get our stage 1 set up while using Itchy Pollen.
So you are a regional champion this year, you know, delayed congratulations as well. Playing Charizard, a deck that you know you're comfortable with. I want to kind of jump into your head really quick. So you won the regional championships. It's about as great of a culmination or a, you know, celebration of your success with the deck. And then you have to think about what's next. What sort of, you know, went through your head after winning that? Did you feel that, you know, you're destined to be a one-trick pony, or did you give you the confidence to maybe try and branch out a bit more this season?
That's a great question. I definitely did not expect to be winning a regional this season. If you kind of look at my player progression, I came up from seniors into masters, and I'm gonna be honest, I was terrible when I aged up. I did not make a single day 2 in my first masters season, and I was watching a lot of guys around my age aging up into masters, and they were doing way better than me. Players like John Ang, Isaiah Bradner, Ian Robb, people like that who just kind of aged up and immediately had huge success. So I never thought that I would be in this position to win a regional or to maybe potentially go on another run like this. So I'm really just taking it one step at a time and enjoying the journey and just trying to learn from every single game, win or lose.
Yeah, learning is a big part, and you know, the people around you who you test and you practice with. What methods have you found to be successful in terms of your preparation as a regional champion, and for people at home, you know, who want to become a regional champion themselves?
Right, so I think time management is like super important, because no matter how much everyone wants to play, you know, 14 hours of Pokemon every day, they can't. And I'm in a position where I can play a lot of Pokemon, but even for me, I don't actually get that much practice on my specific deck. I work with a lot of different people and I'm playing a lot of different things. So theory crafting is probably my #1 biggest thing going into this tournament. For example, like Andrew Hedrick, he put out an article before this tournament talking about this kind of double Badoo Grimmsnarl deck, and I took some inspiration from that. And I didn't really test this list. I just took the theory from that and applied it to what I already knew and made the adjustments. So I think theory and just kind of coming up with game plans and different scenarios for what might happen for a deck is probably the best time-efficient way to get better at Pokemon and to get better at your deck.
And would to sort of bounce off that, would you say practicing the night before a regional is something that you tend to avoid at this point? Is it something that you have or haven't done in the past?
I definitely have tested the night before a regional, but I wouldn't say that the testing the night before the regional is ever productive. If anything, I think it just makes you feel less confident in your deck. Like, I went to Houston and I played Grimmsnarl, but I was losing every single game with Grimmsnarl the night before, and it was going through my head. I was like, maybe I should just play Charizard for this one and go back to it. So I think if you haven't done the preparation by the time you get to the tournament, it's probably a little bit too late. So I try to make sure that I am prepared, you know, going into that weekend.
Well, whether it be actual games or theory in this case, you're on a roll with this Grimmsnarl deck. Super solid record. You just won your ASIM match. You're going into top 8. Does this feel like another regional winning road that you're on right now? Do you have the confidence with this deck?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to
I don't want to say anything too early, but I do feel like I maybe have the best deck in the room. I think that the list I've kind of come to play with the help of some friends is probably the best deck in the room. So honestly, if the deck can carry me, I will get there, but it's really up to the matchups that I hit. I don't know what I'm playing against in top 8, and it's up to whether I can actually execute well. But I think just looking at the deck, I feel like the deck is incredibly well positioned. It's incredibly powerful. So I hope so, and I guess we'll see.
Any last shout outs, any friends? I know you have a lot of people you practice and prep with. It takes a lot, not just on your own, to become a regional champion.
Yeah, so I want to give a shout out to all my students. I have a ton of different people that I'm working with. There's 4 different juniors playing in top cuts that I work with, so shout out to all of them. I don't know how they're doing because I've been busy playing, so I haven't been able to cheer them on, but I hope they're doing well. I want to give a shout out to those who help work on the Grimstar list with me. That includes the caster Piper.
Okay.
And also includes Julian and some other people in that group, Somit, Bodie, Nathan Ginsberg, a lot of people that have helped me, and then also shout out to Rowan, who's been staying with me this weekend and has also just been incredibly supportive and is always a great person to be with.
Well, the job's not finished yet. You've got 3 more matches, so we'll let you lock in and get back to it. Best of luck to you in the rest of this tournament. And for now, we'll throw things back to the casters.
We are taking a look at our updated brackets so far. Still waiting on 1 matchup in our ASIM, and that's actually the Frostlass Monkey-Dory Joltik Toolbox matchup.
The one match that we were like, you know what? I don't know if that can make it on to cut because it could be 20 minutes, or apparently it could last longer than every other match here.
Now, looking at the matches that have happened, Joseph Masad won the Joseph Mir match, 2-1, going to face Noah, our top seed of the weekend. Now Jackson is waiting against the winner of that match, and Makani Tran taking down Gustavo Wada, now meeting Paulo in top 8.
Yeah, the battle of the Gardevoirs. Makani with the comeback, trying to make their way to another final table. And Karis against Franco. Franco with the Golden Go, trying to give it one last shot. Maybe we could see make it rain in finals.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what of these decks are able to kind of take down the Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX that are still left in cut. It is a stacked top 8 so far, Kyle.
Yeah, and we had a great game already for us here in the asymmetric cut, and we have Chip Ritchie waiting alongside us. Chip, what all did you see in that last set?
I mean, to me, that entire set was all about the power of Badoo and the power of item lock. Really a game 1 where Jackson just kind of ran over Carson. Carson wasn't able to play any of his item cards. Game 2, Carson was able to do that exact same thing, and Jackson wasn't really able to be the one to do very, very much. So Badoo just showing why it is really strong, especially in these stage 2 decks where your main attacker takes a little while to get to, between these 2 stage 2 decks, there's 1 rare candy from both of these players combined. The one on Jackson's side, both of these players are really aiming to play slow games and get to board state where they've slowed things down thanks to the Badoo. And we see in this second game, it was setting up to be a bit of a Badoo on do action where Carson really didn't draw very well off of his initial supporter. He only got himself 1 Dreepy into play. Does get bailed out, though, with the Iono there from Jackson, and Jackson's able to get off the response Badoo, and Carson was able to take out this Badoo. And in this game, Jackson actually prized his second Badoo, so he was unable to get the item lock reestablished, and that's really where Carson was able to get back into this game. His start was so slow. You see on this turn 2, he only got the 1 Dreepy with the energy. He did not get himself a Dracloak, was cut off of using those item cards, but then because he was able to keep up the Badoo, I think later on here we see, obviously this was also the game where Carson did draw the extra card, but it just didn't matter because he was locking the game out completely. He could have given a 3rd prize card penalty potentially. Those don't even exist anymore, and Carson would have still been able to come away with this one just because of setting up the position where this board was going to be too tough for Jackson to come back from.
Yeah, I mean, winning the Badoo battle that early is just so beneficial. You don't have access to the Night Stretcher, and it's hard to disrupt from that point when the other Badoo's in the prize cards. it leads to boards like this. Carson didn't need much time. With as long as item lock was broken for at least one turn, he turned it into this craziness.
And I think we saw a board like this in all 3 games where one player has their entire setup and the other player is promoting one Pokemon that they don't really want to be having as their only Pokemon. And in game 3 for Carson, that was indeed the Monkey Dory right there at the end. And things were just set up way too nicely for Jackson there. Carson tried everything he could do. He went for this boss stall play where Jackson had all those energies strained because he had prized so many and went for this Itchy Pollen. But from this board state, this play just doesn't even do anything for Carson because this Dreepy is going to get effectively spawn trapped where he's going to be able to just, thanks to the Frostlass ticking away damage, he'll be able to bounce all this damage over. If he does evolve into a Dracloak, which he does later on in this turn, it's going to add even more damage into play. And, you know, he does eventually get the Monkey Dory established to try to keep things in pace, but is unable to do everything he needs. And yeah, Jackson, I mean, this board, double Marnie's Grimmsnarl, is just too much for Carson to overcome.
I want to thank you again, Chip, for helping us break down our asymmetrical top cut, but we got to get back into our bracket because we have a live update. Let's say who won that matchup. And it is going to be the Joltik Toolbox, Kyle.
All right, well, Jackson,
one last ride for Iron Hands.
Jackson didn't know what he was playing against and was considering all the options. Was this what you were expecting? That is quite a top 8.
Yeah, it is always great to finally get down to our top 8 to get into the thick of things for our top cut and finally be able to crown a champion, Kyle.
Yeah, some great matches ahead of us, and we've selected a good one for our top 8. We'll hold you in suspense here now as we'll be out of here shortly to introduce our top 8. We have Piper and Ethan waiting for you very shortly. Don't go anywhere. More Pokemon coming up.
To start from the beginning once again, would it be worth it? Retrace every single step that led us to this very moment, would you do it? Every high and every low, knowing just where the path would go, every sacrifice we made, would you do it all again so we could stand up here and say it's our time? We've been waiting so long, feels like forever. Now the moment has come, finally it's our time. We'll remember this day until forever. We can hold our hands high, come stand with me. It's our time. It's our time.
Look, let me take you all back to the scene of just a small town kid who believed. Growing up, I'd throw a ball against the wall and dream of making the league. So when I got a starter, no, I really started a team. From the first loss to the first bash, up on a articulated what the words lacked. On the journey, pushing forward to evolve with my friends. I look back at every battle and I do it again.
Every high and every low.
And again and again.
Knowing just where the path would go.
All the way up to victory road.
Every sacrifice we made.
No regrets, so I live for the game.
Traitors, let me hear you say.
Let me hear you say
it's our time. We've been waiting so long, feels like forever. Now the moment has come, finally it's our time. We'll remember this day until forever. We can hold our hands tight, come stand with me. It's our time. It's our time. It's our time. Every step and every scar, every wish upon a star, built the strength to chase the sun. We faced our fears, refused to run from humble starts to dreams of glory high. Now our names echo across the sky. It's our
What's my favorite?
My favorite's the one that's got jet black hair.
He's extremely fast.
Limitless.
So
cute.
She has a 12-octave vocal range. Can be calm.
Powerful.
Estilo como yo.
닮기도 한 것 같아갖고. He would improvise on the spot.
Just always finds a way to make it funny. We both have very fast
moves.
And can change the world using its mind.
Jigglypuff is my favorite.
Jigglypuff, Jigglypuff.
Every single time you met a new Pokemon, it felt like you met a new part of yourself.
He likes to sleep. Just like me.
뭔가 여러 모습으로 변할 수 있는 모습도.
Sí, tiene muchas formas de superar a sus oponentes.
Como mischievous, pero su love language.
Sa loyauté, sa rapidité. She uses her voice to protect herself.
It's homey, you know? Totally.
That's why I love it.
My favorite is Eevee.
Mi favorito es Siga. Arcanine.
Gengar.
Jigglypuff.
Luxray.
So what's your favorite?
then there were 8. The best 8 here in Orlando, seeing if they have what it takes to become the very best. Welcome back into the stream here on the Trading Card Games side. My name is Ethan Heggie. Piper Lapine is joining me as always, and we are going to see who our first of 4 medalists will be in Orlando.
Plenty of great players and a couple decks we're saying goodbye to. Goldengo and Gardevoir still hanging in there, both of them making it out of asymmetrical cut into top 8. We'll see if they're able to make it any further on their last event here in the West. And we don't have either of them on stream right now, but right now the players are looking at each other's lists, a very unique part of asymmetrical cut. They see all the text that people have opted to include, or more importantly, exclude. And it's one of the more interesting things that have happened in the recent developments.
While we're doing that, we can take a look at the bracket. We do have Makani up a game over Paulo, and Chris Franco down 1 game up against Karis. Those matchups, of course, that is Gardevoir EX up a game. And of course, we also saw those 2 players clash in the last Swiss round, or the second to last Swiss round. So we could possibly be seeing a rematch here in the semifinals.
Yeah, one of the fun things about the Swiss standings is you don't play people in day 1 or day 2 anymore like you used to, but you can still play them in top cut. We did see Chris Franco on stream, also that Goldengo against Grimmsnarl. And then at the top of the bracket, Noah versus Joseph, Zoroark versus Mega Absol. 2 very similar decks in playstyle, but different in engine. That's the game we are going to be watching. We'll see how that plays out. But just below them, Makoto with Joltik Box against Jackson Ford, who we just saw on stream playing Grimmsnarl. Makoto was able to defeat a Grimmsnarl in asymmetrical, so we'll see if he's able to do it again or if Jackson can win.
Well, our stage is ready, so let's go ahead and throw things down and take a look at our top 8 batch for the Pokemon Trading Card Game. As mentioned, it is going to be Noah up against Joseph. This is Noah's first top 8 cut in an NA event. Did, of course, have that top 16 finish with Seattle, actually playing the same deck that is across from him here in one of his biggest matches of his Pokemon career.
Noah has played a lot of that Mega Absol, and those skills have translated to Zoroark, both decks that play a patient game, using the opponent's resources against them as they expend them, and having a lot of hard-hitting options as the game progresses. The N Zekrom, that new addition from Ascended Heroes that we keep talking about, really upping the power level of N Zoroark EX, but Noah not playing that N's Reshiram, and Joseph, now with the open list, knows that Noah doesn't have the Reshiram and can now play accordingly.
Yeah, but interestingly enough, Joseph's list has gone through a pretty major change. No longer playing that Cornerstone, which we saw present in both that top 4 at Seattle and his Houston top 32, which he was on stream for as well. So mixing it up here a little bit with the increase of dominance in Zoroark, it is important to note Joseph is undefeated so far against Zoroark in tournament.
Yeah, and one of those was Christian Labella, one of the better Zoroarks in the tournament. Top 8 at the European International Championships, and a couple other caches with the deck. Testing a lot with Liam Halliburton and working on those Zoroark lists.
We'll see them shuffle up and draw as always. Coin flip can be a big deal in this matchup. We have to remember that Noah is playing that 1 copy of Badoo. That could be a big swing card if Noah gets to go second in this matchup.
Absolutely. Mega Absol so reliant on that Precious Trolley to get all those basics for the entire game. If they get locked out of that Trolley, their board can be incredibly weak. And while some lists are playing Cypher Maniacs, code breaking, to try to make up for that, Joseph is excluding it this time. So we'll struggle to get basics if that Itchy Pollen can come down on the first turn of the game.
Lots of interesting dynamics between both players. The damage is another really important thing to think about. This Zekrom does 250 if you're copying it with that Zoroark, plus the Black Belt's training is 290, and if you can get down Tetron EX with a Binding Mochi, you are dealing 330, which would be enough to knock out a Mega Absol EX with a Bravery Charm on it.
The Lively Stadium could come down to mess up that math, but Noah playing a couple of Stadium bumps of his own will be able to really pressure those Mega Pokemon that give up 3 prize cards. They have so much HP, but the Zekrom does so much damage. It's a really interesting matchup now that Zekrom is in the format, and we'll see how it plays out. Noah does have that Darmanitan, which can open up some interesting lines with 2 shots and the Monkey Dories, but overall not going to be too impactful. Looking at the game, we're going to see who goes second. As mentioned, can be really important, getting those supporters, Itchy Pollen, Precious Trolley from both sides, and see how it goes.
Do an update from one of the matches in the stream. Karis has won 2-0 in the set, so will be our first top 4 player. We'll have to see if Makani or his opponent will be joining him. But for now, we'll shift our focus back to the match, see who is going first, who is going second, and get into a matchup between 2 dominant decks that have really rose to prominence in recent time.
Some of the more skill-based decks too, they have a lot of flexibility in what they can do each turn and a lot of different attackers to mess around with and surprise your opponent or just abuse what your opponent misplays. And looking into it, now we're going to get a look at those prize cards. Noah with one of those Binding Moshis, both Binding Moshis prized, locking him out of that 330 damage. Nothing too crazy from Joseph. Playing 2 Yveltal, the one in the prize shouldn't really matter. The town store, I guess, but nothing too crazy besides those 2 Mochis from Noah's side.
Yeah, and again, plays around that math for the one-hit KO. It was the Zekroms first, now it's the Mochis in this next game. Let's get down to the table and get ready to get into our top 8 match. Noah up against Joseph. Who will emerge victorious? Time will tell, as Noah importantly did win the coin flip, going second. What can Joseph put together? Really gonna wanna find Precious Trolley if possible. Does find Monkey Dory and that Lively Stadium. Are there any other ways to search out basics? At least has Absol and a Nest Ball. So Piper, it's no Precious Trolley, but it's still a pretty solid setup going first.
A lot of basics down, and if Noah is able to get into that Itchy Pollen, no Precious Trolley, but looking at Joseph's hand, I'm not sure if I saw any energy cards, and missing that energy this turn means that if Noah Itchy Pollens, no Earthen Vessel is available for Joseph, and he could really struggle to get energies to use TM Turbo Energize, and then from there, a lack of energies on board really puts Joseph super far behind in this game.
Monkey Dory number 2 coming down into play thanks to Nest Ball. Joseph getting a chance to check through the deck, sees that nothing of super important note is in the prizes. Yeah, already has the Turbo Energize and a Lily's Determination for next turn, so can pretty realistically spin the wheel and maybe find an energy card. Speaking of which, Noah has a couple in the hand to start, plus a Buddy Poffin, so at minimum, has already kind of hit the check mark for this first turn.
And Noah here prize checking, gonna see the bad news that 2 Mochis are prized, a really important card in this matchup, as you mentioned, for hitting those benchmarks, but at the same time, Joseph doesn't know those Binding Mochis are prized and is still gonna have to play around that extra damage.
Very curious to see how strong the rest of the hand here is for Noah. If he decides to go for the double Zorua, expecting to go into lots of Zoroarks next turn, or if he wants to try and slow things down, use that Itchy Pollen, it would require likely committing an energy to retreat, which would make it a bit difficult to attack on the following turn, since there are also one of those ends PP up in the prizes as well.
And Joseph, with not having that energy, is really going to make that Budu tempting, though, shutting off that Vessel, but eyeing up a Tatsugiri may not have anything else going on in that hand. So, retreating to the Tatsugiri, we saw this decision earlier, having to choose between Tatsugiri and Budu. Do you go for the supporter for this turn and next turn, or that disruption on the opponent? And Noah here, just playing principled Pokemon, prioritizing your own setup over disrupting your opponent, something I personally like to do a lot.
So we'll see what this Tatsugiri can find. We'll look at the top 6. We'll have to discard an energy card from the hand to retreat. Take a look and see. There is the retreat. Tatsugiri comes up, attract customers, see if there's any friends in the top 6 cards of the deck. There is a Lily's Determination immediately brought to the hand, and it looks like that will just be the choice to be played. Does have a Zoroark in the hand, but I think just wants to try and see a little bit more cards this turn. Has the Zekrom as well. Is actually considering maybe just passing the turn over here.
With a pass, could have maybe gone for that Itchy Pollen instead, though. Feels like a little bit of a weird spot, choosing to get that Lily's and now going into the, just playing that Lily's, benching Petron and Zekrom, being able to have the Petron threat for the Mochi, because again, Joseph doesn't know they are a prize, and also giving a bit of mobility if an Yveltal comes down to try to lock in this Tatsugiri.
Yeah, no locks available this Yveltal on Joseph's side, really not going to be too powerful, so having that mobility super strong. We'll see 8 cards be drawn. Energy already attached. Abilities already have been used. Does find a pair of Buddy Poffin, so we'll most likely see that 3rd Zorua hit the board this turn.
3 Zorua and a Tatsugiri in the active opens Noah up for a Cyrano next turn, getting 3 Zoroarks into play, 3 trades, so many cards seen, especially after seeing 8 cards off this Lily's Determination, really setting himself up for success with an energy on that Zorua as well, pressuring an attack on this Mega Kangaskhan next turn.
See if there's anything else to be done on this turn. Not sure there is. No, we're looking at the board, passing things over. What can Joseph find? Really looking for an energy card to use this technical machine. Does not find it. Does find Petrarant EX. That could be a Pokemon for mobility, as the Arven will guarantee this Energize thanks to a Earthen Vessel being able to be found from the deck.
Joseph here just using that Mega Kangaskhan first, because if he drew an energy, then he could get the Precious Trolley here and get some more basics into play. Or if he drew the Trolley, could still get the Earthen Vessel here. Just kind of making sure that you can make the best decision off the Arven. Also had that Lily's Determination, but guaranteeing that energy is just a really big thing, so you don't fall too far behind, because as we see here, you can draw a lot of cards and not find an energy. Discarding that Blood Moon off the Earthen Vessel, not going to come into play for a while now. Joseph does know that Noah doesn't have Team Rocket's Watchtower, though, to shut it off, so we'll see if it ends up doing anything in the endgame.
See that Bravery Charm attached to the Mega Absol, and it looks like Joseph will probably be going back into the deck. Lively Stadium coming down immediately, so just wants to put protective pressure, or rather protective barriers onto his Pokemon. All basics now, plus 30 HP in play, would take that Absol out of range from a one-hit KO, which we know, as of right now, is not available for Noah.
Interesting use of the Lively Stadium early. Joseph prized his Town Store, which is the other stadium bump, so if Noah finds an Ends Castle to bump the Lively Stadium, it's out of play for the game. But also with the Lively in play, it means that if Joseph wants to boss this Petrarant and use Claw of Darkness for 200, it's not going to get knocked out because that's 220 HP. But Noah here just using track customers, looking for a Cyrano like I mentioned last turn, only finding an Iono. We'll see if he has a Lily's Determination or some other supporter to use already.
I think it's just considering which would be better in this spot. There's the Ends Castle, will come down. Now allowing all of these Pokemon that are Ends Pokemon to have free retreat. Energy for turn. Actually thinking about splitting these energies up between.
Has the Petrarant to move into a Zoroark if he finds one, but it is difficult to find that if you're not using Cyrano. No, it does have Secret Box and Ultra Ball and 4 Zoroarks, but you're never guaranteed off the Lilies. Really looking for a Cyrano off there. But going for the Iono instead, having a lot of cards in hand, you don't want to shuffle them in and then redraw them off the Lilies. Just seeing 6 new cards guaranteed off the top instead of 8 that could be the same ones you had before.
There it is immediately. Zoroark EX found, and even a Cyrano for the next turn. Start to use these trade abilities. Discard some pieces that are not needed. Badu, the first to go, it seems.
Yeah, there's some interesting decisions when deciding what to trade. Noah had a Buddy Buddy Poffin in his hand, which he could have traded, but he can also play it when bench space opens in order to thin it out of the deck. So this way you can thin multiple cards time after time, but here just discarding it off this trade.
So it looks like Noah is really going to wait to strike at a precise time as he split these energies up on Zoroark and doesn't want to deal damage this turn.
I think Noah here was just kind of hedging his bets that if he whiffs Zoroark and has these 2 energies, then it's really easy for Joseph to just knock out that Zuru with the 2 energies. So now having the energy split, and he did find Zoroarks, but if he hadn't, could have been in a bit more of a precarious situation. The energy split means that he'll have plenty of energies throughout the game to be able to keep on attacking.
See Zoroark number 3 get evolved. 1 more trade ability can be used. See what that wants to discard, but now that this engine is fully up and running, it's going to be really interesting to see how these 2 decks dynamics clash at each other.
Noah seeing 6 cards to turn off these trades, and Joseph only seeing 2 with the run Aaron, but having those high HP Mega Pokemon, and found the Precious Trolley off of that Iono, allowing him to set up more if he would like to.
Does find an Eerie. That's an interesting tech supporter card. How could that be valuable in this matchup, Piper?
You can get rid of those Ends PP ups, the Night Stretchers, any recovery pieces, which in combination with Claw of Darkness can really strip away the recovery from Noah's end, especially that he's already down a Dark Energy and an Ends PP up. We know he prized another one. Joseph doesn't know that, but Noah is playing 3, so just something to consider. But with Noah's hand being relatively small right now, kind of want to save that for later. You can also sometimes get something like the Secret Box, the Pal Pad, those ways to get back extra resources. And once again, combined with that Claw of Darkness, you can just take so many cards out of your opponent's hand. It also gives you that heads-up knowledge. Should you go for Claw of Darkness? Should you maybe use a different attack? Pass the turn, not give your opponent that damage. But here, just Joseph getting more energies to keep on attaching. Didn't find any off the Iono and Run Aaron, just having to use his supporter again. And now there's no Earthen Vessels left in his deck, so may continue to struggle to find energies later into this game.
Wonder if Joseph is considering using another Turbo Energize this turn. Does have another copy in the hand. Could accelerate more energies, and that actually is going to be the choice here, using what is essentially a bonus turn. There's only 1 Darkness Energy in the deck, so instead grabbing 2 to put to the hand to at least just guarantee an attachment on the following turn. Interesting choice here for Joseph.
Now Noah kind of has this question of, without the Binding Mochi, you can't really attack this Kangaskhan since Joseph's threatening attaching a Dark to the Monkey Dory and using Terminal Period. So maybe Noah just goes after this Monkey Dory with the Dark Energy and pressures those energies that Joseph has been playing relatively aggressively. Noah now kind of knows that one is probably prized, the last 7th one, since there's 5 in play, and 1 in hand from the Earthen Vessel.
There is that secret box drawn off of this trade. But again, with those pieces being gone, just cannot guarantee a one-hit KO on these bulky Pokemon. So the question becomes, when is it time to strike? And it feels like sooner rather than later is just the better answer.
And Noah does have to be careful about using that secret box. If you use the secret box, don't get the Binding Mochi. Joseph's gonna know something's up, especially when you could get the Black Belt and the Binding Mochi right off that secret box and knock out this Mega Kangaskhan, catapulting you 3 prizes halfway through this game. It's gonna be pretty clear that those Mochis are prized, but also keeping it in your hand means it could just get Claw of Darkness.
Now, a lot of choices from this attract customers. Turo, Boss's Orders, Iono. Joseph has accrued a pretty large hand size.
Noah is down in Iono already, though, so has to be a little careful of that, especially with Joseph's Eerie and Claw of Darkness being able to pressure those resources in the hand. But discarding the Iono off the secret box, maybe looking for the Boss's Orders to either knock out that Monkey Dory or start putting damage onto that Absol for a 2-hit KO.
Just deciding what the last card is to discard. We already saw an energy hit the discard pile on the previous turn. Looks like the second will right now. And actually discarding a Boss's Orders. So what is Noah looking for?
A lot of resources hitting the discard, a lot of supporters, a lot of energies, but Noah is on 8 Darkness Energy. We'll see what he opts to do. Maybe looking for a Lilies just to reset the hand.
Ring around the rosy, it almost feels.
Maybe he missed that the Binding Mochis were prized and now is finding that out.
Yeah, it's not a card you often check, and with that card being gone, it kind of messes everything up.
Yeah, with the shorter prize checking time now, you have to prioritize what cards you want, and while Binding Mochi is important, it's not important until the mid to late game, so maybe Noah just missed it on that first search, and now with the secret box finding it out, we'll see what he opts to grab here, eyeing up a Boss's Orders, which feels so bad when you just discarded one off the secret box.
Huge resource wasted at this point. How will Noah climb back? That Boss's Orders gone, you've got Palpad to bring things back, and we're just making what is essentially a negative trade.
Yeah, may have to get a Palpad off the secret box. No, eyeing up a Buddy Poffin. Gotta be really careful about that Palpad. You don't want it to get discarded. Only getting 2 cards off the secret box too. You played 4 cards effectively, the secret box and 3 discards, and you're only getting 2. Usually you're getting 4 cards, getting some big combo, but Noah here unable to put that together. Really an awkward spot he's found himself in this game. And down another ends PP up. Joseph now maybe using that Eerie and a Claw of Darkness if he doesn't want to, or if he's unable to Terminal Period this turn, could pressure that recovery. And now Noah going for that Monkey Dory.
Dory does come down, Zoroark into the active spot, using that Pecharunt to essentially retreat for free, poison onto the Zoroark, retreat with End's Castle, and Zoroark copying with Night Joker, and Zekrom's attack to take the KO, 250 damage. As Joseph will decide now which he wants to promote. The Kangaskhan does have the chance to take a one-hit KO, but the Absol will guaranteed strip some resources away from Noah's hand.
And Joseph does have the ability to go for that Kangaskhan play risk-free because, again, open list means he knows there's no Reshiram in Noah's list. So he could just go for those 2 heads, 25% chance to just knock out the Zoroark and put himself super far ahead. Looks like there's a little bit of discussion here.
Looks like there is a pace of play warning that is getting appealed at this point. So we will get confirmation on exactly what is happening. It is, of course, big moments for both of these players. Time is crucial. Time is of essence. So we'll get this figured out and get right back into the action. And what kind of action are we looking at here? Binding Mochi MIA, which is really going to change how this game plays out. Noah is essentially getting the first hit in this matchup. That's advantageous, but is it enough?
Joseph now, after that secret box for Noah, knows that there's no Binding Mochis in the deck. So he's going to have to be not as worried about his Pokemon getting knocked out, meaning big penny plays can come in, healing those Pokemon if Noah has to go for the 2 shots. And while he's doing that, can Claw of Darkness take more of those resources? Noah just discarded a boss and played a boss on the same turn. Imagine if that Palpad gets stuck in the hand after an Iono, or if it's in there right now, could Eerie use Claw of Darkness, and so many ways to get rid of these resources. And it really shows the power of this Mega Absol deck, just denying your opponent resources and having this long game that you're able to sustain with Kangaskhan's Draw, Penny to heal, Energy Switch to make combos out of nowhere, extra Monkey Dories, Petulant attacks, early Blood Moon attacks. A lot of options available to Joseph here.
Like to bring Chip in to sort of discuss how this game is playing out. It feels like in matchups that are standard almost in this spot, we're just getting completely new circumstances to have to deal with and work out.
Yeah, really interesting to see how these players are both approaching it. But I did just want to kind of update on the judge situation here. So basically what has happened is that Noah was issued a warning for pace of play. He obviously did take quite a bit of time on that last turn. I don't think there's anything malicious there. He's obviously just really thinking through kind of a unique and difficult spot. But, of course, the pace of a Pokemon trading card game is meant to be lively and upbeat. So he is going to be issued a warning for that. He did appeal to the head judge, and I believe that warning will still stand.
And right away, back into the action. Thank you, Chip. Eerie being played as a supporter for choice, and considering what the rest of the hand looks like, only gets a Buddy Poffin.
Interestingly, Joseph chose to promote this Absol instead of the Kangaskhan and used the trolley to find the Latios, really just showing how important it is to not bench these 2 prize liabilities. And now Joseph here really going for the recovery cards, bringing up that Zekrom.
Oh, wow, misattached the energy, it looks like.
Oh no.
I think he thought Absol had 3 energies on it attached for turn to the Monkey Dory. I think he's considering what to do now in this spot.
Maybe grabbing Pheasantipity now, has to look for an energy switch. Joseph is playing 2, some lists are only playing 1, but Joseph here 2 has a chance to find it off the Pheasantipity, but now you have a Pheasantipity on your board, and then Noah can use another Boss's Orders, bring that up, copy Rampaging Thunder for 250 damage, knocking it out, and has 2 more chances to find one of those Binding Mochis. And then Noah's at 3 prizes. If he finds that Binding Mochi, could find Binding Mochi, Black Belt's training to knock out one of these Mega Pokemon.
Opening now, especially with the Latios also coming down, another easy target. There have been a good amount of resources expanded, though. Let's not forget about that. So here we go now, big 3 cards off of Flip the Script. Do we see an energy switch to move one of these energy off the Kangaskhan? No, it's just some supporter cards. All of a sudden, Joseph cannot perform an attack this turn.
Well, he didn't get Petulant.
Oh, so. I mean, he can attack with the active. Of course, it's not as good. Now he's going in with an energy switch.
Now has to decide what to move it off of. You can move off this Monkey Dory, but now you're not really threatening a terminal period next turn if this Absol gets hit. Yeah, moving it off that Absol, really weak turn because of that misattach.
Yeah.
Down an energy switch, a valuable resource for getting these interesting plays out of nowhere, either an extra Monkey Dory, Kangaskhan, or Absol attack out of nowhere. And now Noah, the tempo's back on him, draws a Boss's Orders, the 3rd one in his deck. We'll see what he decides to do with it.
Maybe a bit of nerves coming in. Monkey Dory can possibly get picked off once again with the Boss's Orders, and all of a sudden it just becomes a coin flipping war, it feels like. Tatsugiri yet again finds Lily's determination off the top 6. Noah has expanded a lot of resources so far. These trade abilities are thinning out the deck a lot.
Noah here may just be going for an attack on this Kangaskhan. Joseph would need to find a recovery card to get another Dark Energy back, or a Mist Energy, and then also his last Energy Switch, which is not that easy to do, being down an Energy Switch and ton of energies. Noah does find the second Zekrom, so doesn't have to use a Night Stretcher, but he has to be really careful of what he has in his hand, as the Mega Absol can take any piece out if it stays in there for too long.
So here we go, one trade used. Boss's Orders brings up Pheasantipity, and here we go. We'll see that Rampaging Thunder take the KO, knocking out Pheasantipity EX. Noah goes down to just 3 prize cards, lining up to KO one of these Mega Pokemon to win the game, and importantly takes that Binding Mochi.
Noah now has a line to win the game soon. That Mega Absol, only having 330 HP, can get knocked out from the Binding Mochi and Black Belt's training combo. The Mega Kangaskhan, though, 350 HP, would survive. And that seems to be Joseph's prime attacker here. And the thing to always consider, if Joseph just flips 2 heads on the Mega Kangaskhan attack, this Zoroark gets knocked out, and Joseph takes 2 prizes.
Is there some sort of disruption? It's just not as strong when your opponent's got Pecharunt plus Tatsugiri and double Zoroark. We'll see Boss's orders yet again, plus that rapid fire combo for the KO here. If Noah has the Black Belt's training in the hand, this game is actually going to be over. He could use the Binding Mochi plus the Pecharunt to poison this Zoroark, and the Black Belt's training will deal enough damage. Actually, with this Kangaskhan, it's just a little bit too much HP. Forget this guy is a little bit beefier than that Mega Absol.
Yeah, Kangaskhan 300 HP, a broken attack, 200 damage. Technically can go infinite and a draw engine. Really impressive Pokemon in general. Noah here has to find one of those 2 Night Stretchers, but Joseph is slowly but surely running Noah out of these attackers. But Noah, if he can keep both Night Stretchers available to him, would have just enough to complete the game, having that Pal Pad to get back Boss's orders. Still has to be a little bit careful.
Is double boss then, Piper, the way to approach this? You could take out the Latios and then one of the Monkey Dory to win the game, since Joseph still needs to take 2 knockouts, two prize knockouts at that.
Noah has to be really careful here, because if he uses the Zekrom for a 2-shot on the Mega Kangaskhan, then Joseph could Penny and Countercatcher in the same turn and knock out that Zekrom, and Noah wouldn't have enough attacks to finish the game from there, but could also potentially get the Darmanitan involved to knock out something like the Monkey Dory and put himself back on even prizes to then knock out a Pheasantipity rebench or that Latios that's already there.
Finds the second Night Stretcher.
Still no Pal Pad though, and both Night Stretchers really scary when your opponent might just go boss the Zekrom and then discard that Night Stretcher with Claw of Darkness.
Just cannot find it whatsoever. And now that early discard of the boss's orders off the Seeker Box could be coming back to bite Noah.
Potentially setting up Pecharunt as a backup attacker. 60 damage for each prize your opponent has taken, can do up to 300 damage, which is a lot against these Mega Pokemon. Would knock out a Kangaskhan without the Bravery Charm, and can knock out the Absol with the Black Belt's training. So maybe just here playing a bit aggressively, maybe going for that 2-shot. No Boss's orders left in deck. We'll see what he gets. His deck is 5 cards. Tatsugiri seeing 6. You could just see what's in his deck. Really just showing the impressive draw engine trade provides.
Not going to grab any of those supporter cards. No information given to Joseph in this spot. And now the fear kind of becomes Penny here. Do you still go in and attack? I feel like it's better than doing nothing, so we'll see the poison from that Pecharunt pivoting in, ends Castle Retreat. And now this Zoroark can copy Rampaging Thunder for 250 damage. Joseph is now put onto a spot where he needs to find Penny to pick up this Mega Kangaskhan.
Joseph here could terminal period the Zoroark, but with Noah taking so many prizes, you have to wonder how likely is it for those 2 Binding Mochis to still be there. So likely going to continue that strategy of just gusting up the Zekrom and taking a knockout. Hopefully with Claw of Darkness this time. Ideally he can go Penny, Countercatcher, but with 1 Countercatcher down, might be a little difficult to find all those pieces.
See the run errand to start things off. Finds the Penny and the Pokegear, but I think Penny was already in the hand.
Yeah, and the Pokegear, I mean, Penny just seemed like the supporter Joseph wanted to use, so the options from Pokegear aren't too important this turn. Has a Night Stretcher to get another Dark Energy, but does he have the Countercatcher to gust up that Zekrom, or is the Zekrom going to survive another turn?
This game is getting intense. Everything feels off the rails. No Mochis present, some misattachments on Joseph's side. And it's just going to be Boss's orders onto Zekrom once more. Healing the damage off, retreating into this Absol, and using Claw of Darkness, but I believe Noah still has the Pal Pad in the deck, and if he can turbo through the deck enough, can find Boss's orders, but the Night Stretcher discarded. I'm actually not sure there's a way to bring back End Zekrom anymore.
But Noah attached to the Pecharunt last turn can attach another energy, and Joseph with 3 prizes taken would go to, would the Pecharunt be doing 180 and could knock out that Mega Kangaskhan, because Joseph had to boss, he couldn't use Penny. So Noah here has his Tatsugiri. If he can draw through the rest of his deck, find the Pal Pad the boss back in, attract customers to get the boss, Pecharunt into the Zoroark, and then ends Castle to retreat into the Pecharunt, attach, boss the Kangaskhan. So many pieces here, but Zoroark, Noah has 4 or 5 cards left in his deck. Zoroark can just almost guarantee it. If Noah can find this play, it seems like he can win the game this turn.
220 damage onto this Kangaskhan, so 30 left, or excuse me, 130 left. So let's watch Noah play through the pieces here. Trade number 1. Discarding Countercatcher, finds the Pal Pad, and that should guarantee everything. Can bring back the boss's orders. Tatsugiri to guaranteed find it. use it onto the Kangaskhan, and Petron EX, the mobility engine, gets in there with irritated outbursts and wins Noah game number 1.
Noah here going down so many resources, but was still able to clutch out the game. Really interesting dynamic. Joseph, knowing Noah's whole list, can really discard resources and, as you saw, pressure those Zekrons. And Noah ran out of Zekrons, but knew that was going to happen and got the Petron set up to win the game there.
Chip, want to bring you in again. How did that conclusion end up happening? It felt like that one misattachment turn from Joseph just let everything spiral out of control.
Yeah, that was definitely a big deal. We definitely got a little insight there into how each of these players is hoping to approach this matchup. A bit of posturing going on from both of these guys, attaching energy, building up a board, a little bit of waiting, being patient, seeing who is going to be the first attacker as Noah spreads his energies out here onto his Zoruas. We see Joseph using a second TM Turbo Energize to juice his board fully up. Then we, of course, had that judge ruling. Maybe takes the players out of the game for just a moment, and Joseph makes this crucial mistake, attaching an energy to the Monkey Dory when he needs one more on this Absol in order to attack. He realizes immediately after playing this counter catcher, has to do some weird stuff and find an energy switch. He still gets off an attack this turn, but being unable to strip the resource from Noah's hand, which is what he was aiming to do, really cost him in the end. We definitely got some insight though. Joseph is really going to be going after those End Zekroms in this matchup and hoping to get rid of Night Stretchers as well.
Thank you, Chip. It makes sense now how he was able to take down so many of these End Zekrom players, or the End Zoroark players rather, just trying to get rid of the 2 Night Stretcher, and that is the key here. Only 2 Night Stretcher in the list for Noah. If he has to burn one early with something like Secret Box, could be extremely detrimental in this matchup.
And if one is prized, or even one Zekrom is prized, it puts a lot of strain on the ability to attack. Noah not playing any Artisans can struggle to find those Zekroms sometimes, having the Nest Ball and Pokepad, but not a consistent method. And Joseph consistently pressuring them. Noah may be bound to whiff an attack, and I think that's what Joseph is hoping for. Punishing these lists, going down to 2 Night Stretcher, no other recovery, and only those 2 Zekroms, no Reshiram. Really just punishing the flexible deck for not being as flexible as it once was.
Joseph will have the opportunity to go second in this matchup. An absolutely huge advantage to try and find that turn 1 combo of Precious Trolley plus the Turbo Energize thanks to Arven. It is a mulligan taken, so Noah will have additional help, which is so important going first with the Zoroark deck.
Those extra cards are really key. Zoroark really wants to get as many Zoros as possible turn 2, and then turn 1, and then Cyrano on the second turn to get 2 to 3 Zoroarks in play and start using those traits immediately. Some people have been playing the Technical Machine Evolution, but Noah's sticking with the Cyranos, just getting to use those trades immediately and not having to wait a turn to use them.
Get into this game, see how the prize cards and everything is impacted. Are getting set up. Joseph does have a basic Pokemon. And ladies and gentlemen, I would like a moment of silence from the crowd. What is the worst possible thing you can look at in this matchup if you are a Zoroark player? What is the last thing you want unavailable? Ladies and gentlemen, it happened once. It happened twice! Are you kidding me?
Double End Zekrom prize for Noah. Now has no good attacker into the Mega Absol box. Last time we saw he was playing against Grimmsnarl, and Flare, he's keeping the poker face a bit this time, but Flare is not going to cut it against these 300 HP basics.
He's got a smile on his face, but once, okay, it's improbable, but twice in one of the biggest matches of the tournament, are you kidding me?
At least he was able to squeak out of that game 1 despite the double Mochi prize. Noah having terrible prizes this event, but still has been able to make it this far, winning a couple of those games. And starts the Tatsugiri, so depending on Joseph's start, may be able to have a really strong turn 2.
It's going to play to the outs regardless. So unfortunate. You have to feel for Noah in this spot. Was able to pull it out the first time, but this is a much different matchup. It's going to go a lot differently. Not a super helpful supporter, just finding boss's orders. There's the pass of the turn. Can Joseph put together a powerful turn 1 Precious Trolley?
Starts with the Pokegear. Looks a little weak. If you're starting with the Pokegear, you want to have the Arven, but I see an Arven in those 7 cards.
Wow.
And I saw Dark Energy.
Sees the Precious Trolley and the TM Turbo Energize. Just going to immediately grab those out. The cards are manifesting. They're coming to Joseph.
And Joseph already has a Dark Energy in hand. Going to have that perfect turn 1 setup for the Mega Absol box deck. We'll see what Pokemon he decides to get off this Precious Trolley, where he decides to put the energies. And looking at his prizes, there is nothing too impactful. Couple Pokemon, just another Yveltal, 1 penny. Nothing too impactful throughout this game. That town store, same place as last time, I think. We saw it be a bit impactful that Noah just got to keep his Ends Castle the whole game. but shouldn't matter too much. Joseph here getting that Kangaskhan, seeing a couple more cards, has the energy, Bravery Charm already on the Absol, keeping it safe from that Enzekrom, although Noah has prized both.
Finding that Latias as well for a following turn to be able to pivot out of the Mega Kangaskhan, and it's picture perfect, ladies and gentlemen. Exactly how you draw things out on one side, and the worst possible way to draw things out on the other side. I guess having all 4 Zoroark prized is slightly worse, but this is an improbability that's a little bit more likely, and it's happened twice now on the stream.
Noah here is going to have to try to get the Ends Darmanitan involved to even knock out these Monkey Dories, because without the Frostlass in play like last time, these have 110 HP, so Flare isn't enough. Can't use Black Belt's training as it only adds damage against EX Pokemon. So we'll see how Noah decides to adapt to all the Zekroms prize again.
It's going to have to wait to get that Petron EX powered up in this matchup, as it only works when your opponent takes prize cards. But it will come down nevertheless, as well as a Lily's Determination. I mean, if you're Noah, there's no real incentive to scooping things up and going to the next game since there's so much time on the clock, but it is a consideration at that, since at least you can go in with a little bit of a better mindset than potentially getting clobbered in the second game.
Mindset is super important in the Pokemon TCG. These players have been playing Pokemon for 2 grueling days, and now Noah has prized double Enzekrom for the 2nd time. Could just use a bit of time to mental reset and then get ready for that 3rd game, but we saw him do it yesterday. He could do it again and win the game despite them being prized.
Look, it's fun to draw cards with trade, right? I mean, at minimum, if you're going to take a mental reset, there's no better way than just to use trade 8 or 10 times before you pick things up.
Yeah, Noah played trade back when it was Zoroark GX and is playing again with Zoroark EX. So definitely a big enjoyer of the discard 1 and draw 2. Also played a bit of refinement, so definitely one of the more fun engines. But here still hasn't found that Darumaka yet, which is going to be an important piece, but it's also going to tell Joseph that those Enzekroms are prized. We saw Joseph trying to disrupt those Enzekroms, keeping them in the discard pile last game, but now he doesn't have to worry about that because they're both in the prizes.
A blessing in disguise, maybe. We'll use this first trade. Finding Palpad, not much else at that. Lily's Determination hitting the discard pile now. Finds Badoo. I mean, is that the way we go about trying to win? To slow our opponent down with the power of Badoo and friendship?
Not sure. I did realize Noah could use the Binding Mochi to knock out those Monkey Dories using Scratch or Flare or Darumaka's first attack. Don't remember what it's called right now. Does 20 damage, but any of those will knock out the Monkey Dories, and the Enzekrom is in the bottom 2, so there's decent odds Noah could find one of them. But then again, we saw how Joseph played the last game. Even if Noah has one Zekrom, it's going to be under a lot of attack and resource denial.
There is the Petron EX coming down, subjugating chains to move into Yveltal. Boss's orders on Petron, and wow, this is an excellent turn 2 for Joseph. And he's going to be able to, if he wants to, get rid of this Palpad from the hand.
Palpad, a really strong resource, extra Professor Turo scenario, extra Ionos, extra Boss's orders, these big power supports for Zoroark. And this is kind of the downside of benching the Petron. Noah did it super aggressively both of these games, and I didn't really get a chance to comment on it, but the Absol deck playing 4 Boss and 3 Pokegear can really aggressively take a knockout on that, while not giving you damage to Monkey Dory over and discarding a key resource from your hand. And there was the Palpad. Now not an option for Noah. Has to consider what his next options are.
Just gonna play this Buddy Poffin to just shuffle the deck. What do we do here for Noah? Still plenty of time on the clock, 47 minutes and counting. Still considering going for maybe an Itchy Pollen strategy. You can't trap anything. There's really no point in shutting anything down. Maybe just try and gain some information at that. We'll see immediately the Serrano get put to the hand.
Potentially looking for that Fezandipity EX, but it is in the prizes as well as Zekroms.
There's just absolutely no slack being given.
Yeah, seems like he's just looking for that trade fodder. Found a Binding Mochi. Another trade. If he can find a Night Stretcher for the Petron and a Gusting, if I could knock out one of those Monkey Doors and try to find the Zekrom.
Yeah, but then you're giving up 4 prize cards to your opponent. How are you coming back from that?
Your Zoroarks have 280 HP, so if you abstain from benching any more 2 prizers, could maybe squeak through it now that you have the Zekrom. Maybe take 2 off the Petron, and then on the last turn, get your Petron back for a 3rd time, and then use that to get the 1-hit knockout on that Mega Absol. But it just seems like a lot for Noah to find, especially off an Ion and Eating Count. But find Secret Box and Countercatcher. May have found the ability to use Scratch for 120 on this Monkey Dory.
There is Pokepad and Night Stretcher, so it doesn't even need to use the secret box in hand, just drew into everything he needs.
I think I saw the second Night Stretcher, though, so if Joseph has a boss's orders and uses another Claw of Darkness, this Night Stretcher gets discarded, and the Petron gets locked to the discard pile, and Noah has one Zekrom if he even draws it off the prize cards.
Scratch taking the KO in top 8 of the Masters division.
And he does draw Zekrom.
Does he take the Zekrom? He does! Grabs the Zekrom out of the prizes, the 33% chance, and he gets it. He is in this game pending what Joseph can put together on this turn.
All hope is not lost yet, but if Joseph has that boss's orders on the Petron and the Claw of Darkness, we'll see that Noah drew that Zekrom and also that second Night Stretcher and the Secret Box. A lot of great options to discard for Joseph. Really what you want to see when you look at your opponent's hand for a Claw of Darkness.
There's a Pokegear in the hand. Gonna use this run errand first to draw 2 cards. There's a penny. 2 Pokegear, so big 2 7-card looks here.
No boss in the prizes, 1 in the discard. Has pretty good odds to find it with 4 boss in the deck.
Doesn't find it quite yet.
Saw some supporters take one out for the next Pokegear. Raise the odds of finding that boss. If Joseph wins the boss here, Noah caught a big break and will have some potential to get back in this game. This Zekrom, or the Zoroark is already poisoned. Means that it's just a black belt and a Zekrom away from knocking out this Absol. That still depends on Joseph whiffing the boss off this second Pokegear. Big 7 cards for Joseph. See if he can find one of those 3 remaining boss's orders. Not in the first 4. Not in the second 3 or the last 3. Just getting an Iono here. We'll see if he opts to play it or some other supporter.
Looking through, seeing what can be done. No, it's just going to be the Lily's Determination instead.
Noah here sighing a big breath of relief. Having that Petron in play and the second Night Stretcher in hand. Really didn't want the boss on the Petron, knocking it out and discarding that last recovery card.
Here we go, 8 cards, so a big breath of relief here. 6 cards rather, off this Lily's Determination. There's the boss now, but that's not gonna be a big enough impact. Did at least find an energy attachment with this Earthen Vessel.
Set up a Monkey Dory or prepare this Kangaskhan to attack, as Noah is threatening a 1-hit knockout on this Mega Absol with the Binding Mochi and Black Belt. But Joseph could snipe that Black Belt if it's in Noah's hand, and with the Pal Pad already gone, completely lock him out of that play for the rest of the game.
See where this energy attachment goes. It's most likely onto one of those Monkey Dory, but no, actually going to put it onto Kangaskhan. So fully going after trying to target N Zekrom in the future turns, and we'll finally see that N Zekrom was taken off the prize cards. Now has to decide whether or not to get rid of this secret box or one of those recoveries.
It seems like you have to get rid of that secret box. It's just immediately threatening the Black Belt to KO this Mega Absol, and now Noah has that extra recovery card still. He has that Night Stretcher and the Zekrom, so if he can still find that Black Belt training, he can find an Ents Castle, can even retreat into Tatsugiri to dig for it and Petron the Zoroark back. He can really get himself back into this game despite prizing the double Zekrom again, like we keep saying. Using a Pokepad to thin the deck and maybe find some trade fodder. Actually getting the Darumaka or Darmanitan. Noah here sees at least 4 cards with the Zoroarks. Can find another Zoroark to use trade again. If he finds Ents Castle, it could potentially even attract customers. A lot of ways to try to find this Black Belt's training and do 330 damage to knock out this Mega Absol EX this turn.
See if all the pieces are there. Monkey Dory #1. Black Belt's training, it will be a little bit more difficult, as mentioned, because of that secret box being gone. But nothing is impossible with Ents Zoroark. So Monkey Dory getting discarded. 2 cards found. It's
Ents PP up is good. Means that he could still retreat the Zoroark to set it up, or even set up another Zoroark. There's the Ents Castle and another Zoroark, so a couple more cards can be seen for Noah. Track customer sees 6, and this trade sees 2 more. Obviously gonna use the trade first to dig through the deck and not see cards that he's already seen. Probably discarding a Darumaka.
Seems like it would need to be the perfect 2 cards found. There is an Ents Castle, as mentioned, right? So the pivot is now there. Needs to find Black Belt training. Big 2 cards. Off of this. No, it is the Professor Turo, so it can save this Zoroark from being KO'd. But we can still look here off of this, so we're going to see the retreat with the Ents Castle. Big 6 cards off Tatsugiri. Do we see Black Belt? He finds the Black Belt's training. Are you kidding me?
Has the Zekrom from the prize last turn. Joseph was forced to discard that secret box instead of those big resources. Noah almost happy he had the secret box in that hand and that it had to get discarded. And now Noah doesn't have much on this board besides this Zoroark. Joseph now a bit happy that he put that energy on the Kangaskhan instead of one of those Monkey Dories.
Yeah, and at minimum can power up this benched Ends Zekrom with that Ends PP up. So all of a sudden, that one Zekrom taking off the prizes has opened up a world of possibilities for Noah in the second game.
The 2 Zekroms being prized, we thought it was doomed, but he was able to get a prize with that scratch and now has a 3-prize knockout set up. But does he have any more energies? He discarded that Ends PP up instead of the Darumaka, so doesn't have any energies on the bench, but still playing 3 Ends PP up, has the ability to accelerate extra energies. And here, going with the Rampaging Thunder 330 to end this turn, most likely. See if he has anything else to do.
There it is, Rampaging Thunder, 330 damage. Mega Absol EX goes down, and now Noah is just 2 prize cards away from winning this game. Immediately playing the penny to pick up that Petron EX, just wants to take those 2 easy prize cards off the board. And Joseph is not out of this game. He's going to even things up at 2 prize cards, and there's not a way that Noah can win the game on the following turn.
And Noah, with this Petron on the board, is going to need to find a way to take it off the board as the Kangaskhan is threatening a 1-hit knockout on it, and Joseph is just a boss away. And while he whiffed it a few turns ago, at this point it's pretty likely to find it, but Noah already has a Turo in hand, I believe.
It's so tough because if you swing into this Mega Kangaskhan, then only 1 heads is needed from it because of that Monkey Dory to heal off 30 damage to the active, but it might have to just be a calculated risk that needs to be taken.
And if you don't swing, you're not winning on the next turn, and then Joseph gets to knock out the Tatsugiri, then find Boss to knock out the Zekrom, really just putting Noah in an awkward spot where I think he has to go for an attack this turn while Turoing up this Petron and forcing Joseph to flip that heads. Although Joseph could also have a Dark Energy and 2 energy switches with another Monkey Dory to make it so he needs no coin flips. We'll see what Noah opts to do. Already using the Petron.
Just deciding where to go with this. There's the Ends PP up. It does go onto the Binding Mochi Zoroark.
Has a Dark Energy, and the Professor Turo scenario will be able to get the Zoroark into the active, maybe considering doing 290 with the Binding Mochi, or if he wants to not have the 10 damage on the Zoroark, which is actually really impactful because it would mean double Monkey Dory would be enough to not need any heads. So
smart decision here. There's the Professor Turo. Petron picked up. Ladies and gentlemen, this is coming down to the wire. Zoroark hits the bench, and Zoroark EX comes up, and a Rampaging Thunder is going to put 250 damage onto this Mega Kangaskhan. All of a sudden, this is going to come down potentially to a coin flip.
Usually we see those coin flips coming down to Mind Bend flips, but here the Kangaskhan rapid fire combo, 200 damage plus 50 for each heads. We'll see if Joseph even has the energy to Adrenabrain to make it 1 flip. It could be that he needs 2 heads still. A lot of energy in the discard since the Absol with 2 got knocked out, and there's 3 Darks on this Mega Kangaskhan instead of any missed energies, but Joseph with a lot of cards in hand.
Yeah, not sure there's an energy right away. Is going to use this Town Store to bump the stadium. What is he looking for? Finds the Turbo Energize.
Maybe just looking for that energy off this run Aaron, thinning the deck 1 card to raise the odds. Also giving him better odds of finding something on the next turn if Noah's unable to close it out. See if Joseph wants to go for this coin flip even.
Is there a world where you can bench another Kangaskhan, use double energy switch, and then penny to pick up a Pokemon? That is possible.
Then you need 2 heads off of the coin flip.
Does find the energy off of this Earthen Vessel. So that can go onto the Monkey Dory. So, okay, piece number 1 is here. It's probably going to come down to a coin flip, it looks like.
Yeah, unless Joseph does have the aforementioned double energy switch and 3rd Monkey Dory, but shuffling the deck, I don't think he has it. So maybe just going for the rapid fire combo coin flip to end this game. Either way, Noah's either going to be able... Actually, he might not be able to move this Zoroark and reset the Rampaging Thunder. One big effect is you can't attack back-to-back.
Would need to have another Ends Castle in order to do that.
Yeah, or a Professor Turo scenario could use Petron to go into one of the bench Dark types and then Turo that to reset.
Energy as well also works with the Zaru on the bench, so.
A lot of ways to move.
There is the Blood Moon Ursaluna. And the attachment.
Oh,
and okay, we're going to attack here with this.
With a Bravery Charm.
That's the Bravery Charm.
310 HP, but you are in range of Monkey Dory and Professor Turo scenario to play down that Petron and the Monkey Dory. Potentially be a way for Noah to win this turn, since you're not disrupting the hand using the penny. Noah has so many cards in hand.
So Joseph is not going for this risk. He's going to try and play it safe here. Blood Moon Ursaluna with that season skill, Blood Moon for 240 damage. Let's see here if Noah has all the pieces, plenty of cards in hand. Boss's Order's not going to do anything.
Has the Town Store to potentially, no, both Binding Mochis are gone, so Town Store is not going to thin the deck. Has the Petron in hand, has another Zoroark in hand. Really looking for Professor Turo's scenario. Down one, down the Secret Box, and a Pal Pad. It is in the deck, so he can find it. Needs a lot of pieces. If he just finds the Professor Turo's, though, he could still Professor Turo's the Zoroark and try to buy a little bit more time. Since Joseph did use his Blood Moon attack, he can't use it back-to-back.
They would need to bench Latias and Pecharunt.
So if Noah just benches his Pecharunt and moves into a different Zoroark and uses something like Iono this turn, that could also stop Joseph from winning on the next turn. There's an Ends Castle. That's a big piece. Can help you get the Zoroark back into the active.
There's another trade. No.
Has one more Zoroark, though.
One more. Gonna bitch this Serrano. Do we see any help?
I saw an Iono. I did not see the second card, though. Looks like just a dark energy.
But no Professor Turo in the hand.
Just an Ends Castle.
Can play Iono. There's no Mega Kangaskhan down on the board.
Oh, has the Tatsugiri still, though.
Here we go. Big 6 cards, Tatsugiri. Do we see that Professor Turo?
If he has the monkey, there's the Turo.
Professor Turo, are all the pieces there? If he has Monkey Dory, can just Professor Turo pick up this Tatsugiri and then Rampaging Thunder? It's not dealing quite enough, but I think it's almost there if he can sequence this correctly.
Yeah, Monkey Dory in the discard pile, so if Noah Turos his Tatsugiri, promotes not the Zoroark with the Binding Mochi, uses Pecharunt, 290 damage plus 30 from the Adrenabrain.
It's all there.
It's all there.
Brings it up, can poison this Pokemon with the Pecharunt EX, and thanks to Monkey Dory moving 30 damage, Rampaging Thunder deals just enough damage, and Noah Sacagian advances to top 4.
He does it again, winning with double Zekrom prize 2 times now on stream. Absolutely insane to see. We've seen him prize double Zekrom, then double Mochi, and then double Zekrom again, but every time he's been able to win despite all of that, really showing the power of Ends Zoroark. A lot of different ways to use attacks. We've seen Flare, we've seen Backdraft, we've seen Flame Body Cannon, we've seen Shred, Rampage Thunder, and now Scratch. Every attack the deck can use except the Reshiram's, which Noah is not playing.
What a game that was. Absolutely incredible. All thanks to that 1 in 3 chance to find the End Zekrom. Thanks to Zarua's Scratch KOing a Monkey Dory. If that doesn't show you how intricate the Pokemon TCG can be, I don't know what will, ladies and gentlemen.
Using Zoro's Scratch is always an interesting experience. You usually don't think you're going to win the game when you do that, but Noah here was able to clutch it up, winning with double Zekrom prize again. We keep bringing it up, but it's just so crazy to see the double Zekrom prize, your main attacker, especially against a matchup where all your opponent's Pokemon have so much HP. But looking at this game, we saw Noah just playing the aggressor, knocking out this Monkey Dory, trying to find those Binding Mochis off the prizes so he could take a big knockout on the Absol. Joseph making that mistake with the attachment, had to bench Pheasantipede and Latias, letting Noah have an easy prize route to victory, able to take this 2-prize knockout with the Zekrom, and find one of those Binding Mochis off the prizes with 2 in there. Joseph trying to disrupt Noah's resources, get rid of all those Zekroms, but Noah able to set up the Pecharunt over a couple turns. Boss's Orders up that Kangaskhan to take his last 3 prizes.
You have to imagine if one more of those Night Stretcher were discarded, how different this game could have been. And in game 2, Noah really just was on the back foot immediately, and Joseph had the perfect start. Arvin, Precious Trolley, all the pieces on hand, even the turn 2 Boss's Orders to KO that Pecharunt EX. But it was that Scratch from Noah with that Zorua that allowed him to take the Zekrom off the prizes and opened everything up.
Zoroark really just rewarding you for using every attack available. People were a little underwhelmed at first with just the Reshiram. Now we have the Zekrom, but Zorua really clutching up there with Scratch. Noah finds that Black Belt's training off the Tatsugiri. Honestly, Tatsugiri really just the MVP this match. Noah was just able to find every supporter he wanted, using End's Castle to retreat into the Tatsugiri, attract customers, and Pecharunt to bring it back. He found that Black Belt to knock out the Mega Absol, and eventually that Professor Turos to win the game this turn, setting up the Monkey Dory, Pecharunt, Binding Mochi, 320 damage to 310 HP, Blood Moon Ursaluna, and winning the game despite prizing 2 End Zekrom.
What a set that was. Absolutely incredible. The look of horror. Look, I would have that look on my face too if I won a game in top 8 versus one of the best Absol players with both my Zekroms in the prizes to start things out.
I feel like I'd look like that even if I just won prizing both Zekroms. And Noah's done it twice this tournament. Absolutely impressive run. amazing deck building, and great to see Zorak continue to do well, especially with the release of Ascended Heroes and that end Zekrom.
Crazy to think that it felt like all the ends pieces were out, right? We had the Reshiram, and we had the Purloin even to disrupt, and a whole bunch of other friends of cast. And all of a sudden, Ascended Heroes was like, hey, this ends deck, you know this deck? The one that draws cards and has trade? It's got a new friend here. Welcome him in. He's coming here. Don't forget about the Vanillix as well, ladies and gentlemen. May not be here at home or on the stream, but he is there in spirit, all right?
And ends Kling Klang.
And the Kling Klang as well. Listen, I haven't seen anybody use that supporter that allows you to take
goodness, it's
3
so
extra
awesome.
prizes. It is pretty awesome. It does give me some flashbacks of some crazy cards that have helped win the game. Essentially, that card should just say, when you play this card down, you win the game. Like, come on, at that point, it's that difficult.
That's fair. You need so much on your board to do it, but I mean, Ends Zekrom proves to be enough. No one not even playing that Ends Reshiram. Interesting exclusion. So we'll see how he ends up faring in the tournament, now advancing to top 4 of the Orlando Regional Championships.
Now has 2 medals with Zoroark. I think he's going to be trying to make that medal a little bit shinier in color, potentially going for a 1st or 2nd place. Congratulations. And again to Joseph, an absolutely stellar performance, and what a year he's had so far. 2 top cuts, plus a top 32 at the last event, all doing this with Mega Box. We'll have to see how he adjusts when that Turbo Energized card is no longer in the format.
Absolutely. Mega Absol really showing how it rewards Mastery. You've seen Torden, Yoshiyuki playing the same list over and over and over again, and Joseph has been adjusting the list a bit more, but still showing that consistency and mastery of the deck.
Well, I want to bring in Noah and Chip after that match. That was absolutely insane. Can we hear from the man himself? Noah, how do you do it, man? How do you come up with these crazy game plans and win when it seems like forces outside of your control don't want Zekrom to show up to class?
Man, if I had a nickel for every time I prize double Zekrom on stream, I'd have 2 knuckles or something. But yeah, I honestly, again, I was very ready to just concede that game. I asked the judges how much time was left. I think that like some of my play might have been a little sloppy in the early game, but I saw my win condition, which was scratch, and then I took Zekrom off the prizes, and then my hand was just so good he couldn't claw the Zekrom, and he just ended up
he had to get rid of your secret box.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was really interesting to see that one play out. Obviously, in your previous match where you prized double Zekrom, you can make do with the Darmanitan a little easier, right? You're able to take multiple prizes. Doesn't really do quite as much when your opponent's Pokemon have 300 HP. Yep. Darmanitan's not going to help you out as much, but you found a really unique line there with the scratch. You were rewarded with the Zekrom, and it was enough to get you the win. That was a really valiant effort for sure. Congratulations, man.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I also want to point out the Tatsugiri, really just impressive throughout the set. Being able to retreat into it, get those supporters. You've seen it included in some lists and not others, so what made you choose to include that?
So actually, it was some help from Piper. I was wondering if I wanted to play Tatsu or Badoo.
Leading question here, Piper.
Yeah, right?
Whoa.
She builds all my decks. It's okay. I can accept that. But I was debating between Badoo and Tatsugiri, and Badoo is really good at punishing Gardevoir. It's really good at slowing down like these really aggressive decks. But the problem is Zorak can really struggle getting into the game sometimes. So that's where Tatsugiri was really strong. And so I played like 100 games on Limitless, like just like see every time that Tatsu would bail me out of a dead hand. And it was like 10%. And I was like, that number's too high not to play, right? So I've really enjoyed the Tatsu.
Yeah, and it lets you piece together so many different combos with some of these one-of supporters, the Black Belt's training, of course, being kind of one of the big ones there, finding you that Turo right there at the very end of the game, but also just that boosted consistency option, of course, very strong. You see so many cards, right? 3 trades, trade, that's 6. Top 6 with the Tatsugiri, 12 cards into your deck in any given turn, really strong.
Yeah, and honestly, it seems like a big question for maybe us and then the viewers at home is Reshiram's absence and just going for the Zekrom. Is there a reason he's not included in this deck? Did you still want him, or is just the second Zekrom always better?
Yeah, I think a second Zekrom feels mandatory in the aggressive builds. Like, you just want to hit 250 a lot. Usually a lot of lists will opt to play 1 Turo, 1 Reshiram, but I really like 2 Turo. I feel like that 2 Turo just really lets you clean up your board, especially with cards like Tatsugiri. And so I opted to say, oh, you know, I just like, my opponents will remember that Powerful Rage is an option that I have, and they won't punch into my Zekrom or my Zorarks. They didn't really do that, so I ended up having to improvise a lot. I overestimated people's Zorak list knowledge. I mean, come on, it's an awesome deck. They should know it, right?
Yeah, you would think. I do want to ask you though, not to put you on the spot and call you out a little bit, but I have to ask, when in game number 1 did you find out that both your binding mochis were prized?
Oh my god. So it's crazy. I got a warning for slow playing on the secret box because it was a 2-minute and 15-second secret box. I didn't realize it was 2 minutes and 15 seconds. To me, that was like 10 seconds, and I was like, I looked, I was like, oh, I have to improvise. So it was when I secret boxed away boss's orders to find another boss's orders is exactly the moment.
Yeah, that boss ended up being needed at the end of the game as well there, but it works out very nicely. It ends up, perfectly thinning your deck. You get exactly what you need right at the end.
Exactly.
Well, heading here into top 4, congratulations, of course, on getting to this point. Lots of different decks out there. Anything you're kind of hoping to avoid?
I heard there was a Joltik around. That's scary. That knocked me out.
It is on your side of the bracket. So,
oh no. Okay. I have to, unfortunately, I think I have to be preying on someone's downfall. That's, ooh. So definitely that. That's what I'm concerned about. That knocked me out at Houston.
Well, we'll see how the bracket shapes out. I think that game is still happening right now. It's Jackson versus the Joltik box player. So we'll see how that one shapes up for you. And the other side of the bracket is going to be Makani versus Karis, which will be an interesting one to see play out once again. So yeah, congratulations once again, Noah, on your success in the top 4 run so far.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure.
Congratulations, Noah. Let's actually take a look at that bracket and see how it has panned out. We are down to just over 4 players, 6 players at that. Still waiting on the results. Karis winning that set 2-0. Makani winning 2-1. So that will be a rematch of that Swiss round in the bottom half of the bracket. And we are currently in game number 3 between Makoto and Jackson. That is Absol up against Joltik. I can't even acknowledge it. My brain doesn't even want to acknowledge it. My brain doesn't even want to acknowledge Joltik box.
Yeah, Joltik versus Marty's Grimsnarl there. Noah sounded like he didn't want to hit that Joltik box, and we saw him beat the Marty's Grimsnarl yesterday. Probably hoping to hit his friend Jackson there. And then on the other side of the bracket, like we said, Makani versus Karis, Grimsnarl versus Gardevoir, one of those big matchups that have been happening a lot since Grimsnarl came out last year at NAIC. We've seen a lot on the stream today, and we're about to see it again.
It's going to be a good one for sure. We have such a stacked top 8. I mean, look at this top 8 and this top 4 specifically. Some of the best young talent in the game. Noah, Makani, Karis, even Jackson, as he talked about as well. I'm not as familiar with Makoto, so I can't speak for them. Are just such young, talented players in the game. And that really shows that these people who have the time to put practice in are being rewarded in the Pokemon TCG.
And also having that success from juniors and seniors, aging up into masters and continuing that dominance. It's a tried and true story. We saw Carson Washer losing an asymmetrical to Jackson, first-year master this year. A lot of those younger players really just doing great.
Well, that was an intense top 8 matchup. We've got, of course, more Pokemon TCG action. Top 4, Karis up against Makani. It's going to be one for the ages. Don't go anywhere. We'll have that coming up right after this.
I prized double Zekrom. And then hit it off the prizes, and my hand was so good that you couldn't take it. I was like, oh my god.
Hey there, Pokemon trainers. Gabby Snyder here with 2 of our lovely competitors from the Video Game Championships in Orlando, Joe and Josh. How are y'all doing?
Doing excellent today, Gabby.
Doing really good today.
Now, of course, the video game competition is tomorrow, but I thought we'd have a little bit of fun today competing in something different. How do y'all feel about eyes closed drawing?
Josh?
We feel good.
I like his answer. I like his answer.
All right, I'm glad that you feel good, Josh, because you will be our drawer for today. And I'm going to give you a prompt. And if you don't mind trying to draw it with your eyes closed or at least behind our lovely easel here. And Joe, I'm going to want you to try and guess what Pokemon he's drawing as quickly as possible. And we'll just see if y'all are on the same brainwave here. See if you have some good vibes going into the competition. Now, Josh, I want you to think back to Regulation I, you know, that metagame that we're switching into. And I want you to think about the Pokemon that people used the last time around. And one thing that we try to do here is we calculate the top 12 Pokemon that are used every weekend. And, you know, everybody wants the number 1 slot. Not many people want the number 12th slot. So what Pokemon do you think will be 12th used in the competition tomorrow?
Regulation I.
The last time we were, well, no, tomorrow. So like whatever you think is going to be used the 12th most in tomorrow's competition.
Okay.
All right, let's take a moment to think. And then whenever you're ready, start drawing. And Joe, if you want to take a step forward just so you can see that easel a little bit better. All right. So it looks like we're getting a couple of lines going there.
Lines. Lines. That could be probably like Indeedee. Doing like follow me or something.
I don't know. I'm seeing a duck right now.
I'm seeing a duck too. That looks like a bill right there. Maybe like Quaquaval? Maybe someone for like Blake Silver, Quaquaval?
You're going for some deep cuts there, man.
Blake is a good person. Blake's a good person right there. I'm thinking, oh, that could be Rain though. Ooh, that could be Rain up there. Is this Pelipper? Yeah!
All right, we got a Pelipper on the field, bringing some much-needed rain to the ecosystem here in Orlando. Now, Josh, if you don't mind, I'm going to switch spots with you, Joe, real quick. Why did you pick Pelipper?
Well, being it Florida local, Patrick Connors won with Pelipper NAIC 2024, and Pelipper's kind of our mascot here in Orlando, so that's the biggest inspiration.
All right, so there's enough people here in the field to make Pelipper our 12th used Pokemon this weekend. And Joe, real quick, if you were going to pick a Pokemon to draw, what would that be?
Probably Indeedee female, because it's a good follow me user and can help Pokemon like Lunala and Calyrex Shadow Rider over the weekend.
All right, well, thank you both for your time. Best of luck tomorrow. I hope your Pelippers and your Indeedees serve you well. And we'll be back with more Pokemon action from the regional championships real soon.
Every Pokemon trainer has one dream: to rock the crowd like Jacob Van Wagner, to shock the world like Shintaro Ito, or to topple the very best like Vance Kelly. And each year, there comes one stage big enough to etch your name into the Hall of Fame: the Pokémon World Championships. Over 1,400 TCG trainers journeyed from across the globe to take their shot at glory, but only one junior, one senior, and one Masters Division player can claim the title of champion. The juniors finals pitted US player Jose Cruz Galindo Resendez against Yuya Okita from Japan. Jose was using Dragapult EX paired with Dusknoir and Monkey Dory, hoping that grouping some of the most powerful cards in the format would earn him the crown. But Yuya's Raging Bolt EX deck had other plans. In both Game 1 and Game 2, Yuya's Raging Bolt with its Thunderburst Storm was able to rain down damage across the board, always targeting the Pokemon that Jose was trying to establish. This strategy proved effective as Yuya Okita won 2-0 and became the Junior Division World Champion. The Seniors Division featured the most promising young player in the game, Gabriel Fernandez from Brazil, up against Fuguan Liao, a decorated player from mainland China. Gabriel had won LAIC, EUIC, and NAIC this season already, but with one match between him and the perfect season, he faced an uphill battle. Fuguan's unique Golden Go EX Joltik Toolbox deck seemed to be favored against his INS Zolark EX deck. This set went to Game 3 and down to the wire. Gabriel made a clever play with his Inzarua to scratch a little damage into Pikachu EX and its Resolute Heart ability. But even after being disrupted by a 2-card Iono, Fuguan was able to find Boss's orders to close out the game and become the 2025 Seniors Division World Champion. In the Masters Finals, Canada's Riley McKay made it to the big stage once again just weeks after his breakout NAIC second place finish. He built on his previous success by playing a very similar Gardevoir EX deck. His opponent was first-year Masters player Justin Neudorf from the US, who aimed to take his Dragapult EX Dusknoir deck to the top of the podium. Justin tried to slow down the games with Badoo's Itchy Pollen, but in both games 1 and 2, Riley had solid responses. Ultimately, both games came down to Riley using Lily's Clefairy EX to one-hit KO his opponent's Dragapult EX. Justin saw the writing on the wall, extended his hand, and conceded the final match to 2025 World Champion Riley McKay.
Oh, he's ready to just give up the game. It's over.
That is history made in the 2025 season here at the Masters Finals. Riley McKay is taking things down with Gardevoir EX.
The 2025 World Championships is one we won't soon forget, but the next Pokemon season is already on the horizon. Visit Pokemon.com/compete to learn how you can get in on the action and take your shot at becoming the next World Champion.
Welcome back, Pokemon fans, trainers around the globe here at the Orlando Regional Championships. It has been a great weekend of Pokemon action, but now we are getting down to the final few matches we have. I am Jeremy Jallin here with Kyle Sablehouse. We are Saballin. And Kyle, we got a doozy of a top 4 match for you.
Yeah, I think this is the one everybody wanted to see, right? Quite the rematch from earlier in the day, and this will be to determine who makes the finals here of the Orlando Regional Championships. It is Karis Jones and Makani Tran facing off once more.
Now, Karis has already a couple top 4s at regionals, hoping to break through into the finals for the Masters division. Now, Makani has a finals already, but was unable to win. And Makani's brother Truan actually won a regionals just a month ago.
Yeah, got to step it up. Your brother's playing pretty well. We got to bring it back. And I mean, these accolades certainly speak for themselves for Makani. It's a ton of Gardevoir play, and we've seen these results lead all the way to being 6th ranked in US and Canada. I mean, 12th place in Milwaukee, 11th in Vegas, 5th at EUIC, absolutely running the table.
And it is a matchup that we have seen time and time again throughout this tournament with the presence, the overwhelming presence of Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX up against Gardevoir EX.
Yeah, a little bit of the old and bit of the new. Gardevoir hanging on, trying to see one final championship before it goes away. But Marnie's Grimmsnarl, this is the hot new lick. It is looking pretty good, and it's got a lot of great matchups. Maybe this will be one more. But uh-oh, that's 2 Ralts. Hang on.
Yeah, there's only 1 Ralts left in the deck, Kyle.
Yep, that's a lot of Pokemon for Karis as well. This could be an interesting one.
Mew EX, along with everything else, and the Fezandipity. This is going to be interesting for sure, like you're saying. Players are ready. Kyle, we have a top 4 match ready to go. Makani is going to start things off going first, and this is where he's going to get the news that, oh, there's only 1 of those Ralts available for you.
Make it last. Nestball will find 1, and of course, search out the rest of those Pokemon, see what is going on, and you need to make sure that this Pokemon evolves quickly. There's not much else.
Yeah, there's something wrong. No Ralts in the hand.
Thankfully, has that technical machine evolution in the hand, so evolving this Pokemon could happen pretty quickly. Of course, when you're staring down Badoo, you start to worry about the other items that you may see that could have led to some of those evolutions down the line, those rare candies. Those likely won't have a chance to find you anything helpful.
A second nest ball for Makani. Usually this is where he would grab another Ralts. Where do you go in this spot after having to pivot?
It depends. If you have additional energy, Frillish seems like a great option. You can bring that item lock right back over to your opponent's side of the board. And with the energy, and at least one Psychic Energy in hand, feels comfortable playing this down.
Dueling item lock. We have seen it time and time again throughout the history of the Pokemon TCG, but it's ever so present at the top of Standard right now. And Karis starting things off with an Arven, going to be able to search for an item and a tool.
Yeah, and this is something that we've seen with this list is how many Arven do you truly want to play with Marnie's Grimmsnarl? Going with 4 copies, and it pays off here. This leads to some potential to work in a card like that Secret Box early on, find Smike's Gym, additional resources like that 1 copy of Buddy Buddy Poffin. And even if you want to hold on to that resource for later on, Buddy Buddy Poffin here now and maybe a Secret Box down the road could lead to Grimmsnarls and all sorts of setup.
Seems like she's been doing this before throughout the entire tournament.
Once or twice, yeah. You don't get that 11-1-2 record any other way.
Buddy Buddy Poffin grabs Snorunt and that Marnie's Impidimp. One thing missing so far is Monkey Dory.
All right, with the Spikemuth already in hand, no reason to overcommit resources just yet. Fill this board, find some friends, show Marnie's Grimmsnarl.
Now, starting the Badoo for Karis. She definitely wants to establish that item lock, but staring down that Frillish with a Psychic Energy already, if this Monkey Dory can even just get, oh, there we go. Yeah, the Bravery Charm on the Badoo, the Big Do, like you were saying.
Yeah, this would lead to the unusual top deck of finding that Dark Energy, but Bravery Charm locks that out. Here's the Professor Turo to pick up the Monkey Dory, and with the Kirlia, that's all you really need to see. Item lock placed down, but no counter stadium means Morgrom's galore this turn.
No counter stadium and no other Pokemon or real supporters in the hand for Makani, it seems.
It's hard to be comfortable in this spot as Makani. Yes, you have an item lock and you have a Kirlia, but with no Psychic Energy in the discard pile, Gardevoir is all but useless.
Lily's Determination for 8 cards now for Karis. She opted not to evolve into the Frostlass. Again, there is no ability Pokemon in play, and with no Monkey Dory for Karis to charge up, having those damage counters tick away doesn't really matter too much.
Yeah, it's something you want to be in control of, and with the item lock, it's no guarantee that you'll find your own Monkey Dory. Those Dark Energies could be tricky at times to find, and no need to give your opponent potentially an out to replay their own Monkey Dory with a Dark Energy and start manipulating the damage counters for themselves.
This hand doesn't look the best. I guess it is all thanks to the Spikemuth Gym really pushing forward Karis's board.
Oh boy. All right. Lily's Determination added to the hand. Multiple Monkey Dory to go along with this. That's pretty nice to find. And we will see the TM Evolution alongside this Frillish. Maybe not the go-to play, but nice to have an option.
Again, the one thing about this turn for Makani is he is under item lock. So the best way for Gardevoir to get energy into the discard is through items like Earthen Vessel and Ultra Ball.
Yeah, all of those resources that typically lead to Gardevoir's setup no longer available. You can manually attach these energies to Frillish. It is a 3 retreat cost. If this Pokemon ever were to be knocked out, you'd see those energies later on as well. So any Psychic Energy is a lovely find, and there is at least one now.
That Secret Box in the hand, but it cannot be played. It is the most important item card in the deck. The Psychic Energy on Monkey Dory, just to be able to retreat off later, and another Oceanic Gloom, opting not to use that Technical Machine evolution. Now we're back to this hand, Kyle.
Yeah, without a counter stadium for the Spikemuth Gym, this goes unchecked once more. There is potential for Marnie's Grimmsnarl this turn, and there's one in the hand as well, so plenty to work with, but doesn't seem like the turn just yet. If you can incorporate that alongside Boss's orders, remove that Kirlia in the same turn, feel much more comfortable that way.
Even kind of hoping Makani evolves into a Gardevoir EX.
Yeah, come on, go ahead. But it doesn't feel like a great play for Makani. If you aren't using Psychic Embrace, why bother evolving this Pokemon just yet?
8 cards yet again. How powerful is Lily's Determination for these decks? It just makes everything so consistent.
Right, and you're playing Badoo, 30 hit points in the active. So often this Pokemon is an early KO as your opponent tries to work their way through item lock, and it just decreases their Lily's Determination down to just 6 cards as you draw 8, and every resource counts, especially at a stage like this. Karis does choose to go now with this route of the Marnie's Grimmsnarl. Just a couple energies. Always seems like a great call to not overcommit these resources so that later on you have dark energies for that Monkey Dory war.
Adrenabrain is going to move 30 damage over to Frillish, and then another damage counter with that Itchy Pollen. And this item lock is in full effect, Kyle.
Yeah.
What can Makani do?
I mean, there were a lot of cards in that hand, but none of them really worked out in that spot. So Iono reset. Gardevoir found Psychic Energy, a nice addition, but this hand just goes nowhere. Can't handle Big Do just yet.
Look at Karis's hand as well. Looks all right. I mean, there's that Arven, but just another Oceanic Gloom for Makani. This is not looking how he's been wanting to draw it up.
All right, the damage now available to shift over by way of Adrenabrain to KO the Frillish if she so chooses. Leads to a free attack into a Monkey Dory or an inexcusable attack into Kirlia. And
Usually,
the real question now is there a Boss's Orders available this turn?
I mean, that would essentially be game over, I would think, with the 2 Ralts prized and no real attacker that's set up on Makani's side of the board to try and find one of them.
Yeah, it would truly be brutal at this stage.
Now, Karis did find another Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX off the Spike Smith Gym. Maybe it's a better opt for that Morgrim, but it was in the prize cards. Now taken with that Adrenabrain, now ready to evolve. Just like she planned it up.
Yeah, this slow battle really working in Karis' favor at this point in time. At any stage, this Marnie's Grimmsnarl will be ready to go. Take some KOs here, and just depends on how comfortable you feel with that stage as we now see the first energies hitting the discard pile for Makani, making Gardevoir a little more of a threat now.
Seems like with the secret box found off the Arven, Karis is setting up for a big Boss's Orders play next turn. Another Monkey Dory with Dark Energy. Itchy Pollen.
Nice and steady. All you need at this spot. Still no way to continue to accelerate those energies to the discard pile, but a retreat for Monkey Dory would be there. If Gardevoir wanted to play, there's just not much you can do in this spot.
Now, it is a big turn for Karis. She has the secret box. Frostlass finally gets evolved. I think it's safe now with the 2 Monkey Dory powered up.
No. Boss's Orders was all right there if you want it, but it's just not in the cards just yet. She doesn't want to because your opponent doesn't feel comfortable attacking in. She can either force the Gardevoir to come back down or watch enough damage tick onto this board to set up for a full board sweep and close this game out.
It does seem like that's where this game is heading towards. Karis has everything available to her, but again is just opting for the slow and steady route of Adrenabrain, Itchy Pollen.
It looks to be about 1 turn away at this stage. You can shift 40 of that damage over, set up for a Monkey Dory that would be 10 short of a KO once Makani passes the turnover. And then the rest of the damage that compiles will go over to the other Monkey Dory. Boss's Orders alongside a Marnie's Grimmsnarl.
Oh no.
Would take all of these Pokemon, and before it happens, Makani will scoop the cards. And that is a pretty decisive opening victory for Karis there in game number 1.
He really wouldn't have it any other way, just in control of the entire game, even item locked for a few turns in the beginning, but it did not matter.
Well, Badoo's helping us cast. It's helping Karis win the games. There is nothing scarier than Big Do right now.
Oh, really? Yeah.
What do you do? I mean, typically, it was such an easy answer. You bring up this Frillish, if you find a Dark Energy for your Monkey Dory, you shift that 10 damage over, you KO this Badoo, and then Karis never wants to play another Badoo again. As soon as Itchy Pollen comes into play, you remove that threat over and over again. The Bravery Charm has truly unlocked the path.
It really just helps that Badoo stay on board turn after turn. And it is amazing how a single Bravery Charm in the list can affect a game that much.
Yeah, really well done there. Great identifying and the slow, methodical play there being rewarded. Is it Makani's turn? Prize cards coming down for our players. We're getting underway here in game number 2. Who will make it to our finals here in Orlando?
Karis going first this time after winning the flip in game 1. Oh, Dark Energy pass.
One chilly boy. It's not going to be enough right now. It's not a great start to see, and sometimes you can be nervous about the item lock. Frillish not here this time.
Ooh. Couple attackers in the prize cards for Makani, but then a ton of supporters for Karis. 2 of the 4 Arven.
Really unfortunate to see that Screamtail in the prize cards for Makani. Typically a great response in the Monkey Dory War. Just remove those threats altogether as you build up your board state. For Karis, seeing the double copy of Arven. I mean, 4 supporters in the top of your prize cards. Not the greatest to see. Could lead to hands like Chili Snorunt hanging out in the active. Who knows what else is in that hand?
Looking like a much better start for Makani. Ultra Ball away, double Psychic Energy. That was the thing he was really missing on that last game, was just access to energy early.
It's a great point. It's one of the most impactful things you can do against item lock is turn 1, throw those energies into the discard pile. It opens up so many avenues for play later on. I'd already say that this is a much better spot than previously. Even though there won't be any item lock, this is quite a board state. And look at this, even the Earthen Vessel to go along with this. There will be monkeys. There will be some energies.
Ooh, the hand is not the best for Karis here. She was unable to play any items going first and had maybe a supporter for the second turn. Now Karis is stuck with all the items and doesn't have a supporter. Just a Monkey Dory off the top of the deck. Badoo will allow her to at least Itchy Pollen, but staring down a Dark Energy on that Monkey Dory already on Makani's side of the board.
Yeah, I mean, you're not facing down item lock, but you don't have much else going for you at this point. Search out a little bit of help now with the Pokepad, but this is a board that will be under some pressure very shortly. Even a Psychic Energy for a Monkey Dory could mind bend away any Itchy Pollen shenanigans for future turns, and Makani won't be under too much pressure at all right now with the way this is set up.
Now there is the one of Tatsugiri, and yet Karis decides that attract customers is going to be the ability to try and dig out of this hand.
Of course, we know there's a few options as far as those supporters go, but with the prize cards, top 6 isn't guaranteed to find a friend.
Trying to attract customers, but the store's closed.
Yeah, that's got some limited hours, to say the least. What can Tatsu find here? Lily's Determination, likely the most ideal target in this spot. Is there any help? Okay. That'll do. And that may end up being one of the better targets, as Makani was holding on to a heater there with an energy and a Lily's Determination of their own, it looked like.
Yeah, it was energy, Dark Energy, Lily's Determination, Professor Turo.
And a Artisan. I mean, that's doesn't get much better than that. Counter Stadium to a Spike Move, if that were to happen. So much work in there for Makani. All those cards now likely going to the bottom of the deck at this point, and The one benefit you have in this spot is with Karis retreating to that Tatsu, no item lock this turn, so could be bailed out more with the Iono.
Monkey Dory, Dark Energy benched for Karis before this Iono. Iron Bundle as well. That's a card that we haven't really talked about at all this weekend.
Yeah, it hasn't found very much impact in matchups, but you could see in this matchup specifically it being very beneficial if you get off to one of those more aggressive starts. We see Gardevoir players very typically play that really thin board to start things off, and if you can pick off that Ralts at any point in time, it is probably going to be a game-ending situation.
A big pickup for here for Karis. Spike Move Jim finding that first Marnie's Impidimp. Pokebad to go along with it.
Yeah, it's such a great card. The Spike Move against any of what your opponent can do against you. The consistency of always searching out your Morgrams and your Marnie's Grimmsnarls. It's just something that you don't see on the Gardevoir side, but thankfully for Makani, does see that Kirlia already. Just one step closer to Gardevoir, and that's when the fireworks can happen, and Lily's Determination was found as well off the Iono. This may be one of the last turns of items, so can Makani cash in, maybe find a few more Psychic Energies to work with?
Already has 3 in the discard. Good start. Usually around 5 is the sweet spot for Gardevoir EX.
And with the Screamtail already prized this time around, it doesn't demand that you have those additional Psychic Energies. 3 is enough to work in some of those other attackers. If you include that Mega Diancie, that's one of those Pokemon that often is a great check to a Marnie's Grimmsnarl at some point. And there's the counter stadium. How big could that be as we only see the Impidimp so far?
Taking a quick look at Karis's hand. It doesn't seem like there's many supporters either, so she's going to have to rely off this Tatsugiri in the active spot to try and get anything going. Thankfully, Makani doesn't have any sort of pressure. Dark Energy off the top for Karis.
There's no help just yet. Go to the store one more time.
Top 6 cards, big find here for a supporter.
You know, the counts are limited.
Another
Iono in the window.
She has to take it. Like, the boss's orders is not doing anything in that.
Right. Yep, don't see much else you really want to do here. The only other consideration for the hand is playing down the Frostlass, but Monkey Dory War now technically could be winning. But with a full board, this is no Itchy Pollen.
That is true. Karis does have the Dark in hand, so that immediately turns on that Monkey Dory that was just found off the Artisan.
And I think once you're winning the war, you feel comfortable with this Frostlass. Now things get moving.
6 cards for both players.
Oh boy, that's not a good hand. That's at least Pokepad is found, so you can line up a Morgram on this turn, but I mean, tough stuff. A few energies, a boss's orders, but no guaranteed anything for next turn. And if Tatsu is removed, do you even find a supporter for next turn that could help get through the deck a little further?
Yeah, that hand. Not doing much, especially with those Dark Energies in the hand. You usually want them in the deck for the punk up from Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX.
Yeah, I mean, the energies are already established on the Monkey Door. You don't need to see those cards. Those are just free resources that could have been anything else at this stage. And Makani is starting to make magic happen. 5 energies to the discard pile, searching out a few more. The second energy for the Monkey Dory lined up now. And if Gardevoir is ready to roll.
This hand's not that good, though, Kyle.
Well, shucks.
The magic has run out, it seems.
Okay. Yeah, not much else here. That is a TM Devo by a turn.
No. The Frostlass, too, as well, so the ticks don't tick
Frostlass won't happen. Yep. Would have been nice to see that additional damage, but this will slow things down. Buying an extra turn, and
now Makani's hoping for the 3rd Iono found off of track customers.
One time. We know a ton of others
and
are
Arvin
prized. Yeah.
This unlocks Secret Box. the supporter Karis needed to finally have some aggression in this game.
Depends if that's really the way you want to go about this at this point in time. If you use Secret Box, you have Spike with Jim, you have Rare Candy, that's already the Grimmsnarl ready to roll. And then Air Balloon could help in a spot like this, moving that Tatsugiri out of the active, and or even just using one of those plenty of energies you have hanging out in the hand.
Also with the bench full, Badoo seems like a pretty easy discard.
See you later, pal.
You've done well.
Yeah, definitely game 1 MVP already in the books there, and the guaranteed supporter for next turn also so impactful.
In the stadium as well, we could see double Marnie's Morgrim. Countercatcher is the item found off that as well.
Okay, and could this be a slowdown turn as well with TM Devo? As you establish the Morgrim, the damage starts to tick back up with the Frostlass. If you slow down and remove that Kirlia from the board, then you can target this Pokemon once more with a few ticks of that Monkey Dory damage, and maybe the Marnie's Grimmsnarl alongside Boss's Orders on a following turn could KO double Ralt's Kirlia.
Can Karis do a devolution play as well, just preventing a Gardevoir of coming out without the use of Rare Candy?
Yeah, I mean, this is where it starts to work in your favor at this point. Pushing a little bit of that damage over, slowing this game down once more. The pressure's back over to Makani now. You can only evolve this Pokemon, and if you find the Rare Candy to go alongside this, you're really starting to push the envelope here. One already in the prize cards, and you're asking a lot.
Yeah, only 2 in the list. These Gardevoir EX decks have gotten really greedy with the counts of Rare Candy throughout the season. Third Dark Energy on Monkey Dories. Now 3 Adrenaline Brains available for Makani, but only those 3 damage counters spread out among his board. Spiking with Jim first.
Karis, without choosing to replay that Frostlass, now losing the Monkey Dory War, but feels comfortable in bringing up this Pokemon here now with the Marnie's Grimmsnarl. It is fully charged, ready to roll. It can start slowing things down on the other side. The hand was not impressive from Makani, and now you can start to win this war a little more. And it's a lot more difficult to find the Dark Energies and the Monkey Dories at the same time with this deck as opposed to Marnie's Grimmsnarl.
Attract customers now. There is already the Lily's Determination in hand, so this supporter isn't as important. It was an Arven, though.
And you could argue searching for Boss's Orders in a spot like that could be impactful. Of course, with the Kirlia already on the board, if you remove that threat, you'd feel very good. But previously searched out the Lily's Determination as the supporter off the Secret Box. And maybe Chris just had a few additional turns that she wasn't expecting. Pressure. There was no pressure on Makani's side.
No pressure, no item lock, no Gardevoir. Just a lot of Monkey Dory.
She's got the answer for that. It's not too difficult to check here. Marnie's Grimmsnarl, yes, Shadow Bullet will leave some additional damage on the board for Monkey Dory, but it won't be nearly enough to start working towards that 320 mark.
10 damage now moved to the Ralts. And this is exactly what you want to do when you're staring down a bunch of Monkey Dory from your opponent, is just try to spread out that damage as much as possible. Don't give your opponent the full 3 Adrenaline Brain.
Yeah, and from Makani's side, if you ever play down that Gardevoir, easy KO from a Marnie's Grimmsnarl. If you evolve into that Kirlia with the 4 damage counters on that Ralts, it is easily lined up for the Monkey Dory alongside the Frostlass to build up enough damage and maybe clear out both those Pokemon in the same hit. And there is a Gardevoir alongside a Rare Candy. Okay, a few extra pieces that maybe Makani wasn't expecting off that Pheasantipity.
Still no supporters. This is an awkward hand, even with the Rare Candy Gardevoir.
I mean, who's the attacker in this spot with the way the prize cards are working? Screamtail not there. Frillish to slow down and lock up a Pokemon
Monkey
is
Dory
available. We've seen Mindbend a few times as an MVP. There's not a great Pokemon to switch into at this spot, but Counter Catcher will be the move.
Counter Catcher on the Frostlass.
Classic strategy in this spot. Once you see the energies from Punk Up, it's a little less likely that they'll have the energies in hand to retreat this Pokemon, and maybe you have them commit that air balloon earlier than they expect. Some damage counters now once you bolster the damage up on the Gardevoir.
Yeah, that was an attachment from hand. Both of the Monkey Dory moving the damage over, and then what is that? A Psy Shot for the knockout? I guess Makani found an attacker, Kyle.
Yeah, I mean, when you run out of options with the Screamtail and the Frillish down, you can remove the threat this way. And if you're losing the Monkey Dory War, or at least tied, checking the Frostlass slows things down greatly. But there is an issue. That Gardevoir EX is a very easy target. Thankfully, in this setup, 5-5 prize cards avoids the Counter Catcher.
There is the boss's orders in hand, though, for Karis. Now the question is there enough damage on the board to get a KO on the Curly as well? Does not look like it. Adrenabrain moves the damage on that Marnie's Grimmsnarl over to the Gardevoir EX on the bench. Boss's orders brings it up, and Karis Jones will be able to take 2 prizes, puts 30 damage on that Pheasantipity EX on the bench.
Yep, removing that Gardevoir, placing some additional damage counters onto the Gardevoir, basically as a heal at this point. You know that you're giving your opponent a little extra to work with, but at this stage, at least, it's only the 5 total damage counters that could be incorporated, and there is a Gardevoir added back into the hands now. So what can Makani make happen here? The real issue is with the Mega Diancie alongside this current setup, I don't see a way that you can take out this Marnie's Grimmsnarl with a cap at 240 alongside 50 damage that could be moved, a potential 60. You're only hitting 300. So it'd have to include another Monkey Dory. I mean, the resources could be there to make this happen, but you have to find Monkey Dory Dark Energy right here, right now.
And Monkey Dory Dark Energy is in the discard, Kyle, from that previous Shadow Bullet.
Okay.
It does seem like there's a Super Rod in the hand, though.
And you see Makani eyeing it up, takes a peek, Super Rod in the hand, will shuffle back in Gardevoir alongside that energy and the Monkey Dory. Artisan was found, Earthen Vessel was found. This energy and this Monkey Dory are gonna fly right back into the board, and that is all the pieces right now for Makani. A huge comeback here to make quick work of this Marnie's Grimmsnarl. But it's not the end of things just yet. This is just one hurdle that we'll see Makani overcome.
I think Makani's going to have to do the play of loading up the Mega Diancie EX with multiple energies just to kind of prevent the scenario of this lone Gardevoir EX getting knocked out, because this bench is now going to be full, Kyle.
Yeah, 3/3 prize cards, really susceptible to the boss's orders. You also don't want to overload onto that Mega Diancie too far, as 3 prize cards is game ending at this spot. However, it is difficult to check this Pokemon as you see the Diamond Coat ability, 30 reduction alongside 270 hit points. It takes a lot to remove this Pokemon.
Plus, at least 60 of this damage is getting Adrenabrained over to that Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX. Psychic Energy for turn attached to the Monkey Dory.
Now, we've seen the preload energy a few times. And
Psychic Embraces.
It is tricky. But it's also a great answer if your opponent ever uses a Marnie's Grimmsnarl and boss's orders KOs a Gardevoir. If you can't reach for the knockout that turn, sometimes Confusion buys you that turn and can help out. But
80
this is
damage move.
Massive.
Garland, Ray discarding 2 Psychic for the knockout. Makani going down to 3 prizes, now tying it up in this game 2.
All the cards onto the table at this point, but look how Makani has set things up here with the damage. No real answer right now with Karis's board to check one of these Monkey Dory. You see 3 different Pokemon here that are holding on to at least 30 damage counters, or 3 damage counters to shift over to the other side, which can once more start to check one of those Marnie's Grimmsnarls if you can get the damage up just a little bit more.
Iron Bundle is going to push that Mega Diancie EX out of the active spot.
What a question to ask your opponent. Where are you going from here? You can't lose out on Monkey Dory. It's so important. How often do you see this? Pheasantipity promoted, but how many energies have been played at this spot? You have to consider if this Pokemon even has a chance to move. What, 3 Psychic in the discard and how many in play at this spot? We see 7 and 3. That's every energy. Where's Professor Turo? That may be the only way to move this Pokemon at this spot.
Turo is still available to Makani in the deck. He already played the Secret Box as well, so no way to search out for it.
Okay, so just finding Turo would be the way to move this Pokemon. And Karis has full information. Both players stared down the deck list for 2 minutes. You know what you're up against.
Actually, Kyle, it seems like there's 1 energy in hand for Makani. Oh, yeah, he has an energy in hand.
Okay, so I guess we got that count wrong in the discard pile, but of course Night Stretcher or something like that could have helped out as well. Thanks, Graphic.
Now, Karis could just go for the KO with Marnie's Grimmsnarl again, but there's already enough damage in play to really push the advantage with Monkey Dory yet again.
Okay, the Super Rod starts to open up avenues once more. You cannot work through the hit points of Mega Diancie, so you might as well dance around it for a little while, and this makes perfect sense. Every target on the other side of the board could be KO'd by a Marnie's Grimmsnarl besides that Pokemon. If you work your way through that Pheasantipity, Iron Bundle could be the MVP that propels Karis to the finals here of Orlando.
Punk Up attaches the 2nd Dark Energy to the active, and then another one to that benched Impidimp. It is all on the board for Karis here.
Such an interesting back and forth. This Pokemon just so hard to remove. The Frostlass was seemingly a great help for both players, and once it's removed, it's tricky to find the way to hit 320 damage on this Pokemon.
Air Balloon attached to Tatsugiri, help it move in a potential knockout scenario. Bravery Charm on that benched Impidip along with a 2nd Dark Energy. Shadow Bullet.
It would seem that way. Does really put the pressure on. There's still Adrenabrain to work with.
Just 10 damage over to that Monkey Dory, putting it at 5 damage counters now.
Without Frostlass, not seeing any knockouts on Monkey Dories just yet. Karis will still have a few damage counters to work with, but basically wanted to work around that magic number of 9 for Monkey Dory. Preserving the hit points on them both with just 1 damage counter each leaves them with 100 HP. Pile of Arvins to the hand. Not exactly what you need just yet, but could be the golden answer to finding that Iron Bundle. Mega Diancie ready to roll.
3rd energy attached from the hand for Makani. Has plenty of damage in play to be able to take a knockout on this Grimmsnarl. And then that Iono to 1 for Karis here.
Okay.
All those supporters on the bottom of the deck as well.
Counter catcher added to the hand.
I don't know if Makani wants to avoid this Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX.
No. That's dangerous Pokemon. Suppose the only other answer here that may have been helpful is if you find a way to bring back that Pheasantipity, it'd be 1 Pokemon that could withstand an attack from this Marnie's Grimmsnarl if the Iron Bundle were to be played down.
which that Artisan can find that Iron Bundle right away, as well as shuffle the supporters that were found back into the deck.
It's just an unchecked answer right now. This Marnie's Grimmsnarl, a massive pain. What could a Mew EX even find here off of a draw? Doesn't seem like you can really work around this.
There is the retreat to the Mega Diancie. I think it is just a knockout and pray scenario for Makani here in this game too. Tournament life on the line.
Well, how do you knock it out? you're 10 short at this spot. 240 plus 90, 310. There's no KO right now.
What are you talking about?
Is it 240 and what?
Yeah, you just need 80 damage, the 240. There's only 320 for the Grimmsnarl.
Ah, okay, missed that, but yeah. Still trying to piece together the math in my head, and we went a little too far with it.
Tatsugiri found, or Tatsugiri promoted to the active. Artisan finds the Monkey Dory for Karis, the third one. Now it does seem like just a simple Iron Bundle and Rare Candy Grimmsnarl can take the game. Is the Rare Candy still available? There's only one in the list.
Yeah, tough find here, but did save that Impidimp with additional help with that Bravery Charm. Stick around for a little longer. Attracting customers finds the Lily's Determination.
6 cards is better than no cards. Iron Bundle was already in the hand. Spike Move Jim bumps the Artisan. Lily's Determination. Rare Candy Grimmsnarl is game and would punch Karis's ticket into the finals here in Orlando.
Okay, a little bit more here to get the job done. Can the Rare Candy be found? Spike with already lined up and a few cards to reach for the finals now. Can Karis get the job done?
No.
Oh, missing out.
No way to draw extra cards as well with this hand. Had the Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX, but no Rare Candy. Again, it is the greed of this list now with only one in the deck.
Yeah, and this is not a list that's featuring a Pheasantipity at any spot, so no other ways to continue the draw.
And Karis is just scooping it up. Kyle, we have a game 3.
Who thought that was coming here with Makani just slowly but surely working towards an answer there. I mean, these Marnie's Grimmsnarls are so hard to check.
Yeah, and it was really all just down to Karis had to use both of the Morgrim to evolve into the 2 Grimmsnarls that we saw her play. Did not have access to another one to prep that Impidimp, relying on that Rare Candy, and just did not find it off that Lily's.
Yeah, I mean, crazy stuff back and forth there. Still need a little help with the Mega Diancie math. How does that even work?
120 plus 120.
It's 240.
Okay.
Then you have 3 Monkey Dory. That's 310, right? Or is yeah, it's there we go. Hey, calculator.
Essentially, you know?
Yeah, yep, all right. That is math. Thank you.
Let's go ahead and take a look at the replay so we can do some more math.
Oh, math, my dear friend.
This was the crazy play, being able to double Adrenabrain and Psy Shot to take out that Frostlass. And then that was the last time we saw that Pokemon in this game. Now, Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX taking the KO on the lone Gardevoir EX, but with that Curlia in play, Makani was able to answer back with a big Mega Diancie KO with 3 Monkey Dory, and that was it. Makani able to pretty much set up a checkmate scenario as long as that Rare Candy Grimmsnarl was not found.
Yeah, and we are ready to go here. 35 minutes remaining as we have one final game here separating one of these players from the championship table, and that is a Ralts Energy Pass to start things off. Oh boy.
How much does Corkscrew Punch do? 10? All right.
I can do that math. That looks pretty good. This is a Buddy Puff in here for Karis. What a start. What does the prize cards have to say about this? Okay. A little bit of that line, the Morgrim and Grimmsnarl, along with a TM Evolution stored away, but boy, howdy, this is working out.
Arvin to find an item and a tool that Air Balloon will help this Impidimp retreat into the Buddy Puffin, or the Budu.
Yeah.
And then I believe I also saw Secret Box in the hand for Karis. So if there is no item lock from Makani's side of the board, next turn could be insane.
Yeah, Rare Candy already found Secret Box held onto with the air balloon into the Badoo. You lock in those items. Don't see any of that from Makani on the following turn, and pressure's on to move this Pokemon and find a little more help. This hand didn't seem conducive just yet to it, but seems like Makani may have a response.
The only thing missing from Karis' start here is an energy to go on that Monkey Dory. I don't believe there's one in the hand. But she does find Marnie's Morgrim for the next turn.
Powerful start here. It's just about everything that you want to see. Itchy Pollen, we know how impactful this has been. The one issue with this hand is I don't know if there's a lot of fodder for that Secret Box at this point. Could be a little tricky to maneuver. But the counter stadium immediately, we know how impactful that can be. Avoiding that Spikeman's Gem, seeing some additional resources, may lead to just more Grims and not Grimmsnarls. And Makani needs as much help as he can get.
And he actually held the Artisan turn one, opting not to play it to help out Karis potentially in the setup. Granted, she didn't really need it, but very heads-up play from Makani here, and having that Lily's Determination, drawing into these 8 cards, he's going to need a lot of help.
Yes.
But it's still possible.
Yeah, could see all sorts of help at this spot. Even retreating into a Frillish with the energy would be nice to have that item lock. Monkey Dory with Dark Energy at some point, just to start moving a little bit of this damage over and put pressure onto the Badoo would be nice. With the Artisan, considering Frillish at this spot, just to put a little pressure back over onto that Badoo.
Let's take a look at the prizes, Kyle. Night Stretcher, Rare Candy, Counter Catcher, Monkey Dory. We saw how important it was for those 3 Monkey Dory to be able to be used. Thankfully, it's at the bottom of the prizes for Makani, but it is a very important card in this matchup.
Yeah, so often you need the additional resources, that reach to take a KO for 330.
Yeah, math. Frillish is grabbed off of the Artisan, so Oceanic Gloom is available to Makani with a Psychic Energy in hand. And there's one thing about that Badoo in the active spot. It's not a big do.
No, little do. Not doing too much here, and Frillish protecting its pal Relts. Don't have to search out a second one if items are locked out. Avoids the Rare Candy for the Marnie's Grimmsnarl, and even if there is a boss's orders, there's no answer to KO that Relts just yet.
Arven is played for Karis. We'll be able to find that one-of copy of Bravery Charm yet again. It just is so good with this Badoo in this list.
Yeah, so much help that you can find from these Pokemon, and I mean, what else can you find from this spot now? It feels like energy is so impactful, and just have not seen that Dark Energy here yet. The Morgrim is played down, and Badoo will do its job, hang on for a little bit longer, but if this hand doesn't get much better, that counter stadium of the Artisan may prove to be an MVP here once more.
Makani is starting things off with that Artisan. Second Ralts, just a little insurance for the bench, especially with this item lock going back and forth.
Yeah, the item lock is so big as just the one Psychic Energy reached the discard pile. Will signify using the Artisan for that Ralts, and now 8 more cards added to the hand. It's a great benefit to have Frillish here in these early spots to item lock your opponent, slow things down, but sometimes the 3 retreat cost does end up biting back. It is hard to move this Pokemon when you finally do want to use Psychic Embrace.
Yeah, and when it gets to that time, there could be too much damage on that Frillish if Karis starts building up some energies on the Monkey Dory.
Oh, item.
Ooh.
Hey.
Monkey Dory found, but I did not see a Dark Energy.
No, none to go with that. The Psychic Energy as well. Seen previous times using that Psychic Energy onto the Monkey Dory and hanging on for another turn, but hold on to that resource for later on.
Artisan found for Karis, but this hand is not doing much of anything. No way to find that Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX. Is Karis going to retreat to the Tatsugiri, break the item lock for his partner? No.
I don't think so, but yeah.
I was a little worried.
It is a strategy for if Badoo were to fall, which doesn't seem like it's too far away here. You know that you're in danger of having to promote a Pokemon here soon. As just a Dark Energy onto that Monkey Dory shifts the damage from the Frillish over, then Oceanic Gloom would take the KO onto the Badoo, even with that Bravery Charm there. But still, no Dark Energy to be found just yet.
It did seem like Makani had another supporter in the hand from the Lilies from last turn. But no, just an Oceanic Gloom back. Karis drew a boss's orders. We'll be able to bring up Ralts and Itchy Pollen, but that is it.
And this is a bit of a bait for Makani. He's held on to that Psychic Energy for a situation like this. You don't break item lock on me. I will retreat out of here. And the Arven alongside this, just a little more thinning. Eventually, this has to find some help, and the item lock may not find an answer here soon. Now the question is, with that TM Evo thrown into the hand, you do have considerations to find Kirlia, but that item lock is really shut down Karis in this spot.
First prize taken in Game 3 and is with that Frillish Oceanic Gloom, taking the knockout on that Badoo with the Bravery Charm. Karis is item locked, but now has Tatsugiri in the active available to attract customers.
And this is a big attract customers, as we see the Badoo that could be added to the board at this point, but there's no way to shift this Pokemon back with the retreat. A card like Arven finding a tool could help out in this spot, but
one thing I got to say, Kyle, is where is the Dark Energy for both of these players?
We're playing with no Monkey Dory at all. They're just hanging out, cheering on their pals.
There's one in the prize cards for Karis, none in the prize cards for Makani. Granted, a little bit harder to find the 3 copies compared to the 8. And now the classic Judge Shuffle for the attract customers. You love to see it.
It's getting to that point. 26 minutes remaining. Every draw matters. What supporter can be found at this spot to help out? There's so many different avenues to go from this spot. Iono Lilies. Okay. Well, that hand doesn't do too much. Let's try again.
Always awkward to have to put back your secret box, but under this Oceanic Gloom, nothing's happening. Now, granted, Karis does have a lot of good draws off this Lily's Determination. Energy, Marnie's Grimmsnarl. Granted, the air balloon is on that Grimmsnarl on the bench. Ooh.
Oh, wow. I mean, at least the Dark Energy was found, but what else is there? I mean, nothing. That's a pass of the turn once more, and
now Makani has items available. Look at that hand. Secret box found from the Arven the turn prior. Earthen Vessel to start getting those Psychic Energies in the discard, along with, you know, a Dark Energy to attach for the turn.
Yeah, that'd be nice. It's been a well sought after card here. And even another Psychic Energy, a little fodder for that secret box. Finally can establish a Kirlia onto this board. But TM Evolution seems like a card you have to throw away in this spot. Item lock so impactful, you just cannot take a turn off here.
Makani choosing to discard both of them in his hand. But now we'll be able to find 4 cards from the deck. A tool, item, stadium, and supporter.
One awkward part of this deck is actually searching out Kirlia. Doesn't happen too often. Requires the use of that Ultra Ball. And then you have to throw away even more resources to get to that point.
Usually you just hope it's Psychic Energies.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Instead,
Rare Candy.
That's a risk in this matchup, but also maybe works out here. Do you ever see Bravery Charm Ralts Rare Candy Gardevoir so that you can endure the TM Devo at some point and keep this Ralts on the board?
I think best case scenario for Makani is Rare Candy that Gardevoir and evolve into a Kirlia.
4 psychic energy to work with from the discard pile.
At what point do you think Makani breaks the Oceanic Gloom?
I think it has to be an impactful turn where you can place enough damage counters onto the other side of the board where you remove either threats like Monkey Dory or the Marnies or the Morgrim at the same time. If you can remove the Morgrim and an Impidimp at the same turn, definitely you'd have to lean into a spot like that. But with Makani already up in prize cards, seems unlikely that you'll be able to take away multiple Pokemon in the same turn. But does have access to Screamtail this time around.
Hold on, Kyle. Looks like we have some judge intervention. And it does look like a double prize card penalty has been issued against Karis.
Seems like a illegal shuffling that happened in that spot.
She is appealing.
There's been a warning a few times before, so now this is being escalated, but now the judges will bring in the head judge so we can see that appeal. But man, I mean, what a game we've had so far. This is a crazy matchup. So much to consider as you see how both these players have to dance around all of the math on both sides.
Not only the players, but, you know,
us.
casters as well.
Yeah, 240 and 90 is math.
Now, both of our players here have been playing pretty much perfect as they can. It's just been the way the cards have been drawn. But it seems like with the appeal, we're going to take a little bit more time here.
Only seems fitting. Chance to think a little bit more about how this game could progress. Seen a really favorable spot for Makani. Already up a prize card, locked in the items. Has plenty of psychic energies to work with, and there's no ability or item lock on the other side of the board.
Yeah, this turn from Makani has the potential to be crazy with all the resources available.
Yeah, we'll take a quick chat with Chip Ritchie, see what his thoughts are, how you've been feeling about this game.
Yeah, very interesting to see how this game is developing, but I do want to just hop in and give kind of an update on what's happening with this penalty situation. So it does appear like when Karis has been shuffling her deck, that she's been looking at her deck as shuffling and has been issued warnings previous to this game during this tournament. The judges noticed it once again, issued her a warning, and since she's had previous warnings, that is now escalated to a double prize card penalty. She is appealing that ruling right now as we speak, as is her right, of course. And we'll just have to get word on the result of that appeal. I would expect this to probably stand as a double prize card penalty, though, which does have huge implications here. That would mean Makani only needs to take 3 more prize cards to win this game.
Oh, for sure. I mean, we've seen how close this matchup has been throughout the entire weekend. Having to not have to take 2 more prize cards is a huge advantage.
There's just not much you have to consider at that spot. There's some easy Pokemon that could be removed, and the moment that there's a commitment to that Marnie's Grimmsnarl, if you remove Tatsugiri with a very simple turn with this item lock in combination with Monkey Dory, the moment that a Marnie's Grimmsnarl tries to check a Gardevoir, you can just reach once more for that Monkey Dory alongside the Mega Diancie to take that KO and clean things up.
Yeah, it is definitely going to be interesting to see how this appeal will stand.
Even Pokemon like that Screamtail can reach for some awkward numbers. If you remove Monkey Dories on the other side, then it's hard to check that Pokemon immediately. So huge ruling to consider here. We'll see what our answer is.
Again, as with any ruling in the Pokemon TCG, you always have the right to appeal to a head judge. But once that appeal is made, the decision of the head judge is final.
Yep. Seems unfortunate here for Karis, as likely is being held up at this spot. And coming back from a 2 prize deficit, when you're already down a prize, you see that item lock. Seems pretty unlikely to come back from a spot like that. It would take quite the Iono to lock up the hand at that point.
Yeah, well, we're back at us now while they are finishing up that ruling. It's definitely something that you need to be cautious of when you're on stage, when you're on the bright lights, just playing in general. There's a lot on the line for these tournaments.
Yeah, just things to consider once you get to this point. There's a lot of things that make a great player, and it's unfortunate that this just can get in the way sometimes. You have to play by the rules, make sure that everyone has a fair opportunity to see their cards and, well, not see their cards as you're shuffling, but to see the right cards off the top of the deck and not give any slight advantage over. We're back underway, and the prize loss is upheld, so we should see that soon reflected on our graphic. Makani now just needing 3 prize cards to get the job done here in game 3.
And back on to his turn. Arvin, Ultra Ball, discards that Lily's Clefairy EX and Mew EX, finds the Gardevoir EX. Rare Candy already in hand from the secret box.
And this changes things. Makani does not need to worry about slowing down at any point. If you have the resources to load up Mega Diancie, put pressure on, and establish that Gardevoir, force Garrus to stand in with that Marnie's Grimmsnarl, put 2 prize cards on the board.
Oh, wow. Yeah, this
or
turn.
Even this way with the Screamtail, too.
This turn was already going to be crazy from Makani, but having the second Ultra Ball for the Kirlia, along with the Rare Candy Gardevoir, and then Artisan finding that Screamtail. Screamtail is going to be able to take out that Morgrem on the bench,
right?
Something like the Monkey Dory.
Yeah, that puts pressure back over to Garrus. You need the Rare Candy in order to check a Gardevoir that could come down this turn. And that is the 2 prize Pokemon that you don't want to establish in this spot. But you need an answer. You need something to check this board, as Makani just sees the weakness right now.
Finally, a Dark Energy on a Monkey Dory on Makani's side of the board.
Oh, there's even a Bravery Charm alongside this. If you want a buffed up Screamtail that can withstand, maybe, if there were ever to be some damage on the other side of the board.
Adrena Brain moving 30 from the Frillish to the Morgrem, and then a Roaring Scream to take the knockout. Makani going down to just 2 prize cards left to win this match and punch his ticket into the finals.
3 energies in the discard pile here. Bravery Charm in the hand. If Screamtail isn't checked, has a ton of reach to clear any card on the board just yet. And Garrus needs some help. A Rare Candy would be very impactful, but alongside what other resources here? If you can find that one-of copy of Counter Catcher alongside Iono, perhaps there's a chance to put enough pressure onto that Gardevoir. Maybe make something that way. What a turnaround.
Was it just a pass of the turn? Or they?
I mean, there's a lot of cards in the hand. I think there's something that can happen here.
Setting the damage right on that Frillish. Garrus has a Pokepad.
There's a secret box as well, so reaching for a response seems pretty likely. It's just now, can you piece that together? Do you have Counter Catcher alongside Rare Candy to make that happen? Is this a turn where you have to slow all the way down and try to lock out some Pokemon? Just doesn't seem favorable when you already have the Psychic Energies in the discard as Makani.
Frostlass was the Pokemon chosen off Pokepad. Now that Freezing Shroud ability will start ticking up those damage counters on all Pokemon with abilities.
And even if you're winning or losing the Monkey Dory War at this spot, I think any damage counters on the board favor Makani.
Oh, 100%.
Just 2 prize cards remaining.
That Tatsuguri.
Wow. I mean, 3 Monkey Dory. How do you keep a Pokemon stuck in any spot like this? I mean, it's full send on this Impidimp right now.
And that Screamtail having 40 damage on it, it is a little shy of getting knocked out with the 30 damage from the Shadow Bullet. Garrus so far deciding what to discard for the secret box. Lily's, Iono, and Super Rod.
You start to consider how many turns you even have at this point. Just throwing away some of these supporters just makes sense. You need to have this set up at this point. And there's the Rare Candy, the Spike Mythic along with it. the Grimmsnarl will be ready to roll, but then
those were the only cards found as well.
You still
from
need
that secret box.
Still need to find the counter catcher if you want to check this Gardevoir. And what supporter was held onto at this point? Was it Lilies or Iono? Do you think that you can manipulate Makani's hand a little more, or do you have to bet on yourself and see if you can find this counter catcher off of a Lilies at this spot?
It does look like a Lilies in the hand.
Tons of resources were played by Makani last turn in order to establish this setup.
Oh, counter catcher's in hand already.
Oh, wow. I mean, that is so helpful, but Tatsu still needs a way to move out of the active.
That air balloon that was stuck on the Morgrim. Only one of, again, in this list.
Looking for some help. Find some customers. What is this?
Arvin boss's orders. That's not going to do it.
No way to move this Pokemon just yet? Has the Lilies, all right. It's time to search through, try to find that energy attachment for the turn in order to retreat this Tatsugiri. If this isn't found, I have to think this is a huge missed opportunity.
If it's found, it's just game over, right?
I mean, if it's
a second dark energy for Makani's Monkey Dory, you move 60 damage over to the Tatsugiri. The Freezing Shroud's going to tick down, and then a KO with the Gardevoir, the Screamtail, anything.
I mean, still, as long as this Tatsugiri is retreated, the Gardevoir KO is huge, but is there a response to Gardevoir is now the question. Energy found, so this Tatsu can move. And Marty's Grimmsnarl moves up to the active. This finally checks the threat of Gardevoir, but does Makani have a built-in answer here? He used so many resources to get to this spot. Rare Candy Gardevoir on the previous turn. Is there one more answer now? If this Kirlia evolves, you have to think that he'll get over the finish line.
Nest Ball in hand. There's just a ton of supporters and items so far.
Oh, Pheasantipity, the script has already been ridiculous to get to this point of the match. You flip it one more time.
Again, something like a Night Stretcher. Granted, there's one at the top of the prize cards for Makani. A second Gardevoir EX. Dark Energy, of course.
A lot of big cards here. What could be found? Don't need to throw down too much here at this stage, but we'll hold on to TM Devo.
TM Devo on the Screamtail when you have Bravery Charm in hand. Definitely interesting, but Iono, Makani's drawn four cards, has the flip
Ultra Ball is found in the window. Pheasantipity continues to draw up here too. There's so much here working. How much damage can you even force at this point? Well, alongside the Dark Energy, that would really be the magic here in order to make this happen.
And only a Psychic found off of the Flip the Script and Iono for Makani. He uses Ultra Ball to grab that Gardevoir EX, but I think without the second Dark, he's at least a couple damage counters off of taking the game this turn.
That switches your strategy to instead your opponent only plays one rare candy. The TM Devo becomes the correct response at this point in time. You just remove.
Wait, can the Screamtail take the KO? No, just Devo.
Yeah, it's just a little too short. You use that TM Devo, bring the Impotent back. It's a lone active, and here you go. How do you come back from this? It takes multiple turns to reestablish that attacker.
No rare candy left. No Morgrim left. Super Odd in the discard.
Oh, yeah, that's brutal.
It seems like Makani is setting up a checkmate scenario here.
And that one tick of damage from the Frostlass onto that Tatsugiri, really brutal at this spot. That may be the decisive blow here. That's easy shift of those damage counters once you see one more Dark Energy. If Makani can find that resource, It's a pretty clear line to victory.
And I was mistaken. The Morgrim stuff was last game.
Good.
Still one available for Karis here.
Oh, corkscrew punch.
I mean,
a few more damage counters to work with, but not enough to check a Gardevoir.
Another Judge shuffle. Marnie's Morgrim evolved. Corkscrew punch takes the knockout.
Does answer one Dark Energy Monkey Dory. Maybe keeps this game going for one more additional turn. But what gives you the best chance?
Boss's orders.
Is that Boss's orders Pheasantipity? You force that energy or the Professor Turo in that spot. Work around the fact that Psychic Embrace only establishes those energies for the Psychic Pokemon.
Oh, okay. Boss's orders the Frillish. It has 60 damage on it. That means Makani cannot Psychic Embrace unless he decides to use the Adrenabrain.
Freezing Shroud is reestablished. The damage counters are coming back.
And Kyle, I believe there's a Professor Turo in Makani's hand.
Yeah, that is game-breaking to see that card with the Monkey Dory Dark Energy unchecked. If there were another Dark Energy to go alongside this, Tatsugiri once more could be a real issue.
Wow, look at that hand of all supporters for Makani. Professor Turo's scenario picks up the Frillish. This will unlock the Screamtail's Roaring Scream yet again.
I mean, how difficult is this now? The Screamtail immediately answers the Morgrim. Just one damage counter shifted over to that Pokemon would be plenty. And there's the KO. For Karis, there's just one prize card remaining for your opponent. And you need to decide if Screamtail or Gardevoir is the bigger threat. And I got a problem here. It's both of them are going to be an issue. Is there a way to perhaps trap this Fez? You already saw a few energies played. Professor Turo played. How many cards are left that can even move Pokemon? We already seen the counter catchers. There are 3 Boss's orders in the list. And I think we've already seen 2. It's just one Boss's orders left in order to lock this Pokemon.
Could be very attractive, you know?
Well, if that customer is ready to shop, could really make a difference here. Call on the judge one more time.
Attract customers 6 cards. Boss's orders needed off the top of the deck.
Just for a chance to hold on here.
No supporters here for Karis. This has to be it.
Yeah, I mean, you see the Iono in the hand. Limit the resources for Makani, but with Gardevoir in play, Psychic Embrace, it reaches for so many different cards here, and it looks like the cards will be scooped up here on Karis' side. Makani Tran making his way to the finals here in Orlando. Can he do what his brother did not so long ago and take down a regional championship? It would be pretty epic of a story.
You know, we were joking about Truin being the better brother just because Makani lost in that finals essentially a year ago. But now he has the chance to cement his place in the family once again.
Yeah, I mean, what a great place to be for the Tran family. Just seeing that victory from Truin, and now Makani has a chance once more to make it to that final table. And this was a big obstacle for him. What a match we had here between these two players. The back and forth, especially with this big do, it is a tough adversary.
Yeah, item lock back and forth. Makani not really having much going for him in the first game. A ton of items in the hand, and with that Bravery Charm, keeping that Badoo around, not much he could do. Now, game 2 was a little bit different. Makani had to get a little bit cute with the Psy Shot to knock out the Frostlass with double Adrenabrain Monkey Dory, but establishing 3 Monkey Dory with that Mega Diancie EX, able to clear out 2 Marnie's Grimmsnarl EXs with Garland Ray, and it just left Karis with nothing to be able to attack into Makani's board.
So much to consider now. And then this game, game 3, Big Do is established, but there's no help, no assistance here. And Tatsugiri tries its best to find a little help here, but it's just a little bit too late. The rare candy is finally established, and the Grimmsnarl comes into play, but it's just checked by the TM Devo, and at this point, there's no answer. You have to play the Morgrem, have to hope it hangs on, brings the Frillish up, but that Pokemon picked up by the Turo, it just leads to checkmate situations there with the Screamtail and the Gardevoir in play.
And again, congratulations to Karis Jones. Another top 4 for this amazing run that she has had this entire season. But it definitely has to hurt. The 3rd top 4 trying to make that finals.
Yeah, and I mean, she's done it with all sorts of different decks. A lot of versatility that we've seen in her play as well, and some really cute tech inclusions along the way too. But this time, just did not have enough to get over that hurdle. You're asking a lot of your deck when you have these singleton inclusions, and every once in a while, those prize cards can be an issue, and the item lock is just a real pain sometimes.
Whoa, Kyle. Item lock's fun.
I'm watching you. But it wasn't you this time. It was that pesky Frillish.
Yeah.
The imposter item locker.
Maybe I need to get a Frillish plug.
No, I think we're good. 1 is plenty.
All right, well, I do believe Makani is standing by to be talking about our top 4 match. Let's take it away. Thank you, casters. Montel Sedana here, and I'm joined by our last round winner, Makani Tran. What a match, Makani. Again, bringing Gardevoir to the finals. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I'm the highest placing Gardevoir right now. Really, oh my goodness. It's like, I really wanted to give it a good run for its last tournament ever. And I was like, yeah, just stuck with the same Houston 60. Ran really well at Houston. Kind of fizzled out towards the end, but I was like, you know what? The list felt great. I'm just gonna run it back. And yeah, it's going amazing. I've hit so many Grimmsnarls. That's definitely the deck of the tournament. Hit one in top 8, hit one, I think round 13, hit one. I just hit one, yeah, a lot of Grims.
No, that's for sure. I mean, and typically, in the past, this was such a difficult matchup. I feel like it still is a very difficult matchup, but again, I feel like you've maneuvered the Grimmsnarl matchup pretty much perfectly. Makani, it's not every day I see someone attack with Psyshot and then win the match, win that game. Talk us through the strategy.
Yeah, so it used to be a little bit of a closer match. The Diancie really puts in work. Put in work a lot of my rounds. Into Grim is just really nice being able to easily one-shot and having that big the metal weakness so it doesn't die. It's and you can sometimes Turo it back up. It's just, yeah, having that big tank that can also hit for so much damage really is what shifted the matchup in my opinion. But yeah, for the Psyshot, there's no reason to damage my own monkeys. I don't want them to die, so I was like, I don't want to swing with anything else. And I was like, well, it does 30 damage. I got to get the Frostless off the board. So, I mean, yeah, I was like, I'll just go for it. And it ended up working out. So.
Ended up working out indeed. I mean, that's just how important the Monkey Dories were, right? We've seen you use them very effectively, getting the triple Monkey Dory plus the Diancie just to knock out Grimmsnarls back and forth, right? Just, yeah. That's really, really big. Very impressive. And then, again, so your brother just won a regional as well in Seattle. Yes. So is the fact that your brother won a regional a drive for you to try do your best, maybe win win this one?
I wouldn't say it's a drive. I was really happy when he won, honestly. I was really happy. I did think it was really funny. I know all my friends were clowning me oh my God, he just started playing, he won before you did. So I was happy for him. It's a funny, of course, that he won before me, but yeah, I was really happy for him. So, but I gotta, trying to chase the dubs. We can be brothers with wins this season. That'd be crazy.
Oh, that would be quite a scene, right? How cool would the graphic be?
Yeah, it'd be so sick. Oh my goodness.
Very, very cool. But again, you still have one more match.
The last one.
What's going through your mind?
I've been in finals once and I lost. It was a brutal one. So yeah, I'm hopefully this time the matchups are looking solid. I'm hoping the Joltik wins. That one's definitely a little easier. I've played a lot of Joltik. Truan is huge Joltik dude. He just plays Joltik and Charizard. I know for Houston he played Joltik, so we play that matchup a lot at like locals and at home. So I'm hoping the Joltik wins. I think there's a Joltik in top 4. I'm pretty sure. I don't know.
You're just gonna have to be surprised once you sit on the table.
Yeah. No, but I'm feeling pretty good, honestly. Either way, I'm just really happy with how it's gone. It's been a great event. I'm just happy to be here.
Yeah. Again, great event. Amazing games to watch. Just a couple more questions for you before I'll let you get some rest. Any advice you want to give players out there who want to reach this point in Pokemon?
Yeah. The biggest advice, honestly, is just like play as much as you can. Really try and listen to players that are better than you. I know, like when I was growing up, I never had like those top groups. I know there's a lot of like the top players that they obviously like they play with each other. They have each other to test with. I know when I was growing up, Truan didn't used to play back then, so I never really had like a group to test with. So it was kind of just me, and it was like you just the best way to get better is just like play as much games as you can, even if that's not that much. Just try as much as you can, and like yeah, just try to learn from people better than you. That's why it's nice with all this Metafy stuff, all like the coaching, like. It's like we're really in an era with like Limitless and stuff where it's like so much value. You can get so much stuff online. Like you really don't even need to have like a great group if you can just like watch people that are better than you. Like watch stream, watch like content creators. Get coaching. There's just so many ways right now to get better at the game.
I like it. You heard it here, folks. Watch the stream. He said that. Anyone you want to shout out before I let you go?
Yes, huge shout out to my mom and dad. Forgot to shout out my dad last time. Huge shout out to my siblings and my girlfriend, of course, and huge shout out to Kids Table.
Awesome stuff. With that, I'm going to go ahead and let you rest. We're going to throw it back to the desk for more Pokemon action.
Thank you, Wancho. Congratulations, Makani, yet again. Wow. 2 brothers on that graphic would be a sight to behold for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's a special place in my heart, too. It's always great when you compete with your brother and have that chance to maybe battle alongside them, see who can come out on top. I've definitely lost that battle, but Makani has not lost it just yet. Has a chance to win this regional championship here now, tie up with his brother, and maybe take this even further. But it won't be with Gardevoir. This is his last chance to get it done with that Pokemon.
Let's go ahead and take a look at the updated bracket. I do believe we have our finals match set, and it is going to be Noah up against Makani, Zoroark up against Grimmsnarl.
Hey. I mean, Grimmsnarl. Zoroark.
Guardy.
I was going to say, we got Guardy and Zoroark, and I don't know if you want to check out on whose caster predictions that was. Well, all to say, I had a little something to do with that. The script was in my hands.
Yeah, I had Gardevoir as well.
Yeah, I think we all did. but who had the Zoroark?
But that does it for us. We have an amazing finals match for you. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, Pokemon fans. We're back here at the Orlando Regional Championships, and oh boy, do I have a treat for you. Joining me here in the lounge are Chris Chen and Ethan Chen. Ethan here is one of the top junior players in the world. Currently number 4, right, Ethan?
Yes.
All right. I wanted to get, to showcase some of the best juniors and also get the Poke parent perspective. But yeah, so Ethan, what's it been like since you started competing?
Well, it's been very fun. I have a lot of people who support me when I play, when I practice. I'm just hoping that the Pokemon community gets a little bigger.
Oh, just wait till you get to the Master Division.
Yeah.
That's when it gets a lot bigger. No, but again, I feel like there's a good amount of juniors, and I feel like it's such a tight-knit group, right? I know you practice a lot with a lot of the top players as well, like Kenji and all that. But now, question for the parent, though. What's it like being a Pokemon parent that, having to travel all over the world for these competitions?
I think it's fun. It's amazing, right? You get to go around the world, facilitate these relationships, really push on getting the teamwork, the understanding, and then it's really nice to be able to help them establish determination, resilience, a framework for independent learning, growth, right? The travel's also great because you get to go and visit and have these play dates and really go and compete. But ultimately, it also gives you these like goals throughout the circuit, right? To be able to actually go think about like, oh, I want to go here, and here's a plan, here's my commitment, and how do I go and kind of chase that, which is really great.
I like that you brought that up. I'm curious, what are your goals then, Ethan?
So currently I still have not won a regional.
Yes.
So that is one of my goals. And overall, I want to just be a very consistent player. Consistency is very important, just in general.
That's a great answer. Consistency is very important. Being a great player means you are in that hut a lot of the times, and hey, you found yourself in top finals twice. That's pretty consistent. Again, another question for Dad. Since Ethan has started competing, have you noticed anything in his growth and whatnot?
Yeah, I've seen a lot of growth in terms of maturity. Like I think he's been a player now for about 3 years, and I think early on you would see the sort of understanding the fundamentals, right? And then his second season was more around understanding lines, strategies, right? Longer term thinking. And then now I think that this season is much more about relationships, a lot of more development in terms of frameworks for thinking, maybe more incremental kind of growth, right? And I think those are just aspirationally just really good for his development.
Absolutely love that. All right. Enough of the technical questions. I want to go with more fun questions now. But thank you so much. All right, Ethan, what's your favorite deck of all time?
I have to say Pidgeot Control. I really like the fact that once it gets out of Pidgeot, it's really set for the game. I like its consistency, draw power, and I like making my opponents annoyed.
I had a feeling you were that type of player.
Yes.
Pidgeot Control, that's a tough deck to pilot.
It taught me a lot of things about understanding deck lists. Like I always had to make sure that I knew different deck lists for their like resources.
Yeah.
If I didn't, I would probably lose the game.
Yeah.
So it was a lot about just practicing, making sure I knew the lines.
No, that's great insight. That's exactly how you play Pidgeot Control.
Yeah.
The control aspect is you have to know what you're controlling, right?
Yeah.
Love it. Great answer. For Dad, what's the best place you've been to while traveling for Pokemon?
I'd have to say, can I give two
All
responsive?
Right, you can give two.
Yeah. Let's, I think one of our fondest memories is definitely Worlds of 2024 in Honolulu, and just being able to go enjoy the island, hang out, and just be on island time, right? And then that's beautiful. And then maybe more recently going to like Merida, and then actually
take all of mine.
Oh,
what was your favorite place?
Merida. What someone was trying to take, but I did make my first finals in Merida. And after, I did get to go down to Cancun and relax for a few days afterward. It was a very nice little party to celebrate.
Oh, that sounds like the best party.
The mall?
All right, with that, before I do let you guys go, anyone you guys want to shout out?
Well, I'd love to shout out my sponsor, 88 Card House, and the whole team for always like helping me practice. I also want to shout out my friends, family, and my two coaches, Rowan Stabno and Isaiah Bradner.
Okay.
And then, lastly, I want to shout out Carter. It's also has a great team, always helping me practice.
Love it, love it. With that, best of luck in Orlando. Hopefully we get that regional win. With that, we're going to throw it back to more Pokemon action.
It all comes down to this. 2 players with 1 goal, but both cannot become a champion. There can only be one here in Orlando. Welcome to Finals Championship Sunday here at the Convention Center. My name is Ethan Heggie. I am joined by Piper Lapine, and we will be crowning our Orlando Regional Champion in just a few moments.
Yeah, it's been 2 grueling days of playing Pokemon. These tournaments take so much stamina. 14 rounds of Swiss, some play an asymmetrical cut, top 8, top 4, and now finals, the chance to become a regional champion.
Speaking of those decks, we can take a look at how our top 8 metagame shaped out, which decks went all the way. As you can see, Grimmsnarl with that addition of Pokepad just doing so well in this format and at this event.
Yeah, we've talked a lot about how big Pokepad has been for Marnie's Grimmsnarl, and another deck that it's really big in, Dragapult Dusknoir, notably missing from this graphic. We have Goldengo and Gardevoir on their last stands, but Dragapult Dusknoir, the most played deck in day 1 and day 2, not here. And this finals, we have Noah and Makani, Zoroark versus Gardevoir. Gardevoir's last stand to win one more event against its biggest opponent, Zoroark. Really the matchup that's felt the hardest for the deck. But we did also have that Joltik Box deck, one of those less played decks. I think it was in the best of the rest on the lower end. Did end up making it to top 4. Noah was able to defeat it in a close 3-game series. And Mega Absol Box, Joseph there making top 8 with the deck. A deck that's just been so consistent, winning 2 of the regionals in North America by Tord and Yoshiyuki recently.
And talk us through that matchup a little bit. I know, they featured it a little bit on the stream. That was a crazy game 3. I know we were getting images of some of the stuff that was happening out there. What went down when Makoto played up against Noah?
Game 1 was all Makoto, just taking 2 prize after 2 prize after 2 prize knockout, but then Noah kind of played that strategy in Game 2 using Zen Zekrom to take 2 prize knockout after 2 prize knockout after 2 prize knockout in Game 3. Got to a really weird board. Makoto at 2 prizes, Noah at 3. Noah's able to use the N-Star Mantan to set up some damage and then close out the game with the Flame Body Cannon, taking multiple prizes and make it to the finals against Makani Tran, one of those players. His brother won a regionals earlier in Seattle, but Makani has so many top cuts and that win has eluded him thus far.
Let's take a look and see how our bracket shaped up here in Orlando. Of course, asymmetrical top cut to start, 13 players in our top cut bracket to begin. And as things played out, we were left with just 8. Noah so far on a roll, 2-0 in top 8, took down that close set like you mentioned in top 4, and now is in the finals up against Makani, who has had a little bit more of a treacherous road throughout this top cut.
Yeah, playing against a lot of Dark-type decks, Grimmsnarl in top 8 and top 4. Also had to play that asymmetrical cut game. I don't remember exactly what he played against, but Noah, our first seed in the top cut, getting to dodge that, go straight to top 8. A bit of a mental reset here. Now, both players here in the finals. Interesting matchup. The Mega Diancie really comes into play here for what seems to be a Zoroark favored matchup, but Gardevoir just always has so many tricks up its sleeves. Makani beating so many dark decks to get here. In his interview, he talked about how he hit so many Grimmsnarls this event, so we'll see what he's able to put together.
It would be absolutely fitting, wouldn't it, for Gardevoir to win its final event of its lifetime here in the Pokemon TCG standard format. It's done so much. In the grand scheme of things, it's nothing crazy. It would add to the 30+ regional wins that Gardevoir has, but it would be big for Makani, and it would be big for Gardevoir fans around the world.
Absolutely, but as we mentioned, Zoroark, really just something that's consistently had a good matchup into Gardevoir. So we'll see what ends up happening here. A lot of different things can come into play. Item lock, different attackers like the Mega Diancie, like we mentioned, and Zekrom, Darmanitan. A lot of ways both players can get tricky in the game and close it out.
This is going to be a very interesting matchup. Both players understanding their decks extremely well it's really going to come down to these early turns, right? How much disruption does a card like Badoo have? How well can Makani get into Gardevoir? Are there turn 1 evolutions? A lot of the things that we will break down as we get into this match. Piper, I know you may have a little bit of biasness, but hedge your bets here. Is Gardevoir taking it down in its last tournament, or is Zoroark going to remain supreme?
It's really weird. I'm a fan of Gardevoir and Zoroark, so I do think Zoroark is going to be able to stop Gardevoir from that one final win, especially a list that has the aggressive potential. One of the big things is being able to prize race, both players trying to take as many 2-prize knockouts as possible, so having stuff like that Darmanitan is going to be really big. Both players, knowing each other's lists, are going to know what the other player can do, but are they going to be able to identify when they're going to do those plays?
At the beginning of the weekend, we hedged our bets on what we thought would do well this weekend. We can show our caster predictions and see how well they've aged, and there's a consistent theme amongst our decision makers, so maybe Sablehouse here is the only one who has stake in both. Congratulations to Sablehouse. He clearly wins regardless of what happens.
I mean, there were 3 Grimmsnarls in top 8, though, so the Gardevoir and Grimmsnarl duo wasn't too bad. And Chip with the Frostlass, similarly. We did also see that Goldengo from Chris Franco with the Legacy Energy, Mega Lopunny. No Genesect DX, interestingly, make it to top 8, but did fall. A nice showing for Goldengo that has kind of been on fraud watch the last couple events. But last event, get that top 8.
I guess I'm the only one absent with a representative in my second slot for top 8, so I may be the one lacking out of the group here, it seems.
Yeah, maybe Dragapult's going on to Fraud Watch next.
You know, there's a rotation, something Crispin, Rare Candy, I don't know. I've heard good things, so we'll have to see what happens.
And yeah, Gardevoir, all of us picking it, even Juancho, who's not on here, and it's in the finals. One of its strongest believers, Makani, who's been playing it all season. So many great finishes.
There you go. Throw Juancho in there. Bye-bye, Chip, for now. We'll put you on the side for there. Yeah, look at that. Gardevoir as well, and that Goldengo EX. I think we've, gotten what we expected. I think minus the Joltik box in top 4. That was, a little bit of a surprise for everyone, but it makes sense. I mean, you have the Grimmsnarl, you have the Zoroark, you're okay into Dragapult, right? You have lines into that deck. It's really just the Gardevoir that's a bit tough, and I mean, outside of that, Goldengo is also a pretty solid matchup, so a good meta call there, and, paid off very, very well.
A lot of times we see those interesting decks make 1 or 2 slots in the top cuts. I think we had Joltik at Seattle, Raging Bolt at Toronto, and also at Seattle, I think Houston had a couple of those Frostlass Monkey Dories, which were a bit more predicted, but still a little surprising to see multiple of them. And here we have Gardevoir versus Zoroark, 2 of the most hyped decks going into Ascended. I mean, Gardevoir's just been so dominant, as we keep saying, and Zoroark with that End Zekrom, really just at the height of its power, it feels.
2 decks, but 2 of many decks in this format as we play our last event of the Ascended Heroes. We can take a look at the meta breakdown for phase number 2. So players with 16 or more match points advanced yesterday to play 1 Swiss round and 5 Swiss round. Today, 486 trainers, and out of those trainers, over 70 players, or 70 players exactly at that, played Dragapult Dusknoir, almost 15% play rate compared to some of the lower decks as they start to really fall off. Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX Frostlass, the Gardevoir, plenty of different decks.
Yeah, a lot of Frostlass, though. Both Frostlass Monkey Dory and Marnie's Grimmsnarl Frostlass making it onto the board, showing people really like that spread strategy, those ticks in between turns, and Monkey Dory. We said it, Monkey Dory is just so powerful. So many of these decks playing up to 4 copies, Guardy with 3, Dragapult even playing 1, Zoroark playing a couple, and sometimes Dengo is even playing it, sneaking it in there. Just such a powerful card with Adrenabrain and Mindbend.
I believe we have the best of the rest as well to show some of those other decks that didn't quite make the cut. We'll see if we can put that on here. Yep, so a little bit of best of the rest. For phase number 1, you can really see how this format is super wide in terms of what decks you can play and still have success with.
Frostlass Monkey Dory leading the best of the rest in phase 1, but making it to the bottom of the main graphic for phase 2, really showing how great players are able to show their skill with the deck. And here's the best of the rest phase 2, actually switching with Mega Absol Kangaskhan being the highest in that, and we did see one making top 8. And there is that Crustle deck. We haven't really gotten to see it the last couple events, but it's been a big rogue pick. I know you played it at Houston. Do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, Charlie Lockyer, my savior, great player, did top 16 this event. So listen, you Crustle believers, there's still hope post-rotation. Keep you guys noted on that. But for now, we'll start to rein things back in. No more monkey business. There will be monkey doors between both of these players, but that's besides the point. Gardevoir EX up against Zoroark. This is going to be one for the ages.
Yeah, both players starting to look at each other's lists, kind of getting that confirmation. Gardevoir has become pretty standard, so you have an idea, but now you get to see those techs. Makani playing that Technical Machine Devolution, that Mega Diancie, a couple of different cards, and then Noah. Makani is now going to know that Noah doesn't have the Ends Reshiram, which we've said time and time again, really important for understanding when you can just hit into a Zoroark, because now you don't have to worry about the Reshiram knocking out your Mega Diancie.
Well, the stage is set. We've hyped it up all we can. Let's get into this here. Our finals match at the Orlando Regional Championships, and throw things down to the stage where we can meet our two competitors.
Yep, here we have Noah Sakajian on the left, Makani Tran on the right. Fantastic players, both doing great at Seattle. Noah top 16, Makani top 32. Noah also had a great tear at the end of the year last season, top 4 Utrecht, top 32 NAIC, and top 32 Worlds. But Makani this season, so many great finishes. Top 16 Vegas, a couple top 32s, and top 8 at UIC. What an amazing season for Makani.
And you can see this is a crucial time exchanging information from the decks, and our players are laughing, all smiles and having fun. You'll love to see that here in the Pokemon TCG, even in these high stakes matches.
I'd imagine there's some surprises, some expected outcomes, and they're just kind of confirming stuff. I know that the open deck list is really fun to play with. Sometimes just talk about mid-game what the other person's playing.
Ani had a little bit of a stumble, a lot of consistent caches, and then fell a bit in Houston, I believe making the top 128. Locked himself back in, focused, concentrated, and is now here in the finals where he looks to join his brother this season as a regional champion.
Definitely an amazing storyline. We'll see if the script writers have it in the script ready. But Noah with Zoroark ready to challenge Gardevoir for that final win of its last event.
Quick to talk about some of the dynamics. What are some key cards over on Makani's side that could be impactful in the early game against Zoroark?
The Frillish can really shut down the board if you can find your way into it early, but once Noah has the Zoruas and Zoroarks into play, it's not going to be super impactful, but it can buy time and set up for the Technical Machine Devolution. But as Makani gets to the mid-game, he's really going to be looking to use that Diancie to stop Noah from getting knockouts, while using Iono to make it hard for him to find boss's orders. On Noah's side, using the End Zekrom is going to be the best way to deal with the Mega Diancie if he has enough modifiers and doesn't have the Bravery Charm, as the Mega Diancie, a lot of HP, taking minus 30 damage for attacks, can be really difficult to deal with. Darmanitan can also be a really big piece to take multiple prize cards, especially when the Diancie is facing you down and you want to keep taking 2 prizes. If there's a Ralts or you have a Adrenabrain, you can be taking 2 prizes with that Flame Body Cannon.
Big advantage already. Noah winning the coin flip, opting to go second. Pretty standard stuff. You know, the Zoroark deck can be fine going first, but now being able to even threaten Itchy Pollen on turn 1 can be a strong option as well.
We've seen time and time again, Holtnor, Grimmsnarl, all these decks try to Itchy Pollen Gardevoir. Gardevoir still able to stand strong, setting up Monkey Dories and Gardevoirs through Technical Machine Evolution. Some people playing Turbo Energize, but here we'll see if Noah goes to the Itchy Pollen and if it will scam some more games this weekend.
Take a look at the prize cards for game number 1. What pieces are available, what pieces are unavailable. Nothing too crazy. And there are double Turo in the prizes for Noah.
One is near the bottom, and they don't become impactful till a little bit later, but that one Night Stretcher could be a little annoying, as we saw in that top 8 match where Joseph was really targeting Noah's resources. There are only 2 Night Stretchers, but on Makani's side, a Curlia and a Rare Candy could be making it really difficult for him to have Gardevoir after Gardevoir, especially since Noah has easy one-shot potential on it and easy access to those boss's orders through trade and playing 3.
And we are ready, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get into the here Masters Finals at the Orlando Regional Championships. Makani kicking things off. Is there a Ralts in this hand? I'm not sure there is.
Yeah, just a Screamtail and a Psychic Energy. If Makani doesn't bench the Screamtail, though, Noah could find a Binding Mochi Petra and take a turn 1 knockout with Scratch.
Okay, wow. That is definitely a potential option.
Pretty unlikely, but something like a Secret Box would just get you all those pieces, the Ends Castle to retreat, Nest Ball for the Petron, and a Binding Mochi. See what Noah decides to do. Really going to want to get into that Budu this turn in Itchy Pollen after Makani's terrible turn 1.
Looks like maybe forced to play a Iono, and yeah, it's just going to be that. So the Ends Castle coming down, allowing Zorua to retreat for free. And here is the Iono. If Noah can find Pecharunt plus the Tool,
There's Pecharon.
Okay, is there a binding Mochi?
No Mochi.
No binding Mochi. Unfortunate.
Finds
so
a Buddy Poppin.
Yes, but does find Buddy Poppin, and at minimum, that's still more than okay in the spot since you can use that Badoo on turn 1. So strong going second.
And getting another Zorua means even more trades in the future, more attackers, more card draw. Well, Makani's here with no Ralts, just an energy on a Monkey Dory, and not gonna have any items to find more. Taking a glimpse at his hand, couple items and energies. Not sure if there's a supporter yet. Noah here just doing a prize check, making sure he doesn't have 2 Zekrom's prize, as we've seen time and time again.
Those Mochis are in the deck this time. Prize cards have not been Noah's friend throughout this tournament, it seems.
Yeah, 2 Turo prize is not great, but not the worst compared to those Zekroms. So here, just grabbing that Badoo, moving into Itchy Pollen. Connie getting the damage ready. Ends Castle really helping Noah with the mobility, not having to discard that energy, immediately threatening an easy attack on the next turn.
Let's see what can be found. It's going to be another attachment to the active, so Mind Bend possibly getting in there, and an Iono. So both players will get 6 cards. Now, Makani's got to find a basic here, and he's under item lock.
No basic in Makani's hand, just has a Bravery Charm to try to make this Monkey Dory a bit healthier, but Noah just needs a Zekrom.
The Bravery Charm's not going to do much. Here's the knockout. If Noah has a Zoroark, the game's over, Viper. Pokepad can find Zekrom, and Zoroark can copy that attack. The game is over on turn 2 in finals. Are you kidding me?
Insane. Just showing the power of Badoo in this early game, stopping your opponent from finding those basics. Makani had a Secret Box off that Iono, but couldn't play it. Only had a Screamtail on turn 1, which he could have benched, but then you have this Screamtail on your board, which can get picked off from Flame Body Cannon. Now going into game 2, Makani has the chance to go second, so he's not going to get Itchy Pollen, or he's at least going to have supporters before getting Itchy Pollen, but gotta be feeling great for Noah, getting such a quick win in a good matchup too.
And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, less than 10 minutes in, we are already 1 game away from potentially crowning a champion.
And now Noah going first. We've seen his deck do really well going first, getting turn 2 attacks pretty consistently. We'll see if it'll follow suit, or if Makani will be able to get Technical Machine Evolution, set up some Curlias, and actually build a board and pressure Noah this game.
Makani's got to take a deep breath, figure out that these things happen in the Pokemon TCG. This is why we're playing a best of 3. Still has 2 games as a potential chance to try and win this series. We'll be going second, so allowed to play that supporter card on top of some items. Found, though. It is a Ralt start. It's not the worst starter in the world. Sometimes Monkey's just a little bit better to allow ease into those Technical Machine Evolution.
Having the Ralts on your bench means you can evolve them up into Curlia, and when you have one active, you don't want to bench 2 more Ralts, as that just clogs your board.
On Noah's side, it's a complete opposite. No Zorua. Draw pass with this Zekrom started in the active spot. Can Makani capitalize off of this? There's the attachment to the active. And then a boost essentially helping Noah out here. Will play the Artisan Iono before using it and see what these 6 cards can find. Can Makani high roll into a Technical Machine Evolution here? That would be a great card to find. Not quite, but does find Earthen Vessel Psychic. Will get the bad news that there are a couple energies prized. Noah, on the other hand, does have that powerful ace-spec in his prize cards.
Yeah, it's not as bad as a prize as compared to something like Grimstar, where it's Arvining out that Secret Box often, or Makani even, who also has Arvins to get the Secret Box. Noah just kind of draws the Secret Box when he does with trade, and then it's really powerful, but since it's in the prizes, it's kind of a similar effect where eventually you draw off the prizes and then you get to use it. But Makani here is prizing a counter catch, which can be a little awkward for getting big 2-prize knockouts, especially if Noah's able to attack with the Darmanitan backdraft. And that is something that can come up. It costs 2 colorless energy and does damage based off your opponent's basic energies in the discard pile, and Gardevoir is known for getting those into the discard pile.
See what Pokemon Artisan grabs for Makani. Second Ralts comes to mind. That will be the choice. And let's not forget this new and improved Ralts does have the collect attack, so can give Makani a little bit of extra draw at the end of this turn.
And Noah not threatening any attack. No Zorua's turn 1. Makani basically just got to go first, but with the advantage of playing a supporter.
So complete opposite narrative so far. We'll see what Noah can put together. Is guaranteed a basic thanks to that Artisan. Monkey Dory does come down. And there it is, collect to draw a card. Every card can matter in the TCG.
Noah's hand got a reset from that Iono and looking much stronger. Lily's Determination, Dark Energy, and this Nest Ball to start getting some Zoruas out. Maybe even try to get that Darumaka out to threaten a Flame Body Cannon in the coming turns.
We'll do this first deck check. Want to understand one of these Zorua are in the prizes as well as that Secret Box. Looking at the counter stadiums as well, it is the 2 copies of Ends Castle.
And with Makani playing this Artisan down, if Noah saves his Ends Castles, we'll just instantly win the Stadium War. Both players only playing 2 of their Stadium of choice. And having that Ends Castle is really big against Zoroark, or against Gardevoir, when they try to mind bend your Zoroarks, gust something up and trap it like the Darmanitan with 3 retreat. So having these ways to move and keep pressuring the Gardevoir player, taking prize cards, and drawing cards of trade can really help this matchup.
It's going to be Zorua. Was debating grabbing that Darumaka since it can't be grabbed off Buddy Poffin.
I think he just realizes with the Artisan in play, he can just grab it whenever he wants this turn, not needing to Nest Ball for it immediately.
Definitely going to want some Zorua into play, that's for sure. See what the rest of this hand looks like. Believe there was an Iono in hand. You really want to be playing Lilies when possible at 6 prizes. Oh, there is a Lilies, okay. So this hand is actually really solid.
And another Zorua.
Energy attachment. Lily's Determination, yet to use the Artisan, so pending how strong these 8 cards look, we could still see an Itchy Pollen from Noah on his side.
Yeah, just looking for something like that Ends Castle to move, or could technically find Petron and then retreat that energy from Zorua. But with Makani having a pretty solid start, may not be worth it giving up that energy attach just for the item lock.
Buddy Poffin, no! It works. 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, we're good. It's a lot of nothing in this hand is what it looked like here. There is the Buddy Poffin, so that definitely will get played, and also drew into the Darumaka. So doesn't even need the Artisan. It's actually really not providing too much value for Noah with how this hand is looking.
Yeah, not a lot for Noah to do this turn, but I think I saw 1 or 2 End Zoroarks in hand for next turn, so could have a really explosive turn 3, having that draw past turn 1 with the Zekrom. But not item locking Makani means he could have something like Rare Candy Gardevoir, and the floodgates would just open for him.
We are seeing this matchup fully devolve in this spot. Darumaka comes down into the bench. There it is, pass over of the turn. Makani with full items, both Ralts in play. Start the turn off with an Artisan. Monkey Dory number 2 ready to come down. Can Makani find something like Rare Candy Gardevoir, a Frillish potentially? There's a lot of options pending how well he can draw.
He also has to be really careful about that Darmanitan. If he doesn't evolve these Ralts into Curlias or Gardevoirs, and even if only one evolves into a Curlia, Noah could boss and Flame Body Cannon, taking out both Ralts, meaning that Makani would not be able to get a Gardevoir on the next turn.
As that combination of Psychic Energy and Frillish will play it down, accompanied with an Iono. And this is already 2 Iono down for Makani, a very valuable resource in this matchup.
But for Noah, there are 2 Zoroarks going to the bottom of the deck, and if Makani does item lock, could be a little bit difficult to find. He does have that free shuffle from the Artisan and has a couple Cyranos in deck, but here just the Oceanic Gloom and draws a Cyrano off of this. And it ends Castle, just has an attack lined up for this turn immediately. 3 Zoroarks in play, energy, ends Castle. It felt like Noah had such a bad turn 1, but here he's starting to get back into the game. Makani with no Curlias, needing to find Rare Candy Gardevoir again.
Even use Artisan to possibly grab Monkey Dory out of the deck and play that down. Do you think that should be the last bench spot for Noah in this situation?
I think since Noah has to attach to Zoroark this turn, don't need to commit that bench space yet. Just don't want to force yourself to find a Turo if you need to bench something like that Pecharunt later, or if you want Pheasantipity for a bit extra draw. And Makani, with no Dark Energies on Monkey Dories, means that Mega Diancie won't even be threatening the Zoroark. But as we mentioned, with Noah not playing that Ends Reshiram, Makani could also just use Mega Diancie to try and tank a hit and put some damage onto that Zoroark, assuming he can even find that Rare Candy Gardevoir.
Dark Energy hitting the discard pile, so that shows strength for Noah that he's at least got another energy in the hand.
And a lot of other great cards.
Zoroark number 3 comes down into play, evolving up.
Has a couple of bosses' orders for the coming turns also, so could definitely pressure those Curlias and Gardevoirs as they come into play.
Will be Lily's Determination, hitting the discard pile. 2 more additional cards drawn. There's the attachment for turn. And the Ends Castle will allow Ends Zekrom to retreat for free. Even attaching this Binding Mochi to prepare for potentially dealing with Diancie later on in the game.
Noah also has to remember, though, Makani's down 2 Ionos already, so if Makani keeps using these Ionos, he's going to run out, and then Noah's just going to have complete access to his deck at the end of the game. Zoroark, known for its strength in building hands, Noah may just be able to build and amass all the cards he needs in his hand to close out the game, and Makani may be unable to find those disrupts because each time you play an Iono, you're less likely to find one.
And there it is, the Flare to take the KO. Darumaka getting in there with some style as Noah takes the first prize card in game number 2.
Darumaka is definitely my favorite attacker for Zoroark. Great to see it be. It's come in and out of the deck in place of Toadscruel for Goldango. But now Makani, using that 3rd Iono, only has 1 left for the rest of the game. It's not prize, but it's going to be so difficult to find. May have to use the secret box, which looks like he drew off this Iono. So may be able to put together a Candy Gardevoir play.
It'll be a little bit easier with this flip the script ability off Pheasantipity since that Pokemon was knocked out on the previous turn. Can draw 3 additional cards.
At the same time, now you're putting a 2-prizer in play with 210 HP, primed to get knocked out by the Rampaging Thunder from N Zekrom. And we know that Noah had a lot of bosses go to the bottom of the deck, and his secret box is prized, so he may struggle to find that gusting effect, but the Pheasantipity is kind of always there unless Makani commits a Professor Turret scenario, but then he's not disrupting. But he also only has 1 Iono left, so we'll see how it goes from there.
Did find Earthen Vessel. There are just 3 Psychic Energy in the discard pile. As things are lined up, not sure there's any way to KO this Zoroark, but can maybe put some pressure onto that Darumaka on the bench. Is that the best target for Makani on this turn?
Pressuring the Darumaka is really strong, as if you attack with Screamtail and have all these Ralts on your bench, it could be 2 prizes for Noah. But Noah already at odd prizes is fine, just taking the 1 prize knockout. Could maybe try to Mind Bend the Zoroark, force Noah to have N's PP up in Dark Energy, especially because you did just Iono him.
Or Petulant would also get the job done. If you can bump this stadium, would be a little bit more effective. I think we're just confirming everything is played. Oh no.
Looks like Noah drew an extra card off Iono, 6 instead of 5. Took a prize last turn off that Monkey Dory, I believe. Oh, Frillish.
Yeah. So we are going to have another situation here, it seems. Sometimes it's hard to stay locked in these big matches, but this is where it matters the most. By standard issue, it should be a double prize card penalty. That's typically how these things resolve, but we'll let the judges step in and do their work and give you guys updates once we have everything sorted.
It will probably depend on how much information was gained and if the judges are able to revert it. And since it is on stream, there is a chance it's able to be reverted, but there is no guarantee, and it's up to the judges. They're the professionals, and they know what they're doing.
So we'll work and sort this out once we have a conclusion, as we're looking back on what appears to be that Iono. We'll resume things clearly, and this is a really interesting spot. If Makani does, or is rather, able to go in with Rare Candy Gardevoir, very curious to see what attack of choice is best in this spot. Right? That Screamtail can KO the Darumaka, but there's just a knockout lined up, and now that Pheasantipity is primed for the taking with Zekrom later on in the game.
Makani here really has to decide, is he going to play for something like the Technical Machine Devolution play later on, or try the prize race with Mega Diancie? Screamtail might just be a little too slow, knocking out the Darumaka, and could eventually be something where a Monkey Dory is able to knock it out on Noah's turn. And imagine if he gets the Adrenabrain to knock out that Screamtail, and then a Flame Body Cannon to take 2 more prize cards. That's just 3 prize cards in 1 turn. So a lot of options for Noah if Makani has the Screamtail early. So may see him go with something like that Mega Diancie, but it is also not super easy to find, especially down a Nest Ball already.
And it is confirmed a 2 prize card penalty for Noah for drawing that extra card. So Makani now only needs to take 4 prize cards in order to win this second game.
That's going to be very helpful for Makani because it seems like he isn't going to be able to take a 2 prize knockout this turn, but could definitely pressure this Zoroark and take those 4 prizes. The Mega Diancie is just going to be so powerful for doing that. We'll see if this changes what Makani's going to go for. May just start to take prizes aggressively. Here, Earthen Vesseling getting a Dark Energy, trying to get those Adrenabrains set up. As mentioned before, if you don't have any Monkey Dories in play, you're not threatening that Mega Diancie 1-hit KO, as you need to be able to move 40 damage to the Zoroark, which is 2 Adrenabrains.
There is the Ultra Ball, so Gardevoir EX can be found, and that secret box will guarantee, or doesn't even need it, just has the rare candy in hand. Wow. So here we go, Psychic Embrace onto Monkey Dory. It's actually going to be that Mind Bend, as you mentioned, putting on some disruptive pressure, as well as that Dark Energy to start to set up a potential Technical Machine Devolution. Mind Bend, 60 damage, brings the Zoroark up to 190 HP remaining, as things pass back over to Noah.
And if Noah can put together, maybe take a 2 prize knockout this turn, he's not out of it yet. There's a lot of things the Zoroark deck can do, especially with the Flame Body Cannon. If Makani goes ahead on prizes, can use Counter Catcher, Binding Emotion, Black Belt to knock out the Gardevoir EX with Flame Body Cannon from the Zoroark.
A lot of pieces. We'll see if he can put it together. Ultra Ball to start things off. That can find the Darmanitan.
May also be looking for something like the Pecharunt to reset the Zoroark. But eyeing up that Darmanitan, like you said.
It's tough. This last bench spot, there's a lot of stress on what you want to play down here. That Pecharunt, as you mentioned, the Monkey Dory to start healing some damage off. Can't have them all, though.
No one knows about that technical machine devolution from Makani, so has to be always careful of that, wiping his board of all the draw and attackers. Makani already with 1 Adrenabrain. See what attack Noah tries to use. Here's a trade.
Still have 3 of these available, so still plenty of options for Noah on this turn.
Yeah, using that Ultra Ball before trade was just to shuffle the deck. There were a lot of cards in Noah's hand, like Boss's Orders, that he probably wants to see here. So while it looked a little unintuitive, discarding cards, then trading, searching out that Darmanitan hand, it is just to try to find those cards that were sent to the bottom from Makani's Iono.
The effect of Iono, speaking of which, being discarded off trade number 2. Is there something like an Ends PP up in the hand? That would be an impactful card. Looks like trade number 3 will get rid of another supporter card, another Lily's Determination. Big 2 cards here. Does find Pheasantipity. That's not going to do much in this spot. Darmanitan gets evolved, and now the question is, are we going to try and reset this Pokemon with that Professor Turo in our hand?
You can reset it and get that Zekrom off the board, or get the 20 damage off the Zekrom. That looks like what Noah's eyeing up. Retreating to that Zekrom, resetting the Confusion off the Zoroark, and yep, Turo, get that 20 damage off the board. Can replay the Zekrom if he wants, and does that. Just trying to play around that 4th Iono for Makani.
And it is going to be Flame Body Cannon, so 2 prize cards taken for Noah, dealing 90 damage to the active and 90 to the bench. Thanks to that weakness, Monkey Dory goes down. And while Gardevoir EX stays in play, Noah is now just 3 prize cards away from winning this second game, which would crown him the champion of the Orlando Regional Championships.
And with knocking out that Ralts, Makani has to be careful of benching another Ralts because of Flame Body Cannon, but also if you don't bench another Ralts, the Gardevoir EX could just get knocked out. And Noah drawing that secret box out the prize cards. Makani with 3 Iono in the discard. It's going to be really hard to disrupt that. And we'll see what happens. A little bit of discussion with the judges there.
Seems like the deck may not have been shuffled, so just want to double check and confirm everything is good. There's the draw for turn. Is sitting on secret box, and that Pheasantipity's flipped the script. Start things out with that. 3 additional cards drawn. You just see how powerful this ability is in Gardevoir EX.
And now Makani has to ask, do you use that 4th Iono now? He only needs to take 2 2-prize knockouts to win the game. And if you do it with something like Mega Diancie, while it could get knocked out, if you're Ionoing Noah to 3, might be a little difficult for him to put together.
With a Bravery Charm, is the math still there?
Let's see, 320 HP, taking minus 30 from the ability. That's 350 effective HP, so depends on how much damage stays onto that Diancie. If it's 20, then it is possible for Noah. Or if there's damage left on Noah's board to Adrenabrain, it'd be possible, but still very difficult to put together.
Or Makani is looking to set up a second Monkey Dory with a Dark Energy, and it will be very possible thanks to this secret box. Can find the Artisan to bump that Ends Castle. Earthen Vessel, if there's still one left in the deck, that can grab the Darkness Energy.
Yeah, and here, getting the Technical Machine Evolution. Does he have the Bravery Charm already in his hand? Eyeing up that 4th Iono.
I think with the Earthen Vessel being prized, there may not be another one remaining in the deck.
Yeah, and instead goes for the Lily's Determination. Makani still at 6 prizes, will be able to draw 8 off of it and really reset the hand while keeping that Iono in the deck for the future if he needs. Still thinking about it, what item he wants to grab. There's so many options. I think he wanted that Earthen Vessel, but now seeing that it's not there, it's one of those cards that you don't really prize check early on because it doesn't come up super early or super often. Has a super odd potentially eyeing up double Monkey Dory from the discard pile.
Shuffle both of those back in. If there's any Dark Energy, those can also be shuffled back. We'll actually put back one of the Ralts potentially just to make sure Gardevoir EX is a threat to be put back online. There's the Mega Diancie, so we are going in with this Pokemon. Nest Ball for Monkey Dory. Artisan can find another Pokemon.
Has the Bravery Charm in hand already, and last card in hand is a Lily's Determination. 8 brand new cards. Makani here probably just deciding if he wants to use this Artisan before the Lily's Determination or decide after.
Big question here. If Makani is not able to find either a Dark Energy or a Psychic Energy, then, as you mentioned, this Diancie would actually be in range of being KO'd.
Depends how much damage is left on it this turn. But Noah here has a Dark Energy on this Zoroark, and his hand isn't disrupted. He drew the Secret Box off the prize cards last turn, so we'll see what combination of cards he'll be able to put together. Makani now down a Rare Candy, so if this Gardevoir gets knocked out, well, Makani would only need 2 more prizes to win the game. It would be pretty difficult to put together another Rare Candy Gardevoir and knockout on Zoroark.
Here we go. Big 8 cards for Makani. Can he find that Dark Energy on the Monkey Dory to get yet another Adrenabrain online? See, no Earthen Vessel yet, so just has to draw into it. And right away, first card in the hand finds that Dark Energy.
and a Gardevoir EX for next turn. Just need the rare candy if this one gets knocked out. But he could also, we see Makani game after game plan around everything, so he has to be careful of giving those extra energies to the Diancie though, because then it could get knocked out this turn. Playing that technical machine devolution, realizing it's not a way he needs to win this game. Just take 2 prize knockout, then 2 prize knockout, just thinking out of the deck in case Noah decides to Iono him.
There's an Ultra Ball as well, getting rid of that Kirlia. Does not find it necessary just to find the other one. Bit of proactive thinning here for Makani.
Yeah, grabbing that Kirlia means that if Noah Ionos, it's going straight to the bottom of the deck, and Makani won't be able to draw it. So just prepping to make sure he has the highest odds to win the game on the following turn, depending on whatever Noah does. Very proactive play from Makani.
Now Kirlia in the hand. Mega Diancie primed and ready to show off its powerful ray. That Garland Ray at that puts some respect on Mega Diancie's name. Here it comes, double Psychic Embrace. Gardevoir EX allowed to retreat now, thanks to that retreat cost being fulfilled. So 4 damage counters there, and we'll see how many energy Makani decides to put on this active. I assume it will be 3, but we'll have to see if it's more potentially.
And Mega Diancie has it's been out since Phantasmal Flames, but has only really been seen play in Jealous and Gardevoir. But now with Zorark's rise to power, it's been a great response to both Zoroark and even Grimmsnarl. All of these Dark-type decks really struggle to deal with the high HP and the -30 damage. But yep, as you said, 3 energies onto this Mega Diancie. We'll see where he chooses to move damage off of. Has to be a little careful with the damage on the Gardevoir and potential Darmanitan Flame Body Cannon plays, but 40 should be safe.
Now just making sure that if this Gardevoir EX is KO'd, there's enough damage counters on some of these Pokemon to be able to KO this last Zoroark. You only need to move 4 damage counters over, and I think this will probably signal the leaving of everything off of the active and then moving nothing from the bench. So and Go is actually going to leave 10 on just to make sure that Pokemon is safe and at least can have 1 more Psychic Embrace, it seems.
Makani here has 1 energy on the Diancie and 4 damage counters on that Ralts and 2 energies in this card, so no trapping the Gardevoir play. Ready to just take a knockout on a Zoroark on the next turn. See what Noah's able to put together. Like we said, wasn't hand disrupted. See what he decides to do. Thinking about what to promote.
Got some chants out in the crowd right now. We hear you, we hear you. Or waiting to promote and see what's going on. I think it's just trying to figure out if there's anything outside of KOing Gardevoir. The tough part about this situation is Noah can't even play Counter Catcher to bring up Gardevoir because of this 2 prize card penalty.
And Makani at 4 prizes in the game, but only needing 2 more to win the game here. Really putting Noah in an awkward position. Had such a great start, but that double prize card penalty really just harming his win chances in this game.
And Zoroark EX with that dark energy does come into the active spot. Artisan being used right away. What could this be searching for?
Maybe going for some Budu play, but then you just get Adrenabrain knocked out and potentially Turo and Screamtail on Makani's turn. But if Noah has any play, he has a Secret Box, can find it. Yep, there's Secret Box, discarding the Cyrano. Not going to be used anytime soon. And discarding that Pheasantipede, maybe not. 3 more cards is always great, but it is something that can get knocked out without any Adrenabrains.
The biggest issue is you can't just swing into this Mega Diancie. That's just game on board. So how do you go about things? Is it going to have to be some sort of boss's orders? It feels like that's the only answer.
It could be something like boss's orders on that Monkey Dory, one of those Monkey Dories, because if Makani only has 1 Monkey, then he is unable to use those 2 Adrenabrains, move 40 damage to the Zoroark, and knock it out with the Garland Ray. So he'd need to find a way to get a Monkey Dory into play, because Noah has that Ends Castle to bump the Artisan, as well as a Dark Energy. But the issue is you can't Iono at the same time. So maybe here Noah just going in with the backdraft to set up some damage onto the Diancie. And Iono to prevent Counter Catcher.
Wouldn't change much. This Diancie would only take 30 damage because of that ability on there. Unless you were able to... How many energy are there in the discard pile? Looks like, yeah, just 2. So it would only do 30 times 2, 60 minus the ability on Diancie. Not sure that's really allowing you to progress anywhere. We're going to see the energy put onto this Darmanitan. What is he cooking?
Maybe boss's orders on something like that. Ralts with only 30 HP remaining, forcing Makani to have the Counter Catcher down the Secret Box, and an Arven or 2 might be a little difficult, and a Counter Catcher prize. So Makani may not be able to even find that Counter Catcher. and down the Bravery Charm means no Screamtail to put a ton of energies on there and then knock out this Enzork. Oh, Noah just concedes.
Yeah, and that 2 prize penalty, just too much of a hill to overcome. Noah picks up his cards, and ladies and gentlemen, we are going to a game number 3.
Makani being able to take down a game against Zoroark, typically difficult matchup, but here going into game 3, could see a repeat of game 1 where Noah just gets into that Itchy Pollen early, since Makani's going first, and just kind of gets away with the game.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Noah gets to go second in this 3rd game, a huge advantage, and it will really be on Makani to see how he's able to set up while being on the back foot.
Game 1, he only had that Monkey Dorian attached, but game 2, he was able to get a bit more of a board, use Frillish on Noah. Noah just getting that double prize loss, got too far behind in game 3. Yeah, here's game 1, that Itchy Pollen. Makani's board just so terrible. That one Monkey Dory, turn after turn, and Noah, perfect hand off this Iono. Zoroark, Pokepad for the Zekrom, and an energy to attack with, ending this game in just a couple turns.
Game 2 is where things really devolved. Have to see, you know, I really still wonder a what if there was no 2 prize card penalty, how this game would have shaped out, but can't think about the past. We have to move on to the future. Noah did all he could, but it was the Mega Diancie able to take that KO while also leaving energies in play that just left Noah in a corner he could not escape. Try as he may, he picked up his cards, and we went to game number 3.
Mega Diancie really shining in the spotlight here. We'll see if it gets into play game 3. And also Noah here going second. As we've mentioned, that Itchy Pollen, a really big factor against these Gardevoir decks. Once they lost Refinement, really struggled to find some pieces, really rely on those items. Here, Makani opens a Monkey Dory, just like game 1.
Oh,
doesn't look like there's much
kidding me?
there.
It's draw pass on the Monkey Dory.
Noah has a great hand Nest Ball Buddy Poffin. We'll see if he has access to that Badu this game.
He can find Badu, something like En's Castle or
Petron and Dark Energy.
Yeah, then that would mean he can just go about KOing this Monkey Dory. He has prized the En's Darumaka, though. That could be a crucial card in this game should both players set up.
Noah will probably be checking that now, adapting his game plan, knowing that with only that 1/1 line, we'll never be able to use that En's Darmanitan. He doesn't know that it's at the top of the prize, but we do, so we won't be seeing Darmanitan anytime soon. Noah's going to have to really rely on the End Zekrom and potentially the Itchy Pollen, but eyeing up triple Zorua here, not even getting a Badu yet.
Just checking the deck, seeing what pieces are available, just shuffling things up. Triple Zorua found being put into play. What else can Noah do on this turn?
Looked like a Lily's Determination and Petron in hand. We'll see if he benches that Petron trying to prep for a Badu, or if he just chooses to not waste the bench spaces on those 2 cards.
Let's not forget, ladies and gentlemen, Noah could still win the game on this turn. If he can find Petron EX, Binding Mochi, and a Darkness Energy, then that will be enough to KO this Monkey Dory. It's just going to be a pass, though.
Maybe just having a couple Enzorks in hand, but not even an energy attach. Makani top decks a Secret Box.
That's big. As it stands, would essentially guarantee a Technical Machine evolution on this turn. There's 1 in the prize cards, but there are 2 in the list.
But no energy in hand means he has to get this Earthen Vessel, and if you get Artisan here, it means you're only evolving up 1 Ralts. So not as strong of an evolution as you'd like, especially discarding 2 supporters, a Lily's Determination and an Iono. We saw in the last game, Makani went down on Ionos really quickly, running down to 1 Iono left really fast, and wouldn't have had that disruption option in the late game if it had continued longer. So we'll see if we get into a similar spot this game and what Makani decides to do this turn, if he decides to go for that Technical Machine evolution.
Looks like a bit of sharing between both of these players. You'll love to see it. So we will see this Secret Box resolve. Now just checking through the Pokemon, seeing what are available. As it stands, if Makani does have another supporter in hand, could grab an Arven off of this Secret Box, and that would allow double Pokemon to come into play. You get the Earthen Vessel from the item off of the Secret Box, and then Arven to find another way to search a basic Pokemon. We'll have to see if he wants to take the safe route or spin a little bit through the hand, put it into the deck with a Lily's Determination, and see off of these 8 cards if there is another Ralts.
Likely depends on the strength of the rest of Makani's hand, if he feels confident in getting a Gardevoir next turn, or if he wants to spin now and then potentially have another Lily's Determination on the next turn to try to set up that board, get some more energies into this card, etc. And it looks like he's just grabbing those 2 basics now, Nest Ball and Artisan, and then using Lilies to try to find an energy. I mean, Gardevoir, 10 basic energies, 3 Earthen Vessels. You have great odds to find it, but not guaranteed.
They're going to preemptively search out this Ralts, does not want to find more basic Pokemon, and here we go. Big time Lily's determination. If Makani does not find an energy card, this game could turn upside down very quickly.
And another risk with the Lily's determination, you could draw into those Curlias that you want to search out and not be able to use the evolution to its full power, since these Ralts were played down this turn, just having a draw pass last turn for Makani. Big Lilies for 8 here.
Here we go, 8 cards for Makani. Can he find an energy and, more importantly, not draw into those aforementioned Curlia? We'll have to see the draws. 8 cards thanks to Lily. No energy, that's halfway done. Does find a dark energy, and that's gonna be good enough in this spot.
It's pretty great. If Noah didn't get an energy attachment last turn, it's very hard for him to get a knockout this turn. He needs to get an energy in the discard pile and ends PP up, a way to pivot, and another energy to attach to knock out this dark energy. So there's decent odds that this dark energy gets to stick on the board, and Makani double Curlia, really making a strong board here.
Looks like does have an Ultra Ball from the top of the deck. We'll see Zoroark EX get evolved, and now has to decide which card he'd like to trade away first. Seems like the Ends Darmanitan probably the easiest choice, since that Darumaka is in the prizes. That will be the choice here. Does find another one. Okay, here we go. We're chaining, ladies and gentlemen.
And found an Ends Castle, so won't have to find that Petrunt to move the Zekrom if he's able to find all the pieces to attack. There's a dark energy.
Discarded. There is an Ultra Ball in the hand. Can find Zoroark number 3, and then hope to draw into something. Will now finally use this Artisan. Wonder what he's looking for.
Maybe that Budu, you know, stop Makani from getting a Gardevoir into play, or make it at least difficult, stopping those 4 Ultra Balls from searching the Gardevoirs, meaning Makani has to find one of the 2 Gardevoirs in his deck. Something that can be difficult for the deck to do. We see Dragapult, Dusknoir abuse that fact and try to get them while they only have Curlias on the board.
Who does come down into play. Itchy Pollen, now an available option thanks to that Ends Castle that Noah drew into.
Noah here has to decide, does he want to Ultra Ball for another Zoroark? It's a little bit scary that if he doesn't, Makani, if he finds the Screamtail with this Artisan, although it's likely getting bumped, if he finds Gardevoir and Screamtail, could move 30 onto this Budu, and then Screamtail knock out the Zorua, putting him onto even prizes at 4. And Noah's still at 6. Could be a very awkward position for him to be in. Using a Pokepad, eyeing up the Monkey Dory.
It was maybe thinking about grabbing Tatsugiri, but it is in the prize cards, unavailable. You saw him jot down a note. You've got to imagine that's the Pokemon. He was maybe thinking about just grabbing to thin out of the deck, or try something with that attract customers.
We'll see if he's grabbing the Zorua to bench, thin, maybe discard off Ultra Ball. A lot of things he can do here. Yep, there's that Ultra Ball. Oh, he bosses orders in Black Belt training. Black Belt's training, not too big in this matchup. You have weakness on the Gardevoirs, but that boss's orders really big. I've talked to Henry Chow a few times, and he said that Zoroarks with 2 boss struggle to find it, and he can beat them a lot of the time. But here, Noah is playing 3 boss, but discarding 1 may struggle to find it later on.
So Zoroark number 3 comes down into play. We'll have to see what this trade discards. Have to imagine it is the Zorua that was grabbed. There it is. Zorua hits the discard pile, but no supporter card. This hand is extremely weak. We'll see it played down to just 2 cards remaining. It's just a Binding Mochi and a Palpad. Itchy Pollen, and now it's on Makani. What does he have? Finds the Earthen Vessel. It's the next card, though, so can't play it. We're just going to see an Iono, and that's actually a huge gift for Noah in this spot.
Noah didn't have much going on, was just relying on those 3 trades, but Makani, no Psychic Energies in the discard pile, no Gardevoirs in his hand. Just find some Psychic Energies here. Is he retreating into a Curlia? Just sacrificing this Curlia instead of this Monkey Dory. Trying to keep that threat of the Mega Diancie open, but Noah finds energy. I think I saw Boss's orders too. Really strong hand off this Iono. And Noah, after such a weak couple turns, Makani wasn't able to find anything off of this Itchy Pollen. He's suddenly back in it. We'll see what he is able to do this turn, shuffling the deck. Seeing a couple important resources at the bottom, wanting those to be back in circulation for those trades.
Yeah, this is already a perfect hand. The question becomes, do you want to chase Monkey Dory, or do you want to save that boss's orders for later on?
With 1 boss's orders in the discard, it's really, you don't want to use it that aggressively, but at the same time, if you knock out this Monkey Dory, your Zoroark's almost guaranteed to survive another turn. And that's a really big piece. But you do have this Budu in play, which can always get knocked out by a single Adrenabrain. See what Noah opts to do. Ends PP up, getting another Zoroark ready, so maybe deciding not to knock out the Monkey Dory since he has that backup Zoroark. Here, definitely pondering a supporter choice. There's the boss on the Monkey Dory.
So targeting down Monkey Dory, wants to make sure Adrenabrain is not online. And there it is, copying the shred on the Zekrom, taking the KO. We'll see what card he does draw into it. Is the Dark Energy, so a nice resource to have. But now Makani, having item cards, will start things off right away with as good as it gets. Earthen Vessel away Psychic to find some more energies. The big question, Piper, can he find that Gardevoir EX plus Monkey Dory Dark and an attacker of choice?
Makani here shuffling the deck after the Earthen Vessel, meaning he probably doesn't have an Ultra Ball. You always love to pair that Earthen Vessel, get those 2 Psychic Energies, an Ultra Ball for your Gardevoir EX. Makani here unable to do that. See if he is able to find that Gardevoir. He had 2 Ultra Balls last turn, a couple turns ago, that he Iono to the bottom, and another Iono. Makani's down 3 Ionos again. Really big for Noah, likely not going to be getting hand disrupted as consistently down that Secret Box too. It's going to be hard for Makani to find that 4th Iono.
Does find Ultra Ball and a Dark Energy. No Gardevoir, but can search it out of the deck. The question then becomes, what attack are you using if you put Gardevoir EX into play? I mean, there is that Diancie in the hand.
But Makani, the rest of Makani's hand looks so weak. There's Ultra Ball, Counter Catcher, DNC, Dark Energy, then the Devolution and Earthen Vessel they just played. Maybe he has to grab Pheasantipity off this Ultra Ball just to stay in the game and keep drawing cards. And it looked like that's what he was eyeing up. But now using that Ultra Ball, you still need to find Gardevoir. Looking for Gardevoir and Monkey Dory here and a supporter for the coming turns. He has the Mega DNC, the Dark Energy, just missing a couple of those pieces still.
Yeah, this is a big-time risk for Makani. If he's unable to find Gardevoir this turn, then Noah will run away with an absolutely massive lead in this match.
But if Makani had used that Gardevoir, went into Diancie, the Diancie would have had 40 damage on it and would have just been a Black Belt or Binding Mochi away from getting knocked out, and Noah would have been at 2 prize cards.
Look at those 3 cards. Finds Ultra Ball, Scream Tail, Lily. Are you kidding me? That's pretty much as good as it gets almost.
Makani here has the option to Scream Tail, but no, or Mega Diancie, but no Monkey Dory means no Adrenabrain, no Zoroarks are going to be safe from one-shots for another turn.
What do you do? I mean, down double bosses orders, there's a good chance a Gardevoir EX on the bench is not targeted and KO'd. We haven't seen the Secret Box, and yes, that last boss's orders is actually the top of the prize cards, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, so Noah would have to find something like that Pal Pad really quickly, then the Secret Box to have the odds to find it. It's a lot of 1-0s that he has to find just to get that boss's orders on the Pheasantipity, but Noah's content just taking a 1-prize KO here, going to even prizes and using those boss's orders later on in the game. Here, Makani just passes, setting up a Monkey Dory actually, not discarding a Counter Catcher and a Scream Tail. A lot of resources gone for Makani. We'll see what Noah is able to put together on this turn.
There's Trade getting rid of the Dark Energy, finding 2 more for his troubles. Trade number 2 does find Iono and the Professor Turo. Turo can pick up something like the Liable Badoo, and that is actually going to be the choice here for Noah, is content to just potentially take this KO on the active. Will he use it as trade fodder? And does find the Pal Pad. That's a huge find if Noah wants to just put back these boss's orders.
May also look to put a Turo back since he did prize that second Professor Turo scenario, but the 2 boss is just so tempting. It gives you such high odds of finding those bosses to close out the game, especially that Pheasantipity on the board, that I'd imagine that's what he's going to choose. And has a Binding Mochi on the Zoroark, really threatening to knock out the Pheasantipity if it gets a Bravery Charm, or the Diancie if it's lacking one of those Bravery Charms.
Yeah, it's maybe just considering to play a little bit more reactive since Makani is just down so many Iono in this spot. Takes the KO with Shred once again. 2 prize lead for Noah. And look at this board. It's triple Zoroark, and they're all going to be powered up at the end of next turn.
Makani here just has to use this Lily's Determination. Also as a Night Stretcher, could get something like a Monkey Dory back, or Ralts, or the Scream Tail. Eyeing up that Monkey Dory here. And Lily's for 8. Pheasantipity flip the script to draw 3 more. Effectively, Lily's for 11.
Feels like he has to find Dark Energy plus Gardevoir to stay in this game.
And even then, he may also need another Ralts. Otherwise, if Noah's able to get one of these boss's orders again, the lone Gardevoir could easily get knocked out with that Zoroark already having a bunch of energies. But Diancie is also under threat without a Bravery Charm yet, and Makani only playing 1 down that Secret Box. It's not going to be easy to find.
We did see that Karate Belt, the Black Belt's training, get discarded, so it is going to be pretty unlikely for a KO without that card, thanks to the ability. Here we go, big 8 cards. And no, there's really nothing found here. This is a big flip the script. Gardevoir, is there a Dark Energy? No Dark Energy. So close, gets so far for Makani.
Yeah, Makani seems to just be drawing a couple of the pieces, but not finding those full combinations he needs. And it's really just that reliance on Pheasantipity from Gardevoir, not having a real draw engine like Zoroark, Dragapult, Goltango.
So now what is the attack of choice? Do you get in there and Mind Bend to try and set up damage later on?
I mean, Mind Bend is just so weak here. I mean, I guess Noah has 2 bosses in the discard pile, but I believe Makani already discarded that Technical Machine Devolution, instead eyeing up that Diancie.
Does have the Bravery Charm in hand, so can protect it a little bit. And with that Karate Belt, Black Belt's training being out of play in the discard pile, it would be a little bit more difficult to knock this out, even if you leave, 2 damage counters on this Pokemon, for example. I feel you've got to put at least 3 energy on it. It is the choice. Triple Psychic Embrace. Mega Diancie going to 60 damage on it. Can heal this down to 30 with the Adrenabrain. But you just place it on the active and hope your opponent doesn't have Monkey Dory back?
I mean, giving Noah that 30 damage and leaving 30 on your Diancie, even considering putting more damage on the Diancie, maybe Noah is able to get that knockout. We know he has the Pal Pad in hand. Could just be something like that Secret Box. Just such a powerful ace-spec. Both players using it to find those crazy combos. Connie, though, down so many resources, including 3 Ionos, putting that extra energy there. 50 damage on this Diancie now. A lot of damage, basically negating that Bravery Charm.
Bravery Charm now negated. As it stands now, you would be just 10 damage off taking a KO with a Binded Mochi Pecharunt EX. So the math is still set up to make it as difficult as possible for Noah. Monkey Dory, though, would fix that math.
Yeah, looking at Noah's hand, I think I saw Monkey Dory Dark already there, so he just needs something like that Pecharunt to set up the Binding Mochi.
Wouldn't even need Black Belt, so Black Belt's training could just use the Pal Pad to put Boss's orders back into the deck.
Yeah, and can wait to do that at the end of the turn, so if Makani has that 1 Iono, Noah's already used all these trades, thinned his deck down, and Makani Ionos him with a couple bosses in deck, or he just gets to keep his massive hand. And I think I see Night Stretcher. I don't know if the Pet was discarded this game or one of the earlier ones.
I'll have to take a look. There's trade number 2. It is the discard pile. Wow, can be brought back and find Secret Box as well. So many options open for Noah now.
Noah just has everything in his hand to do whatever he wants, and Makani just missing all these combinations to make a meaningful play. Still at 6 prizes when Noah's at 4, threatening to go to 1, or Noah could even knock out this Gardevoir EX this turn with a boss's orders. But this Diancie really is the biggest threat, and when you go to 1 prize, you can get Iono to 1 both all these trades, and then you can stack your deck with 2 boss's orders in it. All these Monkey Dories are just asking to get knocked out for Noah's final prize at that point.
Here we go, Pal Pad. Now the time strikes. Put those boss's orders back in the deck, and it seems that this Diancie is primed to be KO'd thanks to the Binding Mochi is even considering using Secret Box right now just to thin some cards out of the hand.
Guaranteeing all those pieces, maybe eyeing up, knocking out the Gardevoir. We'll see if he decides to grabbing one of those boss's orders, maybe knocking out the Pheasantipity or Gardevoir, 2 other big pieces.
Yeah, can do the math and actually figure out what the likelihood is of finding boss with just 2 trade. It seems to be a bit over 50%.
And could also get the Pheasantipity in play to have an extra 3 cards. Makani basically has to knock out the Zoroark, it feels, with all his damage. Otherwise, Professor Churros at some point could just knock it out.
There's the Monkey Dory Dark Energy coming down. And is actually going to target down Monkey Dory just to prevent a knockout with Adrenabrain on the following turn. So ignoring Mega Diancie for right now, retreating with that Ends Castle. Monkey Dory Adrenabrain going to stack even more damage on this Mega Diancie. Now that Makani is down in the Monkey Dory war, this damage could potentially stick. We'll see the Shred take the KO, and Noah is primed to try and win this game on the following turn.
Yeah, this Diancie at 80 damage means no matter what, it's going to be at least 50 again, so Noah's going to be in the same spot, but he has the Monkey Dory in play already, has 3 Zoroarks in play. Makani is going to have to use a counter catcher, but already discarded 1, may not be able to find it to take out the
find Iono this turn. Does he have access to it?
Yeah, and this is last Iono, 3 in the discard, has flipped the script to try and find it. May already have it in hand, unsure what Makani has available. Noah here just not taking the knockout on the Diancie means that he draws 3 cards off this Iono. So even if Makani has it, Noah might just be guaranteed to find the boss's orders anyway.
Here we go. No, I don't think I saw Iono off that flip the script.
I might see one in the hand already. There's just so many cards. The Ionos and Lilies can look kind of similar sometimes, but eyeing up Arvin.
Oh, there is an Iono. Wow, he has it.
And counter catcher already.
It's hiding there. Interesting choice to use flip the script before Iono, but I guess you got so many cards you can draw off Iono. It's fine. So here we go. Playing the counter catcher, bringing up this end Zoroark. Is there a card potentially Makani is still looking for? Considering playing Arvid, but your opponent showed you they have boss's orders in their hand.
Well, no, it did play that boss's orders. He got a secret box, but you just
true.
let him keep the hand of so many cards, likely including that Fezandipity, so he can probably just draw his entire deck at that point. Or with the Ends Castle and play bench Petrant and then retreat into Tatsugiri as well, since I believe he drew it off the prize cards, and find that boss off the attract customers. Use Petrant to get back into the End Zoroark and activate the Binding Mochi, Adrenabrain, and then knock out that Mega Diancie.
So there is Monkey Dory number 2 found off Ultra Ball. Things are getting intense as we're winding down to figure out who we will be crowning a champion, and it's gonna be Arvin, so the hand stays for Noah. Night Stretcher the choice, just to guarantee this dark energy to make it as hard as possible, as difficult as possible for Noah to win the game on the following turn.
But only one Adrenabrain leaves this Mega Diancie in the exact same spot it was last turn. 50 damage, 270 HP left. Beating an Adrenabrain and a Binding Mochi activation would be enough damage to knock it out.
Full bench, Ralt and Monkey Dory come down into play as the Mega Diancie, the princess herself, comes up to the active spot. There it is, Adrenabrain number 1, taking the KO now with this Mega Diancie. Can Noah find the boss's orders to win this game?
Noah with 3 prizes can't win this turn, though, because Makani gave him no damage.
I think with the Petrant here, is the math there?
I think it's only doing 260.
Well, with the Petrant's Binding Mochi, it would do 290. Minus that, there's no damage counters in play, however. So it's 10 damage short, it seems.
Yeah, but Noah could also just be content putting this Diancie to 310 damage, but then what happens if Makani has his Professor Turo scenario?
Still, this game is all over Piper if Noah can find some other way to deal damage. Actually, with there being just 3 prize cards left, I'm actually not sure Noah can win on this turn. 290 is the cap because that Black Belt's training is still in the discard pile.
And Noah could try to find another boss's orders this turn to knock out something like the Fezandipity or the Gardevoir EX, but then his last boss's orders is still prized, so he may just not be able to get through this Mega Diancie.
Wow, this game is shaping out to be an interesting endgame. Chasing that Monkey Dory could have changed how this game has played out.
But if Noah chases this Monkey Dory again, Makani still can't knock out the Zoroark, and then Makani's kind of in this weird spot where he can't attack the Zoroark because then Noah gets the Adrenabrain damage, and he's out of counter catchers too, so can't gust around it, really putting him in an awkward position. So see what Noah decides to do this turn.
There is a 1 in 3 chance, or a 2 in 3 chance if you take a KO on an EX to draw that final boss's orders off the prize cards. Could that be a potential risk Noah is thinking about taking?
But if you don't draw it, are you just losing the game at that point? Noah here going with an Iono, maybe hoping that Makani can't find the Professor's Turo scenario.
I mean, at worst, if you hit into this Mega Diancie and it KOs you back, you can just use another Zoroark and win the game that way. It seems like a fine trade-off.
Yeah, and it looks like the Turo is in Makani's hand, so if Noah Ionos, it's going straight to the bottom of the deck. If Noah doesn't take a knockout this turn, Makani won't have any way to draw.
Wow.
So it'll be really difficult to find that Turo. May have to retreat the Diancie and hope Noah doesn't have boss, but we know it is in those last few cards. I think, unless Noah drew it off the trades this turn.
So 3 cards for Noah, 4 cards for Makani. Here it is, retreating with that Ends Castle. 250 damage, minus the 30 from Diamond Coat, 220 brings this Diancie just barely away from being KO'd at 50 HP remaining. And it's on Makani to figure out how he can come back from this spot.
How that one Bravery Charm, saving this Diancie from losing the regional championships. But Makani here, what does he have here?
Finds Dark Energy Lily, but it's not a hand disruptor card, right? Makani is out of Iono, is just gonna play this Lily's Determination, draw 6 cards. As it stands, if Noah can find boss's orders the following turn, he will become the Orlando Regional Champion.
And Makani, even though he has a second Dark, can't attack with a Mega Diancie because then Noah just has game on board using another Rampaging Thunder with his second Zoroark he has set up. We'll see what Makani is able to draw off the Lily's Determination. If anything can stop Noah from knocking out this Diancie. I don't know if the boss went to the bottom last turn or if it's in those last few cards left in Noah's deck. I don't think I saw it in his hand yet.
Know if it's in the hand yet either. 6 cards, Lily's Determination. What is the attack of choice? You could go into Gardevoir EX and attack that way. Mind Bend on Monkey Dory. But all of these things are setting up for 2-hit KOs and guaranteeing Noah a prize on the following turn as well.
Retreating
the
to
Gardevoir.
maybe Miracle Force for 250 with those 2 Adrenabrains.
Would set it up for a double Adrenabrain next turn to take a KO, and then Mega Diancie could potentially clear something out down the line. But here we go, Piper. This is big. 250 damage placed onto this Zoroark EX. And if Noah can find a boss's orders, this game will be all over. First trade, actually going to use the Buddy Buddy Poffin to find this Tatsugiri. And I think this may be it. If Noah can find that Petron EX that was put back into the prize, or back into the deck, excuse me, he can use this to attract customers, so now has doubled the outs. We'll walk you through it. Trade number 1. Find Petron EX, and I believe that's the game. Can go into Tatsugiri, find the boss's orders, and Noah Sakichi becomes your Orlando Regional Champion!
Absolutely crazy game there, back and forth, all 3 games. Noah with that game 1, Itchy Pawn, but Connie there just not able to find anything to keep the board present. And Noah Sakichi wins with Zoroark. Gardevoir EX falls in its final event. Crazy to see Zoroark winning that Ascended Heroes with Zekrom. Fantastic play from both players to get to this point. And overall, it's great to see both these decks do well, but Zoroark shows that the Dark Weakness gets Gardevoir sometimes and dethrones the 1.5 million earner deck.
And Zoroark remains victorious in the matchup against the king of the G-regulation format. And what a back and forth set this was. Game 1, unable to do anything. Makani fell to that turd 2 Zoroark EX KO. We went straight to game number 2, and it was quite a different story. Thanks to that double prize card penalty, it really gave Makani a pretty easy route to victory in that second game.
Yeah, Noah had such a good board, but that prize loss really shows how the Mega Diancie can just even the prize trade. And maybe if Makani had drawn a bit better in game 3, we would have seen that shine a lot more. We saw that Mega Diancie come to play here in game 2, just taking super aggressive knockouts after Mindbend, not being able to get knocked out easily in return. 320 HP, taking -30, and Noah just scooped it up, not able to deal with that Diancie.
And in this game number 3, back and forth it was. Makani just stunted by that early Badoo, taking prize cards, ran off to an absolutely enormous lead, and fight valiantly as he may, Noah correctly, to some, take the KOs onto the Monkey Dories, left that Mega Diancie primed for a KO, and it was finally this boss's orders that allowed victory to be had, KOing the Mega Diancie with that Petron EX combined with the Binding Mochi, and Noah Sakichi becomes your Orlando Regional Champion.
Tatsugiri, really the MVP of Noah's run, it feels. I feel like he uses it every game just to get those big supporter cards that impact the game, boss's orders for game, Professor Turo Scenario on occasion, really just showing the power of the mobility of the deck from N's Castle and Petron. There it is, Noah Sakichi, our Orlando Regional Champion. Wow. Amazing to see. Crazy reaction there. What an amazing set. Both players played great.
And a shout out to all of our top 8 competitors. Congratulations once again to Noah, as well as all of our finishers. A wide variety of decks, and I would say, in my honest opinion, a very proper send-off to the G-regulation of Scarlet and Violet.
Yep, Gardevoir EX making it to the finals in an epic fashion, and Goldengo still making it into top 8. Really great note for a lot of these decks to go off. Only one missing is Charizard. But I mean, with all this item lock running around, we're not too surprised to see it falter a bit.
We, of course, still have more events on our championship circuit. The regional championships coming up in North America. We just concluded Orlando. That will be grayed out. Don't forget about Los Angeles and Indianapolis before our international and world championship events.
We have a couple more regionals and major events. People trying to get those last championship points, climb up the leaderboards for their world championship invite back in San Francisco after 10 years. Exciting city, exciting event. A lot of stuff planned. The Pokemon XP interest list dropped a couple days ago. Really excited to see what they all have planned for that.
And if you are ready for the next rotation, then be ready for the Prague Regional Championships. The first premier event featuring the H regulation on is happening on the 25th and 26th of April this month. You're not going to want to miss how this first event of post-rotation plays out.
We saw so many Ionos and counter catchers this weekend, and we will not be seeing them in Prague. And then Los Angeles Regionals continuing the post-rotation format. We'll see how it develops and see how it develops in North America. Europe and North America tend to have pretty different metas. Go back to LA after a couple of years for regionals. And here are our event winners. Noah Sakajian, the Orlando Regional Champion with Enzork EX. Makani Tran, another second place with Gardevoir this time. Fantastic player, especially on Gardevoir.
And he heisted that Screamtail. He stole it from Makani. Come on, give that Screamtail back. Come on.
Yeah, Makani could have used that attacker as a couple points there, but Zoroark taking it down with the Enz Zekrom and Enz Darmanitan. No Enz Reshiram, though. That one attacker that's been there almost a year now since Enzork released, but not present in this winning list.
Well, it's been an absolute blast to cast with you, Piper, as always, and to watch, of course, the endless amounts of competition happening here at the Orlando Regional Championships. It was a proper send-off to the G regulation, and I think we're almost ready to crown our winners after we take a look at how the Seniors and Juniors Division Finals went down.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 2 days of intense competition, we finally find ourselves in the finals, at least in the junior finals here, happening right behind me. Our players are Sergio Lopez against Isa Echeverria. Sergio is playing Grimmsnarl EX, while Isa is playing Charizard EX. So it looks like to be a battle of the dark type Pokemon. Very almost similar decks, able to accelerate to themselves. But which one will come out on top? Sergio has seen success in EUIC with Grimmsnarl. That's why he chose to bring that deck here today. He got second at LAIC and second at 2 regional championships, namely Houston and Monterey. So Sergio is looking for that big win. He's been playing for 3 years and mainly tests with his dad, brother, and Pokemon trading card game live. Sergio is feeling confident going into this finals. Isa, on the other hand, playing the Charizard Noctowl deck, already a regional champion, looking to add one more to her belt. Has been playing the game for 4 years and owes her success to a couple of coaches, Jackson Ford and Serge Jones, but also practices with dad and friends. Isa's feeling a little bit nervous going into the finals because it may be a tough matchup, but she's going to do her best. Only one of these players, though, will come out on top. Let's wait and see. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to present to you the Orlando Regional Champion in the Junior Division, Sergio Lopez. Sergio, how are you feeling right now?
Good.
Were you happy with the match?
Yes.
Absolutely. Now, Sergio, just a couple questions for you. Any advice you would give to an aspiring Pokemon master?
If you want to go to regional, you're gonna have to make sure you don't switch your deck before the tournament starts, and try to choose a deck earlier before the tournament starts so you get the most practice with it.
I love it. Practice makes perfect. Great advice, Sergio. Anyone you want to shout out?
I wanna shout out my family, friends, and Team Evolutions for helping me test and prepare for this tournament.
Awesome stuff. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, your Orlando Regional Champion in the Junior Division, Sergio Lopez. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome in. And once again, we find ourselves here at the finals, the senior finals of the Orlando Regional Championships, happening behind me right now. And oh boy, what a finals it is. It's a battle between friends, battle between testing partners. On one side, we have Nathan Osterkatz playing Zoroark Darmanitan against Miles Aronovich playing Grimmsnarl. Again, Miles Aronovich opted to play Grimmsnarl for this tournament because he thinks Frostlass has so much potential. Miles' highest placement so far has been second at the Merida Regional Championships, where he lost to Nathan Osterkatz, actually. So Miles is looking for a chance at redemption here at the Orlando Regional Championships. Miles mainly tests with friends and the ladder of Pokemon trading card game live. He's excited, but nervous, but extremely happy to be playing against his friend. Nathan Osterkatz is no stranger to the finals table, with already 11 regional wins under his belt, 3 of which happened this year. not to mention the 3 international wins he has as well. He's one senior who's definitely a pro. Nathan thinks he's favored in the matchup, unless, of course, his opponent has it all. Nathan is just glad to play against his friend, and his only loss in this tournament was against Miles himself. Nathan just wants to say that he thinks Miles is a rising star, rookie of the year, and is excited to play against his friend. But only one of these friends will be crowned the Orlando Regional Champion. Let's see who it is. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to present to you your Orlando Regional Champion for the senior division, Miles Aronovich. Miles, finally got that win against Nathan Osterkatz, and your first win as first regional champion win. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling really good. I'm excited to finally have won a tournament.
That's great to hear. That's great to hear. Again, finally got that win, and Nathan just spoke so fondly of you, called you Rookie of the Year, Rising Star. But what advice would you give any aspiring Pokemon player out there?
Some advice I would give is to pick a deck and play it a lot and try and play to the best of your ability and try and get better every tournament.
Love it, love it. Now, just one last question for you. Anyone you want to shout out?
Yeah, I'd like to shout out all the people who played this list with me. Omar, who got top 16 in seniors, Gabe Smart, who got top 64 in masters, and then Benny Billinger, who's in top 8 of Karatara right now with the list.
Amazing stuff. With that, ladies and gentlemen, once again, your Orlando Regional Champion for the senior division, Miles Aronovich.
And for the Masters division, over 2,700 players entered, and it was just 2 remaining above the rest. And now it is time to congratulate our 2 finalists. Let's hear it for them first. First up, our runner-up, Makani Tran. Makani, an incredible tournament run, a fitting send-off to Gardevoir EX. I know lots of people have supported you to this point. Anyone you want to say thank you to?
Yeah, huge shout out to my family, my mom and my dad. Huge shout out to my girlfriend, of course, and then huge shout out to Kids Table too.
There we go. Congratulations, Makani. Let's hear it for him one more time, folks. And now, standing above everyone else, piloting IN's Zoroark EX, Orlando Regional Champion, Noah Sakajian! Noah, congratulations. What an incredible tournament. What an amazing deck. Talk to us about the finals match.
Oh my God. Yeah, that was a crazy finals. Game 1, I think I got pretty decisively. But game 2, it was really funny. I was telling Makani, my mom texted me that someone earlier had went Iono and drew 6 off of it. She told me not to do it. Still did it. So but yeah, so I was really worried about that costing me the finals, but I kind of tried to lock in, keep focus, and it turned out pretty good.
And lock in, you did. You were able to come back and win that 3rd game, really decisive fashion as well. Talk to us about this deck as we send off this format and look forward to rotation.
Honestly, it's been such a pleasure. Playing this deck, being able to get to finals, I got to play the maximum amount of games with Countercatcher and Iono in standard, so I'm not complaining. Moving forward, I haven't really thought about post-rotation too much, but the deck seems pretty good, so I'm excited to play around with it.
All right, and I know there's quite a few people out here supporting you, cheering you on. Anyone you would like to say thank you to?
Yeah. Special shout out to Bodhi for testing the Gardevoir matchup with me. Me and him made an agreement that one of us was going to win a regionals, and I got it. And just all my friends and everyone who supported me in general. There was a point in time where I was considering quitting this game, but my friends really lifted me up and kept me playing, and they're the reason I'm here today. So I owe this to you guys. Thank you.
Beautiful words. Of course, the friends and community ultimately are what it is all about. Congratulations one more time, Noah. Let's hear it once more, folks. Noah. All right, and that is it for the Orlando Regional Championships, and that is also it for the G regulation. We do look ahead to a few more tournaments coming up. In Europe, we'll have Prague, and in the United States, we will have the Los Angeles Regional Championships. Be sure you're following the streams wherever you are watching, be it YouTube or Twitch, and also check out Pokemon.com/broadcasts to get all the information you need. Thank you very much for tuning in to an absolutely incredible weekend. For the judge staff, for production, for the stream team, and everyone, thank you so much, and we'll see you next time.
Live here in day 2 of the Orlando Regional Championships.
And shows the nice stretcher. That's going to guarantee the energy to retreat Cold Tango EX, and wow. 6 cards off Tatsugiri. Do we see black belt? And he finds the black belt's training. Are you kidding me? Let's get into this here, our finals match. Find Protector on EX, and I believe that's the game. Keep going to Tatsugiri, find the boss's orders, and Noah Sakachi and Big